Up in the north of Frontera County, our boy Lloyd is putting the finishing touches on his grandest infrastructure project yet, ordering Ppodong the giant hamster to pry open the massive lid of an underground waste disposal plant because he came up with a solution so wildly unethical that only a civil engineering major could think it up. See, instead of letting sewage build up and cause a biohazard, he recruited Solistas, an actual ancient red dragon, to act as the territory's personal eco-friendly incinerator. Naturally, Lloyd stands back feeling like a proud genius as the massive beast rears its head in the dark, blasting a terrifying torrent of dragon fire deep into the pit to instantly vaporize thousands of tons of waste in a blinding pillar of flame. What this noble dragon did not sign up for, however, was becoming history's most overpowered sewage worker. Lloyd proudly christens him the shit-annihilating dragon, only to immediately curse at his own terrible naming skills and blame his total lack of creativity on being a former STEM student. But hey, as long as the sanitation works, he takes the win. As they walk back, Javier asks when they're heading out to Namaran to investigate the dark magic threat, which Lloyd is planning to do right away, until Javier points toward the main estate where a massive parade of fancy carriages is currently jamming up the driveway. Naturally, Lloyd gets a terrible feeling in his gut, and inside his father explains that noble families from all over the continent sent their daughters to hand-deliver marriage proposals, even setting up numbered tickets for speed dating. His father claims he just wants Lloyd to find true love, though he can't resist mentioning that the whole continent is wondering if his eldest son has a secret flaw. Lloyd sees right through the old man, knowing his dad is just thrilled to tease him after months of being outsmarted, but then the horrifying truth dawns on him. It's not the eligible young ladies who want him, it's their power-hungry fathers desperate to form an alliance with the kingdom's richest developer. So the speed dating marathon begins, and it goes about as disastrously as expected. Every noble lady who walks through the door takes one look at the seating arrangement, where Lloyd sits comfortably on the couch, while the drop-dead gorgeous silver-haired swordmaster stands behind him like a bodyguard, and immediately gets confused about who the actual master is. When candidate after candidate proposes to Javier instead, Lloyd casually clarifies that he's the real Lloyd, triggering a look of absolute disgust on their faces before he dismisses them on the spot. By the time they reach the next round, even Javier is dying of boredom watching his lord get rejected in record time, as Lloyd drags himself through another customer greeting, until the next lady walks in and freezes him in his tracks. The woman standing in front of him looks strangely familiar, straight out of the novel's original artwork, introducing herself as Siluria, the eldest daughter of Count Namaran. That name hits Lloyd like a freight train, because in the original story, Siluria was Javier's main love interest who ended up tragically sacrificing her life to save her homeland. When Siluria warmly mentions that Lloyd looks much better in person than the rumors suggested, he awkwardly points out that he's Lloyd, not the supermodel standing behind him. But unlike the previous ladies, she isn't interested in romance at all, recognizing Sir Azrahan instantly while Javier looms over Lloyd, an ominous dark cloud. She admits she only came because she noticed the incredible roads and buildings Frontera County was constructing, realizing Lloyd is far too busy building the future to care about marriage. As she prepares to take her leave, Lloyd desperately begs her to stop, needing to ask her what's really happening back in Namaran, which catches her completely off guard. That's when the horrifying truth spills out. Namaran was forced to deploy its magical barrier after refugees flooded the territory, leaving Lloyd in absolute despair as he connects the dots. See, in the original novel, trapping thousands of desperate people behind a high-density barrier triggers a demonic ritual that summons the Hell Knight, an unstoppable harbinger of death. Javier watches his master piece together the nightmare scenario, realizing that if the barrier stays up, the entire region will be wiped off the map before they even arrive. What Lloyd thought was a simple construction trip just became a race against total extinction. As our boy Lloyd sets off on his mission to Namaran, he gets an unwelcome reminder that his shit-annihilating dragon system, while impressive, has only brought him another tidal wave of marriage proposals. He stares in disbelief at the gigantic basket Javier is hauling, asking if all those heart-sealed envelopes are really love letters. And Javier, ever the loyal knight, confirms it with a deadpan expression. Javier, bless his heart, even looks confused why Lloyd picked only one. But Lloyd, looking slightly annoyed, clearly only has Lady Siluria on his mind right now. Javier narrows his gaze, searching for a hint of hesitation, but Lloyd stares right back, unblinking and utterly shameless. So Javier kneels down to grab one of these precious tokens of affection, innocently offering it to Lloyd. Honestly, the absolute audacity of the man is almost impressive, as they stand there like two immovable objects in a sea of red, neither one willing to break. But our scammer king, with a mischievous glint in his eye, Javier's composure finally cracks, leaving him visibly stunned by the sheer gall on display, just tells Javier to hurry up and get ready, because Lady Siluria is waiting, leaving Javier clutching the rejected love letter with an intensely frustrated look on his face. And he bristles with frustration, realizing that once again our boy Lloyd has him backed into a corner. As their carriage rolls along the dirt road, Lloyd's mind is already on the challenges ahead, completely focused on civil engineering, insisting he'll decide which method to use only after seeing the situation for himself. He asks Javier how he knows so much about their county's circumstances, but Javier, ever the guest master, admits he simply inferred it from rumors, knowing Namaran's steep terrain makes it natural for landslides. Meanwhile, Siluria expresses her genuine gratitude to Lloyd for coming, and Lloyd internally declares that he's here to investigate Cannavaro and earn some money through construction, making this trip a very fruitful one. They finally arrive at Namaran, a bustling city filled with refugees, and Lloyd quickly notices a kind man selflessly handing out food, showing how much he cares for the 400 refugees despite his own limited resources. Somewhere else, another player in this messy game watches from the shadows. However, he also spots a dark demon insignia on someone's shoulder, wearing a calm smile that suggests he knows exactly how much chaos is about to break out, which immediately makes him grind his teeth in anger. The opulent estate looms over the city, a quiet fortress hiding secrets that would make most people bolt. They meet Siluria's father, a a boisterous count, who loudly greets them, declaring that Lloyd's noble demeanor will bring even greater heights to the Namoran family. But as Lloyd and Javier stand there with serious expressions, the count quickly makes a backhanded comparison, praising Javier while calling Lloyd lacking in several aspects. Luckily, Siluria passionately defends Lloyd. Inside, a guard catches a glimpse of the shifting reality and nearly jumps out of his skin, explaining that he's actually there to resolve the county's crumbling sidelands, which causes Lloyd to give a sarcastically heartfelt defense of Javier, wondering how much his knight must have suffered receiving such treatment all this time. He then quickly switches gears, smiling brightly as he eagerly discusses construction plans. Meanwhile, back to our favorite architect, Lloyd is already burying his target under a mountain of blueprints and questionable Majestic, boldly offering to supply all the necessary materials. Constructional logistics, boldly offering to supply all the necessary materials. He gestures wildly, selling the dream of a future district, and honestly, even the skeptical bearded foreman starts to look a little convinced. The Count, instantly intrigued, leans in, and then Lloyd and Javier activate a glowing magical rod. Later that night, Lloyd instructs Javier to monitor Canavaro, explaining his cunning plan to catch them all in one fell swoop without doing anything himself. Javier just stands there in the dim light maintaining his stoic mask, though you can tell he's already calculating the survival rate of this madness. Javier, still smarting from the Count's insults, apologizes for being distracted as he recalls what the arrogant man had said. Under the cold moonlight, the two of them square off, not as master and knight but as two idiots trying to change the world before someone kills them for it. And then he takes out his frustration on Lloyd in a sudden brutal sparring session, leaving our protagonist screaming in intense pain. The next day, Lloyd spots merchants selling shirts with that same demon emblem, which he realizes is being peddled as the symbol of a popular wandering minstrel. Javier approaches Lloyd, who is holding a shovel, and Lloyd tells him that he had recently found a place protected by an expensive magic lock, which he could easily destroy, but he worried about being discovered right away, so he left it for now. Javier rubs his chin, deep in thought, clearly weighing whether he should just retire now or stick around to see what other disasters Lloyd manages to manifest. Problem is, the novel never mentioned any details about the magic used to deploy Namoran's barrier, making it incredibly tough to find a way to stop it in advance. Elsewhere, a lady of the house watches the horizon with a serene expression, clearly unaware of the engineering nightmare headed her way. He remembers the Grandmaster mentioned in the novel, a powerful winged figure wielding a giant sword, and someone who aims to become one. When they meet on the street, it's just the usual scene, Lloyd armed with a shovel and Javier looking like he's ready to bury him. But as the golden light catches his face, there's a flicker of resolve that proves he's not backing down until this project is finished or the whole empire burns. Now, with a determined look on his face, Lloyd gears up to face these complex challenges head-on. Before launching any major construction on the mountain slope, Lloyd Frontera designs heavy concrete anchor bolts to stabilize the terrain, ensuring the structural foundation stays rock solid, and sends off his detailed blueprints by carrier pigeon. While he waits for the documents to arrive, he takes a walk through the city to scan the area, only to catch local civilians whispering about a famous distribution station, where two men are openly swooning over the breathtaking body of a local beauty. The problem is that this entire event was never mentioned in the original novel, so our greedy noble decides to check it out himself, pushing through an energetic crowd of cheering men who are shouting praises about the woman's gorgeous figure. But when he finally reaches the front line, his jaw drops, because the famous beauty running the food stall is actually a massive, violently muscular vendor holding a giant spoon. Honestly, Lloyd looks like he wants to throw up right there on the pavement, but rather than judging the crowd, as the eager customers rush forward to place their orders, our boy decides to be open-minded. While the intense cook glares back in confusion, Lloyd points straight at him, crosses his arms in mock respect, and tells the guy that he fully respects his unique personal fetishes. Naturally, the vendor gets furious, insisting that his extreme physique is some weird kink, but an essential part of his secret tactical operation. Realizing this conversation is going nowhere fast, Lloyd makes a quick hand gesture, and casually walks away from the scene, leaving the beefy vendor screaming in outrage. Stepping back into the busy marketplace, he overhears workers discussing secret preparations, confirming that something shady is taking place behind the scenes. See, while the city carries on like normal, Lloyd grabs a shovel and climbs up a steep hillside, determined to inspect the dirt for hidden anomalies. It doesn't take long before his shovel hits something hard, uncovering a glowing green skull buried just beneath the surface. Scanning the surrounding slope with suspicion, he wonders why a single skeleton would be planted out here, only to spot another glowing bone a few feet away. Activating his system vision, an interface reveals a massive network of enchanted skulls buried across the entire hill, so he aggressively swings his shovel to dig the first one out. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber, a sinister cult leader addresses his robed followers, smirking as he celebrates their secret plan to activate a deadly magic barrier. What this idiot doesn't know is that the dark spell anchor, which is currently burning with purple flames, has already been spotted by our resident scammer, who grins like a villain while the cultists turn impending victory. Lloyd smirks with malicious delight, absorbing the dark energy right out of the soil, and casts a high-level purification spell. A bright flash of blue light erupts, leaving behind a completely cleansed white skull in his hands. Inside the forehead sits a glowing purple gem, and when Lloyd uses his system to scan the stone, his eyes instantly turn into giant gold coins, because that single monocore is worth a whopping 500 million gold. Suddenly, saving the city isn't a chore anymore. It's free real estate. He bursts into a demonic laugh, swinging his pickaxe into the dirt like a madman, unearthing crystal after crystal while the system questions if he even cares about the evil barrier. Up in the distant castle, the cultists have no idea their grand ritual is being looted as Lloyd harvests 30 pristine cores, leveling up his Astrahan core technique to triple circle level 3. Holding his overflowing sack of gems, he triumphantly declares that he now has enough money to hire 30 grandmasters as his personal slaves. Miles away, his overworked manager Corgitus violently coughs over a mountain of paperwork, unaware that his boss is already planning his next round of forced labor. Satisfied with his massive payout, Lloyd figures that 30 years of work can easily be squeezed out of his staff and prepares to head back to town. Then he pauses, looking back down at the plain white skull on the ground. Kneeling beside the bone, he wonders if this poor soul died naturally or was murdered for dark sorcery. Even though the skull seems to break into a cold sweat, Lloyd bows respectfully, thanking the dead stranger for earning him a fortune per minute. Gently picking up the remains, he carries the bone away to give it a proper burial under the sun, wishing the peaceful spirit a well-deserved rest. Under the light of a full moon, our boy Lloyd sits down for a quiet chat with his escort knight, trying to sound deeply profound while lecturing Javier on human diversity and respecting personal tastes. Javier listens with absolute stoicism, calmly pointing out that everyone has their own preferences, which seems like a normal conversation, until the conversation takes a turn, and Javier asks Lloyd flat out when he first discovered his own hidden tastes. In his head, Javier is just asking a sincere question, but Lloyd completely blows a fuse and screams that he has no such preference, blasting the room with a sudden wave of magical aura. Javier recoils from the outburst, quickly changing the subject to report that he managed to sneak into Cannavaro's mansion while working at the distribution center. That instantly catches Lloyd's attention, and he leans in to ask if Javier uncovered anything hidden underneath the estate. Javier confirms there is a hidden staircase behind a heavy door, giving Lloyd a strategic lead on their target, while Javier just sits there with a subtle, knowing smile, still utterly convinced Lloyd was just defending his own strange hobbies. Naturally, Lloyd tries one last time to insist that isn't the case at all. While across town at the main mansion, Lord Cannavaro is throwing a furious, sweating temper tantrum. He just discovered that every single necromantic skull buried on the hillside has been completely wiped out. In his head, his secret master plan was foolproof, so realizing someone stole his entire reserve leaves him in a total panic. The shady investors who backed him are ready to tear him apart, demanding to know how they will proceed after investing so much gold. Faced with a room full of enraged conspirators, Cannavaro swears he still has a backup plan. He explains that Notanium can act as an emergency substitute to power their ritual, promising them with a villainous grin that the descent of the Hell Knight will still happen as scheduled if they cooperate. Meanwhile, earlier that day during Javier's infiltration, a maid accidentally hurled a bucket of water right onto Javier's head, gasping in horror at what she just did to Ms. Javier. Our silver-haired knight stood there completely soaked, maintaining his composure like a professional, and the panic maid immediately directed him to change clothes in Cannavaro's private guest room. That convenient accident let Javier walk right past the guards while the men in the courtyard openly admired her impressive figure, giving him direct access to the inner mansion gates. Back in the present, Lloyd readies his breath in the dark, focusing his newly upgraded Astron mana core and shrouding himself in energy before leaping gracefully across the moonlit rooftops. He lands silently inside the grand hall, infiltrating deep into the corridors until he finds the heavily reinforced basement door, trying to figure out how to crack the lock. Hiding in the shadows, Lloyd peeks around the corner just as Cannavaro himself comes walking down the hallway. The corrupt noble stops right before the reinforced door, placing his glowing palm over the lock, which ignites a dark purple magic circle. The spell swirls with intense energy, bathing the entire doorway in glowing purple light as the mechanism disengages. From his hiding spot, Lloyd analyzes every single movement of the spell sequence, realizing this door guards an entire stockpile of glowing purple magical crystals. He sits back for a second, processing the sheer fortune waiting right behind that door. He hunches forward as his brain calculates the massive profits, and his unhinged scammer face breaks out into a drooling grin of pure greed. Shortly after, Javier steps into the dark lower hallway, taking advantage of the empty room and waiting for the guards to clear out before approaching the dungeon gate. Standing before the heavy lock, Javier channels his magic to trace this exact sigil sequence Lloyd described. The magical lock clicks open instantly, and Javier begins his descent down a steep stone staircase, heading deeper into the subterranean gloom. His boots tread quietly on the damp stone floor, his eyes locked onto the darkness ahead, where an ominous corridor stretches into pitch-black shadows. Suddenly, a massive mutated beast bursts out from the dark, catching Javier's attention as it charges at full speed, lunging forward with monstrous force. Javier recoils in surprise, instantly recognizing that this undead monster is different and charges magical aura into his fist to slam the creature back with a glowing strike. He surges forward again to hit it a second time, clashing against the muscular brute with raw physical force. The creature takes the blow and counters with a brutal punch straight to Javier's face, knocking our silver-haired knight sliding across the stone floor. In his head, this makes no sense, because these undead are on a completely different level than the weak ones in the valley. To make matters worse, an entire swarm of mutated monsters comes rushing out of the gloom. Breathing heavily with sweat dripping down his face, Javier holds his chest to steady his breathing and ignites his glowing blue mana to prepare for a bloodbath. Down in the dungeon, Javier cuts through a swarm of mutated creatures carrying glowing chemical vials on their backs, his sharp eyes spotting a suspicious figure lurking in the shadows. A shadowy handler peeks out from behind two massive beasts, slamming a heavy metal door shut to trap Javier inside. That cowardly trick only pisses off our knight, who dodges a lunging monster with effortless grace and readies a sweeping arc of blue aura blades. He charges straight into the undead horde, slicing clean through the air, spinning like a cyclone of energy to dismantle every monster in his path, carving their altered bodies to pieces in seconds, and lunging forward to crash the remaining beasts against the stone floor. With the horde annihilated dilated, Javier catches his breath for a brief second, stepping toward the terrified handler who begs on his knees for mercy. Looming over the coward, Javier offers no sympathy, pressing his glowing dagger close to make his terms clear. The wounded man quickly spills everything, confessing he was hired as an undertaker to process corpses for Cannavaro. When Javier demands to know where all these dead bodies came from, the undertaker weeps, explaining that Cannavaro brought them from the trading post for chemical enhancement. Javier listens with cold fury, remembering how Cannavaro acted like a benevolent saint toward the city's poor. In reality, the bastard was profiting off their hard work while secretly harvesting their bodies. Javier cuts him off, pointing out that taking delivery of suspicious corpses makes him an active accomplice, leaving the undertaker completely paralyzed in terror. Knowing the cult will realize someone breached the basement, Javier sprints through the corridors, bursting into Lloyd's room to warn him about Cannavaro's plot. Finding the room completely empty, Javier curses under his breath, realizing he has no time to search for Lloyd and must strike Cannavaro on his own. He leaps across the city rooftops in a blue blur, targeting the trading post building where the corpses originated, and smashes through the roof with explosive force. He lands a heavy downward strike into the main hall, swinging his aura blade to clear the room, only to find himself standing on the balcony of a dead silent hall. He looks down into the empty hall in utter confusion, walking forward cautiously as a terrible feeling takes hold. Sweat breaks out across his forehead as a swirling purple vortex opens up in the sky above, pulsing ominously over the mountain peak. A heavy pressure surges through the air, forcing Javier to brace himself, gritting his teeth as his mana starts draining rapidly. He drops to one knee, barely able to stand under the crushing weight of the field, looking up at the purple vortex hovering over the city. In his head, this level of magic should be impossible, as a massive pillar of purple energy slams down onto the entire region. Javier struggles to keep his aura active, while down in the streets, innocent citizens collapse to their knees in agony. Javier pushes through the pain with sheer willpower, as dark purple lightning crackles over the rooftops. A young noblewoman looks out her window in disbelief, watching the sky turn to poison. The townspeople cry out on the ground, unable to breathe as their life energy gets siphoned away, and the woman gathers her dress to rush outside, determined to save whoever she can. Meanwhile, up on a rocky ridge overlooking the city, a hooded cultist holds a glowing notanium gem high, channeling a pink beam into the sky to complete Cannavaro's ritual and bring forth the Hell Knight. The villain grins maniacally, convinced his victory is absolute, until a strange shadow falls over him from behind. He turns around to find an uninvited guest standing on the rocks, holding a heavy construction shovel like a broadsword. Naturally, it is our boy Lloyd, who is deeply offended that the cultist is paying attention to him. The cultist stares in pure horror, wondering how a human face can look this terrifyingly ugly. While Lloyd grumbles passive-aggressively about being treated like an invisible person, Lloyd raises his trusty shovel high into the air, the cultist's eyes dilating in sheer panic, and swings the heavy steel tool forward to crack the villain right across the skull with a violent impact. Lloyd pauses for a second, looking mildly surprised by how solid that felt. Magical energy explodes violently, and our boy Lloyd Frontera wears a terrifying, intensely evil grin, clearly scheming, as the cloaked figure looks on with pure sweating terror. A swirling purple and dark magical vortex fills the sky, and the shovel glows with intense magical energy against the backdrop of the vortex. The hooded figure confronts Lloyd, who is holding a magically glowing shovel, sneering at his foolishness. The hooded antagonist addresses Lloyd with a wide, toothless, menacing grin, but Lloyd looks calm, gripping his shovel, deep in thought, wondering if he can absorb mana from the opponent's gem like last time. His hand quickly moves to absorb the glowing magical energy from the gem. Lloyd stands at a standoff with the hooded villain, observing the situation. He asks a question with a calm, inquisitive expression, as an injured person looks on with a grim, strained expression. Lloyd then smiles confidently, holding his shovel ready, knowing exactly what he's doing. Meanwhile, a magical purple barrier glows ominously over the city buildings. The Namoran town hall sits under a dark, magical purple sky, as Mr. Cannavaro's boots walk across the marble floor toward unconscious people, the ominous figure moving among bodies lying unconscious. One person reaches out a hand to grab Cannavaro's boot, begging for help. Mr. Cannavaro stands coldly, looking down at the hand on his boot, uttering vermin, with disdain. He then kicks the man, sending him flying across the floor, and watches coldly, his expression completely unbothered. Mr. Cannavaro walks toward a large statue surrounded by fallen victims, declaring it the statue of the fallen angel, and smiles wickedly, pointing at his bleeding finger, saying it will become a gate for the Hell Knight's descent. Back with Lloyd, stone fragments and debris fly through the air violently, as a cloaked man reacts in pure panic, his gem glowing. Lloyd swings his shovel with massive force, creating a shockwave. He wipes sweat from his forehead, looking tired but relieved, having completed his task. The cloaked figure channels dark magic atop a stone platform, declaring preparations complete. But then the figure looks terrified as Lloyd approaches from behind. The cloaked man looks back in terror at Lloyd's looming shadow, an extreme close-up showing his terrified, sweating eyes, his mouth wide open in a scream. Lloyd grabs the cloaked man by the neck, causing magical energy to flow wildly around him, and then his boots land heavily, crushing stone underfoot. Another man stumbles back in shock while watching Lloyd, then panics as glowing purple energy engulfs his body. The man lies defeated, a purple glowing gem now on his chest. Lloyd inspects the glowing gem now on his chest. Lloyd inspects the glowing gem, noting it seems to be quite a complex and elaborate spell. In that case, his eye gleams his next move. A powerful pillar of magical purple energy erupts into the sky, surging toward the dark sky. Lloyd grins excitedly while while holding the glowing purple gem, proudly exclaiming, "Nice." A man looks shocked as giant red symbols glow on the statue, realizing something is very wrong. The purple pillar of energy continues to surge intensely. Lloyd stands triumphantly over the defeated villain, looking pleased with himself. The man looks on with wide-eyed shock and facial sweat. Elsewhere, another man stands before a giant winged statue, casting a spell as purple magical energy fills the room, his face showing intense focus and tension as he channels magical power. But a woman in a green dress stands in a room full of unconscious people, looking angry and shocked, demanding to know what he's trying to do. A man's eyes narrow in suspicion as he observes the woman, thinking she can walk normally within the barrier. He wonders if that's why, realizing she must have a magic charm that blocks the loss of mana. He then looks down with a dismissive expression, stating it's still useless. The man stands on a platform, unleashing a wave of fiery magic from his hand, a massive wave of fire blasting across the scene. But the woman in the green dress walks forward amidst the falling people as flames erupt nearby, completely unfazed. A close-up of her hand shows fire erupting from her palm, as a pillar of intense flame erupts vertically around her. The man looks on with a terrified and shocked expression, bathed in red light, utterly bewildered. A massive fiery explosion erupts above the woman, who channels intense fiery energy from her eyes and hands. A massive pillar of fire then hits the man, knocking him backward against a wall, as he screams, finding it impossible that such a young woman knows how to use magic at the level of an imperial mage. A massive fiery explosion fills the frame, and the woman stands and pants heavily as smoke clears, looking towards the giant statue. The man sits defeated and hunched over on the cracked floor in front of the statue, while the woman stands tall, demanding answers from him about what he was trying to do here. Our silver-haired swordmaster leaps through the air with his blade glowing bright green, carving through the enemy lines like a storm, which leaves the cultist commander screaming in absolute panic as Javier locks eyes on his next target. A frantic hand reaches toward a falling dagger, but Javier charges forward at blinding speed, slamming a wave of green aura into the villain, following up with a violent downward strike that sends the bastard flying while he shrieks in agony. Suddenly, a massive stone pillar shatters under a burst of pink energy, stopping Javier right in his tracks, as lightning strikes the main hall and ignites a huge explosion. Javier and the surviving guards brace themselves against the roaring shockwave, while a noble woman steps up to protect the cowering crowd, channeling her own magical power and raising a protective earthen barrier to shield everyone from the blast. Javier stands his ground as the dust clears, and the cultist leader sneers at the survivors, promising that every single soul in the room is about to die at the hands of their ultimate weapon from hell. Right on cue, a giant demonic gauntlet reaches out from a dark portal, slamming onto the floor with crushingly heavy armor. A massive blade crashes into the stone tiles, but the cultist summoner starts sweating profusely, and even Javier looks on with growing tension, because as the demonic warrior descends, the summoner realizes something has gone horribly wrong when his warhorse fails to appear. What this idiot didn't count on was Lloyd breaking the barrier earlier, meaning the summon was rushed and the Hell Knight manifested completely missing his lower body. Despite looking like an unfinished skeletal torso, the monster turns toward Javier, demanding to know who dares point a blade at him, and immediately lunges forward to attack. Javier grunts as he barely blocks a crushingly heavy blow, sliding back across the broken floor, defending with everything he has against a relentless assault. The horned entity charges in for another strike, forcing Javier to readjust his stance, until Miss Celuria provides crucial support with a sharp spell, firing a beam of blue energy that distracts the monster. Taking the opening, Javier clashes directly with the Hell Knight in a massive explosion of energy, shattering the floor beneath them as shockwaves rip through the hall. The skeletal entity glares furiously with glowing red eyes, as Miss Celuria reaches out in horror, watching the monster leap high into the air for a fatal strike, knocking her backward as the pressure mounts. Javier roars as he unleashes every drop of his white aura, descending from above with a blazing blade, and driving a massive beam of light straight down into the creature, causing violent shockwaves to ripple across the entire room, before plunging his sword directly through the monster's core. The Hell Knight collapses onto the shattered tiles, completely motionless, leaving Javier leaning on his sword and gasping for air. Suddenly, a sinister purple aura begins surging around the broken armor, leaving the cultist leader stunned in disbelief, as Javier holds his blade near the villain's neck. Javier politely thanks Miss Celuria for her quick assistance, while the guards quickly gather to evacuate the injured, and informs the cultist chief that his only reward will be a royal execution. The defeated leader pants heavily on the ground, before twisting his face into a terrifyingly confident grin. Javier looks back with a sudden wave of unease, as a dark voice mocks him for knowing nothing about true hellish entities. Javier spins around in surprise, his eyes widening, as the Hell Knight reassembles itself and stands right back up. Sweat drips down Javier's face as the pressure returns, with the monster glowing with an intense pink aura. The villain laughs maniacally, boasting that cutting him down is useless, because the great Hell Knight is an undying existence. The monster grips his massive weapon once again, introducing himself as Xerexius, first core captain of the ruler of Hell. A violent surge of pink and red energy erupts across the hall, as the Hell Knight slashes wildly with monstrous power, filling the chamber with flashing impact lines which Javier desperately tries to cut through with blue energy streaks. A heavy shockwave explodes outward from the clash, rippling through the air, as arcs of green aura whip across the room, and Javier roars, swinging his blade with everything he has left. The demonic figure launches a sudden, blinding thrust, forcing Javier to catch the devastating blow on his sword. The glowing red eyes of the skeletal knight lock onto him, leaving Javier in total shock as the brute force shatters his defense with a massive shockwave, sending Javier tumbling backward through smoke and rubble. The monster looms over him like a wall, but Javier retaliates instantly with an explosive counter, aiming directly at the creature's glowing eye. Debris flies everywhere as the enemy swings again, slamming Javier hard against the stone wall. Javier bounces back, launching a rapid follow-up attack, thrusting his sword into the ground to anchor his stance, knowing in his head that this beast isn't even using fighting technique, just raw physical violence. Leaping into the air, Javier looks for any gap in the monster's armor. The skeletal warrior plunges straight down after him, vaulting forward with terrifying momentum and trapping Javier in a desperate close-quarters struggle. Massive impact marks scar the dark background as Javier unleashes a giant wave of energy to push him back. In his mind, Javier tries to calculate the monster's next move, standing ready amidst the shattered ruins, and lunges forward to strike before the creature can reposition. Javier leaps high above the battlefield, clashing steel against the monster's cursed blade, putting every ounce of his weight into the swing, until a clawed gauntlet reaches out to grab his sword. Javier maneuvers at top speed, blasting the enemy with green aura, before an armored boot stomps down on his footing. The Hell Knight hurls Javier through the air, disrupting Javier's mana flow with dark magic, causing Javier to cry out as debris cuts into his face, flying helplessly toward the kneeling monster, who slams Javier into the stone floor and carves out a deep crater. The force of the impact hurls Javier across the ground, crashing onto broken tiles and a spray of blood, while the skeletal captain stands over him, offering mock respect for his name. Javier coughs up blood, gasping for air on the ground, as the monster grips his weapon tight, raising the giant blade over Javier to end the fight. Overwhelmed by the crushing aura, Javier can barely move, when suddenly, Lloyd steps up from the shadows with an unhinged, crazy look on his face. The Hell Knight freezes, turning toward the sound, only to find our greedy master holding a shovel right over the unconscious summoner's head. Lloyd flatly threatens to decapitate the summoner on the spot, making his signature terrifying scammer expression, surging with intense, frightening energy, which leaves even the demon warrior hesitating in utter shock. Lloyd roars like a madman, starting a dramatic count of 1 and slams his shovel down with full force. The Hell Knight instantly unleashes a massive blast of pink magic, sending a beam of energy across the room that knocks Lloyd off his feet. Lloyd screams as he covers his head from the roaring explosion, landing right near the fallen summoner. The skeletal monster looms over the area calmly, explaining that reverse summoning takes 40 minutes anyway, so killing the summoner changes nothing. Before the monster can act, Javier swings his green sword back into the fight, and the Hell Knight watches the attack with cold red eyes. Javier crashes onto the floor after another brutal clash, struggling to stand while clutching his blade. Lloyd screams in frustration, seeing his knight groggy and battered, and orders Javier to stay down on the floor. Lloyd shouts directly at the demonic captain, while Javier resolutely pushes himself up anyway. Lloyd yells at the monster to draw his attention, launching a violent burst of fire magic, and braces against the flying debris. The Hell Knight raises his massive sword to crush Lloyd, as Javier prepares to jump in despite his injuries. Lloyd roars in anger as he charges forward, lunging from behind to grab the skeletal knight directly. The monster laughs, warning him that touching hellish dark mana will destroy his heart, predicting that the darkness will contaminate his soul and kill him instantly. What this idiot doesn't know is that Lloyd has already purified dark mana multiple times, and the Hell Knight panics as Lloyd's face glows with blinding white energy. A brilliant explosion of light erupts across the dark room as Lloyd locks the screaming demon in a tight, inescapable grip. The skeletal captain grabs Lloyd by the neck, calling him filthy, but Lloyd just flashes a terrifyingly manic grin right back, tackling the monster around the waist with a crazy scream, taking a harsh blow to the throat right on his neck, and stumbles backward while slamming the demon into the floor. The monster raises his glowing pink sword in fury, slamming it down to create a massive shockwave, and leans in to whisper mockingly to Lloyd, shaking his skull-like heads back and forth, leering over our pinned protagonist. Suddenly, Javier leaps into the frame with a glowing green sword, his face set with absolute determination, causing the skeleton captain to look up in shock, as Javier drives a full-power aura strike into the monster, yelling as he lands the hit and pierces straight through the demonic armor. The monster screams in agony, glowing red, while Javier follows up with another blinding slash. Green and red energy explode in the clash, blowing the Hell Knight backward across the room, and Javier watches intently, dashing forward at top speed to keep the pressure on. Lloyd struggles in the monster's grip as the creature begins short-range teleportation, and Lloyd starts yelling at him to throw away his heavy armor if he wants to move faster. Javier dives through the portal energy, firing a beam of aura ahead, moving faster than ever, but still struggling to keep up with instant teleportation. Lloyd's eyes widen as he reaches his limit, purifying dark mana, with magic projectiles flying all across the air, and the monster charging forward with his glowing blade. Grabbing the monster from behind once again, Lloyd decides to use the ultimate secret weapon from his past life and opens his mouth to sing a holy hymn at the top of his lungs. It turns out demons are extraordinarily vulnerable to holy music, but the real damage comes from how horrifyingly off-key Lloyd is. Even Javier clutches his head in absolute agony from the sound. Back in his military days, the church pastor threw holy water at him thinking he was possessed, and his high school music teacher threw an organ at him and told him to skip class. So when Lloyd belts out hymns today, it works like a biological weapon against spiritual souls. Crying like a maniac, Lloyd keeps screaming the song into the monster's ear, while the Hell Knight shrieks in pure soul-destroying agony, begging him to stop. Taking advantage of the monster being paralyzed by the dreadful singing, Javier leaps into the air, enveloping his hands in massive blue energy and driving a devastating downward strike straight into the demon. As the monster tries desperately to defend, the demonic captain is knocked backward by the sheer force, and Javier dives down with a final green aura slash, while Lloyd kneels in the dust, whispering hallelujah. Javier unleashes a world-shattering downward strike, making the demon cough blood under the crushing weight, blasting a beam of green energy straight through his core, plunging his blade deep into the foe and causing a massive energy manifestation to erupt into the sky. A colossal explosion rocks the entire compound, shattering the stone floor to dust. Lloyd gasps for air among the rubble, while Javier leans heavily against his sword, equally exhausted. The two of them look at each other through the dust as Javier checks their surroundings, confirming that the corrupted mana has finally dissipated for good. Right as the demonic energy threatens to explode, our boy Lloyd plants his shovel firmly into the dirt, stepping directly into a swirling sea of purple magic alongside Javier with a terrifying greedy grin. That means he is already calculating how to turn this chaos into profit as he wields his tool like a battle sight, completely unfazed by the fiery blasts rocking the stone dome. He braces himself and reaches out into the violent storm, where a terrifying skeletal demon manifests in midair, causing his eye to flare as a massive surge of magic activates. Instantly, he gets enveloped in a blinding flash of pink light, getting thrown violently backward by the raw force of the magical explosion. Javier realizes right away that something has gone horribly wrong, as the skeletal demon's dark purple aura surges out of control. The entity tries to crush him with one last desperate strike, forcing Lloyd to cough up blood under the sheer weight of the magical overload. The crackling energy orb in front of him proves far too strong for a normal human to contain, but because this is the only way to save the site, he pushes his glowing hand forward anyway. The dark sorcerer gloats as a torrent of pink magic erupts, but just as Lloyd starts to falter, a hand grabs him from behind, pressing their palms together to focus the blinding glow. With Javier and the royal noblewoman channeling everything they have to support him, a blinding flash erupts right at the center of the battlefield. The noblewoman realizes the spell could wipe them all out as a glowing green magic circle activates over his hand, flooding the entire room with compressed energy as Lloyd falls. He groans under the crushing weight of the spell, taking the full brunt of the magical impact and screaming aloud as his body absorbs the dark energy. A violent pink shockwave blasts across the floor, sending bright magic rings expanding through the cracked tiles. Javier stands guard over the two of them inside the circle. Right as Lloyd throws one final desperate punch of pink energy to disperse the curse, Javier immediately tackles him to the ground to keep him from blowing himself up, pinning him down while the raw overload wrecks his body. Both Javier and the noblewoman brace themselves as the magic settles, leaving our main character completely unconscious on the stone floor. Naturally, the noblewoman turns on Javier, angrily scolding him for showing zero concern while his master lies bleeding. What she doesn't count on is that Javier has seen this idiot survive far worse. So while she yells at him to hurry up and help him, Javier stands there like a guy waiting for a late bus. As Lloyd drops like a sack of wet cement, a system window pops up under the full moon to inform him that he didn't just defeat Hell Commander Zadrexius. He impressed the King of Hell so much that the ruler of the underworld wants him personally. Back at the Grand Royal Castle, the surviving dark sorcerers are tossed into chains, but sitting in his room later, Lloyd knows the Queen can handle the prisoners, while his real nightmare is something far worse. The problem is that his entire construction project has come to a complete halt. Because of that cursed barrier, every single human worker lost their strength, leaving him clutching his hair in frustration over the massive fortune he is losing every single day. Honestly, his greedy mind goes straight to calculating the lost profits, until he checks his new system rewards by the window, and an evil grin spreads across his face as he realizes that if he had undead workers, he would score a completely free labor force. He sits alone wondering if creating undead is even possible, before walking over to a mirror and noticing that the King of Hell's blessing left him with a massive glowing purple eye. Suddenly, a heavy knock rattles his door, and when he peeks outside to see who is making a late-night visit, he almost jumps out of his skin as an entire army of glowing, physical skeletons fills the dark hallway. He tries to process what these terrifying creatures want, as one of the glowing skeletons steps forward, squirming with spiritual energy. The ghostly entity politely introduces itself, while Lloyd covers his eyes in absolute disgust at the terrifying apparition. The ghost explains that they are souls who lost their bodies to the sorcery of hell, but were drawn directly to the massive surge of demonic power radiating from Lloyd's new eye. Thanks to his energy, they managed to manifest brand new physical bone bodies, holding up little signs to identify Lloyd as the holy savior who appeased their vengeful spirits. Lloyd just stands there completely speechless at the revelation, looking down at the skulls scattered across his floor as the skeletons clasp their hands in solemn prayer. They explain that without memories or a place in the living world, they have no goals or purpose left, and if they wander around aimlessly, priests will eventually exorcise them into dust. So they gather in his hallway, begging our boy Lloyd to take them in, so they can work to repay his kindness. Being the most shameless capitalist in the kingdom, Lloyd asks him flat out, "Do you need to be paid a salary?" When they confirm that as spirits they have zero need for money, he asks what kind of food he needs to buy them, only for the skeletons to clarify that since they lack digestive systems, all they need is a 10 cubic meter coffin to rest in. Lloyd goes dead silent as the math hits his brain. In an instant, his shock turns into pure, unadulterated joy as he addresses his newly formed undead construction squad, breaking out into a maniacal villainous laugh that would make actual demons blush. Meanwhile, Javier stands in the background with a completely deadpan face, watching a skeletal worker scream in agony as Lloyd tests its magic limits, remaining entirely unimpressed by his master's new horror show. In the end, Javier slumps into a chair, clutching a pink bag and contemplating his life choices, while Lloyd celebrates finding a workforce that never eats, never sleeps, and works 24/7 for zero pay. With an army of physical skeleton spirits handling all the heavy lifting, the impossible slope construction gets done in record time, while Lloyd stands back with his signature scammer grin, holding a shovel purely for visual effect. Naturally, Count Namaran almost has a full heart attack watching hundreds of terrifying undead monsters haul timber, especially when Lloyd casually flexes his glowing demonic eye to keep the spirits in line. The poor Count is practically hyperventilating at the sheer madness of it all, trying to convince himself that as long as nobody gets eaten, maybe a little necromancy isn't so bad. And honestly, looking out at the snow-covered slope now lined with perfect construction anchors, it is impossible to argue with the results. Meanwhile, Javier sits alone on a snowy hill, staring up at his hand, reflecting on how much his life has shifted since since meeting our main character. He remembers training in magic and swordplay alongside Saruria, sparring through the snow as two fellow prodigies building an unbreakable bond. Yet even after all that growth, he still catches himself looking down at his own palms in quiet disbelief. That is when Saruria snaps him out of his head, calling out to him through the falling snow, giving him that warm, reassuring look that reminds him he isn't fighting alone anymore. See, she actually came here hoping to speak with Lloyd, stammering with embarrassment when our boy catches her off guard, insisting she came specifically to talk to him about her mana training. She opens up about wanting to master her magical talents, and Lloyd doesn't hesitate for a second, promising to teach her every single trick he knows. As she looks up at the snow with the weight lifted off her shoulders, Javier watches her quietly, feeling a strange sense of relief wash over him, because seeing Lloyd stand out there overlooking the finished sight, Javier sits on the railing next to Saruria, realizing how fundamentally everything has changed. What Javier doesn't forget is that in the original novel, his life was absolute misery. In that original timeline, he was destined to lose everyone he cared about, holding fallen allies before giant monuments, sitting abandoned in the pouring rain while ungrateful people cursed him for having cursed mana, doomed to wander barren deserts as a lone warrior, with zero companions, fighting endlessly on empty battlefields until he collapsed from pure exhaustion and died alone. But here, under this sky, surrounded by people who actually care about him and laugh with him, that dark future was completely erased the moment Lloyd dragged him into his crazy orbit. With the slope fully reinforced and the project officially wrapped up, the undead labor force loads up all the treasure and supplies onto supply carts, while the Count hands over a massive pile of cash that exceeds the original contract several times over. The whole courtyard erupts into wild cheers, chanting Lloyd's name like he's a living saint, and our boy soaks up every second of praise with the smuggest face on the planet. In his head, he's already counting the astronomical profits, daydreaming about going back home to eat, sleep, and never work another day in his life. But right as he's about to celebrate, Count Nameron hits him with one final offer, asking Lloyd to marry his daughter and inherit the entire Nameron territory. Naturally, Lloyd politely declines, making it clear he's proud to be the heir of Frontera and has zero interest in changing his name. From there, they prepare to say their goodbyes to Saluria, who is destined to become the greatest mage on the continent, walking out through the cobbled square as the crowd bids them farewell. Javier looks back one last time, thanking her from the bottom of his heart for everything she did. She gives him a warm smile, waving goodbye as they head out, and Javier falls into step behind Lloyd, ready to head back to the barony. But here's the catch. Lloyd turns around with an evil smirk and reminds Javier that he still owes him for losing his stupid bet. He gestures wildly at the snowy street, telling Javier he has to fulfill his punishment right now. Javier looks up at the sky with total agony on his face, while Lloyd walks ahead, refusing to let him off the hook. In fact, Javier gets so desperate he deadpans and begs Lloyd to just execute him instead, but Lloyd just sighs, complaining about his knight's stubbornness, before his mouth twists into a horrifyingly devious grin. So they head straight back to the Frontera estate together to cash in on the penalty. When they arrive, his parents run out into the snow in absolute shock, terrified that Lloyd is back so soon, especially when they see a parade of glowing purple skeleton spirits marching right behind him. Lloyd casually explains that these floating skeletons are harmless labor spirits he summoned, leaving his father staring at the glowing undead in sheer horror. But the real disaster comes when Javier steps out wearing a giant frilly maid dress, grimacing in absolute humiliation and cursing the day he agreed to Lloyd's ridiculous wager. While exhausted, Lloyd stands in the back, smirking like a supervillain who just won the lottery, while Javier stands frozen in his maid outfit in front of Lloyd's father. Instead of being disgusted, his father gets teary-eyed and wraps the mountain of a knight in a gentle, compassionate hug, leaving Javier completely flustered as he tries to explain that this isn't what it looks like. But the Baron just smiles warmly and tells him it's completely okay to be a little different, making Javier break into a cold sweat and panic even harder as he gets squeezed in the world's most misunderstood hug. Lloyd is in the background practically suffocating from laughing so hard at his knight's absolute misery, while his parents embrace and celebrate their son's return. Then Lloyd opens a massive treasure chest packed with even more glowing spirit energy, and everyone bursts out laughing together in the sparkling snow, enjoying a rare moment of pure peace and happiness. That peace lasts about 5 seconds, because a royal messenger suddenly bursts into the courtyard, unrolling a long red carpet right to Lloyd's feet, sending our boy stumbling backward in complete panic. The messenger reads the royal decree aloud, announcing that Lloyd Frontera has been officially drafted into a special royal envoy departing for Asfahan immediately. Lloyd's jaw hits the floor in utter horror, screaming in total despair as all his dreams of lazy retirement vanish in an instant. The messenger points his scroll and orders him to move out right now without a single second to pack, while an armored guard grabs Lloyd by his hat, dragging our screaming protagonist kicking and flailing across the snow. He cries real tears of fury, cursing the royal family for ruining his life just as he made a fortune, while the guards carry him off like a captured goblin toward his next forced labor mission, leaving his family and knights watching him get hauled away in silence. As the carriage travels through the freezing mountain snow, our boy Lloyd is bent double in his seat, groaning like a man being dragged straight to his execution, while Javier pokes his head and tells him to stop crying because it makes his ugly face look even worse. Naturally, that only makes Lloyd sob harder, prompting Count Ventura to sternly ask why on earth he's weaving over an honorable royal mission from the Queen, unaware that in his head Lloyd cursing Her Majesty for ruining his peaceful life at home. Back at the palace, a senior female official is busy explaining to her staff why she personally picked a greedy, unhinged noble for this diplomatic delegation. Her subordinate assumes it's because of his legendary contributions during the monster crisis, but she shuts that down immediately. See, the official report claimed that local knights defeated a massive Hell Knight in Nameran, a claim she knows is absolute nonsense because mere knights could never beat a demon of that rank, which means Lloyd and his monstrous escort were the ones who actually pulled it off, proving our main character is far more dangerous than he looks. She knows he has the terrifying face of a master scammer, and while the other nobles panic about sending someone so unpredictable, the official insists they should just leave him alone and let him cook. So while Lloyd spends the entire journey wallowing in self-pity and driving the rest of the delegation completely insane, the envoy finally rolls into the golden desert capital of Isfahan. Inside the grand palace, an official kneels before the Sultan to report their arrival, and the old ruler calmly orders his men to give the foreign guests the exact treatment they deserve. And by that, he means absolute disrespect, because the Magentano envoys arrive at their quarters only to find a filthy, broken-down slum. Outraged by the insult, the lead envoy demands an immediate audience with the ruler, demanding to know how long they are expected to wait in a dump like this, only for the local official to casually mention that the Sultan is busy for at least the next 6 months. Before the foreign delegates can explode from shock, the official pulls out a shimmering golden pendant, explaining that if they dislike the accommodations, they can use this token, called the Ppodong, to receive the blessings and hospitality of the kingdom. The lead envoy turns red with fury, accusing the official of tossing coins at them like they're common beggars, but the local guide simply corrects him, holding up the golden token and insisting that receiving a Ppodong is the highest honor in the realm, before dropping it right onto the dusty ground and walking away with a smug grin. The nobleman stares down at the metal with pure hatred, leaving the golden token sitting abandoned in the dirt as the delegates process the sheer weight of the humiliation. Slagging his fists onto the table in their miserable room, the noble shouts that this open disrespect is practically an act of war, as the rest of the diplomats panic over what to do next. He decides their best move is to send urgent letters back home to rally international pressure, and that's when Count Ventura suddenly pauses and looks around, wondering where on earth Lloyd went, and realizing that the discarded golden token from the ground is completely gone. Meanwhile, under the full moon in the city streets, a poor little orphan is shivering in a dark alley, trying to sell torches after being shoved aside by angry buyers. As the kid cries over having nowhere safe to sleep tonight, a tall shadow approaches through the alley, and our boy Lloyd kneels down with a suspicious smile, offering to help him find a proper place to stay. He leads the bewildered child right up to the grandest, most expensive inn in the entire capital, standing alongside Javier like an eccentric fairy godfather, bursting into maniacal laughter as he hands the kid the actual title deed to the entire property. What those snobbish diplomats didn't realize is that a Ppodong isn't a petty tip, it's an absolute, unlimited royal blank check billed directly to the palace. So Lloyd walks into the city's highest-end restaurant, raising the glowing amulet high and announcing to the stunned crowd that dinner for the entire house is on the Sultan's tab. Next, he marches straight into the finest textile shop in the realm, asks the owner to point out the most expensive silk in existence, and then orders everything else in the store with an unhinged grin. When he heads down to the docks, a ship captain asks if he's looking to charter a small boat, only for Lloyd to correct him, saying he wants to buy the ships outright, waving the golden token to purchase 6 full merchant vessels packed to the brim with luxury goods, and ordering them shipped straight back to his home territory of Frontera. Word of the crazy foreign spender spreads like wildfire, bringing hordes of merchants rushing to sell their wares, swarming around Lloyd and Javier in a chaotic frenzy of commerce. Our greedy master calmly tells the crowd to form an orderly line, laughing like a demon as he spends royal money like water. Naturally, standard palace protocol catches up to him when heavy on guard storm the market, hauling Lloyd and Javier directly before the throne room in heavy chains. The Sultan glares down from his royal seat, veins bulging on his forehead, staring at the lunatic who single-handedly spent an entire year's worth of the national budget in one night. I pay my respects to the great and all-powerful Samarkand, Lloyd chirps with a pleasant smile, leaving the old ruler completely dumbfounded, as our master scammer sits bound in ropes, glowing with absolute satisfaction over the heist of the century. So, after his wild spending spree and causing utter chaos in Isfahan's economy, our boy Lloyd finally gets hauled in, bound and kneeling before the formidable Sultan Samarkand. In his head, Lloyd knows he desperately needs to stop the impending war, especially since their shared border is about to become a bloody battlefield. The Sultan, for his part, isn't stupid, recognizing Lloyd Frontera as the first major obstacle if war breaks out, and even admits that destroying Frontera territory would require mobilizing his entire army, with no guarantee of success against Lloyd's unpredictable power. Honestly, the Sultan feels like there's a ticking bomb right there in his own palace, especially when Lloyd looks at Javier and subtly implies that even a powerful swordmaster wouldn't be enough to stop him. Then, with a truly sinister smile, Lloyd offers the Sultan a chilling ultimatum, suggesting that the capital itself could turn to ash if things don't go his way. Naturally, the Sultan is absolutely livid, calling him an evil bastard for daring to threaten him. Samarkand, the ruler of this entire kingdom. Javier, meanwhile, just stands there in the shadows, probably enjoying the show, as the Sultan takes a deep breath, realizing Lloyd isn't bluffing, and just like that, the Sultan orders them to let Lloyd go, while Javier can't help but crack a smug smile. Lloyd, now free, asks the Sultan point blank if he likes what he's done with the Ppodong, inquiring if it feels great to use it as he pleases, all while sprawled out on the floor in an exaggerated dramatic pose. He even goes as far as to sincerely thank the Sultan, admitting he really likes it. After this whole ordeal, Lloyd continues his legendary spending spree, celebrating his triumph amidst piles of treasure like the madman he is. The Sultan, serious as ever, asks if Lloyd has taken it upon himself to lead a nation, but Lloyd casually denies it. This, of course, absolutely floors the Sultan, as Lloyd explains that the money actually came from the Magentano kingdom. The Sultan listens listens with a grim, intense expression as Lloyd confirms his statement, which sends a wave of terror through someone watching from the shadows. Lloyd remains humbly bowed, continuing to speak, while the Sultan tries to process this utterly insane revelation. Soon enough, both Lloyd and Javier burst into laughter, and even the agitated Sultan can't help but join in the bizarre mirth. Impressed by Lloyd's sheer audacity, the Sultan then suggests Lloyd join him. Wanting to make him one of his own people. Lloyd feels the tension in the air, but boldly asks if the great Sultan Samarkand truly wants a war, knowing full well that drought and famine plague the very enemies the Sultan might face. The Sultan listens intently, intrigued enough to invite Lloyd to explain more. From his position far from the throne, Lloyd obliges. Later, Lloyd celebrates his 3 wins contract, waving it around like a trophy, even laughing at a calm Javier. He claims it's an unbelievable amount, but when someone says he'll go down in history for screwing over a Sultan, Lloyd feigns ignorance, explaining that this deal is far cheaper than war, especially since the areas of Asfahan are already suffering from drought, and Samarkand isn't actively helping, which would be a huge loss. From there, we jump straight to nighttime in a magnificent town, where a robed man and woman walk down a palace corridor, and the bearded man reveals he's speaking about his daughter. The mysterious woman then declares she has a mission for her, explaining that tomorrow a man named Lloyd Frontera will be heading to Kandahar, and she will be his escort. The woman stands ready to receive her orders. The next morning, as the sun rises, Sarajard, the woman from the palace, introduces herself to Lloyd and Javier, leading a camel, as they begin their journey with other travelers. One traveler looks back in confusion, as Sarajard remains calm and confident, making the traveler stubborn. The traveler then recognizes Sarajard, wondering if she's there to watch him, and suddenly realizes she's Asfahan's princess, utterly baffled as to why she's going to a construction site, while the princess makes an awkward, peculiar gesture. Sarajard then strikes a graceful pose, repeating her introduction, which leaves the traveler completely shocked. With an intense, menacing look, the princess then begins to deliver a message, leaving the traveler startled and panicked. She declares that this is a message to win her love, as an old man's hands glow with a red aura in the background. The old man, making a heart shape with his hands, directly tells Lloyd to become his son-in-law. After a grueling trek past subterranean water channels and scorching desert tints, their camel caravan finally arrived at the grand city of Kandahar under the night sky. Our boy Lloyd collapses onto a bed in pure relief, convinced he is finally going to get a peaceful night of rest, until his eyes snap open in sudden dread as he remembers those terrifying eyes watching his every move. He sits up in bed sweating bullets because Princess Surajard is standing in his room looking ready to gut him alive, so he nervously suggests they sit down and have a polite chat. Surajard politely tells him to stand up comfortably instead, which only makes Lloyd ask why her idea of comfortable looks like an executioner preparing to chop his neck off. She deadpans that this lethal combat stance is just her natural standing pose, and Lloyd instantly backs down to compromise, knowing his life is hanging by a thread. As she stands there looking thoughtful, outside the moonlit palace walls the royal shadow looms over everything. Lloyd groans and asks why she's even in his room at night, reminding her that her father ordered her to escort him, not stalk him in the dark. He rubs his face in sheer exhaustion, while Sarahar glares sideways, asking who exactly is staring at whom. She insists he is merely performing her duties as his personal guard, pointing right at Javier standing silently in the corner, and boasting that a high sword master like her is worth 10 ordinary men. Naturally, Lloyd sees an angle and laughs wickedly, declaring he would rather have one Javier than 50 of her, and flat out tells her that he has absolutely zero use for her. Sarahar completely loses her temper, unsheathing her blade on the spot, which only makes Lloyd taunt her with fake terror for pulling her weapon, daring her to go ahead and slice his throat right here. Javier watches sternly, knowing Samarkand won't be pleased if she falls for this obvious bait. Right before Sarahar delivers a brutal smack that rattles Lloyd's teeth, slamming him straight down onto the floor. Javier dryly asks if getting his face flattened was fun, standing over him while calling him the absolute worst trash bastard alive. Lloyd just smirks lying on the rug, whispering that the plan was a complete success. Sarajard screams at him, questioning if getting beaten up by a royal lady is his sick fetish, while Javier fake apologizes to her, knowing Lloyd thoroughly deserved every hit. Javier admits he assumed the princess was trying to seduce Lloyd on her father's orders, and asks why Lloyd intentionally provoked a deadly swordswoman into attacking him. In his head, Lloyd is playing a completely different game, knowing that a high-level warrior like Sarajard shouldn't be wasting her life on seduction tactics. What this royal princess doesn't know is that Lloyd never saw her as a romantic option, but as a shiny new piece of heavy machinery, and as she confronts him with a stern glare, Lloyd stands there with his head wrapped, uttering the single word that drives his soul, holding his shovel and telling her she is joining his workforce whether she likes it or not. He flashes his infamous unhinged scammer smile, and as Surajard clenches her fist in furious disbelief, Lloyd immediately casts his hypnotic sleep spell, his eyes glowing bright red. Surajard staggers back in total confusion, as Lloyd shouts magical instructions to override her brain with sleep signals. She tries desperately to fight off the heavy drowsiness, while Lloyd laughs in manic delight at the thought of free labor, until the princess collapses cold onto the rug. Problem is, the area of effect spell catches Javier too, leaving the swordmaster kneeling on the floor fast asleep. The next morning, Lloyd and Javier walk through the city streets, under the suspicious gazes of the local desert residents, observing a population desperately struggling with drought. Lloyd runs the engineering math in his head, smirking deviously as his grand infrastructure blueprint comes together, before screaming out loud to summon his magical beasts. Ppodong and Bengals squeal in chaotic excitement, as Lloyd leaps into the air with a shovel, ordering Javier and the summons to rush to the city center and build a massive intake station. The little creatures dash off like a lightning strike, and with a massive aerial blast, Lloyd announces that Coming and Haming are flying with him 40 kilometers south, to the perpetual snowfields. They soar high above the frozen mountain peaks, where Hamong dives straight down toward the glacial snow, using its absorption power to siphon vast quantities of freezing water. Back at the desert stone well, the summons line up and shoot a massive jet of fresh mountain water under the moonlight, filling the subterranean stone channels to the brim. The dry villagers weep tears of pure joy as fresh water erupts into their wells, looking up to see a dark figure looming over the crowd, revealing Lloyd with the most villainous grin in human history, screaming maniacally into the night, because their water supply now belongs to his empire. Our favorite greedy noble, Lloyd Frontera, stands before the terrified villagers of Kandahar, loudly taking credit for the new water supply. Naturally, this just makes them angrier, and they start pelting him with stones, which he expertly dodges while cackling that he's made them full of energy. The thing is, some stubborn folk still refuse to touch his miraculous water, even as he keeps filling the basins every single day. Honestly, the whole town is getting water again. Our boy Lloyd, acting like some kind of water deity, declares he'll never skip a day. He even has to dodge a boomerang, complaining that someone threw it at him. But eventually, the villagers give in, gulping down the water, many of them smiling despite themselves. However, it's clear a lot of them are still terrified by Lloyd's menacing presence, especially as he peeks through their windows with a truly creepy grin, practically haunting them with hydration. He looms at their doors, causing many to look genuinely shocked and scared. Lloyd continues his unsettling rounds, bowl in hand, essentially forcing the water on them until everyone acknowledges him. A hooded figure holding a pot can only look confused by the whole ordeal. In the water's reflection, Lloyd's distorted, sinister face appears, a true nightmare. He just keeps walking through the streets with his shovel, looking completely unimpressed by their fear. Suddenly, a man walks toward him, and our boy Lloyd wakes him up. The man finally opens his eyes and cracks a smile in acceptance. Soon enough, a crowd gathers, all chanting for water and for Lloyd, a testament to his bizarre marketing. Lloyd, posing dramatically on a structure, shouts for water, screaming his own name and brand, with Javier looking utterly confused behind him. He explains to Averia that this is all part of his continuous and diverse marketing campaign, branding water with his own name. Javier, ever the stoic, can only look confused by the strange declaration, but Lloyd, unfazed, insists he fed it for him. Anyways, with the villagers now somewhat cooperative, Lloyd starts recruiting workers for his massive groundwater construction, luring them with promises of delicious meals from all over the nation. He's practically vibrating with excitement over the national food budget. Meanwhile, back in the capital, the Sultan's court, far from the chaos, is receiving a Padishah record detailing Lloyd Frontera's eccentric yet effective methods. What Samarkand doesn't know is Lloyd is doing this all with his terrifying glare, as he looks intently at the horizon with Javier beside him. Thinking of his grand plan, Lloyd is deep in thought about employing citizens for his construction work, knowing it'll take way too long to dig a 35-kilometer waterway otherwise. As night falls over the desert city, Ppodong, Lloyd's trusty giant hamster, flies high above, its huge silhouette against the bright full moon. Back at Lloyd's temporary residence, a determined Princess Sorajard, with her curved blade, tries to get past Javier. Javier, loyal as ever, stands firm, explaining that the young master wishes to be alone tonight. What she doesn't know is Lloyd is probably just completely exhausted from his water campaign, which Javier, of course, agrees with. She insists, worried about unexpected dangers that might befall Lloyd, even hinting at assassins, acting like a proper escort karn for her safety. But Javier, ever resolute, flatly refuses her entry. In his head, he knows Lloyd's orders are absolute. The full moon shines brightly through the window, providing the only light. The room itself is dimly lit with candles. Frustrated, she snaps, and decides to take matters into her own hands, drawing her curved blade and lunging at Javier, declaring she'll get past him with her skill. But our stoic knight, unimpressed, easily walks her attack, leaving her utterly surprised and outmatched. Lloyd, ever the opportunist, wastes no time trying to negotiate his release, even while bound, because he'll spill the beans about why he's here, but only if they make him comfortable first. He casually asks the guards to untie his hands, claiming they're in a really uncomfortable position. And of course, he quickly assures them he's no dunce trying to revolt against Samarkand, because he knows that would just get his head chopped off. The rebel leader Termez immediately calls him out, asking if he already figured out they were rebels and predicted their arrival. Lloyd just smiles, admitting that anyone disrupting Samarkand's orders in this region would definitely ruffle some rebel feathers. Then our boy Lloyd drops a bombshell, calmly informing Termez that he knows the rebel leader will die trying to stage this revolt. Not only that, but his death will spark a massive uprising across all the regions in Asfahan. Lloyd just holds a faint, unsettling smile, letting that grim prophecy hang in the air. Termez, visibly shaken, immediately orders his guards to release Lloyd's hands, much to their confusion and objection. Lloyd, ever the sarcastic one, offers a blessing to the guard while he works to untie him, earning a sharp "shut up" in return. See, Termez realizes he owes Lloyd a debt, even if Lloyd is working for Samarkand, and he can afford to show the stranger some kindness. A quick flashback reveals the truth. Termez's child was gravely ill, but thanks to Lloyd's widely available water, the child recovered, bringing tears of relief to the tough rebel leader's eyes. The child eagerly drinks the water, having been saved by Lloyd's unconventional methods. Lloyd, meanwhile, is just catching his breath, maybe from the elaborate story he already started, or just stretching after being bound. Termez then warns Lloyd, making it clear he'll cut him down if he tries anything stupid now that he's free. Our boy Lloyd just offers a menacing evil grin in return, hinting at the chaos to come. Suddenly the guards charge at him, but Lloyd throws up a blinding flash of light, staggering them back. The guards look surprised as he poses dramatically and again. He dramatically recounts how they fell into a situation where the paths in front and behind were blocked, forcing him to garner his strength and dig again and again, hoping for light. And right at that moment, he turned around and there was this freaking huge lobster. He shouts, reliving the terror, describing Javier fighting Kyle with swords clashing with a boom 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 boom. The guards are absolutely enthralled, eating popcorn and gasping as Kyle's sword strikes Javier's shoulder with a clink clink. They cheer wildly for the swordmaster's awakening, completely invested invested in Lloyd's fantasy. One guard is so shocked by the dramatic turn of events that he drops his popcorn. Lloyd, ever the showman, then indignantly asks how the conversation even got to this point, trying to regain control. The guards, however, boo him, demanding he not disrupt the flow, because it's just getting really interesting now. Undeterred, Lloyd continues his story, describing thousands of dog-sized locusts dyeing the sky black, telling them they're fools to interrupt. He screams, unleashing a blast as if reliving the moment, completely captivating his audience. The rebel characters scream in terror, recoiling from his sudden energy wave. Right at that moment, he, Captain Frontera, appeared in a flash of light to save the day, to wild cheers. Then, suddenly, our boy Lloyd and Termez are actually riding the giant hamster Ppodong through the sky, far from the rebel camp. Lloyd calmly explains his plan, asking Termez to trust him, as he's going to obtain asylum. From there, we jump to a grand, brightly lit building, where two mages are casting Groveling, a restrained man. The man, clearly terrified, mentions the black wizards, while sweating profusely. A red-haired woman with a cold expression confronts him, speaking of Lord Targa and how they'll have to find him today. The restrained man coughs up blood, clearly in agony. Suddenly, the same red-haired woman reports to the king, announcing Lloyd Frontera is waiting to see him. In her head, she's utterly confused, wondering what Lloyd is doing here when he's supposed to be in Asfahan. Bright sunlight streams through grand pillars as two men kneel before the red-haired queen, who muses thoughtfully. The queen observes Lloyd, resting her chin on her hand. The two men are shocked that she agreed so easily to whatever Lloyd requested. One of them wonders who on earth this man, Lloyd, really is. The red-haired queen smiles slyly, using that those who are competent have always worked themselves to the bone to ensure citizens can lead peaceful lives. One man looks fierce and anxious, sweating under the queen's gaze. The queen continues to ponder, resting her chin on her hand. A man looks distressed, telling her that her face seems to say otherwise about her intentions. The red-haired queen just smiles confidently, radiating power. Another man makes a furious, annoyed expression, clearly at the end of his rope. The queen walks down the stairs and grips a man's chin tightly. She stands over the kneeling man, holding his chin firmly, as he sweats anxiously, realizing he's in deep trouble. Late at night, under a full moon, Javier is putting an exhausted female warrior through relentless training, wishing he could be doing literally anything else, while she slumps against the stone floor, struggling to catch her breath. Naturally, her pride won't let her quit, so she draws her sword and lunges back into the fight, forcing Javier to parry while inwardly begging for this nightmare to end. Suddenly, a bright burst of mana erupts from her blade, surprising her just as much as it surprises him, and Javier realizes what's actually happening. Her energy is spiking uncontrollably, spinning into wild strikes as she pushes past her limits. See, her aura is still unstable, but she is right on the threshold of becoming a genuine swordmaster, unleashing pink beams of energy that tear through the training room. And right at that exact chaotic moment, Lloyd casually waltzes into the room, cheerfully announcing his return and diving out of the way as stray aura slashes vaporize the wall behind him. He darts down the hallway in his underwear, completely baffled by the warm welcome, while Javier screams that he almost got them both killed. The female warrior stops in her tracks, wondering who this half-naked intruder is, but before she can even catch her breath, Lloyd corners her with a scarily intense look, demanding technical specifications for his engineering math. Overwhelmed by his sheer pressure, she rattles off water flow formulas and temperature coefficients, before collapsing flat on the floor in complete physical and mental exhaustion. With those calculations secured, our boy Lloyd grins, leaving her to sleep off her exam stress, and sprints straight down into the underground labyrinth beneath the city. Using the map provided by Termez, he maps out the exact route for a direct waterway, identifying which cavern walls need to be broken and which must be sealed. During the day, Javier uses precise aura blast to carve out the rock, and as night falls in the misty tunnels, their secret reinforcement team finally arrives. The thing is, Lloyd sent a letter back home weeks ago to summon specialized labor, and leading the crew in a white smiley mask are his loyal purple skeleton workers, cheering as they reunite with their master. He points them toward the massive stone wall blocking the river source, realizing they have a major logistical problem. If they breach the final barrier directly, the immense water pressure will sweep everyone away in a flash flood. Luckily, Lloyd has a plan, and involves an extremely muscular veteran miner named Thordes. The old man steps up with a mighty battle cry, striking the rock face with aura-infused pickaxe swings that shatter the stone. He pours everything into living through the job, unaware that Lloyd is setting up a high-stakes escape plan. Before the wall gives way, the skeletons grab Thordes from behind to pull him to safety, while Lloyd offers a quick, mischievous salute, leaving the old miner in complete shock and terror as Lloyd sprints away, shouting that he will never forget his sacrifice. Javier snaps at Lloyd for treating people like disposable tools, leading to a chaotic screaming match in the dark, where Javier angrily points out that they literally have a sword master on the team who could do this safely. Lloyd fires back that Javier only owns one suit of clothes and cannot afford to get it wet, a piece of shameless logic so cold-blooded that watching officials at the Capitol think Satan himself should take notes from him. Up in the royal administrative offices, an official chuckles at the incoming messenger reports, eager to see just how far this insane noble will push things. As dawn breaks over the arid wasteland, out in the sun-scorched desert settlement, the skeleton worker squad leader Turtleneck digs through the remaining layer of cavern rock, grumbling as he strikes the final blow, causing a violent burst of debris and sparks. A surge of fresh underground water bursts through the opening, sweeping the poor skeleton away in a torrent and roaring into the newly constructed piping network. The water cascades down into the dry settlement, and the parched locals rush forward with bowls and pots in utter disbelief. They cheer endlessly as clean, cool water fills their hands, watching Lloyd with tearfully, offers him a bowl of the very water he brought to them, and Lloyd accepts it gracefully, tasting the fruit of his labor. Though a kid in the crowd pauses to ask why the great savior is walking around completely shirtless, our boy just offers a serene, gentle smile, knowing a true scammer never worries about dress codes. After bringing water straight through the desert, our boy Lloyd is actually annoyed that the villagers are giving him weird nicknames, because in his his mind, if they are going to praise him, it should at least sound awesome. Honestly though, he figures he can just sit back and relax from here on out, until Termez walks over and drops to his knees, thanking him for saving countless lives in the settlement. The entire crowd pledges their eternal loyalty to the Frontera name, which makes Lloyd try to play it humble and tell them hard work is enough, even while he grins like a hyena as the system showers him with free reputation points. With the local population completely won over, the news travels straight to the Grand Dome of Ahinsha, where the ruler of Kandera grants him an audience. What this arrogant king doesn't realize is that demanding Lloyd become his subordinate only gets him rejected on the spot because Lloyd claims his tastes run a bit slimmer. King Samarkand is not used to being talked to like a secondary character and demands to know if Lloyd is stupid or just suicidal, offering Lady Sarahhairter and demands to know if Lloyd is stupid or just suicidal, offering Lady Sarahhaird instead to sweeten the deal, which leads to an awkward silence as Sarahhaird makes no effort to hide her disgust. Seeing that his matchmaking is falling flat, Samarkand decides to honor his original promise, agreeing to move forward with official talks. The poor royal envoy kneels on the floor exhausted, knowing how long it took just to get the ruler this far. See, getting Samarkand to the negotiating table was supposed to be impossible, and every noble expects a brutal standoff, but as the formal meeting opens, Lloyd sits back calmly while the room holds its breath. The foreign diplomats are practically praying for a miracle, only for Samarkand to drop a bombshell by apologizing first. The nobles nearly faint on the spot, unable to comprehend how this arrogant king is suddenly being reasonable. Naturally, the catch comes immediately after, because Samarkand promises double compensation for past issues, and before anyone can celebrate his generous mood, he gestures grandly, sweating with intense obsession, and demands Lloyd Frontera for himself as his chief architect. When the official rushes to deliver the news to Lloyd's quarters, he nervously stammers out the king's terrifying demand, and Lloyd responds by pulling the ugliest, most horrified face imaginable. The panicked diplomat tries frantically to explain the situation, but Lloyd suddenly smiles warmly and tells him he did great. In fact, getting himself hired as the kingdom's supreme contractor was his exact plan all along. Back on his throne, Samarkand is already dreaming up a massive list of construction projects, planning to overwork Lloyd on roads, water channels, and castle walls. The problem is, when he asks why Lloyd isn't present, the official admits our boy wandered off to hunt a giant sandworm. Samarkand nearly chokes in sheer panic, because out in the dunes, a massive sandworm erupts from the earth, looming over the desert with its maw wide open. With its thick, segmented skin thrashing around, Lloyd stands his ground with a shovel in hand, swinging it down like a madman, dead set on taming the monster for construction labor. The beast thrashes wildly across the sand, causing a massive explosion, so Lloyd tags in his giant hamster Ppodong, who slams into the ground like a meteor. As the creature squirms on the sand, Lloyd shouts for Javier to finish it, and his escort knight leaps into the air, blasting the worm with a wave of green energy. The giant monster thrashes in complete shock as these lunatics overpower it, with Lloyd shouting orders in the middle of the chaos. A final explosion blows the creature away, and Samarkand, watching the entire massacre with his guards, can only stare in utter disbelief. Lloyd looks back at them, his giant demonic smile looming over the scene like a nightmare. Samarkand takes one look at that unholy face and immediately orders his men to take that crazy bastard back with them. Later that night in the palace, the king sits at his desk trying to convince himself that sending Lloyd away was the smartest move he ever made. That fragile peace lasts about 5 minutes, before a panicked soldier rushes inside, shouting that Lloyd stole the Ppodong, the nation's divine treasure. Before leaving, before the old ruler can even digest the robbery, another messenger runs into the room, reporting that Lady Sarahhaird has vanished as well. Samarkand shouts in sheer disbelief, reading her letter where she reveals she left to learn from Lloyd and explicitly begged them not to search for her. The king slumps over his desk in total despair, crying under the full moon as he curses that bastard Lloyd Frontera, who just robbed his kingdom of its sacred weapon and its strongest warrior in a single afternoon. After pulling off the biggest legal scam in desert history, our boy Lloyd wakes up back in his own bed, still rubbing his head and wondering how he made it home in one piece, when a maid bursts through the door waving a letter from his younger brother Julian. Naturally, Julian graduated top of his class at the academy, like the total overachiever he is, and his father reads the news with tears in his eyes, celebrating the rare moment of family pride. Before the celebration can even settle, an employee announces that the shipment from Isfahan has officially landed, and Lloyd's mother Marbella inspects a chest overflowing with gold and gemstones. She sparkles brighter than the jewels in her hands, sharing a sinister laugh with Lloyd as they realize just how absurdly rich they are about to become. Looking out over his expanding territory, Lloyd decides to check up on his workforce, where local villagers greet him like a saint because his crazy engineering projects actually kept him fed. Down in the forest, a battalion of wild orcs marches in formation carrying heavy iron tools, approaching Lloyd with absolute military discipline. One massive orc glares forward with lethal intensity, so Lloyd steps up to conduct a quick hands-on safety inspection, leaving his parents terrified that their son is about to get eaten alive. What they do not realize is that Lloyd treats monster management like basic workplace health, playfully tapping the giant beast on the chest before shoving it back to test its balance. His parents almost faint on the spot, watching Lloyd stand toe-to-toe with a creature 4 times his size. The orc lunges forward with terrifying speed, taking a direct hit as Lloyd grapples him, wrestling the monster straight onto the dirt until the beast hits the ground with a heavy thud. The bruised orc glares up in defeat, and Lloyd just smiles serenely, completely satisfied with his crew's physical conditioning. From there, Lloyd leads his monster workforce on a brisk morning jog through the fields, even pulling off a graceful combat roll just to stay in shape. plate. Behind him, the entire orc squad keeps pace with fanatical enthusiasm, including a multi-armed brute flexing like a bodybuilder. Lloyd sets an intense tempo for the drill, as the lead orc nods with fierce respect, leaving Lloyd's parents completely bewildered at the sheer madness of his labor ecosystem. He reassures his mother that despite looking terrifying, his workers are basically angels who love high wages, which is why even the local undead bow politely to wish them a peaceful morning. As Lloyd rides past on horseback, his workers keep a giant dragon properly fed, while crowds of shovel-wielding citizens chant their morning prayers, kneeling in unison before a giant statue built in Lloyd's likeness, as if he were a divine savior. Looking up at his peaceful, prosperous estate, Lloyd soaks in the success, until a convoy of treasure carriages rolls down the main road. A heavily bearded merchant steers the lead wagon, and Lloyd's parents look deeply distressed by the sudden military-grade escort. It turns out a young envoy is unloading even more chestloads of gold from Asfahan, and Lloyd immediately turns to bolt before anyone asks how he acquired all this wealth. His mother catches him on the road, wrapping him in a warm hug right beside the treasure. His father drapes a thick blanket over Lloyd's shoulders, wiping away a tear as he asks why his eldest son is walking around completely naked. Lloyd just smiles with pure inner peace, answering that being home means total freedom. Meanwhile, far away at the royal palace of Magentano, a nervous diplomat kneels before the throne room carpet, where Queen Alicia stares down with cold, calculating authority. Count Ventura sweats profusely under her glare, panicking as he attempts to explain his recent diplomatic negotiations. Leaning back on her throne, the queen notes that balanced diplomacy only works when backed by overwhelming power, smiling coldly as she promises to grind any nation that steps out of line into fine powder. Back at home, Lloyd suddenly clutches his stomach in agonizing pain, sensing that his geopolitical schemes might bite him in the ass later. Out in the estate gardens, the Desert Master swordswoman Sirajid reflects on her journey. Knowing Asfahan and Magentano share a bloody history, she resolves that true mutual trust requires bold action, staring ahead with absolute focus as she seeks out the one man who can fix her severe insomnia. Nearby, Lloyd's father cheerfully trims the garden hedges with hand shears. The old man processes the words in dead silence, turning around in surprise as the words in dead silence, turning around in surprise when a shadow falls over him. Sirajid looms over the old nobleman with intimidating grace, introducing herself as the daughter of King Samarkand from the eastern realm of Asfahan. The old count nearly drops his shears, utterly stunned that royalty from an enemy nation is standing in his backyard. She looks him dead in the eye, declaring that she traveled across the continent specifically for Lloyd. Sweating bullets, the poor father stammers out why she could possibly be looking for his son, and Sirajid hesitates for a brief second before announcing with supreme confidence that she can only sleep when Lloyd is around, and then screams in absolute soul-shattering terror, assuming his summon confidence that she can only sleep when Lloyd is around. While his father is losing his mind over misinterpreting foreign relations, Lloyd lies unconscious on a cold stone floor, slowly opening his eyes as consciousness drifts back. Sitting up on the edge of an endless abyssal cliff, he looks around at the pitch-black void, and gasps as an unearthly glow illuminates his face. His eye widens in sheer horror, as a colossal sphere of blinding hellfire looms directly above him, dominating the horizon. Like a dying star, before him stands a towering fiery entity of ancient nightmare, its body a writhing ocean of searing flames. Lloyd sweats buckets under the oppressive heat, swallowing hard as the pressure threatens to crush his ribs. Looking like a tiny speck against the inferno, he watches the blazing wave engulf the sky, revealing a massive silhouette standing amidst the cosmic fire. Stumbling back across the scorched earth, he hears the giant figure laughing mockingly down at him. The entity demands to know how a mere mortal ended up in this realm of damnation, but Lloyd just clutches his chest with a totally unbothered expression. Standing tiny against the cosmic threat, he listens as the fiery lord admits he actually likes Lloyd's dark energy, claiming a soul like his belongs straight in hell. The distorted flame face grins menacingly, and Lloyd calmly asks if that is supposed to be a compliment, explaining his actual dream is just retiring to a quiet town with a massive pile of money. The ancient demon stares at him in utter disbelief, wondering if this ridiculous human descended into the underworld just to insult him. Silence falls over the blazing sky as the red silhouette flares with irritation. Lloyd stands tall against the burning horizon, flashing a creepy, self-satisfied grin right in the demon's face. Suddenly, dark vine-like tentacles burst from the ground and bind his arms, a fiery hand reaching out from the abyss, coiling a burning tendril around his neck until chokes. Lloyd screams in agony as the shadowy vines constrict his entire body, suspending him mid-air while a mysterious voice warns the entity not to terrify the boy too much. The shadow within the fire turns back, glaring menacingly at the interceding powers and asking if they're being too nosy. The demon sneers, threatening to make things far worse if they test him, before reluctantly deciding to play within the established rules, for now. Lloyd sits bolt upright in his bedham, gasping for air in a total panic. He lies back panting heavily, sweat soaking his sheets, wondering why his face feels burning hot if that terrifying encounter was just a nightmare. A quiet knock at the bedroom door snaps him out of his anxiety, and he tries to brush off the feverish heat as he sits up. Javier stands at the doorway looking stoic as ever, and Lloyd looks back with wide, slightly nervous eyes, before breaking into his signature terrifying, greedy scammer grin. As they walk down the hallway together, Javier declines to even ask what evil plot is brewing, flatly bringing up that Lady Sirajid from Asfahan has arrived on the estate. Lloyd smugly confirms he knew she would come, boasting that nobody can resist his world-class hypnotic lullaby. His evil scheming smile returns full force, leaving Javier thoroughly disturbed by the implication. They stop in front of the grand meeting room doors, where Sirajid sits at a long table beside a glowing magic crystal. Taking a seat across from her, Lloyd listens as she asks if he intends to record his sleep-inducing song into the magic device. He clutches his chest in pained shock when she asks if he will do it for free, so she calmly offers to pay him whatever fee he wants. Lloyd immediately gasps in exaggerated agony, claiming he already has far too much money to care about gold. Veins pop on Siraj's forehead as her her patience reaches its absolute limit. She looks down at the stack of documents placed on the wooden table, where Lloyd points at the fine print with a manic, predatory grin. Javier watches in awe, realizing Lloyd prepared this contract long before she even set foot in the kingdom. Sarajard reads the absurd clauses out loud, furious that she must serve the Frontera estate for 5 full years before getting the lullaby crystal. Lloyd gestures dramatically like a benevolent saint, cackling wildly with a wide-open mouth as he lays out his extortion scheme. Javier runs the math in his head and realizes Lloyd manipulated him too, using Javier's sword training to turn the princess into free labor for the barony. Lloyd leans back in his chair with ultimate satisfaction, pretending his receiver is dropping out while making static noises when Sarajard accuses him of being a vile scammer. Unable to take his shameless mockery, she blasts him across the face with a magical strike, knocking him headfirst onto the table, as she screams at the trash of humanity. Storming into the forest with a pack on her back, she fumes over his underhanded deal, yet cannot help contemplating if trading 5 years of service to become a master swordswoman is actually worth it. Her eyes narrow in deep thought until she suddenly looks around the dense woods, cursing as she realizes she lost the path. Searching through the trees for any sign of civilization, she peers around a giant trunk and freezes, catching sight of a figure bathed in bright sunlight with radiant golden hair. As Surahard wanders through the woods, she spots a young man looking down with a gentle expression, peeking from behind a tree to observe the scene cautiously. The young man appears deep in thought and Surahard watches him with a serious, evaluating gaze. In her mind, she pictures Lloyd as a frail, pathetic little white rabbit that would snap in half under the slightest pressure. The young man frowns at the heavy task before him, watching 2 estate workers struggle in vain to push a massive boulder out of the road. Lloyd runs over to offer his help to the struggling men, stepping up as the workers look at him in surprise. Without hesitating, Lloyd strips off his shirt, revealing a shockingly ripped, muscular physique forged from months of intense engineering work. The workers gawk in absolute disbelief at their jacked master, while Sarahard watches from behind a rock, her mind blown. Her mental image immediately updates from a weak bunny to a swole, hypermuscular rabbit of pure destruction. Lloyd grunts with intense effort as he pushes against the solid stone, Sarahard considering his surprisingly dedicated spirit. Sweat pouring down his back as he strains with all his power. Realizing the rock won't budge by sheer force, Lloyd suggests they dig out the base with shovels bit by bit. He explains his manual labor plan with energetic enthusiasm, but Sarahard steps out from the trees, pointing out that digging would take an entire day. She calmly offers to clear the boulder herself, leaving Lloyd staring at her doe-eyed shocked. She stands beside him in the glowing sunlight, her hand smoothly reaching for the hilt of her sword. In a split second, Sarahard lunges forward with high-speed precision, slashing her blade through the boulder and exploding it into tiny fragments. The estate workers stumble back in sheer panic at the display of power. As Sarahard gracefully sheathes her weapon, she walks right past the smoking crater of debris, leaving Lloyd looking up at her in absolute awe, asking who she really is. She glanced back over her shoulder, with effortless elegance, while Lloyd clutches his chest, flustered by the sheer flex of a true swordmaster. Sarahard continues her walk down the estate village path, spotting a towering, green-skinned figure nearby. She politely greets the orc warrior, calling him Mr. Kuga, and the shark-fanged orc looks down at the royal visitor. Kuga strikes up a friendly conversation with her, leaving Sarahard looking back in mild astonishment at how comfortable monsters are around humans here. The orc grunts as he hangs up laundry sheets in the sun, and Sarahard turns while helping dry the linens. Kuga asks her straight out if human women can truly love an orc like Sergeant Greg. Sarahard blinks in confusion at the strange question, listening as Kuga happily explains the romance between Sergeant Greg and a human girl. Kuga gets emotional just talking about his fellow orc warrior's love life, Sarahard taking in the incredible harmony of this territory. She pictures humans and orcs sharing genuine laughter together, even elf warriors celebrating alongside former enemies in complete unity. Kuga stands lost in thought after sharing his story, turning back towards Sarahard, who peers over the drying sheets at the peaceful domain. Kuga hides behind the laundry lines on the grassy field as she heads back to the manor. That evening, Sarahard sits at the Grand Frontera dining table, resting her head on her hand by candlelight. She looks over at Lloyd, who is busy sketching massive cannon designs on a giant board. She asks him directly if people in the capital would think a human woman loving an orc is ridiculous. Lloyd holds his drafting tool and smirks cynically, asking why she cares about such silly gossip. Javier keeps a stern, focused watch from the corner while a red-haired knight across the table screams in passionate defense of Greg and Emily's love story. Lloyd sighs in annoyance at the dramatic dinner table noise, right as another guest starts weeping tears of pure bliss holding a piece of meat on his fork. The entire table is packed with food, knights, and monsters, enjoying a lavish feast. The senior knight stares sternly at Sarahard, recognizing her true standing as elite swordmaster. Sarahard looks down at her plate, overwhelmed by how insane yet warm this household feels. The young knights chat happily while devouring their meal, one of them wiping away a tear of gratitude for the delicious food. Sarahard's eyes widen as she processes the sheer chaos and prosperity of the Frontera barony, sweat dripping down her neck from the intense atmosphere. She abruptly stands up from the dining table, surprising everyone around her. Announcing that she needs to clear her mind, she turns to leave the hall. Lloyd rests his cheek on his hand, smirking playfully as he asks when they will sit down to negotiate her 5-year contract again. Sarahard walks away without looking back, telling him to forget about it while secretly knowing she can never escape this crazy estate. At night, Julian catches a guest carrying a massive luggage bag near the exit, immediately suspecting she is trying to make a quiet escape from the barony. The woman stops dead in her tracks, blushing furiously, but as soon as she stammers that she was just out for a stroll, Julian lets out a huge sigh of relief. The only catch is that her bag is absolutely massive, so she was forced to embarrassingly confess that it is packed to the brim with leftover meal boxes because the estate's food was too good to leave behind. Julian stands there in stunned realization, offering a quick, awkward smile to ease the embarrassment, while she closes her eyes, wishing the ground would swallow her whole. Recovering smoothly, Julian gently tells her he is just glad she isn't leaving, admitting he noticed how overwhelmed she seemed during dinner and could not help worrying about her all night. Struck by his warmth, she stammers that she is feeling much better, softly considering that maybe staying at the estate would not be so bad after all. What neither of them notices is that Lloyd is lurking behind the window curtains with the face of an unhinged demon, until Javier suddenly materializes right behind him, demanding his mandatory bedtime lullaby, since Lloyd failed to show up on time. Seeing Lloyd spying on the moonlight conversation, Javier dryly asks why he is glaring like a villain at two people falling in love, mercilessly snarking that anyone with eyes could read the romantic atmosphere, though it is no surprise a man with zero romantic experience would not understand. He even offers a fake sympathetic cheer for Lloyd's pathetic love life, flatly warning that no matter how jealous he is, he will not let Lloyd ruin his younger brother's chance at happiness. Offended to his core, Lloyd angrily fires back that he is not trying to ruin anything, declaring that from this moment on, he is taking full control as the self-appointed Cupid of love to guarantee Julian gets his romance. Drawing on every cheesy romance novel trope he can remember, Lloyd immediately sets his chaotic master plan into motion. He locates an off-duty orc worker in the courtyard, who insists he just wants to enjoy his break in peace, only for a paper airplane to come flying through the air as Lloyd aggressively launches his written orders from afar. The paper missile streaks across the courtyard and hits the poor orc square on the forehead, while Lloyd strikes a dramatic pose demanding total cooperation. Reading the absurd script on the paper, the orc sighs and agrees to play along with the crazy young master's scheme. From there, we jump straight to Lloyd orchestrating every single romance trope known to mankind, starting with a classic moonlit longing by the window, trying to force a dramatic eye contact spark between the two. Naturally, Sarajar just stares back in total confusion, wondering what on earth people actually mean when they talk about romantic tension. Lloyd then tries forcing the accidental mind-reading banter trope, which only leaves Sarajar looking intensely uncomfortable, glaring at Julian as if he has lost his mind-reading banter trope, which only leaves Sarajar looking intensely uncomfortable. Next up is the sudden lullaby connection, which results in Julian panicking in complete embarrassment as the mood dies instantly. Refusing to accept defeat, Lloyd stages a sudden door-opening surprise, shoving Julian into the room right on cue, which startles Sarajar completely off guard. When that fails, Lloyd deploys his ultimate weapon, briefing a group of human soldiers and orcs to stage a fake ambush, where the monsters taunt the humans so Julian can step in and save the day. The actors launch into their overly dramatic villain speeches, but the problem is Sarajar walks into the room mid-scene and instantly beats the absolute hell out of the staged attacker on pure reflex, leaving the poor guy bleeding on the floor before anyone can explain the script. With the paid actor nursing a broken nose, Sarajar stands over him looking deeply troubled by the bizarre situation, leaving Julian sitting alone by the window contemplating his life choices. But that absolute lunatic Lloyd refuses to give up, slamming his hand down to trigger the final emergency backup plan. He sends a young messenger sprinting down the hallway screaming in fake panic, forcing Sarajar to run toward the courtyard in a desperate rush. Meanwhile, Julian sits inside holding a cob of corn and trembling with nerves, while a giant green monster waits in the bushes like a cheap stage prop. Hearing footsteps approach, the creature turns on cue, as Julian steels his resolve to finally confess his true feelings. Sarajar reaches the door, taking a deep breath to brace herself, while a little girl nearby stares in absolute shock at the monstrous creature lurking in the yard. On Lloyd's mark, the fake monsters charge forward with full dramatic flair, swarming the area to create the ultimate damsel in distress moment. Opening the door, Julian and Sarajar are greeted by pure, unadulterated chaos, as the stage scene collapses into complete madness around them. Orcs grab terrified bystanders while throwing flower petals into the air, while Lloyd jumps out enthusiastically pointing at the bewildered duo and declaring it their official first day as a couple. The entire courtyard erupts into forced celebration amid flying petals and roaring monsters, leaving Sarajar praying to her mother in heaven to grant her strength against this estate's insanity. High above the gloomy realm, an ancient fortress sits under a blood-red sky, as a formidable red-haired knight leads a heavily armored battalion straight to the gates of Black Mage Targa's lair. Raising a gloved hand to signal the attack, she commands her forces to launch an all-out assault, raining a massive barrage of destructive magic down upon the fortress walls. Explosions tear through stone towers as stone and magic collide, sending the cloakedists into absolute panic as their hidden sanctuary falls apart. The armored knights storm the inner corridors, cutting down dark mages in vicious close-quarters combat until a monstrous purple-scaled beast lets out a deafening roar from the depths, slamming its massive clawed foot into the stone floor and shaking the entire castle. The vanguard stalls in sheer terror at the creature's immense size, but the spellcasters quickly retaliate by unleashing streams of scorching fire magic. Flames engulf the beast as it screeches in agony, thrashing wildly and smashing warriors against the collapsing walls. Seeing the chaos, the squad leaders order a full retreat to pull the wounded clear of the crumbling structure, while the monster unleashes another violent roar that rattles the valley. Outside, soldiers scramble to tend to the growing list of injured, staring up at the burning gates with rising dread, until the red-haired knight steps forward to face the beast alone. Channeling her mana into her blade, radiant pink magical energy flares around her sword, and with a fierce battle cry she leaps high into the air, descending with a blinding beam of pure destructive force. The energy wave tears straight through stone debris, sweeping across the battlefield like a holy scythe, obliterating everything in its path, engulfing the entire courtyard in white light as a massive flash explodes across the horizon. The monstrous beast is swallowed whole by the blast, roaring in agony as its body is ripped apart, spewing a cloud of toxic green poison gas in its final death throes. Coughing against the noxious fumes, the knight grips her weapon, focusing her mind to push through the deadly cloud, summoning a swirling vortex of light to purge the venomous air before exhaling in sheer exhaustion. Reaching out toward the glowing sanctuary door, she steps past torn tapestry silk to confront the mastermind himself, who stands trembling before a massive skull altar. Dark Mage Targa grimaces in desperate fury, but before he can cast a single spell, she calls out his name, catching the panicked villain completely off guard. Dejected and sweating in fear, Targa drops his defense, as she condemns him for his atrocities, executing a lightning-fast sword clash that disarms him in a fraction of a second, leaving him sprawling helplessly onto the stone floor, while she stands over him declaring that his reign of terror is over. But as the memory fades into dark mist, the scene shifts away from legendary battlefields, straight to a bright, sunlit garden, where a stunning wedding ceremony is taking place. At the altar, a handsome groom and his glowing bride exchange vows under a canopy of flowers, as she holds a white bouquet with a happy smile. Falling confetti rains down over the celebrating crowd, where noble guests applaud enthusiastically, and even muscular green orcs and blonde elves stand side by side cheering for the new couple. And right in the middle of it all, Lloyd is cackling like a cartoon supervillain, sporting a face so terrifyingly evil that Javier can only stare at him in utter disappointment. Deadpan as ever, Javier asks how orchestrating his brother's wedding has anything to do with escaping royal exploitation, admitting he does not see how this stops the queen from working Lloyd to death. Lloyd smugly points out that by uniting these high-profile houses, he has positioned himself as an indispensable diplomatic figure tied to two major nations. Being a proud citizen of Magentana while simultaneously gaining family ties with Samarkand gives him unprecedented political leverage. Since Sultan Samarkand knows Lloyd was only acting during the Sandworm crisis, he still desperately wants Lloyd's engineering genius on his payroll. So if Queen Magentano ever tries to overwork him or treat him like slave labor, Lloyd can simply pack his bags and defect to Samarkand instead. Javier's jaw practically hits the floor as he realizes Lloyd arranged an entire royal marriage purely to build himself a political getaway vehicle. Acknowledging the sheer terrifying audacity of his master's greed, settling back with complete confidence, Lloyd smiles while guests swear in peace, knowing he has successfully secured the ultimate leverage against the throne. Out of nowhere, a bright blue system window flashes in front of Lloyd's eyes, causing his jaw to drop in total disbelief. For saving over 20,000 lives during the recent crisis, the system awards him a massive pile of developmental points, revealing that if he saves up 50,000 points, he can unlock a cheat skill called World's Strongest. But instead of being thrilled, Lloyd touches his chin in deep dread, his face twisting into an expression of utter disgust at the thought of being forced into hero work and fighting dangerous monsters. Just as he is mourning his peaceful life, the officiating count approaches him with a warm smile, praising Lloyd as a national hero who united two kingdoms into brother nations. Panicking at the praise, Lloyd frantically begs the count to stop, desperately insisting he is just a greedy petty snob who cares only about money. The count just laughs off his words as extreme humility, leaving Lloyd sweating bullets as the nobleman drops the real bomb. The queen has specifically summoned Lloyd to report to the royal capital immediately. Desperate to avoid royal labor, Lloyd instantly puts on a sickly performance, hacking and coughing violently while claiming he needs urgent medical recuperation in Asfahan. The count gives him a look of absolute pity, knowing full well what the queen promised to do if Lloyd tried to dodge her summons. Realizing the queen threatened to personally drag him back by his throat, Lloyd realizes escape is impossible and reluctantly marches off to the capital, feeling utterly defeated before he even arrives. Kneeling before the throne with his fist clenched, Lloyd listens as the queen sits at her desk with an intense glare, warning him that if he had ignored her summons she would have marched an entire army into his county out of a broken heart. She adds that she knows he would have fled to Asfahan, which makes her so lonely she might just burn everything down, leaving Lloyd bowing flat on the floor and swearing total obedience to stay on her good side. She leads him deep beneath the palace into a grand stone hall guarded by elite knights, where Lloyd gazes up in wide-eyed awe at a colossal ancient dragon skeleton resting in the dark. The queen explains they recovered the massive bones after defeating dark mages, and Lloyd's mind immediately starts racing as he remembers from the novel that dragon bones can be crafted into god-tier magic tools. Salivating with shameless greed, he aggressively pitches a grand royal garden project centered around a massive statue of the queen, carved alongside the dragon remains. He promises it will serve as the ultimate symbol of Magentano's supreme power, focusing all his energy on securing the prize. Bowing formally, he even offers to handle the entire construction completely free of charge. Knowing him all too well, the queen eyes him suspiciously and asks what he actually wants in return. Lloyd unashamedly asks to take home a single dragon tailbone as his reward. The queen stares at him in dead silence, her rage flaring like a roaring lion at his sheer audacity. Balancing on a thin wire, Lloyd recoils as she steps forward, yelling in panic while greed still shines in his eyes. She lands a brutal cartoonish punch straight to his head, sending him reeling in pain, but agreeing to grant him the tailbone if he replaces it with a replica. Bowing flat on the floor, Lloyd happily shouts that she can beat him 1,000 times if it gets him what he wants. Thrilled that his labor will not be exploited for free, he celebrates his massive prize, even as he dramatically laments that he hates working and just wants to get rich doing nothing. What he needs now is a way to complete the project without lifting a finger, which is when a veteran noble arrives on site. Viscount Nord, a legendary garden designer, looks down his nose at Lloyd, ranting that a young brat like him has no right to call himself an artisan, compared to a veteran who worked 30 years for his title. Observing the old man's massive ego, Lloyd instantly drops to his knees in dramatic submission, shouting that he is just an ignorant kid who got lucky and could not dream of standing beside a true master. He begs to simply stand nearby and absorb the Viscount's infinite wisdom. Overwhelmed by the intense flattery, the Viscount's pride swells to dangerous levels. He smugly takes over the entire project, telling Lloyd he is completely useless and should stay out of the way, taking full responsibility for all surveying and blueprint design. As the old man walks off celebrating his own genius, Lloyd casually strolls over to a nearby grassy field, hopping into a hammock strung between two trees. Cackling manically, he celebrates scoring a god-tier dragon bone while tricking someone else into doing 100% of the labor. Mocking the Viscount's arrogance, he settles in for a glorious nap, while moonlit peace settles over the estate. But deep inside the ancient skull shrine nearby, where royal guards stand watch, darkness gathers within the open maw as sinister purple magic quietly ignites in the shadows. While staring out over the sprawling royal garden site, Lloyd pitches Viscount Nord on a peaceful, natural design, knowing the old man will take the bait and do every shred of actual work. Javier watches the veteran designer light up with creative passion, while our boy Lloyd is already plotting how to bleed the royal treasury dry on extra consulting fees. When Javier heads off to lead the official site meeting, he tells Lloyd to stay behind and take a rest, which is all the permission our main character needs to start running wild through the woods with his elemental summons. He corners a wild beaver creature, and immediately orders his giant hamster Ppodong to start a full-blown creature battle. The wild animal stands zero chance, especially when Lloyd literally orders Ppodong to use a thunderbolt attack, blasting the poor critter into oblivion. Naturally, his chaotic little game doesn't end there, because Javier is forced to sprint through the trees to track him down, only to find Lloyd hunting down spirits like a man possessed. Javier dodges through the branches to stay clear of the madness, right as Ppodong turns its electrical power straight back onto Lloyd, shocking him flat onto his back. Of course, getting fried doesn't bother him at all when he realizes he's getting paid royal money to goof off, until Javier comes sprinting back into view shouting at the top of his lungs. The Queen has personally arrived at the construction site, and Lloyd barely gets a second to panic before heavy hands slam down onto his table, sliding a thick stack of engineering blueprints straight into his face. He scrambles to look like a dedicated genius working hard in the shade, but when he turns around, he instantly drops into the lowest bow humanly possible. Her Majesty stares down at him like a disappointed parent who caught him red-handed, leaving Lloyd sweating flat against the dirt while wondering if he's about to be executed. She asks him straight out if he thinks Viscount Nord is a complete fool, and just when Lloyd's life flashes before his eyes, a royal knight interrupts to deliver an official report. It turns out Viscount Nord was struggling with the water flow around the Grand Dragon Monument, which was threatening to flood the entire lower attraction. While Lloyd keeps sweating on the ground, the knight explains how Lloyd stepped in and designed a brilliant stepped canal lock, installing double valve doors to control the water levels, allowing boats to move smoothly between elevations without drowning anyone. The craziest part is that Lloyd handed all the official credit to Nord, praising the old designer publicly so Nord wouldn't lose his aristocratic pride. Instead of punishing him, the Queen tells Lloyd to raise his head and lower his rear end before she kicks it, admitting she's actually thrilled with how he handled the old man's ego. Lloyd sits there completely dumbfounded that his lazy scheming somehow made him look like a selfless saint, while Javier just sighs, knowing his master failed upward yet again. Then we get a small time skip as autumn turns to a freezing winter and Lloyd keeps goofing off through the completed garden layout. The site blooms into a breathtaking masterpiece, dominated by the giant skeletal dragon glowing under magical lights. During the grand opening banquet, the Queen sits on her throne admiring the spectacle, completely unaware that the ancient bones in the center of the garden are about to awaken. Right in the middle of the banquet, dark purple magic erupts deep inside the ancient dragon skull shrine, as a royal guard draws his rapier to face the threat, while swirling demonic energy gathers around the massive bones, announcing that an ancient soul has possessed the skeletal remains. The monster surges forward with glowing purple wings, slamming a giant skeletal claw onto the pedestal, shattering the stone into flying debris, as glowing red eyes ignite within the dark aura, sending the helpless crowd into pure panic, before a massive shockwave blasts everyone off their feet. Princess Alicia charges straight into the chaos with her glowing rapier, leaping through the air to strike the undead beast, but the monster swipes its claw, sending bodies flying through the smoke, as purple hellfire engulfs the sky, and the dragon's red eye fixes on the survivors below. Seeing the grounds covered in defeated guards, the skeletal monster unleashes an explosive burst of aura, prompting Alicia to scream that brute force won't work on this demon, watching in horror as the giant shadow looms over fleeing civilians before she frantically looks around and calls out for Sir Azrahan to save them. High above, the dragon circles over the rolling hills while Alicia gasps in disbelief, watching Lloyd and Javier sprint across the field, hurtling straight over a banquet buffet table, tearing across the grass like Olympic sprinters, trampling through decorative garden beds, leaving Javier utterly bewildered until he skids to a complete halt in the dirt. Pointing back at the monster, Javier warns that the beast is running straight toward them, resolving to stand his ground, which shocks Alicia with his sheer determination. The demonic dragon charges up a lethal pink energy beam, firing a destructive blast that sends Javier airborne. Blown backward by the powerful explosion, Javier watches the skeletal monster unleash continuous beams, forcing him to vault backward to avoid getting vaporized. As pink magic carves up the landscape, gritting his teeth in fury, Javier unleashes a brilliant blue-white aura slash from his sword, landing a direct hit that detonates right on the dragon's skull. The force of the impact sends shockwaves across the sky, but the dragon retaliates with a rapid barrage of magic projectiles, forcing Javier into a frantic high-speed dance where getting hit once means instant death, knowing these deadly blasts will end him if a single one lands, while Alicia screams an absolute end him if a single one lands, while Alicia screams an absolute horror from below. Pushing past his limits, Javier leaps into the air and delivers a full-power aura strike, causing a massive explosion that slams the dragon onto the hard ground. But the monster just laughs maniacally, boasting that it has mastered its new body, lunging forward with its purple wings, forcing Javier and Alicia onto the defensive, as fiery explosions erupt around them, and purple blasts rain down from above. That's when Lloyd decides it's time for his own summon, grabbing Ppodong by the head and throwing out Ppodong like a Pokemon trainer. as Ppodong grabs a mysterious mechanical trigger, and Lloyd screams at him to press it immediately. The dragon dives down to incinerate them, firing a blast of dark magic, only for a giant mechanical craft to collide straight into the monster's face with a violent shockwave, sending Lloyd crashing to the dirt groaning in pain, surrounded by flying debris, as Javier and Alicia drop into the craft to escape the reaching skeletal claw. Utterly baffled, Javier asks what the hell just hit them, as they take off in Lloyd's flying invention, while Lloyd screams in total panic for Groveling to activate the thrusters. But Groveling gets embarrassed about performing in front of a crowd, while Ppodong panics about their romantic drama in the middle of a life-or-death retreat, as the craft spins wild loops through the air, while viscous dark magic drips from the dragon's jaw, its glowing eyes locking onto the flying machine. Surging with catastrophic magical energy, the skeletal dragon roars in pure fury, swearing to kill every last one of them as it gives chase, while Alicia frantically asks Lloyd if he actually has a survival plan. Looking up at the moon in absolute desperation, Lloyd prays for forgiveness as he prepares an all-or-nothing gamble, revealing his insane strategy to sacrifice the undead dragon to an even bigger monster, the legendary Dragon King. As they race through the night sky, the undead dragon stays locked on their tail, while Ppodong pulls off insane aerial maneuvers, and Alicia panics when she realizes the Dragon King's territory is a whole day's flight away. Lloyd screams in sheer horror because the monster's giant jaws are snapping right behind Ppodong's tail, forcing the hamster summon to do a mid-air backflip to dodge the bite. With no time left to run, Javier steps up and channels his full sword aura, firing a massive beam straight at the undead skull. The blast hits with incredible force, knocking the dragon back and buying them a second of breathing room. Lloyd cheers Javier on from the back, and Javier asks Alicia to lend him her magic rapier, planning to combine their physical and magical attacks into one unavoidable strike. Lloyd grabs a secondary magic sword to help channel energy, straining with everything he's got, as he and Javier launch a dual blast of pure magical fire downward. The explosion engulfs the skeletal dragon in blinding light, but as the smoke clears, Lloyd collapses from total mana drain. Javier catches him before he falls off, only for the dragon to shake off the attack and loom over them once again. Seeing the monster close in, Alicia uses Lloyd's notoriously horrifying ugly face as a psychological weapon, blasting the dragon with spellfire, while Lloyd makes the most terrifying expressions humanly possible. Oddly enough, the terrifying sight actually stuns the beast, and Alicia genuinely praises Lloyd for having such a useful, hideous face. Problem is, the dragon realizes this is the same Lloyd who cured the royal family's poisoning, making him its primary target. The monster fires off a devastating beam of dark energy, and Alicia keeps bombarding it with magic blasts. The dragon gets so sick of looking at Lloyd's face that it literally uses dark mana to cover its eyes and ears, which Alicia claims was caused by Lloyd's terrible singing voice. Even blinded and deafened, the beast keeps relentlessly hunting them, leaving Lloyd to admit his plan to lure it to the Dragon King was a complete disaster. Alicia takes charge, noticing the dragon still has one critical weak spot. As the skeletal monster dives down through the clouds for a final swoop, Lloyd orders Groveling to unleash spiderweb flares, snaring the giant bone wings in midair. The dragon thrashes in fury, while Javier and Lloyd dive off the mount, targeting the dragon's artificially reconstructed tailbone, where Javier concentrates his aura into one decisive strike, shattering the granite fake tailbone and bringing the giant undead beast crashing down once and for all. Back at the Stone Estate building, Lloyd lies recovering in bed shirtless, complaining that Javier standing over him shirtless creates an unmatched synergy of unpleasantness. But Javier completely ignores the insult with a serene smile, which only leaves Lloyd looking tired and annoyed. Problem is, Javier is actually lost in serious thought, opening up about a rare moment of personal doubt. He admits he feels unqualified to call the Baron and Baroness his parents, knowing they aren't his real blood, while finding it strange that Lloyd still addresses them by formal titles despite living in their son's body. Apologizing for getting emotional, Javier slips toward the door to let him rest, leaving Lloyd alone under the family portraits, quietly reflecting on the knight's words. Javier listens intently from the hallway, stepping outside into the quiet corridor, as Lloyd smiles faintly, genuinely curious about where Javier really came from. From there, memory drags him right back to the aerial nightmare, where the skeletal dragon came plummeting through a blue magical vortex, crashing into the forest floor with a massive explosion of debris. The beast lay cratered in the dirt, struggling to rise as its dark purple aura flared up to regain balance. That's when Ppodong swooped in low, landing heavily right on the dragon's skull, setting the stage for an all-out strike. Alicia cast a massive spell, shooting a roaring torrent of flame past the giant hamster, while Javier charged every drop of green aura he possessed into his blade. But the dragon's counterattack blasted Javier backward in a blinding explosion, as shock and terror swept across his face. A blinding flash of pink light flooded the screen, followed by a brutal rain of purple energy. Clenching his glowing fist, Javier forced his remaining green mana to supercharge, charging forward into the blinding glare. Alicia leaped downward with her glowing rapier, swinging a violent arc of red energy, sending a massive beam of pink magical force ripping through the trees. The skeletal dragon roared as the blast tore into its spine, while Lloyd watched the overwhelming clash in total shock. Javier wielded his sword to parry the beast with a green aura, screaming in fierce determination, bathed in the intense glare of magic. Back in the present room, Javier stood before Lloyd, as Lloyd quietly admitted he couldn't explain his sudden curiosity either. The flashback surges forward into the white vortex, where Alicia cast her final spell. Javier screamed in pure terror as his body gave out, violently slammed into the dirt, leaving Lloyd watching in wide-eyed panic. A massive massive shockwave tore through the forest, sending trees flying through the air. Javier flared with dying blue energy as the skeletal dragon breathed a massive purple beam, ripping through the sky above the forest. Before the beast lunged forward to finish them off, someone shouted Javier's name in sheer terror as a giant clawed hand descended toward him. The massive claw slammed into the earth, shaking the ground, while Leisha grabbed Lloyd by the collar in panic. She screamed at him to save his knight, but Lloyd yelled back with tears welling in his eyes, confessing that Javier's mana had completely vanished, and he couldn't heal him from that. The monster's massive face loomed above them, while Javier sank deeper into the cold water, struggling underwater with his eyes closed. In his head, he desperately tried to gather any trace of mana, planning a desperate maneuver to expand it and force a reaction, forming a tiny glowing orb of blue energy in the dark. But his aura was disappearing completely, and as he sank further into the abyss, he wondered if this was the end. Alicia reacted with a face twisted in concern as the monster head roared above them. Javier kept falling through the dark water, his face showing total distress, sinking into the freezing depths. But Lloyd wasn't about to let his knight drown. Gritting his teeth with absolute resolve, his eyes locked onto the water below. He shouted for the princess to let him jump off Ppodong's back, throwing himself straight into the open air, diving into the depths where Javier was struggling, reaching out toward the knight's submerged hand, determined to save his friend, no matter what it took. Underwater in the freezing depths, two hands stretch out toward each other, as Lloyd tightly grabs Javier's wrist, bellowing underwater for the knight to immediately absorb his massive mana. A fiery explosion erupts above the surface, churning the turbulent currents as Lloyd's energy surges into Javier. In his head, Javier's mind is completely blown, realizing this absurd force flowing into him doesn't even feel like human mana. A sparkling blue beam of energy shoots into the sky, while little Gaming dodges out of the way as the skeletal dragon surges forward with purple magic. The beast charges through the air, crashing down right beside the startled pet, while Javier struggles in agony, glowing with energy he can barely control. A pink creature crashes into the ground with a bang, kicking up thick dust across the crater as the dragon emerges from the smoke. Javier screams as he attacks with his glowing sword, leaping downward toward the earth, igniting a blinding explosion on impact, but the sheer instability of the borrowed mana throws off his timing, blasting him back in a wave of energy. Sinking underwater once again, Javier opens his eyes with a silent apology, holding Lloyd tight in the dark water, roaring in extreme distress as he forces his body to adapt. Glowing blue particles begin to materialize in the dark space, forming a swirling magical vortex around them. Lloyd gets launched through the air in pure chaos, crashing hard right on top of Gigamiting, as the rest of the pets react in total panic. The skeletal dragon fires another pink energy blast, leaving the cute creatures crying in terror, but then glowing mana orbs float into space, unfurling into massive wings of light around Javier and Lloyd. The gigantic skeletal dragon looks down in confusion, as a fully glowing Javier carries a screaming, water-spitting Lloyd into the air. The monster doesn't even see him coming, before a brutal impact strikes and the beast vomits dark blood in utter defeat. Shirtless and bathed in blue hair, Javier swings his glowing aura sword downward, looming over the massive dragon, unleashing a torrent of energy slashes across its bone structure. A dense web of slashes completely shreds the skeletal dragon, disintegrating it into sparkling particles. Lingering beams of light shower over the post-battle sky, as Javier stands triumphant while another kneels on the ground in awe. Watching with wide eyes, Lloyd realizes the truth, knowing Javier has officially become the strongest human warrior mentioned in the novel. Glowing with peak physical aura, Javier stands stoic and unbeatable. Standing together amidst the pile of debris, Lloyd ruins the glorious moment by informing his knight that he's in charge of all wood and stone cutting tasks from now on. Javier shoots him a stern, annoyed look, but lets a tiny smile slip through. Naturally, Lloyd smiles while holding his cute hamster summons. As Alicia approaches across the desolate field, that's when a blue system interface pops up in the air, informing him that saving a life creates massive ripple effects across destiny. As the pile of gray dragon core cubes shifts on the ground, Lloyd calculates the insane profits he can extract from this dragon corpse, twisting his face into a terrifying demonic scammer grin, with glowing red energy in his eye. After Javier shatters the skeleton, Lloyd finds himself dragged directly into a mystical realm inside the dragon's skull, where his system eyes flare to life as the colossal bone dragon's spirit roars all around him. Naturally, the system offers him a clear quest, asking if he wants to purge the parasitic soul trapped inside the beast, and of course Lloyd agrees without hesitation. See, it turns out the infamous king of black mages Targa transferred his soul into the dragon right before the queen killed him, meaning all our boy has to do to claim the beast is beat this bastard up. Standing in the swirling pink light, Lloyd keeps his guard up as a shadowy figure materializes on its knees right before him. This is Targa, the legendary dark mage, who immediately launches into a pathetic, tearful confession about his tragic past. Lloyd sits through the guy weeping about his childhood, watching the evil mastermind sob like a baby as he recalls his mother's harsh words, expecting to earn some sympathy points. But what this idiot doesn't count on is that Lloyd genuinely does not give a damn. Lloyd gives him a bored look and asks, "So, what?" before winding up and punching the black mage straight into oblivion, sending a massive shockwave tearing through the entire mental dimension. Back in the real world, Javier and the crew look on in total shock as the giant skeletal dragon shoots into the sky, bathed in a surge of blue magic. Lloyd snaps back to reality looking like a ghost, his nose bleeding as the sheer scale of energy hits him. The massive bone dragon hovers above them in the night, and for a second, Lloyd flashes a menacing smile, convinced his gaslighting worked. That is, until the dragon opens its jaw and fires a destructive energy blast straight at their heads. Everyone dies for cover while our boy screams in panic, wondering if he somehow messed up the persuasion. Luckily, the blue beam doesn't vaporize them, but slams into the forest floor, triggering a tremendous explosion of light and magic. When the smoke clears, the skeletal shell is gone, replaced by a majestic blue dragon entity soaring through through the sky. The entire group gapes at the magnificent creature as it slowly descends toward them like a mythical beast, gliding past the rocky cliffside in all its glory. Lloyd approaches the proud creature and decides to give it a name, cheerfully dubbing this ancient, terrifying force Yang. Naturally, Javier and the squad cringe in complete disgust at how ridiculously lame that sounds. But Lloyd does not care at all, happily hugging his massive new pet dragon, while Javier watches in deadpan silence, wondering how his master manages to turn divine beasts into glorified pets. Standing before Yang's giant head, Javier considers the sheer absurdity of it all, realizing the sheer scale of what Lloyd has accomplished today. From there, we jump straight to the capital Dome City, where Lloyd addresses a grand assembly of nobles after the disaster. He puts on his best humble face, claiming he takes full responsibility for his rash actions, but the red-haired queen steps up to set the record straight, holding a recording crystal in her hand as she announces to the entire court that there were 0 casualties thanks to Lloyd. A few corrupt nobles try to wave it off, nervously pleading their case, but the queen smirks and drops the real bomb. She officially awards the entire capital restoration contract to the Frontera barony. The crowd erupts into cheering as shadowy nobles surround Lloyd while the queen enjoys the chaotic celebration. Lloyd calculates what taking full responsibility actually means, and later that night under the full moon he breaks into his signature demonic scammer laugh because the queen just promised to pay him 2 billion gold for the work. Back in their quarters, Javier, clutching a pillow, dryly asks if Lloyd has completely forgotten they almost died today. Lloyd dismisses it instantly, arguing that almost dying still means everybody lived, so now he can spend his days living like a wealthy emperor. Javier realizes there's no point arguing with a man possessed by money, as Javier shifts the entire mood of the conversation before he suddenly asks if Lloyd is some kind of god. He asks where the real Lloyd Frontera went and if he's dead, adding that if Lloyd were actually a god, he wouldn't have chosen a face that ugly. In his head, his whole secret just blew wide open, and he cowers on the bed, unable to lie his way out of this one, before quietly explaining that when he woke up, he was already in this body. Javier listens closely, confirming that Lloyd didn't steal the original owner's body on purpose. Exhausted beyond measure, Lloyd slumps onto the couch and mutters a tired agreement, closing his eyes as sleep finally overtakes him. Javier watches his master sleep, deep in thought, accepting this bizarre truth. Suddenly, an old man with a long white beard bursts into the room, announcing himself as an antique dealer. Javier asks why an old guy is looking for them in the middle of the night, while the merchant stares intently around the room. The old man approaches Lloyd resting on the bed and starts shaking him in a total panic when he sees how pale and lifeless he looks. The old guy screams bloody murder, convinced the country's hero just passed away in front of him. Lloyd snaps his eyes open, thoroughly annoyed by the racket, but the second he realizes an eager merchant is standing right there, his face twists into a terrifying greedy smirk, because another golden business opportunity just walked right through the door. A distorted dragon soul begs for help by offering a Dragon King membership, and while most people would ignore a spectral parasite clinging to their chest, the word membership immediately triggers Lloyd's scariest, most devious scammer face. Meanwhile, out on the canal restoration site, dozens of laborers are hauling heavy logs in the sweltering heat, busting their backs to clear the damaged forest lines while the foreman screams at them to move faster. Naturally, our master engineer is supervising all this hard work from the comfort of a lawn chair, sipping from a fresh coconut like a retired noble on vacation, until Queen Alicia herself walks up behind him and catches him dead in the act. Lloyd instantly panics and tumbles onto the grass, blaming Javier for failing to keep watch, which only prompts the queen to give him a sly, knowing smile as she mocks his terrible excuses. In his head, he can still talk his way out of this if he plays the humble servant. So after she dismisses her personal guards, Lloyd drops flat onto his stomach and begins wiggling toward her like a desperate worm, claiming he needs to whisper a grand state secret directly into her ear. As he inches forward across the dirt, his rear end sticks up at such an irresistible angle that Her Majesty's hand moves on pure instinct, delivering a resounding slap right across his backside. She freezes in horror, clutching her fist in sheer panic, trying to process why she just spanked her chief engineer in broad daylight, realizing her body moved before her brain could stop it. The worst part is, she cannot even explain herself without sounding insane, while Lloyd stays face down on the ground, submissively offering to accept whatever punishment she deems fit for slacking. He bows flat, totally unaware of her internal crisis, leaving her struggling to maintain her regal dignity. Watching this entire display from a distance, Javier looks on in pure, unadulterated disgust, convinced his master has unlocked a brand new level of perversion. The queen quickly composes herself, hiding her embarrassment behind a firm expression, and leans in to offer him a gentle word of praise instead, which Lloyd accepts with the utmost reverence. She gazes down at his loyal posture, surprised by how humble he can be when he isn't scheming, and gives him a warm smile before turning to leave. As she steps out into the courtyard, escorted by her elite royal guards, a dark energy flares in her eyes, because the residual poison from Targa's castle has finally taken root in her body. Inside the system menu, Lloyd's point counter is sitting at 31 million, but suddenly, it begins plummeting by the second, wiping out over 10 million saved lives in an instant. That poison is twisting the queen's thoughts, flooding her mind with a psychotic paranoia that Lloyd is an evil force who will bring ruin to the kingdom. She clutches her head in agony, trying to resist the dark urge, but the mind control overrides her sanity, forcing her fingers around her sword hilt. With her eyes glowing with murder, she turns right back around and marches down the hallway to execute him. At that exact moment, inside the bedroom, the old dragon spirit is explaining how his soul got dragged to hell, but Lloyd cuts him off without a shred of sympathy, flatly stating he cares zero about about sob stories, unless there are concrete perks attached. The old dragon quickly offers to share the infinite riches of the Dragon King, and Javier's eyes widen as he hears the terms, completely unaware that the crazed queen is sprinting toward their door with a drawn blade. The spirit urges Lloyd not to miss out on such an insane privilege, revealing that the membership grants an extra life, allowing him to revive on the spot if he dies. Out in the hallway, Javier draws his sword in a flash, sensing the overwhelming teaming intent charging down the corridor. He glares into the darkness with lethal focus, and the sheer aura of a grandmaster strikes the queen like a physical wall, leaving Javier standing guard in the silent hallway. Inside, Lloyd asks why he suddenly drew his weapon. While out in the passage, the queen backs off, sweating and shivering as Javier's terrifying aura snaps her out of the trance just long enough to retreat. She flees in horror, shocked at the murder she almost committed, while Lloyd keeps bargaining, demanding a spell that guarantees his escape from hell. He insists on a vow of the soul that will erase the dragon's spirit for eternity if he tries to cheat him, leaving the old spirit stunned that a human even knows dragon magic. Cornered by our master scammer, the deity raises his hand and swears the eternal vow, and Lloyd listens calmly as the terms lock into place. The spirit explains how the escape spell works, tracing a glowing rune in the air, explaining that shouting the incantation while thinking of a familiar person will open a gate straight to them. Lloyd smirks as he clenches his fist, realizing he just secured a literal free pass out of death, and excitedly turns to Javier to announce their trip to hell. The dragon spirit tears open a swirling blue dimensional portal, and both men stare into the cosmic abyss in silence. Javier asks if they are really diving into the underworld based on a ghostly deal, while Lloyd just shrugs off his concern. Without hesitation, Lloyd leaps straight into the blue vortex, leaving Javier to sigh that he definitely is not paid enough for this job, before diving in right behind his master. Down in the underworld, alarm systems flash an urgent message as two human souls crash down through the dimensional ceiling. A horde of gaping demons drops their communication devices in shock as Lloyd lands in the middle of hell, enthusiastically declaring that the world's greatest singer has arrived for a concert. Deep in the desolate wasteland of hell, the tiny blue soul of the dragon runs for its life, only for a giant red foot to block its path, as a pair of cruel demons corners the helpless spirit, scooping the little slime right up and opening a massive maw full of fangs to swallow it whole. The red demon sneers in anticipation, while the little soul wriggles helplessly, right until a shadowy figure steps up from behind. Lloyd stands there with glowing eyes and an iron shovel in hand, terrifying the demon before the poor beast even knows what's happening. The creature tries to play tough, pointing out that Lloyd is just a human, so Lloyd immediately smashes him across the face with his shovel. As the demon lies bruised on the ground, he tries to complain about the sudden violence, only for Javier to step up with the coldest look in his eyes. Instead of hitting him, Javier uses psychological torture, praising the demon for being so gentle, which sends the creature into a panicky denial, shouting that he's evil. Javier calmly continues, telling him his mother must have raised him with so much love, nurturing his sensitive heart, and the sheer weight of emotional empathy hits the demon like a truck. Javier keeps the therapeutic snark going, telling him to cherish his fragile feelings, and the demon completely breaks down, crying absolute rivers of tears. He covers his face in total emotional ruin, sobbing that Javier is the meanest person he's ever met, unable to handle being called a good boy. Even Lloyd stares in utter shock at Javier's terrifying empathy tactics, wondering what kind of monster weaponized therapy, while the demon keeps wailing at the top of his lungs. The creature throws a tearful tantrum, pounding his tiny fists against Javier's chest plate in defeat. Lloyd decides this is getting too weird, so he wallops the demon over the head with his shovel once more, while Javier calmly pets the crying monster like a troubled child, earning him another shovel strike to restore order. Lloyd asks if the demon would have cooperated without a beatdown, and the demon admits he wouldn't have, secretly developing a bizarre respect for Lloyd's violent efficiency. Pockets searched, Lloyd pulls out a strange demonic device, which the demon identifies as a spirit phone used throughout hell. While Javier keeps comforting the captive, Lloyd inspects the gadget, his mind already formulating a brand new scam. They hitch a ride on a massive white bird through the sea of flames, with their captive guide pointing out directions from above. When Lloyd realizes the demon tried to misdirect them, he unleashes a flood of profanity, which backfires completely because the demon gets flustered and starts catching feelings for him, thrilled by the aggressive dominance as they approach a giant skull-shaped castle. They touch down on the rocky terrain outside the fortress, their mount crashing into the canyon wall, leaving Lloyd and Javier standing ready for battle. The local guard demons surround them, demanding a performance from the famous singer of hell, blushing with sparkles as they fall under the duo's absurd charismatic charm. Underneath the towering skull gate, Lloyd marches straight toward the entrance like he owns the place, leaving the demonic bureaucrats sputtering in disbelief. When the guards try to stop them, Lloyd goes full psycho, smashing heads left and right with his shovel, clearing a path into the main office like it's a Sunday walk in the park. The guard captain Heliximus charges in on a beast to halt the rampage, but Javier effortlessly repels the attack with a single aura slash. They kick open the inner doors to find the almighty king of hell himself, who isn't a terrifying overlord but a soul-crushed bureaucrat buried under mountain-high piles of paperwork. Lloyd introduces himself with formal politeness, while the king frantically scribbles with his pen, begging them not to distract him from his endless workload. Seeing a fellow sufferer of middle management hell, Lloyd flashes his signature evil smile, asking the Lord of Damnation if he wants to clock off work on time for once, and the exhausted king pauses his pen, wondering why anyone would state the bloody obvious. The king of hell scribbles frantically at his desk, drowning under a crushing mountain of paperwork, his dark horns weighed down by millennia of administrative suffering. He glares intently through his exhaustion, worrying that if this unsustainable workload continues, he will meet the same terrible fate as his predecessor. He adjusts his glasses with sharp focus, demanding to know how a mere mortal could possibly guarantee him a life where he gets off work on time. Lloyd just smirks, calling his civil engineering methods a trade secret. The king narrows his glowing red eyes in deep suspicion, looming over his desk with a menacing aura, while Lloyd stands completely unfazed next to the paper mountain, flashing a sinister, confident grin. Suddenly, the king's eyes eyes widen in shock, as Lloyd reveals he already knows the underworld's dirtiest secrets. As the two stand face to face, rebel demons broadcast news across hell that the king broke ancient laws by illegally executing a soul. The king breaks into a cold sweat as his political vulnerabilities are laid bare. Staring down the mortal who holds all the leverage, Lloyd calmly presses his advantage, while Javier glances sideways, knowing Suho is about to run the ultimate scam. Sweat drips down the king's face as he prepares to negotiate on Lloyd's terms. Lloyd grins in pure excitement, demanding the immediate release of the dragon's soul, Antiquus, currently detained in the palace. The king snaps his fingers with a flash of magic, summoning the tiny blue dragon soul trapped inside a glowing glass jar. He hands over the minor prize, stating the soul is worthless to him anyway, before demanding to hear Lloyd's exact strategy for fixing his workload. Lloyd places a hand on his chest and promises to construct a high-speed infrastructure expressway, explaining that the sheer volume of souls isn't the real issue in hell, but rather the inefficient transport logistics as demons manually haul souls across broken terrain. As the underworld's chaotic landscape crumbles around the working demons, it becomes obvious why the king spends all night drawing flawed maps by hand. Lloyd and Javier watch the exhausted rulers struggle, as the king adjusts his glasses, trying to calculate the logistics. He scribbles frantically on official documents, while the two mortals observe his desperation. Lloyd clenches his fist in victory, securing the Dragon King's freedom. The king points at floating papers in annoyance, complaining that talking to Lloyd wasted a whole minute. He watches nervously as glowing documents levitate around him, while Lloyd boasts that delegating manual labor is his ultimate specialty. He holds up a plan, assuring the king that a single broadcast on the Spirit Phone network will solve the entire underworld crisis. High above, fiery beams of raw demonic energy streak across the apocalyptic skyline as orange currents surge through the endless abyss. Massive floating debris drifts through the energy waves, filling the sky with glowing lines of divine power. Flames illuminate the depths of the cavernous world, where Javier and Lloyd materialize on a floating rock pillar under a beam of pink light. Lloyd drops to his knees in utter awe of the king's casual mass teleportation spell. His eyes widen in shock at power that defies human comprehension. As they look out toward the massive singularity-like gate of reincarnation, swirling energy pulses near the black hole, threatening to erase anyone who strays too close. Javier stands stoically beside him and casually asks if his real name was Suho Kim, before gazing ahead, noting that whatever his true identity is, it makes no difference to his loyalty. Lloyd glances back with a nervous drop of sweat, unable to read his knight's true thoughts. They look down from the cliff over the fiery landscape below, where Lloyd's scammer grin returns in full force. Every demon across hell looks at their spirit phones, seeing a viral advertisement for the great singer of hell's upcoming concert. A horned demon screams with excitement over the announcement, as crowds cheer at the chance to hear the legendary human singer live. A massive horde of red demons begins marching toward the location, their heavy footsteps shaking the stone ground, excited at the prospect of a live musical performance. They crowd together, warning that if he misses a single pitch, they will drag him straight into the pit. The aggressive crowd surges forward with wild expectations, demanding an extraordinary show from the hype. As millions of demons gather around the floating pillar, they chant in unison for the concert to begin. Lloyd clutches his throat in theatrical distress, standing on the isolated rock as the ocean of monsters roars below. Demonic arms reach for the sky in wild celebration, while Lloyd puts on an agonizing display of fake stage fright. He plants his foot firmly on the stone, pretending the pressure is far too immense to sing a single note. The crowd continues chanting aggressively, illuminated by the harsh red glow of the hellscape. The demons press closer, their excitement turning into growing frustration. The crowd erupts in anger, screaming that they traveled across hell just to hear him sing. They reach upward, demanding to know why he is remaining silent. Lloyd casually looks down and tells them he simply doesn't feel like it. His eyes shadow over with pure malice as he straight up calls the entire crowd a pack of complete idiots. The demon horde loses its collective mind in absolute rage, blood pressure spiking through the roof. Screaming monsters vow to climb the pillar and rip him apart, demanding he fulfill his promise immediately. Lloyd calmly steps back and signals Javier that it is his turn to step up. Javier grabs Lloyd from behind to keep him steady, answering with cool, terrifying readiness. As the enraged horde charges forward, Javier turns a dark, menacing glare onto the crowd, asking if none of them were taught basic manners at home. The red demons freeze in sheer paralyzing terror at Javier's grandmaster aura. Panicked monsters immediately try to take back their words, desperately begging him not to keep his promise. Lloyd points down at them with a wide demonic grin, cackling hysterically at how easy it is to fool them. The demons scream in pure frustration as their rage turns into absolute emotional humiliation. Lloyd taunts them mercilessly from the safety of his high rock, telling them to climb up if they dare, his face twisting into an unhinged, malicious grin as he commands every single monster in hell to fill their souls with pure, unadulterated hatred for him. Floating above the crimson skyline of hell on his white avian mount, our boy Lloyd unleashes the most unhinged taunts known to mankind, while Javier stands by completely numb to the madness, which drives the horde of local demons into an absolute frenzy. He swoops down to land right beside a boiling lava pit, crouching on the edge to scream at the mob to bring everything they have, and naturally, one overconfident demon grabs a giant pole to spearhead the rush. The idiot pole vaults high into the air thinking he has an easy kill, only for Lloyd to casually swat the projectile out of the sky with a flash of magic, sending a shockwave ripping through the volcanic air. The attacker realizes his mistake a second too late, crashing hard onto the hot rocks below, where he lies gasping for air on a tiny ledge, while Lloyd looks down on him like a disappointed landlord cutting off utilities. The surrounding demons freeze in sheer disbelief, especially when our greedy noble pulls out a folding cot to recline and lounge right in the middle of their territory, sparks and lava erupting around him as if he were at a seaside resort. That disrespect is the final straw, sending a demon commander to the microphone to declare all-out war, ordering their heavy cavalry unit of giant lava centipedes to charge. The massive centipede squad thunders across the smoky terrain, kicking up huge plumes of ash flash as they swarm forward, their leader pointing proudly toward the cliffside target. Problem is, the beach chair is empty, because Lloyd has already baited their vanguard straight into a molten dead end, leaving the riders panicking as their mounts lose control. The entire stampede gets funneled into a tight cavern, where the riders desperately cling to their beasts in complete confusion, unaware that they just walked right into a calculated civil engineering trap. Deep underground, Javier cuts through solid granite like butter using precise aura slashes, while Ppodong, the giant hamster, works up a sweat digging out key support pillars. Lloyd even sets up a pot of chicken broth to lure their noses into position, terrifying the trapped demon captains as they realize they were played, right before Javier swings his sword to collapse the cavern ceiling in a brilliant flash of light. The entire charge turns into absolute chaos inside the enclosed space, with demons screaming as the structural traps collapse around them, pinning the survivors between crisscrossing energy beams. The rear guard desperately tries to sound a retreat, but the crumbling landscape wipes out the entire army in a single stroke. Sitting at the base of a massive stone staircase, Lloyd watches the system notification counter roll past 32,000 points, reveling in the absurd bounty of emotional terror he just farmed, before his eyes light up with an even greedier realization. Looking down at thousands of surrendered, trembling demons kneeling before him, he bursts into a villainous laugh at the sight of his brand new unpaid workforce. Even the hellish monitoring systems capture the horrifying moment a noble turned hell into a sweatshop. From there we jump straight to Lloyd drawing up massive blueprints terrifying any demon who dares to complain about labor laws, as he calculates the exact route for his soul transport canal. Soon, thousands of horned workers are digging endless trenches through the dusty wasteland, scrambling in terror whenever the boss glares in their direction. He grabs one lazy overseer by the horn to personally clarify the work quota, and strangely enough, his terrifying discipline actually makes the crowd cheer in awe. He gives them a sharp, sly grin, leaving the workers gasping at his overwhelming authority. When a tired demon carrying a heavy sack collapses on the rocky path, Lloyd walks over with unusually gentle steps, reaching out toward the frightened worker, kneeling down to offer his hand like a merciful savior, and the poor demon touches it with tears of gratitude in his eyes. Then Lloyd clamps down with an iron grip, yelling full blast right into the guy's face, grabbing him by the horns to drag him straight back to his feet. He reminds the crying crowd that dead men do not get sick leave, which somehow causes two nearby demons to look up with starry-eyed admiration for his relentless work ethic, while Lloyd looks completely disgusted by their bizarre devotion. Across the volcanic valley where lava rivers flow, a small pink creature sits shivering in a rocky fissure. It is Antiquus, the trapped dragon soul, hiding in sheer disbelief, recognizing the terrifying voice of the human who promised to rescue him. Watching from above as thousands of demonic warriors dig trenches under threat of violence, the dragon realizes there is no escape from this madman, especially when Lloyd screams across the Badlands that you can rest after you are dead, and even then, there will not be any breaks. To figure out how we got here, we have to rewind a few years back to the Frontera territory, where one quiet night, the original Lloyd Frontera randomly woke up as a floating red spirit, only to look down and see his own body lying cold on the ground. Naturally, our boy Kim Suho had just woken up inside that exact body, leaving the original soul screaming in absolute fury as he tried to dive straight back in. Instead of reclaiming his flesh, he slammed into the dirt like a dropped sack of flour, leaving Suho staring at the erratic spirit in utter confusion, while original Lloyd shrieked, wondering if this intruder was some kind of wizard or demon, and Suho lunged forward trying to make sense of the madness. That is when a dark swirling vortex opened up in the sky, drawing the red spirit's attention upward in pure horror, as a literal Grim Reaper descended into the human realm holding an hourglass and scythe. The original Lloyd panicked like a terrified child, but the Reaper just stared at his hourglass looking completely baffled, pulling out a magical phone like an underpaid customer service rep to report an administrative glitch. The Reaper calmly explained that there was an error in their soul transmigration system, glowing with pink energy as he admitted he needed to run a full investigation into what went wrong. He told original Lloyd to just wait in limbo before vanishing into a portal, leaving the poor spirit stranded in a void, neither truly alive nor dead. While floating in limbo, the original soul had a front row seat to Suho taking over his life, watching this Korean engineer sweat through backbreaking manual labor, collapse onto tables surrounded by wine bottles, bellow orders at construction crews like a possessed warlord, and win the deep, loving affection of his parents. He even saw Suho tame giant hamster monsters to build massive infrastructure, until the Grim Reaper reappeared beside the humbled spirit and hit him with a brutal reality check, asking him flat out if he would have worked half as hard if given those same cheat abilities. Original Lloyd broke out in a cold, embarrassed sweat, completely unable to answer, prompting the Reaper to laugh it off with an unsettling, chilling grin. Unluckily for the spirit, administrative errors in hell do not resolve nicely, and while Suho kept grinding away with a shovel on Earth, the underworld bureaucrats finished processing the paperwork and tossed original Lloyd's soul into the depths of hell. For years, he survived as a helpless creature dodging high-level demons in the underworld, until one day he spotted the very bastard who took his body standing right in front of him. Suho had no idea what was coming, having brought his physical body into the infernal landscape, complaining about the terrible topography while holding his trusty shovel. Riding across the lava fields on a magical mount, he surveyed the flat terrain with pure greed, excited to work 30,000 demon slaves into the dirt to build his canals. But as Suho walked cautiously across the rocks, a red slime creature flew out of nowhere and smacked him right in the face. The sudden impact blasted Suho backward through the air, slamming him onto the ground in complete shock. Crying out in pain as the enraged slime lashed onto his head like a facehugger, the creature repeatedly struck him, screaming curses at the body thief, which caught the attention of Ppodong, who rushed over in surprise. Without missing a beat, the giant hamster delivered a devastating punch straight to the slime, dragging the creature kicking and screaming across the dirt, before Bang Bang pinned the thrashing spirit down. Suho gasped for air in sheer distress, his face twisted in horror at the insane assault, yelling at the creatures to get this crazy thing off him. He looked down at the trapped slime only for the creature to scream that he was the real Lloyd Frontera whose body had been stolen. The horrifying truth hit Suho like a freight train, realizing the soul he displaced had been suffering in hell this entire time. The spirit wept openly, talking about how his parents praised Suho, thinking their useless son had finally grown up, demanding that Suho give back his body immediately so he could return home. Sweating with guilt, Suho tried to defuse the situation, begging the furious spirit to calm down and talk reasonably, but original Lloyd screamed back, asking how the hell anyone could stay calm in this state. Seeing his master threatened, Ppodong immediately landed another solid right hook on the slime, folding the creature in half with a heavy thud. With the spirit properly tenderized, Suho loomed over him with his classic scammer smile, noting that now they could finally have a peaceful conversation like civilized adults. The beaten spirit spat curses, calling Ppodong a gangster rat, and hurling insults at Suho for being a body-stealing beast. Suho just stared at him with a deadpan look as the surrounding summons watched in awkward silence, waiting for Suho to explain what was actually going on. The red slime gasped in disbelief as Suho explained that he was just a civil engineering student from South Korea who randomly woke up in his body and signed a contract with the King of Hell. Suho quickly cut him off, stating that was all the classified information he was allowed to share. Meanwhile, up on a rocky ridge overlooking the hellscape, Javier watched the scene unfold from afar. The spirit yelled at Suho to take responsibility for ruining his life, his voice carrying across the burning valley where Javier's sharp ears picked up every word. Suho brazenly shot back that the Frontera territory was doing significantly better under his management anyway, which made the original Lloyd scream in a mix of gratitude and rage that he could not say that out loud himself. Problem is, Javier could only sense Kim Suho standing in the empty field, leaving the silver-haired knight staring in deadpan horror, convinced his master had finally lost his mind and was standing in hell, violently arguing with himself. The red spirit continues complaining that he's a wandering soul because of Lloyd, demanding that the imposter take responsibility. Lloyd gives him a dismissive, cynical look, leaving the spirit absolutely flabbergasted. When Lloyd turns his back and walks off with a shovel, Ppodong smacks the screaming spirit into the ground once again, and Lloyd scoops him up to bring him along for the ride. The spirit groans in pain, curled up on the dirt crying over his miserable fate. He thinks back to his parents, wondering why things had to end up like this. Lloyd clutches his head in frustration at the endless whining, as the spirit looks up and shouts at him again. Lloyd pins him down with the handle of his shovel, giving him a sharp smack to shut him up. When the spirit protests that he was only telling the truth, Lloyd dryly replies, "In Korea, you get hit for speaking the truth." With the spirit finally quieted down, and watching in stunned disbelief, monstrous shadows loom in the cavern darkness. Lloyd grunts under the strain of continuous labor, laying down volcanic rock for the roadbed, arranging centipede legs as railway ties, and installing durable centipede shell rails over top. A giant monster rabbit suddenly lunges at him from the rocks, striking at high speed, but Lloyd barely gives it a second glance, dismissing the threat as none of his concern. He leaves supervision to Javier while he goes to inspect the site, and Javier works with glowing determination, realizing that Lloyd has been pushing himself without a single break for over a month. Even as memories of cosmic rebirths and lurking underworld threats surround them, with shark claws shadowing the cave and aggressive beasts charging through the terrain, Lloyd keeps building across the fiery landscape, right next to bubbling pools of molten rock. Unfortunately, all this racket wakes up an ancient underworld titan named Dunkleos, who has been peacefully sleeping in the lava rivers for 20,000 years. The lava bubbles and violently boils, erupting into a massive explosion. As the giant creature roars in fury over its broken sleep, Lloyd completely loses his mind, screaming why some random monster has to spawn every single time he tries to build something. Demons scream in sheer panic and run for their lives, sprinting across the rocky ground. Naturally, Lloyd sprints faster than all of them, earning the bewildered praise of his demon workers for his top-tier cowardice. The glowing Dunkleos looms over the canyon in a rage, ready to flatten the noisy construction site into dust. Lloyd runs like an Olympic sprinter away from the blast, circling back toward his designated bodyguard. He points frantically at the oncoming giant, as flaming debris rains down everywhere. The demon workers cheer Lloyd's shameless survival instincts, just as Dunkleos towers directly over him. Lloyd screams Javier's name at the top of his lungs, and Javier instantly materializes with dazzling wings of light as Lloyd orders him to slice the intruder to pieces. The iconic duo stands shoulder to shoulder facing the titan, with Javier telling Lloyd to get to slicing himself if he's so eager. Javier dryly points out that considering they just woke a guy up after 20,000 years, an apology might actually be more appropriate. Lloyd screams in sheer frustration at the stoic knight, while the demon workers watch in awe as a massive flaming strike comes crashing down from above, blowing the canyon floor sky high. Demons scatter in absolute terror from the apocalyptic explosion. Javier leaps through the chaos, carrying Lloyd under his arm, soaring through the air on his light wings to dodge Dunkleos' fiery swipes. Lloyd winces as shockwaves rattle the cavern, while Javier executes a dizzying dive through the flames, slashing his aura blade directly into the ancient titan's chest. As the fiery ancient titan charges through the erupting wasteland, it unleashes a roaring torrent of liquid flame, engulfing the entire cavern in blinding heat. Our boy Lloyd is clutching his sword for dear life, while Javier unleashes a massive wave of light aura, making Lloyd scream in absolute panic as he gets dragged through the air like human luggage. Javier readies his blade for another strike, ignoring his boss screaming at him to stop treating his life like a joke, and cleaves directly into the behemoth's glowing hide. Surrounded by brilliant light, Javier dives back into the fray, raining down energy beams from above, while molten debris scatters across the sky like fireworks. In a violent swirl of heat and ash, the giant monster monster raises a massive fist to strike back, yelling in sheer confusion over why Javier suddenly turned against him. Javier looks down at the creature with total calm, listening to the behemoth's frantic rage, and remembers the words his strange master once told him. See, Javier recalls how Lloyd had shouted at him to run away, screaming that he needed Javier alive to help him build his empire, because in Lloyd's mind, staying alive is the only thing that actually matters. He remembers Lloyd complaining after getting poked, reminding him that running away is an option you only pick after trying every single crazy idea first. That simple logic hits Javier like a freight train, making him realize that giving up now was never part of the plan. Meanwhile, Lloyd faces the giant beast, and our story jumps thousands of miles away to a frozen glacial wasteland. There, a small blue ice dragon sits on a lonely iceberg, gazing into the horizon with glowing eyes, wondering when his human father will finally call for him. Lloyd had told little Yang Yang to wait in the far north where no humans could find him, and the little dragon has been sitting there dying of boredom ever since. He lets out a pitiful yawn from the cliff, until a strange surge of magic ripples across the sky, and the seal activates. Back in the fiery hellscape, magical energy erupts, as Lloyd holds up his palm showing a stick figure sigil, shouting the summoning incantation at the top of his lungs. The glowing mark flares bright green on his hand, tearing open the dimensional space, and pulling the blue dragon spirit straight into battle. A brilliant blast of blue frost bursts onto the field, and the skeleton dragon immediately catches the warm scent of his father. The giant rocky monster gapes in utter shock as the freezing energy collides directly with his magma body, making massive cracks spread across his molten armor like shattering glass. In pure agony, the titan screams that he will be back before retreating into the air. Naturally, Lloyd bursts into a maniacal goblin laugh, shouting that he never fights the same enemy twice. He points high into the air as another spectral portal rips open, and the massive blue skeleton dragon swoops down like an icy hurricane. Lloyd stands smugly on the ruined earth, directing his freezing summon toward the fleeing titan, and the dragon his freezing summon toward the fleeing titan, and the dragon instantly overtakes the beast in midair. Because Yang Yang is made of pure glacial ice, he wraps his arms around the molten titan in a loving hug, grinning happily as the creature's scalding heat warms his chilly bones. The giant beast can only suffer in silence as Yang Yang snuggles into his fiery chest, draining all the titan's heat until his magma body completely cools and solidifies into brittle stone. With the ancient behemoth frozen solid, Lloyd raises his shovel and laughs like a cartoon villain, his face contorting into a terrifying smile, before he channels his aura straight through the iron head of his trusty tool. The shovel slam triggers a massive shockwave that shatters the titan into thousands of flying fragments. The surrounding demons watch the nightmare unfold, trembling in utter terror, their jaws dropped at the insane human who just pulverized an ancient behemoth. Frozen shards of ice and rock drift through the air, echoing with the dying screams of the monster. Even the veteran demon soldiers stare in disbelief, while Javier watches with a subtle, knowing smirk. The ancient titan's core lies completely broken in the rubble, until the leftover rocks begin gathering on the ground, and out pops a tiny, harmless orange rock creature. Lloyd looms over the pint-sized titan like a nightmare boss, listening to the little rock scream that he will spend a million years bulking up to crush him. Lloyd just looks down at him without a single shred of fear, and sticks out his tongue with the ugliest face humanly possible, making the tiny creature cry tears of pure frustration. As the angry little rock tries to throw a tiny punch, Lloyd opens his terrifying mouth, ready to turn this ancient titan to his newest unpaid worker. After the dust clears, a glowing system prompt pops up in front of Lloyd, granting him total immunity to freezing temperatures, which means the harsh underworld cold won't bother him ever again. Looking down at the entire army of red demons kneeling in reverence, their leader formally surrenders and pledges loyalty to the human who just shattered a mountain. Naturally, our greedy noble sees a massive free workforce standing right in front of him, soaking in the adoration with a heavy sigh of theatrical modesty, giving them his brightest, most sparkly angelic smile, which causes the gullible demons to cheer for their new lord. But the peaceful moment ends instantly when a demon points toward a portal, where a sudden rift opens in the atmosphere, blasting a fierce gust of wind straight into Lloyd's face. The demons panic as the storm rattles the area, but Lloyd just gets annoyed at the delay, screaming at everyone to stop wasting time, standing firm amid the swirling mana, while the demons quickly realize their new boss has a violent temper and zero intention of paying overtime. He rallies the demon legion with a loud shout, rolling up his sleeves to kick off construction immediately, leaving the local spirits utterly terrified of his work ethic. Standing before a raging pit of fire with shovel in hand, he triggers a massive explosion of energy to clear the ground, causing the cute rodent spirits to scatter in sheer panic, while he orders Yang Yang to flatten the roadbed. The little spirits are worked to the absolute bone, as Lloyd barks orders to collect lava rocks, surrounding himself with glowing blue mana, pushing his summons to their absolute limit, until one spirit spits out water from sheer exhaustion. The giant blue dragon entity takes a brief breather on a cliff, staring down at the tiny workers below, who are grumbling in frustration about the grueling labor. Yang Yang decides to lend a magical hand, slithering across the rocky terrain, catching the rodents completely off guard, as a wave of blue energy scoops them all into the air, sending them zooming forward to finish the railway in record time. The dragon swoops down alongside the flying spirits, carrying the cheering rodents through the sky. Wrapped in a glowing stream of mana, Lloyd watches the aerial circus from the ground, taking a moment to survey the freshly cleared wasteland. That is when Yang Yang comes storming back in a complete rage, catching Lloyd completely off guard, as the tiny red creature screams at the top of its lungs. Lloyd jumps back in shock, screaming right back at the dragon for startling him, but Yang Yang fires off a brutal insult, telling him that the fate face is the window to the soul, and that his hideous expression is proof of how rotten he is inside. Lloyd looms over the tiny creature with an enraged scowl, crouching down to yell right into its face, giving it a stern, furious lecture, complaining that Yang Yang completely ruined his peaceful life by saddling him with a trashy body and mountains of debt. But Yang Yang casually cuts him off, stating that he doesn't owe Lloyd a single thing, pointing out the original trashy noble would have died of severe alcohol poisoning regardless, and that his parents and brother were destined to perish in ruin as well. The dragon reminds him that Suho's soul actually saved the entire family from tragic death, so Lloyd ought to be kneeling in gratitude instead. Lloyd screams back that it sounds like total nonsense, when suddenly a sharply dressed man in a suit appears right above them, adjusting his glasses with a cool, dangerous demeanor, leaving Yang Yang trembling in absolute terror at the intruder's presence. The administrator of Hell stands in the wasteland facing Lloyd, his sharp eyes assessing the human engineer, explaining that analyzing and maintaining the new hellish train system will require a detailed technical guide. Red demon workers labor continuously on top of the wooden train cars, while Lloyd considers the administrator's words, a massive grin spreading across his face, as he eagerly offers to write the complete maintenance manual himself. Lloyd bows with deep theatrical respect to the suited ruler of the underworld, who coldly asks what reward he wants in return. Keeping his head bowed, Lloyd requests a special contract reward, asking for the reward to be transferable to another soul. The administrator grants his request without hesitation, making the tiny red spirit watch in total disbelief, tears swelling in his eyes as he realizes what Suho is doing. Lloyd then turns back to his demon workers, yelling at them to speed up, as the wooden wheels of the train spin rapidly along the newly laid tracks. The red demons strain with all their might to pull the massive vessel, screaming in pure physical exhaustion, while Lloyd looms over them, furiously demanding why they are moving so slow. He kicks an exhausted demon out of the way to keep momentum going, his face contorting into an unhinged tyrant mask. The demon workforce charges forward with renewed energy, and one demon collapses on the tracks, panting heavily. Oddly enough, the demon blushes in delight, thrilled at being treated like total trash by his terrifying master. Lloyd leans over the lying demon, calling out to the original soul, who asks in utter shock if Suho is really giving the contract reward to him. The small red spirit holds the glowing official document in his hands, watching Suho crouch down before him, and quietly mutters a genuine thank you. Naturally, Lloyd makes a bizarre face and shouts that he was just getting rid of a nuisance, shoving the little guy onto the train car to hide his embarrassment. As the wooden train rolls across the dark underworld, Lloyd sits on the roof, listening to the original soul speak beside him. Looking out over the barren red horizon, the tiny spirit asks if Suho saved his family on purpose, and Lloyd casually replies that he never planned it, it just happened that way while he was building. They ride together under the eerie sky, while Javier rests quietly inside the wooden cabin below. Suddenly, a massive glowing celestial vortex begins tearing through the heavens, dominated by a dark swirling orb of cosmic energy. The little red spirit gazes up in absolute awe and terror, as Lloyd stands beside him on the roof of the moving train. The spirit's face base contorts in shock as the gravitational pull kicks in, and Lloyd lightly kicks the little guy toward the sky, sending the small red soul flying upward into the air. Lloyd shouts up at him with a cocky grin, watching the spirit get drawn straight into the glowing vortex. The original Lloyd cries hysterically, dramatic tears streaming down his face, promising that he will work hard to live a proper life in his next incarnation. Suho looks up at his former self with a calm, satisfied smirk, telling him to try his best, though living a good life is never easy. The glowing soul shines brightly inside the celestial portal, disappearing completely into the dark starry sky, as Suho sets his jaw with quiet pride, turning around confident that he has settled his debt with the original owner. The blue dragon spirit gasps in surprise, as the Hell Administrator waves his hand, dissolving the magical contract. The Administrator officially announces that, as per the agreement, Anticus's soul has been liberated. Lloyd's jaw drops in complete panic, realizing he traded away his ultimate reward, screaming how he's going to get his Dragon King membership now. The suited ruler of Hell sits at his desk, staring intensely at the frozen human, delivering a stern warning about the strict rules of demonic contracts. Just when Lloyd thinks he can finally take a breather, a massive shadowy figure looms over the estate at night, making him wonder if the Dragon King has already sent a monster to collect on his end of the bargain. Naturally, the terrifying glowing eyes and sharp fangs look like something straight out of a nightmare, but as the dust settles, the giant beast turns out to be nothing more than an oversized furry cat creature. It purrs cheerfully while making soft squeaking noises, leaving our greedy noble completely bewildered as he notices the strange bald patches across its stomach. The creature seems completely harmless despite its massive size, beaming with joy under the moonlight and giggling like a playful kitten. Lloyd tries to make sense of why a giant balding beast is standing outside his castle, only for the creature to tilt its head in pure innocence, leaving him questioning his own sanity. The giant monster gently shakes the earth beneath them, nodding its head as if inviting them to climb onto its back. What this idiot creature doesn't realize is that Lloyd instantly connects the dots, realizing the old dragon actually kept his word about providing royal transportation. In his head, visions of endless golden bonus life points are already dancing around, so he and Javier hop on for what they expect to be a pleasant ride. Problem is, the creature launches into the sky at supersonic speed, blasting winds so hard into Lloyd's face that his entire skin deforms in sheer horror. He screams in utter frustration as the pressure threatens to ruin his face, bashing his teeth against the gale force winds, only to look over and see Javier floating beside him like like a majestic divine model. Lloyd flies into a complete rage, shouting at his knight for cheating reality by staying impossibly handsome in a hurricane. The creature carries them across oceans and mountain ranges in seconds, dropping them off right outside a dark and ominous mountain peak. They make their way down a grand stone staircase, our boy keeping his eyes fixed on the prize with absolute focus. As they step into the vast pillar-lined hall of the Dragon King, the sheer scale of the cavern takes their breath away. An actual mountain of shiny gold and ancient jewels sits stacked higher than a castle, making Lloyd's eyes light up with pure, unadulterated greed. The craziest part is that instead of a terrifying monster guarding the stash, a mysterious figure is lounging lazily on a red velvet couch in the middle of the gold. Lloyd drags his heavy bags forward with a sinister grin, determined to squeeze every single coin out of this dragon encounter. A divine aura radiates from the seated figure, and Lloyd opens his mouth to give his grandest, most respectful greeting. Before he can even offer a single word of flattery, a sudden wave of oppressive dragon pressure crashes down on the hall. Lloyd immediately collapses onto the floor, groaning in agony, his body pinned down by the sheer weight of the aura, while Javier falls beside him, eyes closed as if struggling for breath. See, Javier opens one glowing eye on the sly, checking to see if anyone is watching. Lloyd catches his stoic knight casually sliding over to a comfortable sofa, realizing the bastard is completely faking his exhaustion just to take a nap. Javier drools peacefully on the cushions while totally ignoring his master, which causes Lloyd's fist to tremble with pure rage. He clenches his teeth, unable to believe his own bodyguard is slacking off in a dragon's lair, so he decides to take matters into his own hands. As mystical energy swells around the sleeping knight, Javier's eyes snap open for a split second, only for Lloyd to reach down and grab him by the collar. Rather than starting a fight in front of the dragon, Lloyd puts on his most desperate servile act, grabbing a giant leaf and fanning Javier like a dedicated servant. He wipes sweat off his own forehead, with a forced anxious smile, panting like crazy while trying to convince the dragon that his knight is severely wounded. He keeps fanning with frantic energy, even as Javier continues snoring peacefully with a comical bubble floating from his nose. Looking down at his sleeping bodyguard, a wicked, scheme-filled smile slowly spreads across Lloyd's face. Ignoring every voice of reason telling him to tread carefully, he scoops a glass full of glowing blue liquid from a nearby spring, walking back toward the sleeping knight with a terrifying glint in his eyes. In his head, this is the ultimate opportunity to win over the dragon, and he chuckles to himself as he prepares his next grand scam. And, as his companion watches in utter disbelief, it becomes clear that Lloyd is dead serious about putting this scheme into motion. Inside the Grand Treasure Castle, the majestic Dragon King roars in anger, demanding to know who dared to enter his domain. Our boy Lloyd drops to his knees instantly, tears streaming down his face, begging the dragon to punish him by showering him with unimaginable wealth. The dragon obliges by dumping a mountain of solid gold coins right onto his head, which Lloyd happily absorbs like a sponge. He begs for even more painful golden rain, breaking into a victory dance, though his mood takes a sudden turn when his stomach's snarling. The Dragon King watches in utter confusion, as Lloyd shouts that a truly rich man should never have to suffer through hunger. With glowing eyes, the ancient beast stares down at his guest, only for Lloyd to pull out a freshly harvested root vegetable, calling on his trusty hamster Ppodong to fire up a stone oven. Out comes a piping hot batch of fresh red kimchi, and Lloyd reclines on his mountain of gold, happily devouring the meal. The Dragon King can barely process the ridiculous spectacle in front of him, watching this bizarre human drool in complete luxury right on his dragon hoard. After stuffing his face, Lloyd passes out on a lavish sofa, convinced that patience always pays off for a true businessman. When he finally opens his eyes, he panics, wondering just how many days he slept away, realizing time moves differently. Inside a dragon's lair, the massive blue Dragon King towers over his golden hall, while Lloyd shifts uncomfortably, feeling a sudden surge of dread. He reaches for his magical call system interface, realizing the queen is going to nag his ears off for being missing so long. See, what he doesn't count on is that the Dragon King is facing the exact same problem. As Lloyd calculates how to avoid a lecture, an absolute stroke of genius strikes his greedy brain. Instead of wallowing in panic, he gets up from the sofa with a brand new plan. When the blue Dragon King politely asks if something is bothering him, Lloyd turns around with the most terrifying devilish grin in human history. Energy beams practically shoot from his eyes in pure excitement, and he cackles like a villain who just found his next target. A metaphorical explosion detonates in the gold room. As Lloyd transitions into full salesman mode, he flips the script completely, asking the Dragon King what trouble is weighing on his royal mind, promising to solve any problem in exchange for a tiny favor. The dragon chuckles at his insane persistence, leaning back on his throne as Lloyd approaches with reverent body language. Lloyd dramatically apologizes for wasting the dragon's precious calories, which only makes the silver-haired noble form like this human even more. The dragon wonders how this kid knows exactly what to say to stroke his massive ego, unaware that Lloyd is relying on foundational principles of modern sales psychology. With folded hands and a solemn expression, he prepares to introduce a revolutionary solution using his magic pen. He explains that minor worries should always take a backseat to what truly matters, kneeling humbly before the reclining dragon noble. The Dragon King looks intrigued, while Lloyd maintains a stone-cold, professional face. He puts on a soft, emotional expression to build rapport, staying low on the ground to make the dragon feel superior. Then he leans forward with a mischievous, supremely confident smile. The silver-haired noble ponders Lloyd's words, wondering if he can actually trust this strange human. Lloyd stays in his kneeling position, hanging on every word, while the dragon scrutinizes him with intense curiosity. Suddenly, the noble sits straight up and points at Lloyd, declaring that he has officially reached number 2 on his favorite people list. Lloyd licks his lips in anticipation as his mental gears spin into hyperdrive. He watches the ancient dragon carefully, reading every subtle cue. With dead seriousness, Lloyd begins breaking down the dragon's personal life, explaining that his partner's nagging isn't out of spite, but concern for his health. He stands up and looks the dragon dead in the eye, asking if he simply forgot to make his daily morning check-in call. The dragon's eyes widen in absolute shock as Lloyd hits the nail on the head. Lloyd lists every single insecurity: the fear of getting yelled at, the laziness of traveling back, and the dread of making things worse. With a brilliant flash of magic in his hand, Lloyd announces that every single one of those problems can be solved simultaneously, right here and right now. Meanwhile, back in the Frontera territory, modern apartment complexes line the valley, where Chief Manager Sir Byron is screaming in pure existential agony as construction crews hammer away under strict safety protocols. The poor man is losing his sanity, sobbing openly from severe burnout, while elves record notes on completed projects and supervisors yell that the southern expansion is finished. Reports flood in about leaking terrace fields, unpaid water bills, clogged toilets, and crop pests, driving Byron to ride out personally to handle every crisis. Spinning with dizziness from infinite paperwork, he gallops across the countryside, haunted by the endless demands of a booming kingdom, until he finally tracks down his boss. Setting his resolve, Byron prepares to make the hardest speech of his life, holding the magic communication cube in his hands and watching it crumble into dust under the sheer stress. Panic erupts across the camp as the broken administrator drops to his knees, begging for freedom from this endless construction nightmare. Riding through the village on horseback, he catches Lloyd off guard, leaping off his mount and dropping the litter he was carrying. Byron sprints toward Lloyd as the sun sets, falling to his knees in the grass and shouting at the top of his lungs that he wants to quit. Lloyd listens calmly, letting the man pour out his desperate plea, while Javier watches silently from the background. With a subtle smirk, Lloyd lets him finish his dramatic speech, before casually raising Byron's annual salary to $3 billion. Byron screams that this isn't about money, before immediately bowing his head and swearing to dedicate his entire soul to the company. Seeing the massive crowds of happy citizens, cheering and waving at their prosperous new territory, Byron stands speechless at what they built, wearing a quiet smile of true pride. Meanwhile, Lloyd relaxes on a plush sofa inside his new castle, looking out over the magnificent estate, while explaining his ingenious relationship advice deal to Javier. Realizing he helped the Dragon King dodge an entire month of nagging, Javier bluntly asks if he just scammed an ancient deity. But before Lloyd can defend his honor, exhaustion takes over, and he flashes one last sly smirk, drifting off into a deep sleep. The Dragon King draws a magical glowing pen, marking a glowing emblem onto Lloyd's neck. Javier watches as the mark settles, confirming his master officially received his Dragon VIP membership. Exhaling a tired sigh, Javier turns away, walking down the bright hallway as the deal comes to a close. In his head, Lloyd is officially the richest man on the continent, smugly giving himself a thumbs up, resting easy knowing Byron will handle every project on Earth, while he drools blissfully on his pillow, anticipating a life of pure luxury. Down the corridor, Javier listens quietly as officials discuss how the people no longer have to starve or fight for rations, remembering the dark days when survival was their only goal. Tense memories cross his mind, reflecting on how much everything has changed, his hand resting gently on his hilt, satisfied with the peace they created. Looking back down the hall, the knights share a quiet moment, before suddenly gagging in disgust at their own sentimental sappiness. Meanwhile, Lloyd opens his system interface to admire his counter, grinning at over 18 million saved people points back in his bank. But then, the counter ticks down by one. Lloyd freezes in shock, as the number suddenly plunges by millions in seconds, horror washing over his face, while the saved population counter collapses towards zero. Staring at the glowing screen in utter terror, the counter hits 1 and drops straight to 0, signaling that something unimaginable is erasing humanity from the map. Festive string lights hang over a bustling city at night, where banners wave softly in the gentle evening air, and even orcs and humans dance arm in arm through the streets. Our stoic knight Javier watches the crowd from his seat, standing alongside a companion in the middle of the celebration, looking down with a quietly thoughtful expression. Before stepping inside near the stone walls of the hall, he urges the man to follow him toward the festivities, while the red-haired warrior pauses in silent reflection, watching Javier walk ahead down the corridor. The two of them talk amidst the glowing festival lights, as boots slide and skid across the dusty ground, and Javier turns back with a serious look on his face. Meanwhile, our main character leans heavily against a tree gasping for breath, his mind racing as Javier's solemn gaze lingers in his thoughts. Naturally, the absurdity of the situation leaves him completely baffled, sweat pouring down his face as he screams in utter frustration, before slamming his hand onto the glowing system interface to confirm the ending spoiler option. Suddenly, a mysterious man in a brown coat stands in a vast dark space, looking straight at him and calling out his original Korean name, Kim Suho. Warm light illuminates the figure's profile as he stands over a table explaining that this vision isn't set in stone just yet. The problem is, if Suho chooses to do nothing, this potential ending becomes guaranteed, starting from the very moment his system points plunged all the way to 0. He reveals that for 3 full years after that day, life actually remained peaceful and quiet. Then, without warning, the entire world is bathed in a bloody red glow, leaving Suho stumbling backward in sheer disbelief. He watches riders gallop through a forest lit by burning skies, his eyes widening in sudden horror as the memory unfolds, showing how elves, orcs, and humans used to play music, side by side, dancing together in joyous crowds during better days, and riding through woods that were once peaceful and green. Even their massive hamster Ppodong sprints past the horses in the dark, right before the mounts rear up in blind panic, and riders scream out as chaos rips through the night. The blissful memories of people dancing under festival lights vanish in an instant, replaced by a warrior lunging forward in desperate terror, consumed by a swirling red aura of impending doom. A wide-eyed, terrified face stares straight into the abyss, recoiling from the overwhelming darkness closing in. The cheerful shouts of past celebrations fade away as a weeping woman crawls across the stone floor toward a wooden coffin. In his head, the sheer cruelty of it all is unbearable, making him scream at the sky, while a red-haired warrior lunges blindly into the fray with rage. The messenger sits slumped beside a flickering lamp, admitting how completely helpless they were, his face tight with unyielding tension, as a wide, horrified eye witnesses the full scale of the massacre. A young child peeks out from behind a doorway in terror, while dark shadows draw their blades in silence. He gasps desperately for air amidst the smoke and blood, before a fallen silhouette is pierced by dozens of blades, leaving the messenger hunched over his desk in total despair. A fierce warrior stands surrounded by raging infernos, recalling the grand ballrooms where children once played freely, and the days when elves and orcs labored together in peace. Now, only agonized screams fill the air as the man in the brown coat strikes out in blinding fury. He rests his head heavily on the table, desperately calling out for the messenger, demanding to turn off the horrifying vision once and for all. With blood trickling from his mouth, he warns Suho that merely seeing the future changes nothing. Coughing violently as his strength slips away, slumped over a desk littered with blood-stained bottles. The glass lies shattered on the floor, covered in dark red stains, while a trembling hand clenches the cold ground in agony, gripping the floor as the warning leaves Kim Suho with the terrifying burden of stopping the end of the world. While skeletal beasts tear across the frozen wasteland, unleashing blasts of magical energy, and small creatures float helplessly in the sky. Back at the castle, someone is desperately trying to contact the Dragon King, who happens to be fast asleep on a plush couch, completely ignoring his duties. He snaps awake feeling a sudden surge of pain, stretching out as he tries to shake off the bizarre sensation, right as a brutal pulse of red energy strikes his body, leaving the ancient dragon completely wide-eyed with horror as he crashes back onto the sofa in total disbelief. In his head, taking actual damage like this should be physically impossible, so he tries to tap into his system interface to call his wife, reaching out toward the glowing call interface, only for a red restriction icon to pop up right in his face. Naturally, his call was blocked, which leaves our ancient dragon staring at the ceiling in complete shock while wild magic surges through the sky outside. The problem is, he finally puts two and two together, realizing his wife is absolutely furious with him and cut off his access, so he simply decides to ignore the apocalypse and go right back to sleep. But while the old dragon slumbers, someone else in the room is watching him, as our boy Lloyd drakes into a sinister, wide-eyed grin. See, Lloyd realizes this is the perfect opportunity to whisper hypnotic suggestions into the dragon's ear every single day, while night falls over the estate, and the sun comes back up, cycling through another evening and another bright morning, as the moon shines full in the sky, and yet another day passes by, until the Dragon King finally begins to stir, feeling a weird sense of unease, opening one eye to check his surroundings. He sits up and demands to know why nobody woke him up earlier, realizing he completely forgot about his crucial tasks, and suddenly panics about the time he lost. That is when Lloyd leans down with a face straight out of a horror film, scaring the absolute daylight out of the dragon, who starts sweating profusely on the couch, before Lloyd casually breaks character and laughs off the intimidation as a joke, giving him one last terrifying look, leaving the dragon thoroughly traumatized, drenched in cold sweat, and regretting every life choice that brought him here. Meanwhile, Javier lies back on the sofa, completely drained, while Lloyd kneels on the floor across from him, holding court in the warm afternoon light. The two of them have been locked in an intense, hours-long argument, where Lloyd relentlessly wore down his knight's defenses, pushing him to the absolute brink, and leaving Javier completely stunned at how stubborn his master can be. Gritting his teeth in pure frustration, Javier gasps for breath like he just ran a marathon, desperately yelling at Lloyd to give it a break, clutching his chest in agony as he admits that dealing with Lloyd's schemes is the most exhausting thing on earth. Finally, our exhausted knight throws his hands up in total surrender, admitting that the burden he has to carry in this crazy setup is way higher than Lloyd's. Naturally, Lloyd takes that admission as a total victory, declaring himself the undisputed winner of their debate. Javier grips his sword hilt, shifting the conversation to the grim reality of how fate works in this world. What he learned from the intruder's spoiler reveal is that whenever Lloyd alters destiny, the timeline acts like a tightly pulled bowstring, straining against the changes and aggressively resisting until it snaps back toward its original tragic outcome. Sitting back on the sofa in deep reflection, Javier brings up the shocking possibility that their entire world might just be a fictional program or novel. In his mind, knowing you might not even be real should crush anyone's spirit, but as Lloyd looks back at him, our boy fires back with absolute conviction, completely unfazed by the existential crisis, shouting, "I can feel that I'm alive, so who cares if I'm a program?" Javier stares down at the floor, blown away by that answer, realizing that his master's mental fortitude is truly legendary. He lets out a long, heavy sigh, while Lloyd perks up with a brand new scheme in mind. See, Lloyd reveals there's a legendary jewel capable of answering any question about the world, which could solve the mystery of their altered fate once and for all. He leaps to his feet with sudden energy, looking down at Javier with fiery determination. Javier closes his eyes and warns him not to do anything reckless, but Lloyd announces that the treasure is hidden deep within the Merman Kingdom, adding with a sinister grin that his skeleton worker squad will be handling Javier's early morning wake-up calls from now on, as he gears up to drag his knight into yet another wild engineering adventure. After taking off on their quest to find the merman's truth-telling jewel, our boy Lloyd is already collapsed on the dirt like a popped balloon, wondering why saving reality has to involve so much walking. Luckily, they make it to the coastal port of Cremo, the gateway to the underwater kingdom hiding below, and step into a city thriving with life. Ships are crammed into the harbor, merchants are screaming their best deals across the plaza, and the whole market is booming with cash flow. See, back in the original story, Cremo was supposed to get completely wiped out by a giant monster, leaving the local count bankrupt and the streets filled with starving refugees. But because Lloyd stepped in with his modern civil engineering, the city city was saved and turned into an economic powerhouse, which brings our greedy master to a shocking realization. Tears literally start pouring down his face, not out of joy but pure agonizing regret that he didn't charge them a 2% processing fee when he had the chance, leaving Javier to quietly watch him sob over lost profit, sighing deeply at his master's unwavering greed, as Lloyd keeps muttering that even 1% would have made him rich. Their host throws open the doors to welcome the savior of Cremo, lifting Lloyd into a massive bear hug, while Lloyd politely lets him know he is not his type. Once the awkward affection stops, they sit down to discuss the Merman Kingdom, and the Count listens closely as Lloyd asks for a way to reach the deep sea, realizing normal routes won't cut it. So he offers to introduce them to a wild pirate captain who actually knows the waters, giving our main character his first real lead. They head out to sea to meet the pirate, an eccentric veteran with a parrot who explains that entering the Merman domain requires a song, leaving both of them staring in dead silence, until Lloyd realizes his own vocals are a biohazard, and tries volunteering Javier instead since handsome guys usually get a pass, prompting the pirate to share how he first encountered the merman as a young boy in the water. Back then, a giant aquatic warrior rose out of the waves, and when the pirate tried singing, it sounded like a dying animal, making the merman cringe in absolute agony at first, until a handsome merman leader stepped forward, smiling gently when he realized what the song was actually communicating. See, the mermen do not care about vocal range or rhythm. They hear the raw truth inside a person's soul, and Lloyd knows his desire to protect his parents, his brother, and every friend who stood by him is completely genuine. So if heartfelt emotion is the key, he is ready to sing his heart out. The pirate agrees to guide them, handing Lloyd a magic pouch, and grinning madly as they set sail into the night, cutting through dark waters under a glowing full moon, until Lloyd climbs to the highest mast like a man possessed, determined to reach the underwater kingdom no matter what it takes. Down below, the sea begins to ripple, as shadows gather beneath the surface, and Javier realizes they are no longer alone, surrounded by hundreds of mermen floating in the dark, right as Lloyd strikes a dramatic pose against the moon, and begins conducting his grand musical performance. Glowing eyes break through the waves as magical notes drift down from the rigging, locking the audience in a trance while Javier watches the bizarre magic unfold as Lloyd strains with every breath to pour his entire soul into the melody, letting his deepest, truest feelings flow straight into the crowd. Problem is, a spear suddenly shatters the mast beneath his feet, because the mermen fly into an absolute murderous fury, launching a terrifying barrage of weapons into the sky, as the entire army charges the vessel in a frenzy, turning the peaceful concert into a war zone in half a second, sending the crew scrambling for their lives on the tilting deck. The pirate captain loses his mind and grabs Lloyd, screaming in utter disbelief because he told him to sing, not chant, ancient demonic curses, as Javier puts two and two together, realizing that when Lloyd poured out his true soul, his innermost feelings were basically a hostile declaration of war, forcing Javier to draw his blade and leap off the deck, sprouting brilliant white aura wings as he descends into the chaos like a divine savior. Instantly, a massive arm raises up to halt the assault, as the red-haired merman commander stares in complete shock, pointing at the glowing angel floating above the water, and while Javier prepares for a brutal fight, the commander flashes a massive smile and makes a heart with her hands, giving him an instant pass to the kingdom, just for being breathtakingly handsome, leaving Javier completely speechless, while Lloyd sits in the background, sobbing bitterly over the fact that his pure soul was rejected as a war crime, while Blondie gets in on face value alone. Looking down at the water, Lloyd is waiting to hear why these fish people suddenly called off their attack, fully expecting them to praise the sheer emotional depth of his soul-stirring song, when a pink-haired mermaid named Ariel pops out of the waves, striking a majestic pose like she is modeling for an ocean fashion catalog, and asks if he seriously thought his singing was what saved them. The harsh truth hits our greedy noble like a bucket of ice water, while Javier looks at him with pure second-hand embarrassment, convinced his master has completely lost his mind. See, Lloyd remembered the old legends saying mermaids only judge visitors by the true feelings in their song, but the mermen quickly clear up the misunderstanding, pointing out that nobody gives a damn about his vocal performance, because Javier's absurdly handsome face triggers the exact same emotional response as a musical masterpiece, leaving Javier thoroughly disgusted by the realization, inwardly questioning how a maniac whose screaming almost got them killed is somehow the hero of the story, while his own face had to save the day. With the diplomatic misunderstanding sorted out, Ariel looks at the pair with an exhausted sigh, while Lloyd tries to regain some dignity with a polite bow, which only makes the mermaid facepalm at his utter lack of shame. Naturally, Lloyd isn't about to let a little public humiliation stop his mission, so both men compose themselves to talk business, as Ariel softens up and offers them safe passage into their hidden realm. The reality of traveling to the ocean floor sets in, leading Lloyd to check if his stoic bodyguard is actually ready to dive in, and Javier simply closes his eyes, bracing himself for whatever nightmare his employer is dragging him into next. Standing tall despite the absurd circumstances, Ariel steps up and hands Lloyd a magical shell pendant that allows humans to breathe underwater, before chucking another one straight at Javier's head to snap him back to reality. Plunging straight into the ocean, the group dives past ancient coral reefs and teeming marine life, descending toward a strange glowing light radiating from the deep abyss, which leaves Lloyd completely bewildered as to how a whole civilization stays lit at the bottom of the sea. But his awe instantly turns to pure horror when a colossal shadow emerges, revealing a gargantuan octopus-like leviathan towering over the seafloor. What looked like a small monster from a distance turns out to be a creature the size of an entire city, standing guard outside the grand majestic gates of the merman throne room. Smirking at his priceless expression, Ariel guides them inside the royal hall, She tells our boy to do the talking once they step before royalty, dropping Lloyd right onto his knees in front of the throne, sweating bullets as he tries to formulate a respectful introduction. Looking down at them with an amused smile is the ruler of the seas, a fiercely muscular, red-haired mermaid queen who carries herself like an absolute legend. Both men bow low, fully aware that one wrong move in the heart of an ocean kingdom could get them fed to that giant octopus outside. The queen leans back, thoroughly enjoying the sight of two landlubbers trembling on her floor, though Lloyd grits his teeth, trying hard to keep his composure, as she rests her chin on her hand to hear why surface dwellers have invaded her realm. She explains that their underwater world is currently facing an unprecedented disaster, which catches Lloyd completely off guard, as the queen nonchalantly describes the crisis, making our greedy noble realize this isn't going to be a simple diplomatic visit. Sitting regally upon her massive throne, she lays out the catastrophic news, while Lloyd listens intently, trying to figure out how to spin this into an opportunity. As the red-haired ruler ponders the strange chain of events, locking eyes with Lloyd to gauge his true intentions, while both men remain kneeling in the grand hall, waiting for her to reveal the source of all this trouble, and the queen flatly states that the catastrophe actually started up on the surface. Looking down from her high perch, her expression turns dark and pensive, catching Lloyd's sharp, nervous gaze, as she reveals that someone opened a massive, unstable magic portal up in the icy northern regions. The extreme heat from that portal is rapidly melting the world's glaciers and throwing global ocean currents into utter chaos, prompting the queen to openly curse whoever could commit such a brainless, catastrophic crime. Meanwhile, Javier turns his eyes toward his master with a look of pure, unadulterated judgment, as the queen declares that the absolute bastard who opened the gate is a menace on par with demons who deserves to be shredded to pieces. The best part is that the villain she's swearing to destroy is sitting right in front of her, as Lloyd tries to maintain a blank, innocent face while sweating through his soul, while Javier is practically having a nervous breakdown, praying the queen doesn't connect the dots. Looking out over the sprawling underwater city, Lloyd quickly changes the subject, telling Javier they need to secure the truce jewel immediately to fix the situation, planning to gather every scrap of information and search the territory high and low, which gets a thoughtful, resigned nod from his bodyguard. Javier hands him a shovel, warning him not to mess this up, as Lloyd grips the tool with sheer determination, emphasizing how crucial the jewel is for saving their own skins. Knowing that despite his master being an international menace, Lloyd always gets results when pushed into a corner, and together they march toward the ancient gate to begin their underwater excavation. Somewhere far from the ocean, a shadowy figure suffers in total isolation, writhing in agony under a bedsheet while toxic veins spread rapidly across his flesh. In his head, a royal throne is worth any price, even if it means spilling his own family's blood, so he stubbornly refuses to let some poison take him down. He grits through the excruciating pain, clenching his fist as black magic surges through his system, channeling sheer willpower on the floor while his body burns from the inside out. Dark power pulses through his swollen veins, threatening to tear his arm apart, reaching all the way to his throat until he finally collapses onto the ground in absolute exhaustion. He lies there gasping for air, forcing his mangled limb to flex, just to prove to himself that he survived. If it ever stops moving, he tells himself he'll cut it off without a second thought, sitting alone in the dark chamber and wondering how strange it is that death keeps sparing him, completely unaware of the chaos brewing beneath the ocean waves. Meanwhile, deep underwater, the conversation turns to the legendary truth jewel, an ancient relic tied to the merman's history, as everyone tries to gather any clue about where it could be hidden. Naturally, the atmosphere isn't exactly serious, with the locals getting distracted, while our boys wander through the underwater district. One guy tries to apologize for making the others feel inferior, claiming he's completely fine while literally crying underwater, which makes zero logical sense since you can't even see tears in the ocean. But he aggressively begs everyone to help search for the jewel anyway. The problem is, finding an ancient gem buried in the northern sea isn't simple, because according to old merman legends, the hero Atlantido used the truth jewel to answer any question in existence. But over time, the blueprints and records were lost, leaving the current generation with nothing but vague myths and missing maps, which means finding the actual blueprints is their only real shot, hidden somewhere near the ancient underwater ruins. With that goal in mind, they examine glowing magical runes carved into an ancient stone wall, realizing that the blueprints could pinpoint the jewel's exact location, which brings Lloyd and Javier straight to the northern search where the local mermen are already hard at work. Looking down at the seabed, Lloyd sees a massive dome city off in the distance and walks up to the merman search team carrying simple shovels. A ridiculously muscular merman elder flexes his chest and tells them to mind their own business, furiously barking orders at his crew while a worker strikes the seabed like an angry jackhammer, grumbling that everyone treats him like a complete idiot. Lloyd watches this circus with pure skepticism, as a dark-haired merman stares out across the vast ocean horizon and explains that the northern sea is simply too massive to search blindly. He points to thousands of random holes scattered across the seabed, proudly pulling out a detailed exploration map to brag about how meticulous they are for digging hundreds of holes by hand. In his head, these musclehead idiots are completely out of their minds because scanning sedimentary layers accumulated over 10,000 years is virtually useless. Lloyd sighs at such a massive waste of labor and immediately starts scheming how to exploit the situation. Seeing the mermen digging like mindless beasts, strain and sweat pouring off them, Lloyd turns to Javier and drops an aggressive command. Feeling zero pride, he decides his only choice is to deploy his ultimate weapon, ordering Javier to use his ridiculously handsome face to bewitch the mermen and trick them into being free laborers. So Javier steps forward to charm the crowd, only for the muscular merman to flat out reject him, explaining they spend all their time training muscles for swimming and couldn't care less about a handsome human. Operation Handsome Distraction completely bombed, and Lloyd mockingly laughs right in Javier's grumpy face. Pacing the ocean floor, our boy panics over how many years manual excavation would take, desperately needing a breakthrough before time runs out. Suddenly, something in the distance catches his eye, while a nearby merman shouts in excitement, as a massive geothermal geyser erupts right from the sea floor. Seeing the hot underwater underwater spring, Lloyd turns to Javier with a terrifying scammer smile, announcing, "Let's build a sauna here." To understand where this insane bathhouse scheme even comes from, we have to look back at our boy's past life as Suho Kim waking up with his shoulders screaming in pain, only to step outside into the rain and find his construction work cancelled again. As he rubs his aching joint wondering if he should just rest after exams, a classmate under an umbrella strolls right up to him with a smug, knowing grin, which immediately makes Suho suspicious. The guy invites him to hit the local bathhouse, pointing out how wrecked his body must be after all that hard labor, and telling him it is about time he gave himself a break. Suho tries to decline by admitting he is completely broke, but the guy just chuckles knowing his empty pockets all too well and hands him an umbrella anyway. He explains his mom actually owns the place and he is working shifts there, grudgingly convincing Suho to walk with him. Even while cursing the jerk under his breath, Suho follows him through the storm, huddling close under his single umbrella while still eyeing him with total distrust. But the moment they step into that steamy room, all that suspicion vanishes into thin air. Every sore muscle and locked joint melts instantly, leaving Suho lying flat on the floor in pure bliss, feeling like his soul is leaving his body, floating all the way up into the starry sky, and becoming one with the cosmic flow of the universe itself. That exact feeling of heavenly transcendence is what he plans to weaponize against the local mermen. Back on the ocean floor, Lloyd explains to Javier that there is already massive demand, because those beefy mermen spend all day swimming in freezing deep water and complaining about their aching joints. While the muscle-bound creatures lounge around in pain, Lloyd gets that terrifying scammer grin on his face, knowing this sauna idea will scoop them all up fish in a net. Javier questions how building an indoor hot water facility helps them dig up the truth jewel, and Lloyd flat out admits they have a labor crisis on their hands. With only 3 people digging, finding one small jewel in a vast ocean would take lifetimes, so they need an entire army of mermen working for them. By trapping the volcanic heat from the geothermal vents, instead of letting it boil the local wildlife alive, he can construct a magnificent underwater hot water palace. What he does not tell the mermen is that this bathhouse solves every single one of his problems at once, turning a grueling excavation into a luxury spa trap. So they scout out a perfect underwater cavern to start construction. After verifying that the cavern ceiling is structurally stable, Lloyd casts his spatial blueprint skill, projecting a massive glowing green architectural grid across the underwater cave walls. Without a single word of complaint, Javier draws his legendary sword and begins slicing into the solid rock like it is warm butter. Honestly, this sudden obedience weirds Lloyd out completely, so he asks why Javier is not firing off his usual barrage of annoying questions about why they need the truth jewel. Javier keeps carving the stone, telling him to stop wasting time and go gather the building materials, because if they do not fix the ocean currents, their entire home county back on land is going to suffer. Knight's unwavering trust, Lloyd whispers a genuine thank you, which lasts for about 2 seconds before the wholesome moment completely vanishes, leaving Lloyd staring at his knight with his signature look of utter disgust. To channel the volcanic geyser water without melting normal pipes, our civil engineer dives straight into the deepest sea trench, swimming down to harvest heat-resistant giant tube worms from the ocean floor. The problem is these deep-sea creatures do not like being evicted, blasting Lloyd right in the face with a fountain of foul defensive fluid as he wrestles the calcified shells free from the mud. With the raw materials secured, he and Javier lay the massive biological pipeline along the underwater cliffs, mopping every inch of the finished plumbing so it shines like a 5-star resort. And just like that, the world's very first underwater bathhouse resort is officially open for business, complete with high-end steam rooms and therapeutic minerals. Their first test customer, a merman named Rodolua, is so thoroughly melted by the hot water that he cannot even form words. When Javier asks if Lloyd is going to charge steep entry fees to line his pockets, Lloyd reveals his true sinister genius by declaring that admission will be completely free of charge. What this idiot merman population does not realize is that once they get hooked on this heat, the only currency Lloyd will accept is their manual labor, and as the first horde of muscular mermen arrives, his master plan falls perfectly into place. High above the freezing northern waters, a seabird cuts through the icy sky, gliding over the ocean surface, while deep below, a sudden burst of energy hits the waves, sending a massive surge through the seafloor, where a mermaid leaps out under the full moon, snatching a panic-stricken bird right out of the air, surrounded by glowing magic and laughing as she drags her catch down into the dark. As the water settles, we see the merman kingdom in all its swole, hypermuscular glory, where everyone constantly flexes and shows off their strength. But the problem is, living in sub-zero ocean water year-round leaves their joints permanently inflamed and aching. An elderly mermaid punches the water in pure frustration over her ruined shoulders, while an old merman in sunglasses tells her to stop making so much noise, advising her to just keep exercising 3 times a day, because in this ocean city, rest feels like a death sentence, leaving even the tough mermen wondering how much longer their bodies can take it. That is when a strange crew appears in the depths, led by a man wearing a giant crab suit and holding an underwater megaphone, shouting for everyone to come relax at the world's very first 100% safe, completely free bathhouse. Naturally, the mermen are skeptical of crafty humans, but Crab Lloyd just smiles like a salesman who knows he holds all the cards, while Javier watches from a distance, wondering how far this game is going to go. Eventually, a few curious merfolk venture into the volcanic tube-worm resort, where glowing warm bubbles wrap around them, and the moment the elderly mermaid steps into the heated water, the agonizing pain in her shoulders completely vanishes, sending her straight into transcendent euphoria, floating through cosmic nirvana as the thermal heat melts away decades of joint stiffness. She immediately drags her husband into the hot springs, and Crab Lloyd greets them with open arms, as the old couple bathes together under glowing starry lights, swimming hand in hand, like young lovers reborn. By day 5 of their consecutive visits, they show off their restored youth and insane energy, drawing an enormous crowd of excited merfolk who can hardly believe the transformation. Crab Lloyd clasps his hands together in grateful worship before shedding the crab outfit to reveal reveal his true, terrifyingly greedy face, because his trap has officially sprung. With the entire merman population thoroughly addicted to thermal hot springs, Lloyd sits down at an underwater desk across from the merman representatives, who stare intently as he pulls out a thick legal contract backed by the locked treasures of the seabed and lays out the official membership terms. He casually explains that free entry was just a promotional trial, and as the mermaids inspect the paperwork, they notice the admission fee isn't listed in gold or silver at all. When they ask how 12 hours of bath time is priced, Lloyd leans forward with a razor-sharp smirk, explaining that the price isn't money, it is physical labor, requiring them to work half as many hours on his underwater excavation site as they spend soaking, fulfilled within 48 hours of their visit. Furious at being treated like common construction workers, an enraged mermaid grabs Lloyd by the collar, calling him a rotten scumbag and throwing a brutal punch that sends him sprawling onto the seabed floor. The rest of the merfolk cheer in agreement, shouting that superior ocean beings will never take orders from a human. Lloyd sits on the ground looking totally helpless and defeated, slumped against a stone pillar underwater, prompting Javier to swim over and ask if his brilliant scheme just blew up in his face, reminding him that these people were living without the lullaby just fine until now. What Javier doesn't realize is that withdrawal is a terrible thing, and an addict will do whatever it takes to get their fix. Those proud merfolk didn't count on was the brutal reality of hot spring withdrawal, because within 24 hours, their aching muscles force them straight back to Lloyd, willingly wearing magical tracking bracelets that monitor their bath time. Inside the facility, glowing mana devices keep exact record of every second spent in the water, and the moment their allotted time expires, the lights dim, and Lloyd pops up like an ominous tax collector, reminding them that their bath is over and their excavation shift starts bright and early tomorrow. From that day on, our boy runs a ruthless double operation on the seabed, standing over the workers with a shovel like an absolute tyrant. The merfolk drag their tools to the construction site groaning in agony, complaining that their entire bodies feel like lead, only for Lloyd to greet them with a cheerful smile as bathhouse manager, soothing them with a warm soak right before turning right back into site manager. He greets every single shift with the exact same deadpan welcome, flashing the glowing tracking amulets, looking like an unhinged demon who feeds on manual labor. Even elderly mermaids are out there shoveling dirt at breakneck speeds, realizing too late that they've been completely snared, trapped in an endless loop of soaking and digging, dangling like marionettes controlled by their own addiction. They try fighting through the fatigue, collapsing onto the coral beds when their arms give out, yet the moment they recover, they can't bring themselves to stop. Tiered excavation channels quickly take shape across the ocean floor, while Lloyd watches over the entire workforce with a manic grin, leaving the terrified mermen convinced they're working for the devil himself. Still, all that forced labor delivers incredible results, and as the seabed gets cleared away ahead of schedule, Lloyd turns his attention to the real goal of this entire operation. Rotalua watches with suspicious eyes, holding a glowing energy orb while Lloyd guides the triumphantly atop a cleared mound of earth. His eyes light up when he spots a peculiar square patch of stone, leaping down the slope without hesitation, and ordering everyone to clear the remaining debris right around it. With a few swift swings of his shovel, he uncovers an ornate stone platform hidden deep beneath the mud. This was the exact location where the truth jewel once rested, and as Lloyd catches his breath, he prepares to search for the hidden engineering blueprints. Rotalua steps forward with an anxious expression, examining the floor tiles closely, and admitting that based on his predecessor's records, the master blueprint should be hidden right at the center. As they inspect the platform together, the ground suddenly reacts to Lloyd's presence, erupting with a glowing green keyhole right in the center of the stone. Both of them lean over to examine the mystical lock, and Lloyd realizes that if there's a keyhole, there has to be a physical key hidden somewhere nearby. Before he can even formulate a plan, the keyhole surges with magic, pulling them into a blinding vision that shows the exact location of the key. Swirling energy fills their sight, and as the vision stabilizes, they witness a horrifying sight inside a floating magical orb. The key isn't sitting safely in some chest. It's resting inside the belly of a massive pink sea monster. To make matters 10 times worse, the creature is opening its giant maw, swallowing a protective bubble that contains an entire underwater city. The beast grips the sphere tightly in its tentacles, causing violent quakes that threaten to crush the merman kingdom to pieces. Chaos erupts across the waters as people scream for evacuation, and Javier turns to Lloyd with a serious expression. Grabbing Lloyd by the collar, Javier tells him to go find the key inside the monster, promising to stay behind and protect the territory Lloyd holds so dear. Without wasting a second, both men spring into action with magical speed and magical speed. Meanwhile, deep in the dark water, a villainous mermaid screams in pure rage, floating near the rocky seabed in agony, realizing her twisted scheme to destroy the kingdom is falling apart, shouting in pain as her dark magic backfires, and reaching out with a trembling hand, utterly shocked that her curse isn't working at all. As the giant octopus looms over the underwater city bubble, Lloyd tumbles through the deep water, holding tight to his shovel, watching the colossal creature wrap its tentacles around the kingdom, while Javier struggles to hold off the beast below. A massive shockwave ripples through the dark ocean, and Lloyd realizes that if he wants to retrieve the key from inside that monster, he has to treat its severe indigestion first. That triggers a memory of his parents back home, remembering a time when his younger brother Julian fell sick with a bloated stomach. Julian was lying in bed groaning in agony when their father Arco stepped in with a sharp knife, cheerfully offering to prick his finger to release the dark blood, making Julian scream that he was trying to stab him rather than poke him. His dad laughed it off as a joke while grabbing his hand, pricking the finger so hard, Julian cried out in pain over the dark blood, which left Lloyd lying in bed feeling just as sick, letting out a massive burp, until their mother Marbella entered the room, looking at her husband and sons with a terrifying glare. She told them to step aside, explaining that during severe indigestion, you just have to throw everything up to feel better, making Julian ask if she meant him, just as Marbella raised a clenched fist and delivered a brutal soul-crushing punch straight into his stomach, sending a shockwave through the house and leaving Julian choking in complete panic. After puking up his entire stomach contents, Julian felt miraculously cured, and looking at the massive octopus monster in front of him, Lloyd wonders if his mother's aggressive vomit treatment will work on a giant sea beast. Remembering his mom proudly bragging about her magical healing hands, Javier shouts from below as tentacles swarm the city, and Lloyd yells down battle instructions, gritting his teeth as he commands everyone to target the monster's gut. The tentacles grip the bubble city, but Javier uses his sword to deflect a colossal strike, ordering the merman unit to charge forward together. Putting their heavy labor stamina training to work, the mermen brace the sphere as it plunges into the deep trench, while Javier leaps through the exploding water, firing a brilliant magical beam straight into the ocean depths. The giant octopus moves its massive mouth in shock, as glowing projectiles streak past its head, and Javier unleashes an enormous aura blast underwater, firing a concentrated energy beam directly into the creature's belly. The energy strikes the monster dead center, piercing through its writhing tentacles, making the giant octopus shudder in pain, before letting out a massive, rumbling underwater burp. Seeing the indigestion treatment start to take effect, Lloyd readies himself for the final blow, diving downward with his shovel held high, looking microscopic next to the towering sea monsters, and reminding his companions to end this quickly before the magic runs out. A giant yellow creature darts through the water, moving with incredible speed, creating massive water currents around them. As Lloyd plunges deeper into the abyss, pink tentacles thrash wildly, making the surrounding sea beasts flinch in fear. Lloyd throws his tool ahead, landing directly on top of the giant octopus as it descends, overcoming a flash of absolute panic as Javier's final projectile strikes the creature's side, and Lloyd surges forward with pure determination, delivering a devastating body slam straight into the monster's stomach. The giant pink octopus crashes onto the seabed with a heavy thud, its eyes rolling back in defeat before violently puking up its entire stomach contents into the murky water. As bubbles rise through the debris, a hand reaches out into the glowing light, and Lloyd grabs the green artifact key tightly, securing the prize at last. The giant octopus monster lets out a massive bubble burp, its mouth stretched wide in complete agony, as Lloyd's underwater stomach punch lands right on target, forcing the beast to throw up the swallowed city bubble along with the glowing master key it tried to digest. Naturally, our boy snatches the green seahorse artifact before it can sink into the deep, leaving the local mermaid leader to stare down in absolute awe, flatly declaring that Lloyd actually has a remarkably manly face. That unexpected compliment catches him off guard, but as she keeps praising him for boosting their strength and saving their underwater home from total destruction, the entire merfolk army breaks into wild cheers, throwing a full victory celebration around their hideous hero. Lloyd tries to play it cool with a modest little hand wave, happily soaking up the adoration of elderly mermaids, but the moment a blue system notification pops up, his mood takes a sudden turn. Walking away with his shovel, he tells the interface to stop reminding him about the ancient architects who died here, admitting that hearing about their sacrifice fills his head with genuine regret, which is why he resolves to focus every ounce of his energy on protecting his current family. The second his fingers touch the green figurine, a blinding column of light erupts through the water, projecting a massive holographic layout of an ancient pyramid, which Lloyd immediately recognizes as the general's tomb. The structure is colossal, looming like a forgotten giant, and as the system reveals what is actually sleeping inside that stone mausoleum, Lloyd loses his mind entirely. He starts flailing his arms in a desperate fit while Javier watches from behind, convinced his master has permanently surrendered his last remaining brain cell. Problem is, they do not get a single second to process the revelation, because back at the royal palace, Queen Alicia is drowning under towers of imperial paperwork, looking like she hasn't slept a full hour in weeks. Her eye twitches with pure exhaustion, and every fresh document brings another political headache. Tightening her black leather gloves, she quietly pulls back her sleeve, stifling a groan as dark corruption veins pulse across her skin. To make matters worse, foreign ambassadors are crowding her throne room, demanding humiliating concessions while treating her authority like a bad joke. See, the neighboring kingdoms insist her report about a bone dragon rampaging through her territory is nothing more than a cheap lie, accusing her of fabricating a fantasy monster just to dodge her international debts. She stares down at their harsh terms, her hands shaking so hard she can barely grip her pen, clenching her fist in bitter frustration at her kingdom's utter isolation. Right when the political pressure becomes unbearable, panicked shouting breaks out down the main hall, and the queen bursts out of the council chamber, sprinting past line after line of vaulted pillars toward a blinding flash of light at the far entrance. She calls out Lloyd's name at the top of her voice, and there stands our boy looking pleasantly bewildered, carrying a legendary artifact in his arms like a grocery haul. As soon as Lloyd touches the ancient seahorse figurine, a glowing blue system window pops up right in front of his face, unlocking the lost history of the deep underwater world, where merfolk once fought desperate battles to defend their sacred sanctuary, drowning under a relentless volley of dark magical spears. Back then, an ancient kingdom of giants tore through the seabed, shattering ancient stone temples into floating debris before hauling colossal stone blocks up onto dry land under the moonlight, erecting a massive monument before an army rose up to overthrow their brutal rule, leaving a massive ancient tomb buried beneath modern human cities. From there we jump straight to the capital, where noble snobs gather around long tables for a lavish outdoor banquet, gossiping over drinks and admitting they have zero clue what Queen Alicia is thinking. Meanwhile, the queen sits isolated on her throne, fighting off heavy diplomatic pressure while trying to conceal the corruption mark on her arm. Naturally, the arrogant guards laugh mockingly at all the wild rumors, completely unaware that our scammer noble is standing nearby with a devious grin, getting ready to pull off the ultimate publicity stunt. One of the noblemen suddenly stops walking, his jaw dropping stopping as a massive shadow stretches across the courtyard. High above, a colossal skeletal shape cuts across the bright moon, and the terrified guard points into the sky, screaming in utter panic. The legendary bone dragon flies overhead, diving straight down toward the palace wrapped in blinding blue flames. People lose their minds as the terrifying monster lands with a heavy crash, sending the panicked crowd sprinting for safety, while Lloyd stands right in the foreground, cool as ever. The fleeing nobles look back in absolute horror as the giant undead beast towers over the courtyard, like an apocalyptic nightmare, looming over the balcony where court officials watch in terror. The dragon opens its colossal jaws, gathering blue energy for what looks like a devastating breath attack, only to reveal a cute red bow tie around its neck before letting out a friendly little bark. Before anyone can process why a disaster-level dragon is acting like a trained golden retriever, the shocked onlookers watch in silence as Queen Alicia steps forward, raising her gloved hand toward the sky. She addresses the entire capital, using the sheer spectacle of the tamed dragon to instantly crush every political rumor in sight. Corrupt officials scream in terror as her authority completely takes back control of the court, and she raises her hand to bestow the kingdom's highest honor. The entire crowd drops to their knees in reverence as Lloyd stands tall, arms crossed, while official announcements echo across the palace, bestowing the title of Most Meritorious Subject upon our boy Lloyd for making the terrifying bone dragon swear absolute loyalty to Magena. The snobbish officials are left sweating in disbelief, while Queen Alicia looks back over her shoulder, flashing a brilliant, confident smile now that her royal position is rock solid. Right after the ceremony, Lloyd finds Javier looking unusually intense. Later that night near the dome training hall, Lloyd acts totally unimpressed when Javier mentions he was summoned by the queen, explaining that she felt lacking in sword practice while he had his own questions to ask. Javier asks flat out if Lloyd felt anything off from the queen earlier, but our boy just gives a blank answer about how majestic she seemed, so Javier warns him to check on her left arm next time they meet to see if anything is strange, and Lloyd promises he will before asking where his escort knight is heading. Lloyd has plans that since he came all the way to the capital, he wants to visit his younger brother, leaving Javier looking thoughtful as they head their separate ways. From there, we jump to the academy courtyard under the evening sky, where two figures are sparring with wooden swords on the open grass, and Lloyd's younger brother Julian gets caught off guard during a swift exchange. His sparring partner suddenly charges forward with red glowing eyes, and before Julian can react, she lands a sweet surprise kiss right on his cheek. Julian cries out in cute frustration as his girlfriend seals the win with another playful ambush, sending both of them falling onto the grass together, completely rendered incapable of combat. Julian playfully jokes about planning a counterattack, completely unaware that Lloyd is watching from behind a wall with a soft, bitter smile. Seeing his brother enjoying a peaceful, happy life, Lloyd looks back with deep affection, watching the happy couple embrace under the stars. He remembers why he works so hard and schemes so relentlessly, resolving in his heart to carry all the burdens and danger himself, so that his brother can keep living in peace without ever knowing the dark threats facing the kingdom. The problem is, as Lloyd walks down the cobblestone street alone, a hooded figure perched on the roof mutters in pure rage, glaring down at him with lethal intent. In a flash, the assassin lunges forward with a glowing pink weapon, forcing Lloyd to turn around in shock as the sudden ambush strikes. Years ago at the Royal Military Academy, a proud young noble walked down the main corridor with his hands in his pockets, convinced he was the undisputed star of his generation. He used to be the top-ranked cadet in every single subject, basking in the praise of his classmates, until a timid red-haired student began outperforming him at every turn. That insult burned inside his chest like poison, watching the top spot get stolen right out from under his nose, filling his head with intense hatred for anyone who dared surpass his noble bloodline. But his petty academic rivalry was nothing compared to the nightmare that followed, when his own father was dragged before the throne in iron chains, kneeling in terror in front of a cold, unforgiving monarch. Queen Alicia stripped his family of their ducal title for insulting her authority, confiscating every piece of property they owned in a single stroke. Driven mad by revenge, his father tried to strike down a royal envoy, screaming curses about his thousand-year legacy, only to be executed on the spot. Pinned against a tree by a bloody sword in the middle of a torrential storm, the disgraced heir watched his family name die in the mud, left with nothing but discarded weapons and a coil of executioner rope. Wandering alone through the pouring rain, he realized he had lost both his status and his fortune, with only burning hatred left to keep him alive, which brings us right back to the dark alley in the present, where the assailant glares at his target with manic rage. Lunging through the shadows with his glowing blade unsheathed, he plunges the pink dagger downward in an instant kill strike, expecting an easy victim, downward in an instant kill strike, expecting an easy victim, only to be met with sudden crushing resistance. Swirling magical energy sparks as steel clashes against steel, hands grabbing for leverage in a chaotic blur, and the attacker slides backward across the cobblestones, coughing up blood as a shadow looms over him. Instead of a helpless student, he looks up into the terrifying, unhinged smile of Lloyd Frontera, his bloody hand already pinning the assassin to the dirt. The attacker screams in desperation, trying to slash Wild with another concealed weapon, firing red magic projectiles point blank, but Lloyd braces himself with a simple iron shovel, swatting away the magical strikes like irritating flies. A heavy shockwave shatters the alley walls, and the assassin lies gasping on the ground, bruised and bleeding. Lloyd looks down at him with absolute disdain, as the attacker screams that a greedy lowlife like Lloyd has no right to be called a national hero, calling him an underhanded villain who would murder anyone for profit. In his mind, Lloyd is a treasonous rat who acts purely out of self-interest, a harsh truth that even even Javier cannot entirely deny. See, back at the palace, Queen Alicia once confessed to Javier why she keeps Lloyd around, admitting that while he is shameless and utterly obsessed with money, his sheer competence makes him indispensable. Javier had asked if that was the only reason she trusted him, and the Queen had simply smiled, knowing Lloyd's greed is the most predictable, reliable trait in the entire realm. Back in the alley, Lloyd cracks his knuckles over the groaning assassin, calmly explaining that he usually avoids unnecessary violence, but threatening his family really struck a nerve, so he gives the guy a horrifying scammer smile and decides to reset his 30-punch beatdown count from the very beginning. Just when Lloyd gets yanked into the jaw of a grotesque flesh-eating nightmare, Javier rockets straight through the air with a blinding burst of green aura, cleaving the massive creature in half before it can even finish its bite. He doesn't waste a single second celebrating, pivoting instantly as the assassin screams in agony under the sheer force of his blade. The monster collapses into violent death throes, and Javier deploys his aura wings, diving like a falcon to catch our falling nobleman midair before he hits the pavement. Down below, the bloodied assassin crawls desperately toward a dropped dagger, refusing to accept that his suicide ambush was dismantled in 5 seconds flat. His blood-soaked fingers barely reach the steel before crimson tentacles erupt out of his own corrupted magic, writhing around his broken body like parasitic worms. Javier lands softly and steps forward to end it, only to realize something is terribly wrong with the ambient energy. The assassin's own dark ritual is consuming him from the inside out, painting the moonlight ruins in a horrifying crimson glaze. Standing over the bloody mess, they watch the dying killer spit out curses, promising that a Grand Master will avenge him. Javier apologizes flatly for not severing the idiot's head on impact. While pink magic flares around the dying fanatic, the assassin boasts that his master will tear them apart, unaware that Javier isn't intimidated by empty threats. With one final agonized shriek, the blood magic detonates and wipes the cultist off the map. That's when Lloyd's system window pops up, recalculating his saved lives total and handing him another stack of divine points. Naturally, saved lives mean royal influence, so we skip straight to the sunlit royal palace, where Lloyd stands with that familiar nervous grin. Surrounded by an entire garrison of heavily armed royal guards, the Queen's commander questions why a nobleman is asking to dig up the palace foundation. The guards protest the sheer absurdity of the request, but Lloyd smoothly points out that reinforcing the palace is crucial maintenance, thanking Her Highness before anyone can officially object. The thing is, Lloyd isn't actually here to fix the masonry. He's running a full-scale excavation right beneath the throne room. He breaks down his blueprints for the underground support beams, while the royal council frets over how ridiculous this looks. The Queen disguises the operation as routine palace upkeep, allowing Lloyd to dig a deep tunnel directly beneath the structural core. Because if the foundation collapses during excavation, the entire palace comes tumbling down. Arriving at the site with Javier, Lloyd inspects the giant mound of excavated earth, as heavy mechanical winches gear up to transport the ultimate prize. An armored convoy hauls in a glowing, heavily guarded chest, containing a brilliant blue crystal crackling with lethal raw freezing energy. This is the Winter Heart, a draconic artifact capable of flash freezing an entire army in seconds. The same power that once turned seasoned soldiers into frozen statues is now being repurposed by our mad engineer as an industrial refrigerant. He plans to safely extract Haranga from the foundation while swapping in structural rebar. As Javier keeps watch, a bright curly-haired noble youth greets them warmly in the sun. Javier catches himself staring a little too long, exchanging quiet pleasantries with the cloaked visitor by the doorway. Watching from the side, Lloyd gets that insufferably smug look on his face. When Javier tries to act nonchalant, Lloyd brags that his max-level romance radar can detect love instantly. Javier deadpans that this incredible ability clearly doesn't apply to Lloyd's own complete lack of self-awareness. He reminds Lloyd that with assassins on his tail, he's not leaving his side for a second. Meanwhile, Ppodong digs away like a furry turbocharged excavator, placing steel supports and pouring concrete into the deep trenches. They route the system straight to the blueprint's designated refrigerant room, where heavily armed guards secure the massive reinforced doors. Inside, royal mages gather around the glowing artifact, channeling torrents of sub-zero energy through giant pipes to freeze the mud and stabilize the entire foundation. Under the full moon, the city sleeps peacefully, but inside a dark study, bitter aristocrats are losing their minds over Lloyd's sudden rise to national hero. They whine about being stripped of their influence because of our noble engineer, gesturing wildly in the shadows as they hatch desperate plots to regain power. The bitter old lord grimaces in pure resentment, unaware that dark forces are watching his mansion from the night sky. Left alone in his grand office, a hooded figure materializes out of thin air right behind him. The old man nearly wets himself in terror, staring up into glowing red eyes beneath a dark cowl. The hooded intruder looms closer, curling his lips into a sickening, grotesque grin. Sweating profusely, the panicked lord begs for help against Lloyd, asking if the intruder knows what the young noble is up to inside the palace. The hooded freak mentions that Lloyd borrowed the legendary Winter Heart for maintenance, his mouth stretching unnaturally wide across his face. Offering a sinister bargain to the corrupt lord, he pulls out a glass vial filled with his own dark blood, leaving the aristocrat paralyzed in sheer horror. Empowering a cursed blade with purple energy, the blood magic master prepares to strike at the heart of the kingdom. The next morning at the excavation site, workers are hard at work under the bright sun. A humble laborer walks up to Lloyd with tears in his eyes, explaining how working on Lloyd's construction projects changed his life. Because of the fair wages, his daughter was finally able to pursue her lifelong dream. Grateful beyond words, he offers Lloyd a small pouch of his hard-earned savings as a heartfelt gift. Lloyd listens with a gentle, dignified expression. Before reaching out his hand to hold the coins, he takes the money with absolute solemnity, only for his brain to catch up with what just happened. He immediately marches toward the door, yelling that he's far too wealthy to take pennies from hard-working citizens. Meanwhile, deep within the palace corridors, two guards chat casually near the vault entrance. As they walk past the reinforced security gates, one guard's eyes go completely hollow as he pulls out the blood vial. The dark red liquid drips onto the cold stone floor, awakening a massive purple eye in the abyssal darkness. The giant eye snaps open, as corrupted blood spreads rapidly across the threshold. Inside the chamber, royal mages panic as dark magic disrupts their spells. The mind-controlled guard cackles maniacally while coughing up blood, terrorizing the defensive mages stationed around the artifact. Javier arrives on the scene and immediately recognizes the signature of the blood magic grandmaster. Robe-like-clad cultists invade the vault, hurling fiery magical projectiles across the room. Palace mages are blown off their feet by the sudden magical ambush. Javier launches himself forward like a green comet, creating a massive shockwave, clashing against a blood-crazed berserker wielding a dark weapon. A tidal wave of crimson blood magic sweeps across the hall, swallowing everything in its path. A defender desperately casts an iron wall barrier, only for the crimson wave to shatter it into glowing crystal dust. Violent crimson energy detonates against the floor, ripping through stone and metal pillars. Javier leaps clear as heavy ceiling stone collapses around him. Suddenly, the winter heart itself reacts to the chaos, unleashing a blinding surge of sub-zero mana. A freezing shockwave blasts through the subterranean complex, sending mages flying. In the blinding frost, the cultists scramble in confusion, wondering where the enemy went. Realization hits them as the ambient temperature drops below freezing in a heartbeat. A desperate mage calls out to Siluria to maintain control, sweating through the arctic cold as she channels every drop of her mana. The guards scream in terror, warning everyone to stay back from the core. A massive, swirling vortex of icy energy opens up in the center of the chamber, swallowing the room as mages shriek for someone to stabilize the winter heart. Caught in a raging ice storm, they stare in absolute horror as the artifact goes completely critical. In the real world, Javier raises his glowing sword like a beacon of light, gritting his teeth against the overwhelming pressure of the magical overload. Freezing gales knock guards clean off their feet, until a brave mage steps forward with flames dancing on her fingertips to clash directly against the swirling blizzard tearing through the tunnel. Thanks to her fire magic holding the frost at bay, Javier charges straight into the heart of the storm, clashing steel against blood magic while stone fragments fly everywhere. The manic cultist laughs hysterically as dark energy consumes his mind, shadows twisting his features into something monstrous as corrupt magic tears through his blood vessels in pure horror. He screams in agony as the forbidden spell overloads, warping his face beyond recognition, while deep inside his own mind, Lloyd suddenly finds himself plunging into a dark abyss. He floats helplessly in an endless sea of darkness, where a shadowy reflection of himself emerges from the fog. The dark illusion grins sinisterly, mocking Lloyd for taking the hard path, asking why he slaved away on civil engineering projects when he could have used raw dragon terror to crush every obstacle in a single day. The spectral voice drags up memories of past battles, showing visions of Yong's terrifying dragonfire, and lightning striking down from the dark skies. Lloyd watches in horror as the mindscape twists around him, recalling how Javier had to fight the merman general to win permission. Images of chained mermen in dark dungeons flash across the void, showing how much easier it would have been to just destroy the underwater castle. The shadowy double looks down at Lloyd in disgust, demanding to know why he cares so much about saving strangers who do not even share his blood. Lloyd's heart aches as the illusion feeds on his deepest doubts and regrets, reminding him that none of these people are his actual family. The dark figure sheds fake tears of sympathy, leaving our master standing alone on a vast blood-red water surface. Reflections of the people he saved ripple beneath his boots, pained memories rising to the surface as innocent faces look up from the dark depths, begging him not to abandon them. The shadowy double wraps its arms around Lloyd's shoulders, dragging him into a fleshy red nightmare landscape. Our civil engineer looks tiny against the massive, pulsing expanse, standing like a speck of dust in a world of pure despair. Deep in his chest, a spark of stubborn fury begins to ignite, even as the shadow cries and tells him to give up and save only those he loves. Glowing veins throb across the fleshy walls, as the surreal illusion tries to trap him forever. The shadow reaches out a hand to seal the deal, embracing Lloyd tightly in the pink void. The fleshy walls wrap around them like a cocoon, whispering how terrifying it is to bear the weight of so many lives. It tells him it is okay to stop trying so hard, holding him close in the eerie silence. Instead of breaking, however, Lloyd's face twists into an expression of pure, unadulterated greed, flashing a terrifyingly evil scammer grin as he reminds himself how ridiculously competent they really are. Light breaks across the horizon of his mind, and Lloyd lunges forward with total conviction, summoning a massive golden aura fist right behind the shadowy illusion. He punches his dark double straight across the jaw, sending teeth flying in a single satisfying blow, smashing the fake demon headfirst into the ground and shattering the mindscape to pieces. Back in reality, the High Commander of the Royal Guard rushes into the corridor, sprinting past fallen soldiers as her cloak billows in the wind. A final magical shockwave forces her squad to cover their eyes, before her boots stomp down hard on the shattered stone floor. She leaps into the frost-covered vault with sword drawn, landing defensively in a low crouch as blue energy fades. Through the clearing frost, Javier stands victorious amidst the wreckage, while the guard captain calls out to rescue Lloyd further inside the chamber. There, encased inside a solid block of blue ice, lies the defeated assassin, officially identified as the tragic son of former Duke Tanas. Before Lloyd can even catch his breath after shattering that mental trap, the unstable spatial portal rips right open, dragging him out of the magical vortex while his mind flashes back to his past life as Suho came on a Korean construction site. What hits him in that moment isn't the physical pain, but the memory of an old coworker who praised him just for showing up to work every single day, even though Lloyd honestly thought that was just what normal people were supposed to do. That friendly veteran had laughed it off, calling Lloyd impressive for not running away when things got tough, explaining that while everyone carries their own heavy burdens, not everybody stays to face them. But that same kind man, who brought smiles to everyone around him despite his own struggles, was crushed when a scaffold collapsed, leaving young Suho frozen in terror as paramedics rushed the broken body away, an event that carved a permanent fear into his soul, making him realize he was always the type of guy who wanted to run away. But here in this world, he refused to run. He forced himself to stand firm and protect the people inside that falling structure, even if it meant meant draining himself to the absolute limit. As the portal collapses, Queen Alicia dives straight through the spatial storm, wrapping Lloyd in her red cape to shield him from the tearing energy. Naturally, she panics when she realizes his mana reserves are completely empty, but before he passes out, he gasps out that 8 more workers and Javier are still trapped inside. Knowing she can't leave anyone behind after Lloyd risked his life for them, the Queen charges back into the spatial tear without hesitating for even a second, shouting for everyone to trust her as her swordmaster aura cuts through the chaotic vortex. She moves through the collapsing zone like a crimson flash, braving the deadly shockwaves inside the structure. She bursts back out into the open air carrying the first set of survivors, barely listening to the crowd shouting in relief before she leaps back into the storm to grab the rest. Meanwhile, the guards looking over Lloyd are genuinely baffled, wondering how a non-combatant managed to hold off spatial collapse long enough for anyone to survive. The problem is that our greedy civil engineer paid for every single second with his own life force, leaving his body utterly wrecked while the spatial anomaly above them expands. Inside the giant dome, the ancient creature threatens to break free, threatening to crush everyone underneath. Luckily, Alicia emerges one last time, hauling out the final survivors while the saved workers marvel at the absolute majesty of a swordmaster in action. Mages and medical guards rush in to secure the wounded, forming a protective perimeter around the fallen estate master. For a second, Lloyd floats in a peaceful dream, imagining himself living the cozy slacker life in his county, collecting rent and messing with Javier, until the massive roar of exploding mana yanks him straight back to reality. Just as the final guard escapes the crumbling vault, a massive column of spatial energy detonates into the sky. The entire chamber begins to collapse, terrifying everyone on the ground, as a violent blue pillar sweeps upward and tears the sky apart. The sheer force threatens to obliterate the surrounding city, sending destructive shockwaves slamming into the earth and scattering the onlookers. Even Ppodong shrinks back in absolute terror, watching the sky turn into a swirling vortex of unchecked magical destruction. The wave hits the domed building like a tidal wave, leaving the guards completely helpless as the city faces total annihilation. That's when Giga, Lloyd's spatial dragon summon, manifests in the storm winds, blasting a concentrated beam of blue energy straight across the sky to redirect the exploding mana away from the populace. Command officers start screaming for immediate citizen evacuation, ordering expert knights to pull the injured out of the blast radius, while the chaotic mana threatens to overwhelm everyone. People are panicking as the sky literally rips open, but our boy Lloyd forces his exhausted body off the ground. Knowing there's only one way to drain this much dangerous energy before it destroys the capital, he activates Supercharge, ignoring the warnings that absorbing an entire spatial explosion will shatter a human body, and pulls the massive beam of raw energy straight into himself. Out in the snow-covered mountains, mages scrambled through the wreckage of the dome, surprised to find themselves alive after surviving the extreme frost. One cloaked mage could barely process that he was breathing, until light cut through the blizzard to reveal a figure encased in solid crystal, and Javier stepped forward, staring up at the frozen statue of his master. The queen rushed over beside him, her heart sinking as she stared at the lifeless block of ice. They stood side by side in the silent snowstorm, unable to accept that Lloyd was gone, so the queen reached out her gloved hand toward the frozen arm, pressing her palm firmly against the ice, only for a faint pulse to echo through her fingertips, a distinct heartbeat thumping inside the frozen chest. She shouted the miracle aloud, sending shockwaves through the crowd as everyone realized Lloyd was still alive. Mages came running from all directions, begging Javier to use his warm aura to thaw the ice without shattering the body inside, where Lloyd remained suspended in glowing blue stasis. Meanwhile, deep inside his own subconscious mind realm, Lloyd was floating tied up in freezing water, complaining about his awful luck while checking if his limbs still worked, until a tiny blue heart spirit drifted down beside him. Naturally, the first thing Lloyd did was call it a flying butt monster, making the spirit scream in total fury. He insisted that it literally had 2 cheeks and looked like a floating backside, demanding to know why a butt creature was living inside his chest, and the spirit angrily explained that it chose to merge with him on purpose. See, during the magical meltdown, Lloyd absorbed the spirit's core, surprising the ancient creature with his dragon affinity, which turned out to be a passive skill called half-man, half-dragon. Lloyd remembered that dragon skill kicking in earlier, realizing why giant ancient beasts were always so oddly friendly toward him, and the spirit admitted that seeing a human throw away his own life to rescue total strangers made it want to stick around and watch how far this ridiculous man could go. So while Lloyd dangled upside down complaining, making disgusted faces at his mind realm setup, the spirit began channeling its true power into his body. Lloyd quieted down as warm energy filled his soul, watching the little spirit dissolve into sparkling light, which wrapped him in a protective stasis field, releasing a sudden burst of blue energy that shattered the ice in the real world. When Lloyd opened his eyes in a cozy palace bed, he was completely fine, realizing the spirit had granted him a time-free survival skill. The system explained that this stasis could keep him alive, without breathing, for up to a full year, and our boy grinned like a maniac at his brand new cheat code. The problem was that as soon as he gripped his blanket and thought about the missing winter heart, dread washed over his face, realizing the national artifact he borrowed was officially gone. He was brought before Queen Alicia sitting on her royal throne, sweating profusely as he imagined being dragged off to the executioner, grabbing his own face in sheer terror as his wild mind ran through worst-case scenarios, convinced he was about to lose his head for losing royal property. Queen Alicia watched him silently from her chair, while Lloyd frantically stammered to Javier about nuclear-level treason penalties, insisting that failing to return the artifact was a guaranteed death sentence. Javier remained completely unbothered as usual, asking how he planned to handle the queen, which only made Lloyd sweat harder, pulling his signature panicked ugly face in front of the monarch, before slamming his forehead onto the stone floor to beg for mercy. Surprisingly, the queen told him to get up, saying she already knew what happened. Lloyd stayed face down, gritting his teeth and pointing out that even if the cultists caused the collapse, he was still the guy in charge of guarding the relic. He started shouting curses at Worthroot, the blood armor bastard who started the whole mess, asking what happened to that terrorist. The queen calmly answered that Worthrode was executed by holy fire, burning alive in raging flames, and she confirmed watching him turn to absolute ash with her own eyes. She looked down at Lloyd with a gentle smile, telling him the only thing that mattered was that he came back alive. Lloyd froze in shock, wide-eyed at her unexpected grace, sweating in confusion because he fully expected to be thrown in a dungeon. Inside his soul, he immediately picked another screaming match with the Winterheart spirit, arguing over whether its presence was making his chest feel weird while calling it a butt monster again. Meanwhile, the queen pondered the dark blood magic Worthrod had unleashed, regretting that they couldn't interrogate him further, and Lloyd chimed in from the floor, recalling how the cultist stabbed him with the dark purple monoblade before the core went wild. Late at night inside the royal palace, Queen Alicia wanders down the quiet hallways, haunted by the terrifying memories of her past, and as she reaches for the massive doors in her mind, trying to face what happened back then, she gets only a brief glance through the opening before the overwhelming weight of that trauma pushes her backward, sending her falling into a deep, freezing ocean of despair, where she feels like she is drowning. She sees the bloody bodies of the people she failed to protect, the guilt gnawing at her soul as she holds the blade that wasn't enough to save them, remembering how everyone around her was always so kind, only for their warmth to be ripped away in an instant, leaving her floating alone in the dark. The fear that everyone she cares about will eventually end up dead leaves her completely broken inside, shivering in the dark void of her own mind. Dark voices scream in her head to fight and crush every enemy in sight, demanding she suppress the rebellion without mercy. But amid all that bloody noise, a comforting memory of someone holding her tight reminds her that beneath her tough royal exterior, she is still just a terrified girl carrying the weight of a whole kingdom. As the crimson storm of traumatic memories finally begins to settle, she slowly lets go of the tears she held back for so long, sitting in quiet stillness until the light of reality pulls her back to the waking world, where she opens her eyes in her own room, resting her exhausted head against the pillow, reaching up toward the morning sun feeling entirely drained. She thinks back to yesterday after the disaster, when our boy Lloyd was sprawled out on the floor like a lazy corpse, recovering from being frozen inside a giant ice cube. Even though he acted like an utter fool, she knows he genuinely saved her city from complete destruction. Sadly, her peaceful morning is shattered the moment she realizes that today is the day of Lloyd's official hearing before the noble council. See, those greedy, corrupt aristocrats are smelling blood in the water, gleefully plotting to ruin Lloyd using the loss of the Winterheart artifact as an excuse, screaming for harsh capital punishment to put this arrogant upstart baron in his place, and they gather in the high court, ready for a public execution. The trial begins as the magistrate officially opens the session, declaring that the noble council has demanded full accountability for the royal artifact, while the corrupt aristocrats cheer for his head in the audience. The judge privately apologizes to Lloyd, knowing the nobles have backed the court into a corner, even as she tries to point out that Lloyd saved the entire capital from being wiped off the map, but those arrogant bastards refuse to listen, leaving Javier clenching his fists in anger at how utterly ridiculous this whole trial is. While the judge frets over how to save him, Javier remains completely unfazed, because he knows what his master has up his sleeve. The head of the noble council stands up and demands immediate judgment, bellowing at Lloyd for disrespecting the sanctity of the courtroom, only for Lloyd to calmly reach into his pocket and pull out a tiny glass bottle, which makes the old noble's eyes widen in confusion, as Lloyd hits him with his signature, terrifying scammer smile, and the room goes dead silent. What this corrupt old fool didn't count on is that Lloyd isn't just an engineer. He's a master detective when money and his own neck are on the line. That little vial contains the exact residual blood magic used by a bribed palace guard, and the moment the old noble sees it, cold sweat covers his face in sheer terror, wondering how on earth Lloyd managed to recover such ironclad evidence during all that chaos. See, hours before the trial, Lloyd deduced that Worthrode couldn't have bypassed palace security alone, realizing the terrorist must have had an insider in the noble council set up a blood teleportation anchor for him. So our boy mobilized Ppodong and is summoned to comb through the crime scene like a wrecking crew, hunting for the empty magic bottle the insider used, which led them straight to the terrified guard who accepted the noble's bribe. When Lloyd confronted him with his demonic face, the poor guard immediately broke down and handed over the evidence, sobbing that he never intended to help destroy the city, and giving Lloyd full testimony implicating the head noble directly. With that damning proof in hand, the trial was over before it even began. Back in the courtroom, Lloyd gives a silent villainous chuckle, and the corrupt old noble does the most glorious mid-trial 180 in political history, suddenly shouting that Lloyd is a national hero who lives and breathes for the kingdom, praising him as an irreplaceable savior whose small minor accidents are completely overshadowed by his glorious engineering achievements, which leaves the entire audience utterly bewildered by the sudden flip. Naturally, the charges are dropped on the spot, turning a potential execution into a celebration of Lloyd's greatness, while Lloyd leans in close to the trembling noble and tells him flat out, "I'll spare you just this time round," warning him never to get in his way again. Back in the capital, the massive restoration work is finally wrapping up, where giant stone blocks are being lowered down the vertical shafts to seal the royal vault, and our favorite giant hamster Ppodong is pulling double duty on the ropes, while Lloyd stands by with his trusty shovel to oversee the progress. Ppodong single-handedly lifts another massive slab over his head like it weighs nothing, and just when Lloyd thinks he can relax and count his earnings, a glowing system window pops up to drop a massive 2,000 bonus reward, leaving him staring in complete disbelief because his total balance just spiked all the way to 4,655 points. Naturally, our boy jumps for joy, realizing he now has enough points to unlock the time freeze ability for extreme emergencies, and as he thinks back on how close everything came to falling apart during the trial, he poses heroically with his shovel under the morning clouds, before being summoned right into the throne room where Queen Alicia sits in state. He kneels before her on the grand red carpet, watching her rest her head on her hand in deep thought, keeping his head bowed low while she acknowledges his achievements. She listens intently as he confirms his next departure, her slight frown showing how reluctant she is to see him go, and when he gives her a firm answer, she leans back in her throne, admitting that seeing him leave so soon actually actually hurts. She gives him her blessing to move quickly, offering a gentle smile while promising that she will be waiting for his return. Lloyd actually flushes a bright red at the royal affection, which leaves even his summon completely baffled by his sudden change of heart. And soon enough, a spectral blue dragon is flying across the sky, dragging a massive net filled with heavy stone crates over the ocean until the entire load crashes down into the water near the coastal border. Lloyd and Javier stand high on a snowy slope looking over the frozen landscape, with Javier taking a seat in the snow to catch his breath while Lloyd starts smugly teasing him from behind about his distant romance. Our greedy noble touches his nose with the smirkiest grin on the continent, making even the little summons flustered at the relentless teasing as Javier turns his head into the cold wind, remembering the woman who once promised to confess her love to him after she had grown into a grand mage worthy of standing by his side. The stoic knight closes his eyes against the nostalgic memory, his cheeks catching a slight blush in the mountain air, and Lloyd immediately jumps on it, complaining out loud that seeing his knight happy is making him furious with jealousy. He settles down on the grass to bring up their real destination in the southern plains, and Javier gives a simple confirmation, knowing that section of the continent is ruled by the fierce centaur tribe. Their goal is the second legendary core material known as top, so they begin marching across the vast endless green fields together. Lloyd looks around at the sweeping landscape, complaining that searching this huge place on foot will take forever, before flashing a wicked grin and claiming they won't need to search at all, because the locals will come straight to them. Right on cue, a gang of wild pump centaurs comes charging over the hill with aggressive shouts, and Lloyd can only stand there utterly bewildered by their bizarre biker gang energy. The whole plain erupts into total chaos as the centaurs stampede back and forth, making Lloyd question what kind of absurd genre story setting he just walked into, while their orange-haired muscle-head leader steps forward with a heavy chain, which only causes Lloyd's face to twist into his trademark grin. He starts sprinting full speed across the grass, leaving the orange-haired gang leader in complete shock as the centaur captain lunges forward to challenge this arrogant human intruder. Lloyd waves Javier off, insisting he will handle this little race himself, and Javier just steps back with a cold, unimpressed expression to watch the mess unfold. Lloyd stretches casually while talking to his knight, before turning back to the centaurs with a terrifyingly menacing smile, and pointing out a massive stone boulder 200 meters away as their finish line. The centaur guard grabs Lloyd to set the match, and the entire horde goes galloping full speed across the open dirt. The instant a slingshot signals the start of the race, Lloyd gets knocked straight backward by the raw force of the charge, while a centaur goes flipping through the air from the sheer momentum, and Javier continues watching the madness without moving a single muscle. Lloyd's hand tightens around his glowing trowel, and he leaps high into the sky, launching himself forward on a massive aura blast, which triggers a violent explosion on the ground below. He rockets right through the smoke and fire, drives his enchanted trowel deep into the side of a massive stone pillar, slides down the carved rock face like a lunatic, and lands right at the base of the boulder. The orange-haired leader stops dead in his tracks, and the rest of the gang members stare on in pure horror at the sight of Lloyd kneeling on the ground laughing like an absolute demon, his face covered in dirt and blood as he maniacally asks if he was faster, leaving the entire centaur gang frozen in sheer disbelief. Lloyd crouches right in front of the broken wall with an insane, greedy grin, demanding that they take him straight to their chieftain now that he won, but the Ppodong gang leader cowers in terror and stammers out a refusal, which only makes Lloyd lean in closer with his bloody mouth as the thug screams that using aura explosions to rocket across the field counts as cheating in a running contest. Lloyd screams right back with veins popping out of his neck, arguing that as long as he crossed the line first he's the top guy under their tribe's tradition, and the poor centaur starts weeping for his mom because this human is terrifying. He looks over at Lloyd resting comfortably on the grass, just as a sleek female centaur named Sharonin steps forward, looking down on the whole scene with utter scorn. She smirks casually while holding a blade of grass in her mouth, making the gang leader blush like a shy schoolgirl in her presence, while Lloyd mutters about how weird these people are. Sharonin turns away gracefully with her long dark hair flowing, and Lloyd winces from his bruised lip, touching his forehead with a dry chuckle, before the three of them set off across the vast green plains together. Javier walks alongside him, noting with a dry smirk that Lloyd seems unusually proud of himself today, and our boy smugly claims he must just be naturally popular with the centaur ladies. Sharonin gallops ahead through the tall grass, and Lloyd insists with full confidence that she has already fallen head over heels for his unmatched speed, which Javier instantly shuts down, flatly stating that she definitely hasn't. Javier mocks his master's eternal delusions of grandeur, and before Lloyd can even argue back, a blue blur comes charging across the field, as Sharonin focuses her eyes with sharp intensity, leaving Lloyd lying flat on his back on the grass completely dazed. Javier crouches next to his flattened master, who groans and asks how his knight knew she was going to trample him, and Javier just offers a serene, superior smile, while Lloyd glares up at him from the dirt in complete annoyance. Sharonin comes to a stop before them, mentioning that speed is everything in their tribe, mumbling something quietly under her breath, which leaves both Lloyd and Javier exchanging confused looks. She points toward a massive nomad camp nestled in the valley below, explaining that the central tent belongs to the chieftain, and reveals casually that the chieftain happens to be her father. The two of them look out over the sprawling encampment, taking in the ornate flags fluttering over the grand main tent, where a massive, muscular centaur chief steps out to greet the fast human acknowledged by his daughter. Lloyd and Javier bow respectfully to the tribe leader, and the chief wonders out loud why this human is staring at his outfit with such weird judgment. Lloyd touches his forehead to the ground, claiming he was just admiring the unique fashion and world building of their tribe, which gets a hearty laugh from the chief, though Lloyd quickly sits back up with a shocked face when the real discussion begins. He gets straight to the point and asks for the legendary core material top, but the chief gives a firm refusal, explaining that a treasure passed down through generations cannot simply be handed over to an outsider. Sharonin and the other tribe members gather around, and the chief lays down his one impossible condition for trading the artifact. Sharonin twirls a blade of grass in her mouth, as Lloyd looks back at her in realization, listening as the chief explains that he must find a way to make the centaurs even faster than they already are. The chief strokes his bearded chin thoughtfully, leaving Lloyd sweating bullets as he realizes these creatures are already speed demons, so making them faster sounds totally insane. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away under a blood-red moon, a desolate wasteland littered with ancient stone ruins sits in silence, surrounding a dark altar where a pool of glowing green liquid begins to bubble violently. A pale arm breaks through the toxic surface, a gaunt hand reaching desperately toward the sky as dark magic swirls around the emerging figure, and a broken man screams in sheer agony, his pale fingers clawing into the cold stone floor. The figure lies gasping for air on the wet ground, gritting his teeth in pure rage as he curses the world, coughing up dark blood onto the ancient altar. It turns out to be the disgraced black magician Worthroad, who curses Lloyd's name for crushing his grand plan. Horrified that ancient forbidden magic brought him back looking like a grotesque ghoul, he despairs in the dark, wondering what someone as weak as him can even accomplish now, until a towering column of crimson fire erupts behind him, and a terrifying silhouetted demon speaks from within the flames, telling the broken mage that his only remaining purpose is to summon him into the living world. Worthrod glares up in terror, recalling how he was given the coordinates to Targa Castle, and the demonic entity sternly reminds him that once he crosses the boundary between realms, crushing Lloyd and taking over the human world will be remarkably simple. Sitting outside in the desert encampment, Lloyd rests his chin on his hand in deep thought, while Javier suggests teaching the centaurs aura technique so they can fly forward on energy blasts, though he quickly admits that centaurs only care about pure running speed, making aura blasts irrelevant to them. Looking around the camp, Lloyd notices injured centaurs of all ages, limping around with heavy bandages, his mind working to process the obvious flaw in their entire culture, because whenever these speed-obsessed racers compete for prestige or marriage, their races descend into violent mass collisions that leave half the runners broken on the dirt. A female centaur stands on the ridge looking at the horizon, muttering that speed shouldn't be everything, and Lloyd clutches his head inside his tent, desperately trying to figure out a real engineering solution. He stares down at his hands in concentration, just as shouts echo from the center of the camp, where an arrogant muscular centaur named Comanche presents a bouquet of flowers to Chernin. Chernin sighs in deep annoyance while Comanche laughs arrogantly in her face, gloating that as the unified racing champion of the tribe, every woman is dying to marry him. When the creep grabs her wrist to force the issue, Chernin delivers a vicious hoofkick straight into his face, sending the champion coughing on the ground in pain, his face twisting in pure rage at the rejection. A younger, gentler centaur named Shumahal steps in to grab Comanche's shoulder, telling him to stop making her uncomfortable, and Chernin looks up in genuine surprise at her defender. Comanche sneers in complete contempt, mocking Shumahal for losing 8 races in a row and calling him a useless snail who shouldn't meddle in other people's business, pointing out that someone as slow as him doesn't even have the right to speak to Chernin. Shumahal looks down in silent frustration, as the bully gang laughs uproariously at his expense, making the young centaur clench his jaw so hard his teeth grind before walking away as the sun sets over the valley. Outside her tent in the evening glow, Shumahal softly apologizes to Chernin for making a scene, and Chernin looks away with a sorrowful expression, explaining that her father refuses to acknowledge their bond as long as he keeps losing, even though Shumahal insists he knows she is secretly the fastest runner in the whole world. He admits that he doesn't care about his own terrible race record and just wants to marry her, but Chernin refuses to take the easy way out. She turns to him with tears welling in her eyes, as he stands dejectedly with his fist clenched, her heart breaking under the weight of their tribe's strict traditions. She watches him ride away into the sunset, walking alone along the dirt path in the twilight, looking back at the empty road, whispering that she wants him to become a man she can proudly show off to the entire tribe. She stands by her father's large tent under the darkening sky, wiping away her tears as a voice speaks up from the darkness. Lloyd leans against the tent while holding his shovel, having heard the whole emotional drama, and Chernin insists to him that Shumahal is actually ridiculously fast when he runs alone. She tells him about seeing his true speed in private, and Lloyd's eyes light up as he realizes the guy is literally named Shumahal, after the ultimate racing legend Michael Schumacher, meaning his raw potential must be insane. Chernin looks down thoughtfully as they walk, and Lloyd points out that nobody cares about private practice times, asking if Shumahal simply chokes under pressure or has terrible race anxiety. The truth comes out as Chernin describes how their chaotic races actually work. From the moment the starting slingshot fires, showing stray centaur kids wandering right onto the track, and reckless runners lunging forward without any regard for safety. Centaurs stampede over each other at lethal speeds, creating a chaotic pileup where runners get trampled and crushed, leaving victims screaming in terror on the dirt. The brutal reality is that their races are a total bloodbath, where even innocent bystanders holding lollipops get caught in the mayhem, and legs get broken under ruthless hooves. Chernin admits that Shumahal is simply too kind to ignore the danger, constantly pulling his speed or swerving to avoid trampling fallen runners and stray children. Lloyd realizes the guy isn't slow at all. He's just the only decent person in a tribe of reckless maniacs, and Chernin's face turns furious as she yells at Lloyd, demanding to know how an outsider dares judge their sacred traditions when he knows nothing about their way of life. Out in the Centaur settlement, our boy Lloyd is plotting his next big scam, already calculating how to turn this whole tribe into his personal profit margin. With Javier watching behind him, knowing whatever face Lloyd is making right now, someone is about to get thoroughly exploited. What this scheming idiot doesn't expect is a Mohawk Centaur punk sneaking up from behind and walloping him straight on the side of the head. Dazed and utterly baffled, Lloyd tries to pull his head together, while the aggressive Centaur starts screaming in his face, demanding a race right now, and pointing out that under Centaur tradition, a challenge cannot be refused. The crowd instantly starts cheering for blood, which is hilarious, because in Lloyd's head this punk just handed him the exact invitation he needed, so he doesn't even hesitate, and accepts on the spot while pointing toward a distant landmark on the hill. A local woman watches from the side wondering what kind of death wish this human has, as Lloyd calmly outlines his terms, leaving the crowd completely confused, while the centaur shouts that a squishy human will probably just use magic to fly anyway. Naturally, Lloyd starts arguing right back about the unfair course conditions, pointing fingers and riling the punk into an absolute screaming fury. Then the race actually begins, and the centaur's jaw drops, because instead of running normally, Lloyd brings out his giant hamster Ppodong, stresses out for a single second, and uses a massive catapult device to launch himself forward like a cannonball. As Ppodong surges across the field, the centaurs charge together in a furious pack, but as the path narrows near the steep mountain slope, pure chaos unfolds. The bottleneck forces a brutal collision, sending body after body flying into the air, with Lloyd getting launched right along with them and screaming for his life, as dozens of heavy quadrupeds trample into each other, leaving everyone horrified by the sheer violence of it. Centaurs go tumbling head over heels, crashing hard into the dirt, kicking up massive clouds of dust as shockwaves ripple through the track, and a violent dust storm swallows the entire arena, obscuring the full extent of the disaster. When the dust finally clears, Lloyd is lying on the ground, looking like a discarded rag doll, completely motionless, while the spectators stand in total shock, watching the aftermath of this senseless massacre. Mothers run onto the field in a panic, trying to shake their injured children awake, as unconscious centaurs lie scattered across the grass under the hot sun. Later that night, as a mother tries to feed her pale, traumatized child, the reality of their sacred race becomes painfully obvious. She holds her crying boy, bitterly questioning why their young must suffer every single year just for the sake of a stupid tradition, recalling all the furious arguments, the terrified fathers, and the children crippled before they even reach adulthood, all because nobody dares to question the past. Standing in the moonlight, Lloyd watches the quiet grief of the camp, and his cunning smile returns, because he just found his angle. By the next morning, Ppodong gathers the entire tribe at Lloyd's request, leaving the centaurs whispering among themselves in confusion. As the crowd gathers around the stage, Lloyd steps right up to the front and warmly tells everyone to take a seat, ignoring their skeptical glares, as he acknowledges how much pride they take in being fast. Then, with zero warning, he points an accusing finger and calls every single one of them completely ridiculous, leaving the entire audience horrified as he asks what the hell they are doing crippling their own people just to protect an outdated custom. He lectures them relentlessly, recounting how he was forced into that suicidal race, and literally starts squeezing out fake tears over his tragic experience. Some of the mothers in the crowd look swayed, but an angry traditionalist shouts back that an outsider has no right to insult centaur pride. The argument boils over, with traditionalists screaming that pain is necessary for speed, until a young centaur boy steps forward, looking deeply distressed, and cries out about his own ruined leg, asking what he's supposed to do now that he's limping for life. Capitalizing on the sudden silence, Lloyd gestures dramatically and demands they usher in a new era by throwing away this barbaric tradition. The tribe is completely shaken. What they don't know is that Lloyd secretly met this kid in the rain earlier and paid him a hefty sum to act out a tragic monologue. With a terrifying red scheming aura flaring around him, our boy reaches out to the chaotic crowd, knowing he just lit a fire that's about to tear this whole tribe apart. It doesn't take long for the centaur camp to descend into complete political warfare, with tribesmen screaming at each other over who's a traitor and who's a monster, as the extreme conservative faction chants for public executions, while the liberal faction demands they disband the entire tribe. Standing right in the middle of this chaos, our boy Lloyd watches his handiwork with absolute satisfaction, acting like a total innocent when someone accuses him of starting a civil war, claiming he merely pointed out that running into trees is dangerous. The white-haired centaur keeps pointing fingers, furious that this human pulled the puppet strings, but before the argument escalates, Lloyd spots his true target arriving, because the tribal boss himself has finally entered the arena, demanding to know what the hell Lloyd is trying to pull. As the crowd voices their conflicting worries, the bearded, sunglasses-wearing chief listens with a heavy scowl, trying to process how one squishy human turned his entire tribe upside down. That's when Lloyd raises his hand, ignoring the angry shouts telling him to get lost, and holds up his fingers to lay out his master proposal. First, stop crippling yourselves, and second, let him construct a massive, state-of-the-art racing arena, a dedicated racetrack built exclusively for speed, completely devoid of dangerous terrain or death traps, where every centaur can run at full throttle, leaving the crowd gasping in surprise, as even the hardened warriors listen closely. Lloyd points out that with proper infrastructure, zero competitors get injured while record-breaking speeds become the norm, flashing his trademark scammer smile as he calls it the true solution to their speed problem. The crowd erupts into wild cheers as reformers jump on board, making Lloyd celebrate internally because the top score is practically in his pocket. Naturally, the die-hard traditionalists scream in outrage, refusing to give up their wild obstacle runs, while the chief sternly agrees, leaving Lloyd rolling his eyes at their stubbornness as the boss claims that risking life and limb is how they honor their ancestors. When younger centaurs argue back that preventing injuries matters more, Chernin steps up, declaring she'll build the arena regardless of the elders, causing the furious chief to tell them to use the arena on their own then. Seeing the tribe on the verge of a permanent split, the chief angrily blames Lloyd for bringing this mess to their doorstep, and Lloyd politely offers to start construction immediately if authorized. That's when Shere Khan, a top centaur champion, strikes a dramatic pose and challenges Lloyd to an official match, stipulating that if he wins, wins, the human leaves their lands forever, to which Lloyd smirks and counters that when he wins, he gets full rights to build the arena. As they walk toward the starting area, Javier reviews the terms, reminding Lloyd that he agreed to no magic blasts and no riding his giant hamster Ppodong. When Javier asks if he actually has a plan for a foot race against a horseman, Lloyd casually admits he's just going to run. Adjusting his outfit with supreme confidence, Lloyd reveals the racecourse is a 600-kilometer round trip all the way to the kingdom's northern border and back. The centaurs burst forward at explosive speed, while Lloyd drops into a calm running stance, knowing that while quadrupeds have terrifying short burst acceleration, nature built humans for one very specific thing. And on an insane ultra-marathon like this, bipedal persistence hunting is about to show these horsemen what true nightmare endurance looks like. Hours into the grueling marathon, Lloyd is sweating buckets across the open plains, knowing that while four-legged muscle monsters have overwhelming sprint speed, bipedal locomotion conserves Empress in nothing else on Earth. Panting under the hot sun, he remembers how ancient humans used to hunt giant game by persistence running, a chaotic strategy that even his system slimes find completely unhinged. Suffering through the heat, he stops for a brief breath against a massive trail boulder, flashing an absolute maniac smile, before looking up in shock, as the centaur champion surges past him once again, galloping through the forest like a runaway train, forced to push his quad legs to the limit and glaring back at the relentless human behind him. What the centaur doesn't count on is his own recovery limit, leaving Lloyd gasping as he kicks up dust and pushes forward, realizing this pace is getting genuinely for both of them. Night falls, but Lloyd keeps running through the dark forest, gritting his teeth as exhaustion sets in. The centaur attempts to break away with another burst, tearing through the trees like a shockwave, yet Lloyd refuses to let the gap grow, shaking his head through the pain, panting heavily as the night gives way and the morning sun rises over the horizon. Sweating profusely, Lloyd finally reaches the massive castle gate of the northern border, getting slammed straight into the heavy wooden door by his own momentum, gasping for air against the wood, before instantly turning around and running back while the confused border guards stare in total disbelief. He screams in desperation, wondering how his legs are still moving, wiping the sweat from his eyes as the ruined landscape blurs past him, remembering everything at stake, pushing through the lonely, desolate pain and biting his lip through the agony. He literally leaps into the air as dawn breaks, repeating his mantra to stay at the exact same pace he started with, while far ahead, the centaur champion rests against a tree, gasping for breath as his massive horse body overheats. The champion forces himself back up to chase Lloyd across the rocky terrain, horrified that the squishy human is still moving at the exact same speed. Panting violently, the centaur's vision starts to blur with extreme fatigue as they sprint into a bright yellow field of flowers. Dust and flower petals fly into the air with heavy hooves pounding the dirt, kicking up debris in a desperate struggle as the champion struggles just to keep his balance, before finally crashing onto the ground in complete exhaustion. Leaning heavily on the grass, the veteran warrior bitterly realizes he is no longer in his prime, his sunglasses sliding down as he admits his body can no longer recover from this insane distance, breathing raggedly, hallucinating peaceful ethereal fields, and seeing memories of his past glory. Standing under the golden light of retirement, he tries one last time to pull himself forward through the flower field, realizing the old tradition they protected is finally coming to an end, roaring with everything he has left, demanding Lloyd prove he has the right to change their ways, as the spectating crowd gathers at the fence, and a centaur suddenly points toward the horizon in shock. The crowd gasps with open mouths, unable to comprehend what they are seeing, as Lloyd comes sprinting across the open landscape, his face drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth in pure agony, while Javier watches silently from the side. Even Javier's stoic eyes widen slightly, watching a regular human out-endure a warrior centaur over 600 kilometers, as Lloyd triggers his energizer skill to burn through his final reserves, screaming at the top of his lungs as he crosses the finish line, leaving the entire tribe in absolute, stunned silence. As the final stretch of the grueling 600-kilometer race collapses into pure survival, Lloyd is running on empty, gasping for every breath while staring down the massive centaur ahead of him. Heavy hooves slam against the dirt path, and the centaur surges forward with terrifying momentum, sending Lloyd flying through the air from the sheer pressure. Even as the beast charges past, Lloyd tumbles across the dust, screaming through the agony of a body that gave up miles ago. His opponent pushes with everything he has left, every single step driving deep into the earth and kicking up waves of mud and water, while Lloyd feels like he's drowning underwater, his mind spinning in sheer desperation as the shadow of failure looms right over him. Oddly enough, in this moment of total exhaustion, his mind drags him all the way back to his past life as Kim Suho, sitting at a cheap dinner table while blood drips freely from his nose. His wealthy blonde friend tilts his head back to clean up the mess, teasing him about being broke and physically weak, warning that dying of blood loss means he won't get paid for his construction work. The rich guy grumbles over his meal, asking Suho if he ever notices how unbalanced he is, specifically when it comes to his absurd, stubborn sense of self-confidence. He pours Suho another drink across the table, watching him smile through a face covered in bruises and blood, refusing to let life break him. As he helps clean Suho's face, the rich friend talks about his own powerful family, dropping news that leaves Suho completely stunned, wearing that usual arrogant expression of someone born with everything. Suho tells him he has no money left to buy food, and that they shouldn't meet anymore, wondering what a rich guy could possibly gain from hanging out with a broke loser. What Suho doesn't count on is his friend snapping back that he has everything he wants, but stuck around because Suho is insanely awesome, refusing to give up no matter how awful his situation gets. That memory rings in Lloyd's ears, remembering how he promised to make something of himself and come back to buy 10 portions of barbecue. Javier watches in absolute disbelief as Lloyd digs deep and delivers a monstrous, explosive stride, sprinting forward with terrifying focus and kicking up a wall of dust as his legs blur in motion. Sweat flies off Javier's face as he watches, seeing Lloyd grit his teeth through unimaginable pain. For the first time, Javier finds himself genuinely desperate to understand what kind of life this man lived in his former world. world. In the crowd, spectators clutch their hands in worry, gasping as the exhausted runners push through the dirt path, racing neck and neck toward the finish line. Lloyd crosses the line and clutches his throat, gasping for air, while Javier looks up at the blazing sun, processing what he just witnessed. Lloyd collapses flat on the dirt, completely broken, and Javier kneels right beside him. As Lloyd fights for breath on the ground, Javier closes his eyes in quiet respect, standing over the quiet arena before looking down at his fallen master. He reaches out his hand and pulls Lloyd back to his feet, showing him off to the cheering crowd. The centaur chief raises his hand to the sky with a roaring shout, and the entire stadium explodes into wild cheers. Lloyd flashes that familiar, smug smile, and Javier realizes that behind all the greedy schemes lies an unyielding soul. Naturally, the celebration gets rowdy, with giant centaur warriors grabbing people in pure joy, making Lloyd sweat in sheer annoyance. As the chaos dies down, Javier steps forward, looking at Lloyd with deep sincerity. He drops to one knee and solemnly vows to give his absolute all to support the construction. Addressing him as Master Lloyd once again, Lloyd scratches his head in total confusion, wondering why Javier is suddenly acting so formal again, while Javier secretly swears to stand by this extraordinary man, leaving Lloyd thoroughly exhausted and deeply unsettled by the sudden respect. Under a bright sunny sky, inside the ceremonial tent, Lloyd and Javier kneel before the centaur chief to lay out their plans. Lloyd explains that time is running short and reveals his secret identity from another world, warning that unless they act fast, the plains will become completely inaccessible. Javier listens in stoic silence, digesting the truth about his master's origin. The chief screams in pure frustration, telling Lloyd to do whatever the hell he wants, leaving Javier completely dumbfounded by how easily the chief caved in. Holding his trusty shovel, Lloyd gets ready to activate his time freeze ability, screaming in dramatic fashion as magic surges through the field. His body freezes mid-lunge as time grinds to a halt, bringing forth the tiny blue heart-shaped entity who grumbles furiously about everyone calling it a butt instead of its proper name. Lloyd flails his arms backward in theatrical panic, yelling at the top of his lungs before crashing onto the grass. A massive magical blue dome expands across the vast landscape, sealing the entire region under a quiet bubble with a soft pop, leaving Lloyd and Javier standing there completely unimpressed by the utter lack of dramatic flair. Walking out into the grassy fields, Lloyd complains about the disappointing skill visuals. Before raising his shovel high to signal the start of construction, Javier dives downward like a meteor through rainbow light streaks, unleashing massive aura blasts to flatten the earth and carve out the track. While Javier slaves away digging and leveling the terrain, Lloyd relaxes under a leafy umbrella, sipping a cold drink on a sun lounger. Javier stomps the sand furiously in the distance, watching Lloyd lounge in total luxury, pounding wooden boards with burning resentment. Finally snapping, Javier looms over him, demanding to know why he's doing every single bit of hard labor alone. Lloyd drops his straw in utter panic, seeing Javier's murderously angry face staring back at him. To avoid getting sliced in half, Lloyd immediately summons his army of yellow creatures, who rush across the field to assist with digging, alongside his pink summon darting across the sand with explosive energy. Moving on to step 6, Lloyd oversees the rebar installation, aiming to lay down reinforced concrete for a flawless track surface. He plans every detail with surgical precision, originally hoping the centaurs could assist with the heavy lifting. The problem is these horsemen are completely useless at manual labor, whining about severe back pain and complaining that bending down repeatedly is torture for quadruped bodies. Cursing their total lack of stamina, Lloyd accepts reality, calmly coming up with an alternate plan, which naturally means working Javier like a rented mule while he watches from behind. Javier pours concrete over the rebar grid, covers the wet surface with heavy curing blankets, while Lloyd pours sand from a sack and hammers the final stake into the ground to complete the job. Then we get a small time skip of 7 full months, revealing a breathtaking state-of-the-art grand racing arena. Lloyd celebrates the completion of his massive engineering marvel, boasting to a shirtless, completely exhausted Javier about finishing in record time. Javier grits his teeth in sheer rage, holding back the urge to murder his smug master on the spot. Carrying his shovel, Lloyd strolls casually past him, smiling down at his masterpiece, as the towering stone architecture of the arena stands high against the sky. The centaur warriors gather inside, shouting with passion, looking out over the incredible structure in complete awe. Spectators cheer loudly from the stands, while Chernin tries to keep order among the rowdy crowd. Racers greet the audience with explosive energy, taunting their rivals on the starting line, reminiscing about all the brutal speed training they endured. One competitor boasts with a manic grin that he was holding back his true speed all along, laughing wildly at the slowpokes of the village. He claims there was no need to go all out against weaklings. As the runners line up on the track, the official holds up the starting signal, and the race begins in absolute chaos as bodies tumble. Watched closely by the crowd, spectators lean forward in anticipation as fiery energy projectiles blast through the air and racers charge down the majestic track. Rowdy troublemakers get sent flying backward in a blur, tumbling across the dirt, leaving a trail of smoke along the starting line. A top centaur runner surges across the arena floor at blinding speed, smiling warmly as he reveals his plans for the future, leaving his opponent completely shocked by the sudden speed gap. Leaping dynamically into action before the roaring stands, he calls out Sherin's name right at the finish line. Tears well up in Sherin's eyes, and she leaps into his arms, crying out that his marriage proposal took way too long. The chief looks on in total surprise while the crowd goes wild celebrating the romantic finish, leaving Lloyd smiling proudly beside his loyal, battered knight. Under the bright moonlight, the completed racing arena stands as a monument to engineering, where inside a quiet room, 3 centaurs sit in tense silence, listening as a mohawked warrior drops his head, suggesting that he and his wife should get a divorce. His partner agrees thoughtfully, because instead of settling disputes through domestic violence, the tribe now settles all personal arguments on the racing track. An aerial shot shows the grand track lit up for night events, where centaurs speed along the curves while crowds roar from the stands. Slingshot launchers fire entertainment fireworks across the sky, heaping thousands of spectators glued to their seats. The local governor smiles while sipping her drink, noting that fatal accidents have completely vanished, and everyone loves the new system. She hands Lloyd a thick stack of official territory documents, praising him for solving the centaur tribe's dangerous speed aggression once and for all. Lloyd snatching the land deeds with a shamelessly greedy grin, claiming he didn't do much while eagerly pocketing the rewards. The governor laughs at how utterly shameless he is, while Lloyd places a hand on his chest like a noble hero. Deep down, Suho Kim knows he only ever moves for personal profit and comfort, driven entirely by his own selfish desires. Yet the craziest part is that his schemes always end up saving thousands of lives and building a better world. Centaurs graze peacefully in fields of yellow flowers as Lloyd and Javier pack up their gear and head down the dirt road. Walking together across the rolling green hills, a strange purple entity disintegrates into floating particles nearby, passing right by the traveling duo and causing Lloyd to spin around in shock, feeling a bizarre chill creep up his spine. His eyes widen as the strange presence fades away, continuing down the path beside his knight, while Javier turns and asks what is wrong. Lloyd stammers that it was probably nothing, looking back over his shoulder with nervous sweat and wondering if severe work stress is giving him sudden neurosis. He rubs his nose skeptically, realizing they have finally reached the kingdom's northern border, where it is time to release the time-freeze skill. High above the landscape, the giant magical dome glimmers in the sunlight, and Lloyd simply mutters pop to deactivate the massive spell. Javier yells in frustration over deactivating a world-altering magic with a lazy pop, telling him to at least treat magic with respect. Suddenly, a cold heart beats violently in the darkness, and Lloyd's eyes snap wide open as he clutches his chest in agonizing pain, causing Javier to cry out in concern. Lloyd gasps for air on his knees, feeling the severe magical recoil of the winter heart ripping through his body. The tiny blue spirit floats up, demanding to be called Winter Butt instead of insulting titles. Sweat pours down Lloyd's face in sheer shock, cursing the spirit because he has no choice but to keep the entity alive to sustain his construction skills. Suddenly, both men crouch in the tall grass as the ground begins to tremble violently. Javier draws his weapon, grimly admitting that whatever is approaching is something even he cannot stop. High in the sky above them, tiny clouds gather, swirling into a massive, terrifying magical vortex that blocks out the sun and sending Lloyd and Javier tumbling across the dirt in absolute panic. A colossal ice dragon descends from the storm, towering over the tiny humans like a living mountain. Freezing frost instantly coats the landscape in snow, and Lloyd shakes violently under the dragon's suffocating aura. The blue slange spirit panics, identifying the creature as Tyrannus, the ancient dragon who originally created the Winter Heart. The dragon's glowing eye narrows, sensing the stolen artifact inside Lloyd's body. Lloyd grips his shovel in terror, looking up alongside Javier at the mythical apex predator, as the dragon lowers its massive head right into their faces, making the tiny spirit sweat bullets. Tyrannus rumbles with a voice that shakes the earth, demanding to know how a mere human absorbed his magical core. Lloyd tries to casually wave goodbye while packing his bags to leave, but the dragon's oppressive presence puts men to the dirt. The giant glowing eye stares down with lethal intent, leaving our main character in absolute panic. The ice dragon states that the Winter Heart was a personal gift to the founder of the Magentano kingdom, King Michael. A massive frozen structure towers into the freezing clouds, while Lloyd struggles against the weight of the aura. Tyrannus snarls that since Lloyd is clearly not of royal blood, he must have stolen the kingdom's sacred treasure. The dragon accuses him flat out of being a filthy thief who deserves immediate execution. Desperate to save his skin, Lloyd screams, "I'm married to someone in the royal family." The dragon pauses in confusion, questioning if that absurd claim is actually true. Lloyd and Javier lay pinned to the grass under heavy winds as the ancient beast decides to verify the claim directly. Lloyd begs for his life on the ground as the magical vortex in the sky swirls violently, tearing across the plains with fierce howling winds, before suddenly calming down as the dragon projects its consciousness across the continent. Lloyd sweats profusely, wondering what the hell he just brought upon himself. Inside the royal palace hundreds of miles away, the red-haired queen stands by her window when the giant ghostly head of the ice dragon manifests outside her room, booming through the glass to demand if she really married the shameless scammer who absorbed the Winter Heart. While Javier holds his blade against the legendary ice dragon hundreds of miles away at the royal palace, Queen Alicia gazes into the terrifying eye of the beast projection, trying to keep her composure as the giant creature demands to know if she really married our favorite noble scammer, and if that sham marriage was how Lloyd ended up absorbing the divine Winter Heart. Naturally, the queen takes a single second to process the absolute absurdity of what she's hearing, asking the founding dragon to repeat himself just to make sure her ears are playing tricks on her. When Tyrannus confirms that Lloyd claimed to be her lawful husband, the giant beast roars in anger, ready to fly back and tear Lloyd to shreds for daring to utter such a blatant lie. The problem is Alicia knows Lloyd's life is on the line, and after connecting the dots, she realizes that as infuriating as it is to claim he's her husband, she actually has to play along, glaring fiercely before shouting no to the accusation that he lied. That catches Tyrannus completely off guard, making him ask why on earth the queen of an empire would ever keep her own marriage a secret. With a totally straight face, she claims it was simply because she was far too shy, and as the dragon stares in total disbelief, she doubles down, explaining that she was terrified of blushing like a schoolgirl while walking down the aisle with Lloyd. Surprisingly, the legendary apex beast actually falls for it hook, line, and sinker, admitting that a blushing, shy queen sounds oddly believable, and when she insists the Winter Heart was merely a wedding gift from her to her new husband, the dragon listens intently, nods his massive jaws, and accepts her story as absolute truth. As the dragon's giant projection projection disappears from the palace, the balcony doors swing shut, and Alicia's dignified posture instantly crumbles into pure rage, cursing out the idiot who put her in this position. She wears a terrifying smirk, resolving to make Lloyd pay dearly for this later. Meanwhile, back on the snowy plains, Lloyd and Javier sit in the grass, thinking they just pulled off the greatest bluff in human history, as Tyrannus returns. Our boy Lloyd looks up with a smug smile, expecting to be let off scot-free, but the icy dragon looming in the sky hasn't forgotten his real job. Tyrannus calmly informs him that while the marriage is apparently legitimate, stopping time and possessing a dragon heart is a direct threat to the world order, so he's going to painlessly rip the artifact right out of his chest anyway. His giant eye glows with terrifying divine energy, and Lloyd starts screaming in agony as the dragon begins extracting the winter heart by force. Javier draws his sword with a manic look, ready to fight a god to save his master, but before he can charge, Lloyd gets yanked through the air by a surge of magical power, crashing hard onto the grass. Against all odds, Lloyd manages to resist the extraction, cheering in victory for surviving the divine pull, only to realize Tyrannus is still standing, right over him with murder in his eyes. Our boy instantly drops to his knees, scrambling on the ground and weeping like a pathetic worm. Looking into the dragon's glowing eyes, Lloyd performs a world-class bow, prostrating himself in the dirt to beg for his life. He tries every desperate excuse in the book, asking if Tyrannus really wants to pick a fight with the Dragon King Verkiz, warning the beast that destroying him will bring down the wrath of the higher dragons. Tyrannus barely blinks, leaving Lloyd in complete and utter despair as his bluff falls completely flat. Javier can only watch his master's pathetic display in silence as Lloyd buries his face into the grass, weeping tears of pure terror. He cries so hard his whole body trembles, but Tyrannus coldly notes that even the Dragon King wouldn't complain about eliminating a threat to the world's natural order. Eventually, Lloyd lies flat on his back, completely drained of all hope. He wipes his tears, trying to muster every last drop of scammer dignity he has left, and asks the dragon for one final favor so he can at least die with a cool title like the man who struck Tyrannus. The dragon stares down in quiet curiosity, as Lloyd continues weeping and begging on his hands and knees. Tyrannus opens his massive jaws, amused enough to grant the doomed human his silly final wish. Lloyd clasps his hands in tears, thanking him profusely, and steps back to take his position across the open field. The massive ice dragon spreads his wings wide, waiting to receive the human's ultimate desperate strike. Javier whispers words of caution from the sidelines, watching Lloyd wipe away his tears with a surprisingly serious look on his face. Javier prepares himself just in case things go completely sideways, as a strange aquatic power surges around the dragon's foot in the shallow water. Lloyd takes a deep breath and announces he's ready, stepping into the water with his back to the camera. Suddenly, his cowardly expression vanishes, replaced by a wild, manic grin as he clenches his fist. Tyrannus senses something strange for a fraction of a second, as Lloyd leaps into the air like a madman, flying straight toward the godlike beast with everything he's got. He screams at the top of his lungs in midair, and delivers a tiny gentle boop right on the dragon's massive chest. Tyrannus stands there in stunned silence, looking down at the bug that just poked him. The divine beast smiles, praising the human for his courage and declaring he'll be remembered forever as the man who dared to punch a god. Lloyd blinks in surprise as the dragon speaks, and his face instantly twists into a triumphant, devious grin, because his crazy trap just worked. To understand how Lloyd managed to defeat a divine apex beast, we have to go back to when Tyrannus first felt the winter heart awakening inside a human body, realizing that a mortal wielding time-freezing power was far too dangerous to be left alive. The dragon thought he was absolutely unaware that Lloyd had an absurdly specific game skill hidden up his sleeve, one that triggers the moment an enemy is standing in water. While Tyrannus was busy worrying about the threat to the world, Lloyd's tiny punch triggered a cheat code mechanics effect, forcing the giant ice dragon to violently gag, puking out his stomach contents along with his divine form until he collapsed in complete exhaustion. When the bright light fades over the landscape, the mighty dragon has been reduced to a handsome silver-haired man, completely baffled by how a fragile human just made him vomit. Lloyd pretends to be just as surprised, calling it a miracle, while the dragon sighs in defeat. Being an honorable dragon who promised to honor the duel, he accepts his loss, letting Lloyd exhale a massive sigh of relief. See, Lloyd's skill guarantees that as long as the target is touching water, a single body blow forces them to empty their stomach completely. As Lloyd wipes off the rainbow slime dripping from his face, he realizes the silver-haired dragon is actually the father of Dragon King Verkiz. The silver-haired man casually confirms that Verkiz is indeed his son, and Lloyd's scammer brain instantly goes into overdrive. He steps forward through the shallow water, gently grabbing the old dragon's hands, and starts weeping tears of profound sympathy. The silver-haired dragon tries to pull back from the gross slime-covered noble, claiming that nothing in the world can break his unyielding dragon spirit. The problem is Lloyd begins validation bombing him, listening to the old dragon complain about how his son Verkiz ignored him after getting married, and how his own daughter only cared about her new sister-in-law. Even covered in vomit, Lloyd nods along like a devoted therapist, holding the old dragon in a warm, magical embrace. The legendary apex beast completely breaks down, sobbing that no one in his family has ever truly listened to him like this before. He pours his heart out about how all his hard work for his dragon clan was meaningless, and how he feels like a discarded old relic nobody cares about anymore. As the old dragon bawls his eyes out into Lloyd's shoulder, feeling totally understood for the first time in centuries, he hugs our noble scammer back tight. Behind the old dragon's back, Lloyd flashes a terrifying demonic smirk, knowing he just neutralized the divine threat without swinging a sword. Watching this absurd drama unfold from across the field, Javier sits in the grass, deeply questioning whether his master is the hero of this world or an absolute evil villain. A few minutes later, the three of them lie on the grass together, with the dragon laughing off how embarrassing it was to cry into a human's arms. The silver-haired dragon looks up at the sky, and as Lloyd sits up to chat, the dragon's tone suddenly drops into a serious warning, informing Lloyd that absorbing the winter heart means his human heart will freeze solid and kill him. Inside Lloyd's mind, his summons start arguing in panic, while Lloyd screams in terror, begging the dragon for a cure. Tyrannus explains that he needs an official royal melting ritual from Magentano, making Lloyd groan in frustration at the thought of owing Queen Alicia another massive favor. When the dragon estimates he has 5 to 10 years before his heart freezes completely, Lloyd's panic instantly vanishes, deciding that a decade is basically eternity and nothing to worry about today. Tyrannus is utterly baffled by Lloyd's absurd mental resilience, realizing why his son Verkiz and the Winterheart were both drawn to this insane human. Since they are basically best friends now, the old dragon decides to offer him a reward, mentioning some strange glowing materials he collected from ancient demon ruins. Lloyd's eyes widen in shock, prostrating on the grass to shamelessly beg for those divine construction materials. Tyrannus casually hands over 4 legendary core materials, explaining he was just using them as pillows anyway. Lloyd celebrates his massive windfall, realizing he now has 4 of the 5 legendary core materials needed for his grand engineering system project. He grins mischievously, asking where the 5th and final material Kiora is hidden. Lloyd gets excited thinking he can complete the set right away, but Tyrannus casually drops the bomb that Verkiz had the Kiora, and while researching dimensional travel, the Dragon King accidentally tossed it into a completely different dimension. As the dragon stares off thoughtfully, Lloyd flies into a rage, cursing out Verkiz for sending the ultimate material into another realm. That's when Tyrannus suddenly remembers where Verkiz sent it. High up on a mountain peak sticking out of the southern plains, Lloyd celebrates securing Topo, another core material, looking out over the frozen horizon as heavy stone relics fall from the sky, splashing into the icy sea below, resting on the glowing ocean floor. Walking through a glowing cavern with his companions, Lloyd collects thousands of bonus system points for obtaining both Haraki and Takapuna, deciding to ship them off to the Merman Kingdom. Javier questions whether managing all these divine debts is wise, but Lloyd looks entirely confident in his abilities, boasting that when it comes to exploiting loopholes and managing debts, he is the undisputed master of the world. Javier can only stare in silent dread as Lloyd calls out for his trusty pet dragon Yongyong. The little blue dragon swoops down through the clouds, landing right beside them on the frozen peak. Watching his master mount the dragon, Javier shakes his head, wondering how someone with the power to destroy the world chooses to spend his time on logistics. He warns Lloyd not to underestimate the restoration force of fate, a power so absolute that not even Dragon King Verkiz can alter its path. Lloyd simply smiles, unbothered by tragic destiny. Soaring through the sky on Yongyong's back, Lloyd assures Javier that he already has everything calculated. Javier looks away thoughtfully, keeping his eyes on the horizon, while Lloyd gazes into the distance. Javier quietly mentions noticing how Lloyd's expression shifted whenever Soul was brought up, leaving our protagonist silent as memories of his past life flash through his mind. They fly through the night air toward their territory, where a peaceful town sits illuminated beneath the stars. Suddenly, heavy iron boots stomp into the dirt as armored troops survey the quiet settlement from the ridge. Edis, a failed rebel-turned-bandit leader, glares at the wealthy village, rallying his thugs with promises of plunder and building their own kingdom on its ashes. He orders his men to raise every house and cut off the lord's head, a torch-bearing knight looking slightly nervous in the pitch-black forest. Unlucky for them, a local elf sits in the trees with absolute calm, watching an armored brute crush a delicate flower on the forest floor. The elf draws her bow with lethal precision, coldly asking if the brute really just stepped on a flower. Before the bandits even realize they are under attack, arrows rain down through the dark. Panic breaks out as the commander screams for everyone to charge forward regardless, sending the armored wave rushing blindly toward the village perimeter. Inside the command center, a local orc reports to Lloyd that bandits are charging their position. Lloyd sighs at the report, unrolling a massive set of engineering blueprints. Grinning like a kid on Christmas, he looks at his brand new long-range missile launcher, ready for a field test. With a deafening roar, a massive warhead launches high into the sky, leaving a trail of heavy smoke. The charging bandits look up in horror as a fiery meteor streaks down at them. A colossal explosion detonates right behind the bandit ranks, sending shockwaves and screaming soldiers flying into the air. Lloyd watches through binoculars, clicking his tongue in disappointment that he slightly missed the bullseye. The remaining bandits try to reorganize in total chaos, while Lloyd casually discusses adjusting the targeting coordinates for round 2. Defensive artillery unleashes a searing wall of magical fire across the tree line, blasting the remaining raiders off their feet. Edis staggers through the smoke, muttering delusional promises of rebuilding his army, crawling along a narrow path through the misty woods, only for a ghostly dragon spirit to loom over him, ending his bandit campaign before it even started. We open at a grand estate sitting under a bright blue sky, where skeletal feet walk quietly across the tiled floors, assembling a full band of undead musicians with horns and violins. They gather right over a couch where the ancient Dragon King is trying to rest, strumming string instruments with aggressive enthusiasm and plucking harps like they are playing a heavy metal concert. The poor dragon lies there enduring the chaos with his eyes shut tight, until someone finally smashes a violin straight across his skeleton's face, sending the mansion's maid covering her ears in sheer terror. That is when the Dragon King completely snaps, screaming at the top of his lungs about how ungodly noisy it is as his boots crush broken bones beneath him. Standing up in pure, unadulterated rage, naturally our boy Lloyd walks right into the room laughing like a manic cartoon villain, leaving the dragon gasping in utter shock while the poor maid panics in the background. The dragon grinds his teeth so hard they might shatter, releasing dark, shadowy tendrils that whip around the room like a miniature black hole and sending everyone nearby screaming for their lives. When the dust settles in the main hall, the exhausted dragon collapses back onto his cushions, and Lloyd cheerfully asks if his Grand Majesty has been sleeping well lately. The dragon glares back, saying he was doing fantastic until until a second ago, right before he was subjected to the horrific shriek of his skeleton wake-up squad. That is when he realizes Lloyd orchestrated this nightmare on purpose, slumping onto the couch in complete misery before angrily confronting our favorite scammer. Lloyd innocently points out that he promised to wake him up consistently, knowing the dragon has been ducking his obligation to contact the Dragon Queen, which has the ancient beast flailing on the sofa like a panicked toddler. Seeing him squirm, Lloyd offers a surprisingly clever way out, making the dragon perk up in desperate hope, even while looking totally drained. Lloyd invents a whole lie about how the dragon was delayed tracking down an evil interdimensional criminal who committed terrible deeds, and then proudly points to himself as that exact criminal. Javier lies on the couch watching this absurd performance, smiling at how effortlessly his master really is. Of course, Javier immediately cuts in with a flat deadpan, reminding Lloyd that he is not acting because he actually is a villain who lies to everyone he meets. Lloyd takes that absolute roast as a glowing compliment, and as Javier lounges lazily on the furniture, Lloyd bows deeply like a humble servant, thanking the dragon for taking the bait. Now that he has leveraged the alibi, Lloyd asks for help getting the Kia Ora material from Seoul. Javier looks up in mild confusion before remembering that he did indeed stash that truth jewel component over on Earth. Problem is, he never noted down an exact location, so he hands over a ridiculously cute little tracking dog to sniff out the direction. Then he digs out a tiny, lame-looking dimensional magic hammer, which Lloyd eagerly spins around, ready to jump straight to Korea. A small glowing magic circle opens across the floor, though Javier looks profoundly disappointed by how pathetic it looks compared to a real dragon portal. Lloyd steps right into the middle of the light, standing shoulder to shoulder with Javier, waiting for the spell to shift them across dimensions. Instead of opening a doorway, the ground turns into liquid, catching Lloyd off guard as both of them sink straight into the floor. In the blink of an eye, they emerge onto a high-rise rooftop in modern Seoul. Javier looks out with his usual stoic intensity while Lloyd takes in the familiar cityscape. Javier focuses his inner energy, only for his eyes to widen as he senses something terribly wrong. He stares down at his own hands in disbelief, realizing that all the grand sword aura he spent years building has vanished into thin air. Without fantasy world mana around, he cannot use his sword skills at all. Meanwhile, Lloyd is completely unbothered and holds up the little dog to guide the path. They march down a dark indoor stairwell following the glowing canine as it points the way forward. Looking down at the concrete jungle below, Lloyd suddenly stops, coughing violently into his hand. Javier stands tall and composed while Lloyd drops to his knees, looking out over the city with a sharp, dramatic focus. The craziest part is that he is not under attack or facing a curse. Our genius engineer is just gasping for air because modern urban pollution and zero cardio hit him like a freight train. Above the earth, a legendary piece of cosmic material drops out of the sky, descending through the dark clouds over South Korea and shape-shifting to blend seamlessly into the urban landscape of Seoul. Meanwhile, ducked behind a dumpster in a filthy alley, Lloyd groans in total agony, rummaging through clothing donation bins with a villainous laugh while Javier watches in concern, wondering if his master has completely lost his mind in his former world. Lloyd clutches his chest, wheezing from the severe air pollution and lack of fantasy stamina, when Javier suddenly spots movement at the entrance of the alley. A local police officer points a finger straight at them, shouting at the top of his lungs, demanding to know what two weirdos are doing in custom costumes. Javier apologizes politely while Lloyd gets pinned against the wall, so Lloyd flashes a sleazy commercial smile, claiming they are just hardworking corporate employees doing a cosplay promotion. Seeing that the cop is not buying it, Lloyd reaches into his jacket with a sly grin, pulling out a massive chunk of pure solid gold from the fantasy world. He holds up the glowing gold bar, telling the officer to grab some ice cream and tea on him and pretend he saw nothing. The officer stares at the gold bar in absolute shock, before whipping out his handcuffs and shouting that he is arresting this ugly cosplayer for attempted bribery. Lloyd's soul leaves his body for a second, so he chucks the heavy gold bar directly at the cop's chest, screaming at Javier to run for their lives before backup arrives. Our main character grabs his entire sack of precious metals while sprinting, leaving the officer biting the gold on the ground to confirm it is real, realizing in utter despair that he just let millions of dollars run away, which drives him into a rage as he screams over his radio for every unit to catch the ugly cosplayer and his handsome buddy. Within minutes, pursuers across the district are reporting sighting over walkie-talkies, identifying Lloyd instantly because the back of his head radiates pure ugliness. Collapsing in a dark side street to catch his breath, Lloyd fumes in disbelief, while Javier asks why he threw away real gold like literal garbage. Lloyd wheezes that money means nothing if they get locked in a local precinct, and Javier sighs, advising that they hold off on moving until nightfall so they do not draw a crowd. Lloyd groans on the pavement, clutching his stolen jacket and struggling to take a single clean breath. Javier points out that even without mana, a young man should not have the physical endurance of a dying turtle, but Lloyd dismisses it as bad city air and insists they change into normal clothes first. Javier watches him in quiet concern, sensing something much deeper is weighing on his master. As dust falls over the city skyline, their cartoonish tracking dog starts yapping wildly, pointing its nose toward a famous landmark in the distance. The little dog barks insistently, leading their gaze straight to the glowing top of Namsan Tower. Suddenly, random pedestrians spot them from across the street, shouting that they found the guy who looks hideous from behind, forcing Lloyd and Javier to sprint down another alley. Wearing a mask and hat to hide his identity, Lloyd realizes they cannot take the main roads, bickering with Javier about why his ugliness pierces through every disguise. With Namsan Tower towering over the mountain peak, they take to the dark mountain forest trails, gasping for air under the dense trees. Lloyd collapses against a tree trunk, his lungs burning like fire. Javier Javier halts his stride, gently asking if they should rest for a moment, as Lloyd struggles to stand on his trembling legs, stumbling over dirt and roots, before dropping straight onto his knees in the dark. Clutching his chest in agony, he tells Javier that this frail, pathetic state is actually his true normal self. In his head, he remembers the bitter reality of Suho Kim, a lonely engineering student who spent his entire life terrified of the world, shrinking away from people after both of his parents passed away. He confesses that returning to Earth brought back the exact physical and mental pain he used to carry every single day. Kneeling on the cold dirt, Lloyd admits that when he first woke up in the Frontera barony, he was too busy surviving to notice. While Javier listens in total silence, Lloyd smiles sadly, wondering out loud if he was always meant to be a pathetic loser who ran from his problems. Javier asks him if he truly hated who he was while living in this world. As Lloyd gazes down at the glittering city lights below, voice cracking with emotion, Lloyd explains that his parents were incredible, selfless people, and that he pushed himself through endless studying and brutal labor just to prove to the world that his parents lived the right way. Looking out over the city that crushed his spirit, tears stream down his face as he admits he carried that crushing burden alone, because without that responsibility, he felt like he was absolute nothing. Javier looks down softly, reminding him that no one ever asked him to carry that weight alone, and that he did nothing wrong by trying his absolute best to live. For the first time in years, Lloyd looks up at his loyal knight, realizing he no longer has to stand in the dark by himself. At the summit of Nonson Tower, Ppodong gets held up to inspect the surroundings, as our duo searches for the legendary artifact known as the Kia Aura, only to realize it isn't one of the thousands of padlocks hanging from the deck, which leaves our little summon completely baffled, until Lloyd realizes the entire fence structure itself is actually the Kia Aura, having dropped there during construction years ago, because that sleepyhead Dragon King had terrible coordinates. Problem is, taking a whole fence isn't going to be easy, especially when it's covered in Namsan's famous love locks, where endless crowds of couples come to promise each other eternal love. As Javier takes in the bustling deck, surrounded by families and romantic partners, he finds himself growing surprisingly reflective, noticing how each padlock tells a personal story, from parents carrying their children to young couples holding hands. He quietly points out that this metal represents real memories, a solemn promise between two people who miss each other, hoping that one day they might meet right here again. Under the glowing lights of the tower, the two of them sit together on a quiet bench, watching the crowd drift by, while Javier gazes out over the illuminated city, and Lloyd appears to listen with deep contemplation. Lloyd quickly reminds him that they have a strictly professional relationship and shouldn't cross any emotional lines, sighing softly as if struggling with a moral dilemma, confessing that he too is human and hates the idea of destroying people's precious memories. The fluttering warmth of the moment those locks were put up, and the universal desire to treasure someone forever, all those sweet promises every couple wants to keep, before instantly twisting his face into the most unhinged demon-possessed scammer grin recorded history. Naturally, Javier readies himself for whatever insanity is coming next, blinking in sheer disbelief at the sheer malice on his master's face, as Lloyd grins behind his mask, giving the order to move out. Our greedy noble charges into the crowd, screaming like a lunatic for everyone to step aside for an official fence inspection, dragging his knight along as his unwilling assistant. As tourists start shouting in confusion, Lloyd openly complains about how annoying all these locks are, reasoning that since most of these couples will break up anyway, he's doing them a public service by removing their padlocks in advance, while Javier stands there wondering how they ended up playing a fence maintenance crew. Of course, 3 actual police officers come sprinting in to arrest the metal thieves, charging forward with full tactical aggression, their eyes bulging in utter disbelief at the sheer absurdity of the crime, dropping into a synchronized pursuit stance. When one officer mistakenly identifies a harmless tool and yells that they have a gun, Javier dodges the lunging officers with effortless agility, weaving through the deck like a graceful ghost, leaving the surrounding crowd in complete shock as his mask slips to reveal his ridiculously attractive face. Within minutes, photos of the handsome fence thief blow up on social media with thousands of likes and hashtags insisting that a face that pretty must be innocent. While the internet swoons, our boys are sprinting through the night streets out of breath, and when pursuers start vaulting across the rooftops, Javier asks if he should just eliminate them, which Lloyd immediately shuts down because murdering modern police officers is terrible for business. Instead, Lloyd just cackles like a manic demon in his bucket hat, panicking slightly as the pursuit team drops down right behind them, while new viral posts pop up online declaring that even if he's crazy, the mint-haired guy is still hot. The police corner the street yelling that the suspects were just here, stumbling upon 2 poor shirtless guys hidden in a dark alleyway. See, Javier had calmly offered to buy time so Lloyd could set up the dimensional escape, changing into a new outfit in the shadows, and flashing a gentle smile as he prepares his weapon of mass distraction. He orchestrates a hilarious public scene alongside local construction workers, leaving the bystanders staring in utter bewilderment as excited citizens start screaming for the police to come check out the handsome guy's outdoor show, while fiercely defending his innocence, and Javier politely thanks the brave citizen for helping cause a massive scene. By the time the police breach the darkroom shouting for the evildoers to surrender, they stop dead in their tracks, finding only a fading green magical portal, a small handwritten note on the floor, and a pile of genuine fantasy gold coins left as compensation, with a polite message thanking the officers for their hard work. Back in their home world, outside the grand stone arches of their own estate, the 2-dimensional fugitives collapse onto the floor in complete physical exhaustion, having successfully robbed Modern Soul and made it back alive. While our boy Lloyd is busy saving the realm, a shadowy creep steps out over a desolate wasteland, hunting for a very specific kind of dead body. See, according to the King of Hell, cursing someone to death requires the physical corpse of a person who held a massive grudge against the target, which is why this lunatic creeps into a dark dungeon searching for the bones of Rupellin, the tragic black magician who died by Lloyd's hands while desperately trying to revive his family. The villain scoops up the skull, fuming over how a scammer like Lloyd stole all the fame, respect, and trust chaos that competent men like them deserved, and decides the only fair response is to drag Lloyd down to hell with them. Naturally, turning a skull into a curse vessel requires one more key ingredient, an absurd amount of raw, unfiltered fear, so he ignites the dark magic in his hands, channeling world grudges into the bone, knowing the fastest way to generate that much terror is to ignite a full-scale war. And to start a war, he just needs to drive the Queen of Magentano completely insane, heading straight for the royal castle while crushing a lovelock in his bare hands, laughing as he grinds the token of eternal affection into dust. Meanwhile, back at the estate, Lloyd collapses onto the floor, completely exhausted after stealing thousands of padlocks from Seoul, until the metal gate above him begins to glow. Dimensional magic surges through the room, dropping a glowing cube right through the air, and Lloyd catches it in awe, realizing he finally secured the Kia aura. Most normal people would take a breather after committing an interdimensional heist, but Lloyd doesn't do rest. He jumps right back onto his feet, pointing toward the horizon and dimensional heist. But Lloyd doesn't do rest. He jumps right back onto his feet, pointing toward the horizon and demanding they start the next stage immediately, eager to hit the Merman Kingdom and finish the truth jewel once and for all. Javier watches him charge off, quietly respecting the absurd, unstoppable work ethic of his master. As they swim down into the ocean depths, passing giant sea monsters, Lloyd starts calculating his career achievements in his head, realizing he built sewage systems, suspension bridges, hellish railroads, orc ice storages, desert connaughts, merman bathhouses, and grass plain racetracks, which leaves him utterly exhausted. He wonders why he's constantly building amazing infrastructure for everyone else, but Javier gently reminds him that a promise is a promise, and he swore to build the truth jewel here. What Javier forgets is that Lloyd never does anything without a profit angle, and the terrifying scheming grin spreads across his face. A few moments later, they arrive at the glowing underwater palace, where the merman queen warmly welcomes her favorite ugly friend and offers every facility and resource in her kingdom to complete the project. That is when Lloyd activates his supreme acting skills, clenching his fist as a single dramatic tear rolls down his cheek. When the queen asks what could possibly be wrong, Lloyd bursts into full heartbroken weeping, sobbing that it breaks his heart to build something so dangerous here, claiming that placing the truth jewel in her kingdom will only invite terrible disasters and ruin her peaceful realm. Javier stands in the background completely stunned, watching Lloyd wail like a widow about how unfair it is that this burden falls on her kingdom, which instantly triggers the queen's guilt and makes her feel deeply indebted to him. She insists that her kingdom will gladly bear any risk for their hero, exactly as Lloyd calculated from the start. Walking down the palace corridor afterward, Lloyd's tragic tears instantly evaporate into a triumphant smirk. Javier looks at him with total suspicion, realizing his master staged a complete emotional breakdown just to guilt-trip the queen into giving them endless support and concessions. Javier asks him straight out if he pulled a fast one, and Lloyd doesn't even bother denying it, raising his palm with a dirty, satisfied grin. They slap a high five in perfect harmony, ready to complete the truth jewel and finally ask it how to seal the Hellgate forever. Our boy Lloyd drags Javier out to Lake Capua, scoping out the pristine water, while asking if this is where they can build the structure for the truth jewel, and without waiting for an answer, he strips down to his tank top to start scanning the lake bed. He dives headfirst into the deep blue water, swimming along the lake floor until he spots a flat, sturdy stretch of ground, where he projects a green holographic grid across the terrain, casting a massive underwater pyramid layout, before activating simulation mode to test how much power this thing will actually draw. Naturally, he knows the truth jewel releases massive magical energy to answer questions, but as the simulated grid lights up, he realizes this test is going horribly wrong, because a violent green energy vortex erupts underwater and threatens to obliterate the entire lake. Meanwhile, Javier is sitting peacefully on the shore surrounded by adorable forest animals, and when a drenched Lloyd crawls out of the water and sees his knight having a Disney princess moment, something inside his soul completely snaps, and he screams in utter fury, asking when on earth he ever gets to retire and actually enjoy his life. Once our overworked master pulls his coat back on, Javier takes a quiet walk back toward the village, strolling down paved stone streets lined with modern apartment buildings, realizing just how impossibly much this territory has changed. A few years ago, this place was a bankrupt wasteland with nothing to its name, but now fathers are weeping as they embrace their kids, who returned from studying in the capital thanks to the barony's newfound wealth. Down the street, an orc is gently teaching a young elf how to play the lyre, glancing up as Javier passes by, right next to Emily, who is pumping iron with a heavy dumbbell, laughing as she races Kuga the orc while pulling heavy construction rollers through the dirt. Javier watches the absurd harmony unfold in quiet amazement, admitting to himself that, while the sight is bizarre, he cannot argue with the results. Everywhere he looks, citizens are celebrating their new life, from men worshipping a giant muscular stone statue, to craftsmen crying tears of joy over exquisite wooden carvings, workers happily building new homes together, elven women feasting on massive slabs of meat around a campfire, and miners cheering outside the local mine as Javier walks through the bustling market where everyone is thriving in the light, knowing all of this exists solely because one greedy civil engineer refused to stay broke. Back at the estate as the sun begins to set, Countess Marbella sits across from Baron Arcos, worrying aloud about their son, who locked himself in his study the moment he got home to draft endless blueprints. She notes how he transformed from a useless drunken bum into a hero, asking her husband if Lloyd feels like a completely different person lately. Arcos quietly agrees, reflecting on how much their son has grown as a man, believing it is time to reward him and give him a well-deserved break. Arcos opens his wardrobe to retrieve the formal coat of the Frontera household, a noble garment meant to be passed down when becoming the lord, which Lloyd had begged for in the past. Just then, heavy footsteps echo through the hall as Lloyd comes marching out of his room like a maniac possessed by engineering, shouting that they need to build a gravity dam downstream of the Prona River to stop future floods. His parents cut off his frantic rant to present him with the code, handing over the elegant heirloom right there in the hallway. Lloyd holds the fine fabric in his hands, genuinely genuinely stunned that his father remembered how much he wanted it, and he lights up with pure excitement as he promises to wear it, thanking them profusely while making excuses that he has to get back to work. He sprints down the corridor with his new coat, leaving his parents behind, while Arcos watches him disappear into the distance with a bittersweet heart. Later that morning, outside in the garden, Javier finds the Count and Countess taking a peaceful walk, offering them a polite morning greeting among the blooming flowers. But the atmosphere quickly shifts as Marbella speaks softly about how hard Lloyd has struggled through every single crisis before Arcos steps forward, weighed down by immense grief, catching Javier completely off guard when the old Baron confronts him directly, asking flat out if his real son Lloyd is even alive. As Marbella lowers her head in heartbroken silence, Javier stands frozen in absolute shock, realizing the parents knew all along. When Baron Arcos and his wife drop the pleasant facade, they catch Javier completely off guard, bringing up how the real Lloyd forgot details about the family heirloom coat, details he used to remember vividly as a child, because they have been suspecting for a while now that the person standing before them is not their original son at all. The Baron admits he is eternally grateful for everything done for their territory, but as parents, they cannot stop worrying about the truth, asking point blank if their biological son is already dead. That question hits Javier like a freight train, knowing in his heart that the original trash noble is indeed long gone from this world, and that admitting Suho Kim took over his body would shatter the minds of everyone involved. But because he refuses to break the hearts of grieving parents, Javier decides to cook up the most absurd lie in the history of noble houses. With absolute seriousness, he explains that Lloyd is not an imposter, but is actually suffering from severe memory loss and personality changes brought on by sudden catastrophic brain damage. Naturally, the parents demand to know how such brain damage happened, and Javier delivers his masterpiece of a cover story with a completely straight face. He tells them that years ago, young Lloyd was being his usual abusive, arrogant self, constantly bullying Javier and even snapping a wooden sword he held dear. So one day, after being pushed past his limit by Lloyd's relentless insults, young Javier completely snapped, pulled out his scabbard in a fit of pure rage, and whacked young Lloyd straight in the back of the head with maximum force. The flashback plays out like a violent fever dream, showing Lloyd screaming in agony from the blunt impact, writhing on the ground in excruciating pain, until he finally woke up with a giant knot on his skull and a total brain reboot. In this fake memory, Lloyd immediately promised to become a decent human being, begging Javier not to tell his father about the assault. The best part is how thoroughly this outrageous lie works, because Javier tops it off by drawing his sword and offering to commit ritual suicide to atone for striking his master's son years ago. Panicking, the parents rush forward to stop him, crying in relief and actually thanking Javier for literally knocking sense into their trash child's head. With the identity crisis successfully dodged through weaponized brain damage, Javier and Lloyd head back inside to present the actual business plan to the Baron. Lloyd outlines the massive dam construction needed downstream, and Arcos doesn't even hesitate, giving full approval on the spot because he now trusts his son's vision unconditionally. From there, we jump straight to the construction grounds, where our boy Lloyd raises his shovel before an enormous crowd of workers. He announces the launch of the single largest engineering project on the continent, using his terrifying charisma to rally every single soul in the territory. Suddenly, his accumulated titles combine into a brand new passive effect called absolute trust, unlocking maximum efficiency across his entire workforce. What follows is pure labor chaos, as a giant dragon skeleton floats in the sky, undead skeletal crews work grueling overnight shifts, giant summons roar in agreement, and goblins work alongside elves in perfect harmony. Lloyd leads this multi-species army like a demon commander, officially signaling the start of the massive dam project. Meanwhile, high above the clouds in the grand halls of the upper realm, heavenly administrators examine glowing documents reporting illegal lower realm activity. They spot the unauthorized construction of the Outer Tier project. Realizing Lloyd is actively gathering materials for the Truth Jewel, they curse the Dragon King for leaking that information, knowing that if a mortal actually finishes building it, it could ignite widespread cosmic chaos, leading a stern angel named Raphael to flat out state and will begin the demolishing process immediately. To rally the entire workforce, our greedy noble steps onto the rooftop and screams at the top of his lungs that he can casually freeze time itself. Naturally, the crowd just stands there looking at him like he has lost his mind, leaving Lloyd sweating as he tries to play off the awkward silence. But thanks to his cheat title, the absolute trust effect kicks in, and suddenly every worker in the courtyard is cheering that whatever Lloyd says goes. They celebrate like he is a living god, while our boy jumps down to put his grand construction plan into motion. He activates his skill to pause time over the whole valley, but pulling that much magic instantly strains his mana heart, sending a violent wave of pain straight through his chest, even as he forces a twisted grin through the agony. With the clock stopped, he gets straight to work redesigning the dam blueprints, modeling the structure after ancient historical dams to handle the insane water pressure, while carefully mapping out the exact spot for the Truth Jewel. Everything is moving ahead smoothly, until the Dragon King's voice booms directly inside his mind, warning him that a major emergency is about to wreck the entire project. Lloyd sprints through the woods in a pure panic, bursting into the estate to find Javier, who is casually lounging on the couch complaining about his stiff neck. When Lloyd tries to explain the crisis, the stoic knight insists that his bad posture is far more urgent, driving our main character past the point of sanity. He lunges forward and grabs Javier by the collar, threatening to massage him into oblivion, channeling all his magical aura into a desperate assault that turns into him choking the master swordsman, while screaming like a lunatic. Problem is, Javier doesn't even flinch, casually noting that Lloyd's grip is pathetic, which only makes our boy double down on his demonic rampage. He tries to pin Javier to the couch, but the knight just sighs in deep disappointment at how weak he is, infuriating Lloyd so much that the system triggers a surprise notification. Honestly, the reward is an absolute insult, unlocking a passive skill called Absolute Ugly Man, which basically tells him he looks hideous whether he cries or rages. While holding him down, Javier quietly asks what he plans to do once the truth jewel changes fate, and Lloyd hovers over him with a deadpan look, replying that he'll destroy the artifact immediately. He knows keeping something that powerful around is just a ticket to non-stop headaches, and all he really wants is to secure his lazy retirement. Satisfied that his master isn't planning to become a Dark Lord, Javier relaxes. But before Lloyd can celebrate, his body suddenly gives out. As his mana heart completely overloads, he drops to the floor sweating in sheer torment, looking up as Javier watches him, while the Dragon King's sensory feedback slams into his brain, clutching his head as the pain turns unbearable. He writhes on the ground screaming, overwhelmed by the sudden sensory explosion, desperate because he still has a massive dam to build. He considers spending his hard-earned system points to upgrade his mana heart, but realizes that saving points is the only way to rewrite fate. Seeing his master suffering, Javier steps up, gives a bright cheerful smile, and violently smacks Lord right across the face, knocking him flat onto the floor. The knight warmly tells him he can do it, and amazingly the physical shock forces Lloyd's senses into overdrive, letting him see every tiny detail in the room with frightening clarity. Over the next few nights, Javier sparred with him continuously to help him adapt to his new high-level senses. So even though our main character is thoroughly exhausted, he can supervise the dam's massive construction with absolute precision. Javier checks in on him at the site, asking if his sensory syndrome is holding up, and Lloyd instantly screams at him because normal speech sounds like a jet engine in his ears. Javier just offers another cheerful grin, leaving Lloyd terrified of his knight's sadistic sheer, until a strange holy singing starts echoing from above. A blinding light pierces through the clouds, illuminating the sun. As a feathered figure descends toward the site, Lloyd looks up in tense disbelief, bathed in golden light, realizing this isn't a friendly visit. As an angel hovers over the construction grounds, the angelic bureaucrat Raphael sharply opens a legal folder and formally orders the immediate demolition of their dam as an unpermitted illegal structure, leaving our boy shrieking in absolute outrage. Down at the site, hundreds of workers freeze in terror as elf construction crews stare up at the sky, clutching their tools in complete confusion. The winged bureaucrat formally decrees that heaven has condemned the Truth Jewel Dam, prompting Lloyd to scream back in total disbelief, while the angel remains deadpan as our boy points at his wings and demands to know who gave him authority over human property. Naturally, the angel doesn't care about complaints, leaving Lloyd and Javier stuck watching from below. While our main character vents about how much blood and sweat went into this project, the divine inspector opens his ledger, reaches out his hand, and summons a blinding pillar of heavenly energy, pulling out a massive glowing hammer. As holy power swirls around the construction grounds, a brilliant halo locks over his head, forcing Lloyd to wince under the divine pressure, while the angel hovers above with his giant mallet, stunning the workers in absolute awe as the divine weapon looms over the dam. The worst part is the absurd label engraved on the side, naming it the multi-purpose official business hammer. The angel calmly explains that the Truth Jewel caused a cosmic war that killed millions and cost quadrillions in damage, making it an unpermitted hazard, and warns that if the mortals won't dismantle it, he will pulverize it himself. Lloyd grits his teeth in pure fury, shouting that destroying a working dam is absolute tyranny. Seeing the bureaucrat ascend for a strike, our boy quickly drops to his knees to exploit a system loophole, clasps his hands in a frantic prayer to appeal the demolition order, and sends his plea straight to Heaven's administrative office, where an angel supervisor reviews the file only to reject the appeal on the spot because Lloyd's intentions weren't pure. With the appeal denied, the inspector winds up his hammer, diving headfirst toward the dam at terrifying speed, clutching his official ledger as he falls, while the workers scream in sheer terror. But just as the hammer is about to obliterate the site, Javier rockets through the air wrapped in emerald aura, intercepting the giant hammer and clashing his blade straight against the angel's weapon. A massive shockwave detonates right over the building, and the sound blast hits Lloyd's sensitive ears like a bomb, sending him clutching his head in agony. Landing on the ground, Javier orders the intruder to leave the county immediately, gripping his glowing sword with lethal intent, which leaves the divine inspector genuinely shocked. On the sidelines, Lloyd staggers forward, looking up in horror as he realizes what attacking a heavenly official actually means. The angel hovers back up on his hammer, declaring that divine law cannot be defied by mortals, while our main character panics that losing the dam ruins his retirement plans. But Javier steps back and warns Lloyd to hold his hand, explaining that if mortals attack angels, it could trigger an all-out war between heaven, hell, and dragons that destroys the entire world. He suggests they might have to let the dam be destroyed to preserve world peace, leaving Lloyd glaring at the sky, while the workers scatter in panic as the angel prepares his final strike. Refusing to let his dam be demolished, Lloyd steps forward in a dramatic pose, takes a deep breath, and unleashes the most hideous demonic screech humanly possible. The sheer acoustic nightmare ripples across the sky, dropping our boy to his knees as his own amplified senses punish him, while Javier winces in pure disgust. Thanks to his sensory syndrome, Lloyd's terrible singing hits like an actual sonic weapon, sounding so horrifying that Javier compares it to the shriek of an ancient demon. The distraction gives Javier his opening, and the knight leaps into the air with his aura blazing, forcing the divine inspector to raise his weapon, as the sword and golden hammer collide in a flash of light. The angel hovers back, swinging his massive mallet in a terrifying arc, locking them in a high-speed aerial duel. Javier surges forward with unbelievable speed, focusing all his energy into a decisive strike, but the angel coldly declares his efforts futile, slamming his official hammer down with tremendous force, catching Javier off guard, crushing to his defenses, and blasting the Grandmaster Knight backward through the sky. Falling fast, Javier panics that'll crash straight into the Truth Jewel, crying out as he plummets toward the earth. The angel pursues him relentlessly, driving his hammer into the ground, hammering the fallen knight into the dirt, and leaving him buried under shattered stone. The divine bureaucrat stands over the crater, calmly adjusting his glasses, assuming the mortal is completely beaten. But as he steps closer with his weapon, ready to finish the demolition, Javier's eyes snap open. He staggers to his feet through pure willpower, surprising the angel who told him to stay down, and sucker punches punches the divine inspector clean across the face. Caught completely off guard, the angel curses out loud in rage, instantly triggering heaven's penalty system, which flashes red and docked him tier points for swearing. Panicking as his halo glows red, the angel realizes his pristine record is ruined, while Javier takes advantage of the system distraction, stealing himself for one more push, and lunges with a devastating green slash. A massive shockwave detonates across the battlefield, sending the divine inspector tumbling backward. As Lloyd re-enters the fray to back up his knight, the angel grunts in physical exhaustion, swinging his mallet to ward off Lloyd's sharp strikes. Their weapons clash with a violent burst of energy, leaving the watching refugees in utter shock. As the divine inspector presses his heavy hammer down, Lloyd parries the blow with everything he has, while the crowd gasps in terror at the intensity of the fight. The two sides lock up in a desperate struggle, until Javier unleashes one final aura blast, cracking the angel straight across the forehead and sending him crashing onto the grass. Defeated, the angel drops his hammer and desperately begs for mercy, pleading with the mortals not to hurt him any further. Covered in dust and blood, Lloyd looks down at the defeated bureaucrat, wiping his chin as the adrenaline fades. The angel tearfully asks if they are still going to destroy the truth jewel, sobbing that everyone will end up miserable if heavenly law is broken. Looking out over the site, the workers watch with heavy hearts, weeping behind the trees as an elderly refugee cries in despair over their uncertain future. Hearing the people's anguish, the angel looks down in silent guilt, apologizing that heavenly regulations leave him no room to help them. Realizing that bureaucracy won't budge, Lloyd stands over the glitching system interface, knowing that peaceful negotiations have completely broken down. Javier unleashes a massive blue energy strike, leaving Lloyd praying that standard swordmaster strength is enough to end this fight, but the angelic messenger floating before them just laughs, claiming someone who is only a swordmaster is nowhere near his level since he routinely fights grandmasters. Naturally, heavenly arrogance triggers a blinding surge of divine light, blasting Lloyd backward as magical energy rips across the battlefield. As divine force reshapes the landscape, the sheer impact sends shockwaves clear out into the upper atmosphere, startling birds across the entire region while nearby fish leap out of the water in complete chaos. The real issue starts when the divine aura goes completely haywire, erupting into a violent red vortex of sheer agony that sweeps across the surrounding mountains like a localized apocalypse. Dark red energy surges over the entire territory, sending nearby villagers running in total panic as system notifications flood in to confirm everyone's worst nightmare. The system keeps screaming that friendliness points are rapidly plunging into the abyss, throwing people off their feet from the atmospheric pressure, while our blonde angel with glasses looks utterly dumbfounded by the fallout. Bleeding from the nose and suffering massive divine backlash, the angel gets slapped with 480 penalty points directly from heaven, with a glowing mark of divine shame stamped right on his forehead. Four Eyes realizes he just broke sacred law by harming mortals. Seizing the absolute best moment to strike, Lloyd grabs his trusty shovel, charging at the weakened angel with full murderous intent, forcing Four Eyes to nervously whip off his glasses in total panic. A violent blow cracks right across the angel's face, turning the slope into a chaotic brawl as iron hits divine flesh with brutal efficiency, sending the heavenly messenger tumbling back through the dirt. Taking another staggering hit directly to the jaw, Lloyd takes a heavy beating in return as explosive shocks erupt around them, screaming like a feral maniac through the entire brawl while Javier watches on in absolute disbelief. One final crushing blow launches the blonde angel straight into the dirt, detonating a brilliant flash of light that finally ends the fight. Night falls over the quiet stone estate, where a greedy noble lies tucked in bed with heavy bandages wrapped around his head, slowly opening his eyes to figure out where on earth he is. Sitting right beside his bed is Four Eyes and Pelv, speaking in the gentlest, most repentant tone after watching over Lloyd all night long. Lloyd weakly asks why the angel saved him after he tried to smash the truth jewel, and the angel softly replies that nobody here is a villain, just two people with different values. In his head, Lloyd realizes this divine idiot is drowning in massive personal guilt. Recalling how violently they were swinging shovels just hours ago, Javier suddenly bursts through the door to protect his master, instantly tackling the angel back against the wall. Exhausted and heavily bandaged, Lloyd scrambles out of bed, wiping the sweat from his brow to defuse the situation, telling Javier to back off because Four Eyes is still an angel of heaven. Tears actually start streaming down Lloyd's face as he puts on an Oscar-worthy performance of pure gratitude, bowing deeply on the bed to thank the angel for his boundless mercy. What this idiot angel doesn't know is that behind those fake tears, Lloyd is already cooking up the scam of the century. Lloyd is already cooking up the scam of the century. Lloyd innocently asks what kind of divine punishment period the angel has to serve for harming mortals. Four Eyes admits he is stripped of his divine power and forced to use a downgraded phone, while Lloyd puts on a thoughtful face to land his ideological strike. Lloyd asks flat out if heaven's strict decrees are truly for the sake of the lower realm, or if divine authority is just violence against people forced to blindly obey. Sitting back in his chair with his arms crossed, the angel feels the full weight of Lloyd's words piercing straight into his conscience, realizing that in all his centuries of service, he never once listened to mortals. Kneeling solemnly on the bed, Lloyd listens as the angel admits his past mistakes, prompting our favorite scammer to offer a wonderfully convenient solution. Lloyd suggests that since Four Eyes is stuck serving his punishment anyway, he should spend his time studying the lower realm right here in the barony. Before the angel can even process the offer, Lloyd dramatically whips out a pre-drafted legal contract, casually mentioning that if he signs it and fulfills just a few tiny work requests, he can stay as long as he likes. Overwhelmed with emotion, The naive angel signs the contract with tears in his eyes, believing he just found the most compassionate host in the world. Meanwhile, in the dim shadows of the room, our master manipulator grins like a demon, having successfully tricked a divine angel into a binding labor contract that solves all his engineering problems at once. Morning breaks over the newly built residential complex, where Ppodong rides a glowing skull monster across the water, and Lloyd sits straight up in bed, striking a dramatic pose, adjusting his glasses, and feeling like the absolute ruler of his domain. He bolts out into the morning air, happily greeting the deer, rabbits, and squirrels, while the sparrow chirps on a nearby branch. The bird lands right on his shoulder, and Lloyd blushes with sudden musical inspiration, opening his mouth wide, gesturing with full passion, and unleashing a vocal performance so horrific it shakes the trees. Down in the village, the locals listen in delight to an angel singing in the distance, noting how wonderfully serene the morning feels, until they realize Lloyd is also attempting to sing, and the terror sends everyone into collective panic. The villagers actually start arguing among themselves, watching Raphael sit surrounded by cute forest animals like a Disney princess, while Lloyd and Javier stand in the shade, discussing how to squeeze maximum value out of the angel's signed contract before the heavenly bureaucrats finish their endless meetings. Raphael sings joyfully with his glowing wings on display, which gives Lloyd a very sly idea. He leads Javier toward the water with shovel in hand, explaining that they need to consult the truth jewel right now, but Javier cuts him off mid-sentence, deadpanning that Raphael's singing is honestly way better than Lloyd's. Our main character looks utterly offended by the sudden insult, glaring back as they reach the riverbank, while Javier keeps a completely straight face. Lloyd marches forward with his shovel, ignoring the snark, his eyes widening in shock, mouth agape in disbelief, as Javier tells him flat out that just thinking about his voice gives him goosebumps. An anger mark practically pops on Lloyd's temple, but as he turns away toward the glowing water, the river reflection begins to pulse with magic, illuminating the entire shoreline in bright blue light. Energy swirls between them, a white bird dives down from above, and drops a glowing magical cube straight into the structure. A massive blue pillar shoots skyward, water cascades down the ancient stone walls, and Lloyd raises his hand to command the water gate, sending a torrent crashing through the floodgates. The stone altar is completely submerged, swirling with powerful blue currents, and Lloyd dives straight underwater without hesitation. A glowing energy orb materializes before him, grinning as he prepares to demand his answer. Right as a massive spire of ice erupts around them, and the truth jewel speaks with absolute authority. The catch is that to get an answer, Lloyd has to trade a personal secret. He considers revealing his transmigrator identity, but settles on explaining his insanely specific bathroom paper folding habit instead. A beam of light shoots into the air, and the truth jewel broadcasts his bizarre secret across the entire estate like a loudspeaker, leaving Lloyd screaming in pure social agony as Javier asks hilarious follow-up questions. Javier's expression turns grave, because the truth jewel begins shifting its tone, its light flickering, warning them that the world's fate is actively trying to correct itself. Magical discharges erupt all around them, and Lloyd realizes the terrifying truth. Because he stole Javier's role as the main character, the world views him as an error, and fate has gone completely berserk to erase him and reset the story. Standing in the dark void, Lloyd's body collapses under the immense cosmic strain, and Javier rushes to grab him, screaming underwater for his master to breathe. In the distance, workers continue their heavy labor, while Javier frantically checks Lloyd's pulse, panicking over his failing heart, despite his mana flow appearing completely normal. Lloyd's hand reaches feebly toward the light, as Javier pulls him toward the surface in absolute desperation. Javier desperately tries to revive Lloyd inside the glowing crystal structure, as our boy gasps for air, feeling like his heart is encased in solid ice, while his summoned creature watches in absolute alarm. This isn't a physical wound, it's a mental and spiritual shockwave caused by the world trying to delete his existence, clutching his chest as pain rips through him, until he finally collapses onto a bed back at the estate. He rests pale and sweating in the sunlit room, completely drained from the experience, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling, deep in thought, while the little blue slime creature floats nearby looking miserable. Even unconscious, the sheer strain on his body is obvious. Javier talks with the doctor outside the door, explaining that Lloyd has pushed himself past every human limit for way too long. His knight stands resolute, knowing that normal medicine won't fix a curse of fate, while the rest of the household speaks in hushed tones down the hall. As people move past his room, Lloyd watches silently from the doorway, his expression serious and cold, listening as someone addresses him softly. He approaches the bed where Raphael is resting, looking down at the angel with quiet determination. He knows that to stop fate from crushing them, he needs a direct line to heaven, staring at the glowing core, telling the angel to just stay alive until he returns. Lloyd turns around with purpose, leaving the room bathed in sunlight, adjusting his coat as he walks out. Despite his internal doubts, he moves forward without hesitation, reassuring himself that he already holds the key to solving this mess. He remembers the multi-faced celestial entities he's encountered, struggling briefly with the memory before his face hardens into pure resolve. He asks a local noble about heaven's summoning process, learning that official meetings among celestial higher-ups drag on forever, which gives him the exact idea he needs. He grabs a golden candle holder, slams wooden boards together to build an altar, and begins swinging his sword in a candlelit chamber like a possessed priest. He kneels down to pray, knowing that heaven is legally obligated to answer desperate, pure prayers. So he spams heaven's prayer hotline continuously, begging to be summoned immediately. Up in the heavenly administration office, a bureaucrat is screaming into his phone in absolute chaos, until a blinding beam of teleportation light erupts right in the middle of the room, and Lloyd materializes in the divine office with a casual wave. He tells the angel next to him that it's time to go, while the blonde bureaucrat freaks out about taking divine punishment for swearing. Lloyd literally hoists the angel onto his back, reminding him of his signed contract regarding the Eye of Summer, and carrying him straight through the celestial light. High above, an ancient archangel with a halo looks down from a balcony, as Lloyd holds his companion firmly. The senior archangel adjusts his glasses with formal coldness, but Lloyd walks right up to his desk, making the old official yell in sudden panic. panic, looking nervously between Lloyd and Raphael, as our boy stands completely stoic, his eyes gleaming with terrifying intensity. He steps forward, slams both hands on the official desk with a thunderous bang, rattling the Archangel completely. He demands to know why Heaven waited until after they spent millions building the Truth Jewel before telling them to stop, asking if Heaven's higher-ups just wanted to cause them despair for fun. The Archangel panics, stammers an excuse, looking thoroughly troubled, as they stand face-to-face in the divine office. The official adjusts his glasses, watching Lloyd's outraged face, holding his head in deep distress, because a radiant halo of genuine righteous anger erupts around Lloyd. Our boy lays out his second demand, insisting on official divine revelation for the royal family, making the Archangel gasp in disbelief, slamming the table back and screaming that Lloyd has gone completely overboard. Lloyd maintains a calm expression, dramatically shifting into his signature scammer grin, which sends the Archangel into absolute terror. Bathed in divine light, the old official assumes Lloyd is a noble martyr who suffered for his realm, completely oblivious to the fact that Lloyd's evil scammer face means Heaven is about to get stripped of every asset it owns. While Lloyd is busy extorting the Heavenly Bureau of Celestial Affairs, our silver-haired swordmaster Javier is recovering in a local clinic, when a nurse steps into his room, apologizing for disturbing his rest just to hand him a sealed envelope. She hands it over with a shy smile, explaining that it is a personal invitation to her wedding, all because the peaceful life everyone enjoys in the barony now is entirely thanks to him and Lloyd. Seeing the genuine gratitude from the people he fought to protect weighs heavily on him, especially when she thanks him once more and steps out to grab him a fresh blanket. As the door closes behind her, he quietly wishes her every happiness, only to suddenly collapse against the doorframe in excruciating pain. The world's glitching fate system forces a brutal choice upon him, demanding that either Lloyd Frontera or Javier Asrahan must die to restore balance. Realizing the stakes, Javier clutches his chest in agony, reasoning that since he was originally just a secondary character in this world, sacrificing his own life is the only logical choice to keep Lloyd alive. Blue particles of energy begin dissolving his body, spreading across his chest on the floor as he accepts his end in complete silence, ready to vanish for the sake of his friend. Meanwhile, across the kingdom, the fate restoration phenomenon strikes all at once, raising massive leviathans from the ocean depths to swarm the coastal defenses. At the grand fortress on the cliffs, the concrete barriers Lloyd built begin cracking under the relentless onslaught, sending local lords into utter panic. Hordes of enraged beasts charge through the forests, overwhelming the elf archers scramble in horror as every crisis Lloyd ever solved comes roaring back simultaneously. Naturally, Queen Alicia realizes the entire realm is on the brink of total collapse, which is why Javier, somehow holding his fading body together through sheer willpower, arrives at the capital and requests an immediate emergency audience. He kneels respectfully before the throne, presents his credentials, and gets hit with an intense, suspicious glare from the queen. Taken aback for a second, he listens as Her Majesty demands to know what kind of scheme Lloyd is pulling this time, since showing up without his chaotic master is already suspicious enough. When she asks for his actual purpose, Javier begins laying out a proposal to offer military assistance, hoping to bolster the kingdom's crumbling defenses. Suddenly, divine trumpets echo through the throne room, blinding everyone as a radiant celestial portal opens near the ceiling. A glowing archangel descends gracefully from above, sending royal guards into outright panic, while the queen stares in disbelief at a literal, divine messenger. The archangel hovers above the floor, unrolls a celestial decree, and screams at the top of his lungs that Heaven demands she immediately hand over the Eye of Summer to Lloyd Frontera. Honestly, the poor angel is sweating bullets delivering this message, knowing full well Lloyd threatened to burn Heaven down if they failed to deliver the artifact. As the divine pillar of light vanishes into thin air, Queen Alicia immediately sees right through the theatrical miracle, knowing in her heart that Lloyd somehow scammed God himself. She rounds on Javier with a deadly glare, while her panicked advisors start screaming at each other in total chaos, debating whether to hand over the kingdom's greatest relic or risk incurring the wrath of Heaven itself. Behind closed doors in her private office, Queen Alicia demands total honesty from Javier, asking if Lloyd was the puppet master behind that divine spectacle. When Javier confirms the truth without hesitation, he explains that his dramatic shock in the throne room was purely to keep her advisors from realizing it was all staged. He lowers his gaze in heavy silence, leaving Her Majesty to process the absurdity of a human deceiving angels. Knowing Lloyd's terrifying track record of tricking ancient dragons, she cuts straight to the chase and asks why he desperately needs the Eye of Summer. Javier struggles to maintain his composure, kneeling in deep anguish before dropping the bombshell that Lloyd is actively dying right now. Back at the estate, a worried maid carries a tray of food up to Lloyd's room, only for Lloyd to speak through the heavy locked door, instructing her to leave it on the floor outside. The servants stand in the hallway whispering in concern, placing the meal down quietly, as Lloyd's weak voice thanks them from inside. Once the hallway goes completely silent, the door slowly creaks open. A pale hand reaches out from the darkness to retrieve the food, and Lloyd sits alone on the cold floor surrounded by untouched trays, sighing heavily in the dark. In the capital, the queen listens as Javier explains the Dragon King's warning, recounting how Verkiz warned them about the world's fate restoration phenomenon. Every catastrophe Lloyd ever prevented, from the Gigatitan army to regional rebellions, is forcing its way back into reality to crush the soul that altered destiny. Cooped up in his dark bedroom, Lloyd finds brief comfort as his tiny summoned creatures snuggle against his chest, nuzzling his cheeks while he watches the system's screen flicker. The interface displays the impending doom scenario. As Ppodong watches the glowing blue numbers in anxious concern, Lloyd gently apologizes to his little companions, admitting he's far too exhausted to take them on walks right now, though he forces himself to carry them into the upper corridor so they don't stay trapped inside. Meanwhile, downstairs, his mother Marbella speaks softly to Baron Arcos, admitting she already realized Javier was lying to protect Lloyd's condition. She smiles warmly, remembering how Lloyd previously claimed he changed because he bumped his head, a cover story everyone in the family quietly knew was false. She knows the soul occupying her son's body has given everything to save their family, even as Lloyd clutches his pounding chest upstairs in agonizing gasps. The fact that Javier goes to such extreme lengths to aid him proves beyond a doubt that Lloyd is a good person at heart. She remains confident that once he recovers and defeats this crisis, he will stand before them and tell them the whole truth. Down in his room, Lloyd's survival instincts suddenly kick into overdrive. Bursting open his door into the bright light, he grabs food off the trays with feverish determination, devouring every meal to restore his failing strength, chugging water at the table and swearing that he will live to hold his head high before his family. Back in the capital, Queen Alicia acknowledges that using an angelic revelation was the only way to bypass the stubborn royal vassals. Javier agrees, pointing out that only Lloyd possesses the mind to solve this crisis, even as his body breaks down under the icy frost of the winter heart. She knows that if Lloyd collapses, the entire kingdom will fall with him, making his survival her top priority. With a decisive, confident smile, she resolves to take personal action to ensure his recovery. In his room, Lloyd sits among his summons, realizing the first step to beating his depression is to stop isolating himself. His pets cheer him on, and he maps out a clear recovery plan, starting with a long bath and cleaning his room. Though his chest aches with every breath, he refuses to let negative thoughts consume his resolve, vowing to overcome every obstacle to secure the eye of summer. He sits quietly by his bedside in deep reflection, when suddenly a silver-haired visitor steps into the sunlit room. Lloyd and his family freeze in complete shock, as red hair flutters softly in the doorway. A hand adjusts an elegant green gown, revealing Queen Alicia standing right inside the Frontera estate. Baron Arcos and Marbella stare in absolute disbelief, their eyes widening in sheer panic, before throwing themselves onto the floor in a frantic bow. The Queen chuckles playfully, telling them there is no need for formal protocol when greeting their future daughter-in-law. Inside the stone manor of the Frontera estate, Queen Alicia sits elegantly sipping afternoon tea, while Lloyd's parents sit across from her sweating profusely in absolute terror. Lloyd is practically losing his mind from stress, as Her Majesty takes a slow, graceful sip, complimenting the quality of their tea leaf blend. Marbella gasps in pure shock, while Baron Arcos screams at Lloyd to explain how he managed to drag the ruler of the realm into their living room. Arcos accuses his son of committing treason by stealing royal artifacts, prompting Lloyd to wave his hands wildly, begging everyone to calm down and listen. The Queen puts on a menacing, shadowed expression, asking if Lloyd really had the audacity to lie to ancient dragons about being engaged to her. Both parents collapse onto the table in total soul-crushing defeat, as Lloyd tries to explain the desperate circumstances of his lie. Sweat pours down his face under the overwhelming pressure, leaving his parents looking like two lifeless husks on the table, while he desperately begs Javier to back him up. Javier merely watches the chaos with a completely serene expression, glancing away to avoid getting dragged into the fire. Lloyd screams at him for betraying their brotherhood, while Queen Alicia calmly sets her teacup down on the saucer. She breaks down the exact crime, explaining how Lloyd claimed royal lineage by lying about a marriage to acquire sacred treasure. Hearing the full scope of their son's treason, Arcos and Marbella look utterly horrified, feeling as if their entire world has just dissolved into the vacuum of space. Since lying to a divine dragon is a crime punishable by execution, the weight of his treason sinks in. The Queen solemnly states that severe punishment is mandatory, causing Marbella's eyes to fill with tears. Arcos drops to his knees on the carpet, begging Her Majesty to spare their beloved son, leaving Lloyd stunned in disbelief. Both parents throw their heads to the floor in a desperate bow, begging her to take their lives instead of Lloyd's. Lloyd panics at his parents' extreme sacrifice, shouting at them to stop begging, as he tries to take full responsibility. Queen Alicia smiles with serene grace, assuring them that taking lives is far too inefficient for her tastes. Instead, she proposes a simple, terrifying solution to fix the lie, leaving Lloyd speechless in shock. He lets out a confused squeak, right before the Queen playfully kicks him on the forehead. She declares outright that he will solve the issue by actually marrying her, becoming the official royal prince consort for the sake of the kingdom. Arcos and Marbella freeze in total, paralyzed disbelief, while Lloyd turns away with a look of grim determination. His parents stare with eyes as wide as saucers, as Queen Alicia leans back, mentioning she fully anticipated his reaction. She gazes down with a composed, unbothered expression, while Lloyd processes the reality of becoming the monarch's husband. Javier maintains his stoic posture in the background, watching silently as Lloyd stands hunched over, weighing the insane political maneuver in his mind. Setting his jaw with sudden, terrifying resolve, Lloyd kneels before his family and summons, as the Queen smiles gently down at him. A notoriously sinister scammer grin spreads across his face as he declares that he will put an end to all this chaos himself. He looks up at the sky, swearing to claim the Eye of Summer and eliminate his heart risk once and for all. Remembering the warmth of his family's love, he hardens his spirit for the battle against fate. His grim smile turns into a confident smirk as Queen Alicia watches him step toward the entrance. Arcos and Marbella watch their son in total amazement, their fear instantly replaced by awe. The Queen walks gracefully out of the manor, smiling softly to herself. She whispers a quiet reassurance to his parents, leaving them floating in a sea of confused question marks. Meanwhile, Lloyd shivers in terror at his impending royal marriage while Javier remains completely unbothered. Over at the Royal Assembly Hall, nobles and ministers are brawling in total anarchy, screaming about divine curses and blaming Lloyd Frontera for bringing ruin to the realm. Right in the middle of the chaotic riot, Lloyd steps into the hall with a terrifyingly evil scammer face, asking if everyone was looking for him. Inside the grand red dome of the noble assembly hall, the lord with a mustache yells to open the emergency meeting, and Count Aldez immediately interrupts to complain about the title, which prompts Count Lawrence to start screaming from his desk, leaving the poor scribe looking utterly confused as he tries to write, while an angry noble points his finger and demands they call it the Great Emergency Meeting. Instead, naturally the whole table devolves into mindless shouting over semantics, while our boy Lloyd watches the circus with a sly grin, wearing a wicked scammer smile because he knows these squabbling fools will be stupidly easy to manipulate. When Duke Toscano finally tries to bring up the actual sacred artifact, the room explodes with accusations that giving Lloyd the Eye of Summer turns the kingdom into an all-you-can-eat buffet for invaders, warning that surrounding nations will see them as weak and declare war before the entire debate completely falls apart, with nobles yelling at Lloyd to make his stance clear, while others literally start discussing what to order for dinner. So Lloyd does what he does best, and dramatically clutches his chest in exaggerated agony, which somehow triggers a full-blown physical brawl among the suit-wearing aristocrats. Right as punches land and a man gets choked on the floor, Lloyd points a finger into the air with a brilliant scam in mind, proposing that if they build an economic asset just as valuable as the Eye of Summer, they can safely hand over the sacred artifact without harming the kingdom. He gestures widely to pitch a massive trade route through the snowy Vontara Mountains, explaining that taking toll fees will make the realm insanely wealthy. And even when they cross their arms and call it a merchant idea, he rubs his hands together with the most evil face in existence, until the official slams the gavel down in complete agreement. Walking down the hall with Javier, Lloyd smugly boasts about how money controls everything, and Javier calmly observes that controlling a nation's budget gives someone terrifying authority. Queen Alicia grants official permission for the project, but asks Sue very reasonable questions, pointing out as Lloyd kneels before her that previous attempts to cross the harsh mountain cliffs always collapsed. That is when Lloyd unveils his civil engineering genius, showing a diagram of a mountain switchback railway that zigzags back and forth up the slope, bypassing the collapsing terrain to reach the land of demons at the peak. In no time at all, they are soaring across frozen mountain peaks on their spectral dragon Yang, with Lloyd looking startled by the speed, while Javier sits entirely unbothered. Approaching a massive beam of light rising into the stormy sky, they circle the giant magical vortex over the snow, where Javier looks at his master and mutters, "You really are an awful human." Yang unleashes a massive energy blast to breach the magical barrier, and as they step through the purple portal, they expect a gloomy wasteland, only to find picturesque golden grain fields under a bright blue sky. Javier spots a group of local demons in the distance, but the instant a demon mother sees the humans, she shrieks in absolute terror, leaving Lloyd with a comically distorted face of pure frustration. As our boy Lloyd swoops into the icy realm on his giant beast, he opens his mouth and bellows across the tundra, scaring two poor horned demons half to death as he screams, "Why the hell they keep running away from him?" He turns to Javier with absolute genuine frustration, leaving his knight standing there wondering how someone with a face that nightmare-inducing can seriously ask that question with a straight face. Before Javier can even answer, a massive demon drops from above with pickaxes swinging, forcing the swordmaster to draw his blade in a flash. The ground detonates beneath them as Javier leaps back to pull Lloyd clear, both of them breathless after realizing they just got ambushed by adult demon fighters. Suddenly, a goblin laborer holding a scythe points at Javier, and as their blue beast glides down toward the snowy farmland, a glowing dragon spirit flares up to challenge the local forces, charging straight down toward the demon laborers. Javier skids across the frozen dirt to hold the line, facing down a giant demon wielding a garden rake like a battle weapon, who shouts that he will defend the soil with his life. An entire squad of gray-skinned villagers steps up holding hoes and pitchforks, and our greedy noble just stares at them completely unamused, screaming why there are 8 heavenly demon kings here, when stories say there should only be 4. He even complains that he cannot see 2 of them because they are standing behind the front row. So the demon leader defensively explains that a dense formation is tactical for field defense, before telling the evil human bastard to shut his mouth and leave them alone. Naturally, the confusion only multiplies from there, because Javier looks at the pitchfork-wielding farmers with a pained expression, struggling to swallow every single insult in his head. A demon mother shields her sobbing children in terror, screaming in raw panic as if monsters had invaded her home, while the little purple-haired kid bursts into tears, and the angry gray villagers charge forward with murder in their eyes, unleashing a violent wave of energy straight at the trespassers. Lloyd panics and orders Javier to subdue them without killing anyone, and the swordmaster Blur moves across the field, knocking out every single attacker in less than 2 seconds flat. Our favorite scammer hits them with a dark smirk, pretending he wanted a peaceful chat all along, while a young demon girl holds her fallen companion and cries her eyes out, causing Javier to look at the tragic scene with heavy guilt, watching the child's tear-soaked face crumble in heartbreak as the realization finally hits both of them, looking down at a field of peaceful villagers lying defeated on the ground. Javier covers his mouth in horror, realizing these demons were never evil monsters to begin with, especially when the little demon child screams that humans are the only bad guys here, sobbing that they hid in the frozen north and never left, just to avoid human violence. Lloyd scratches his chin as the big picture clicks in his head, understanding that these peaceful creatures are utterly terrified of mankind, living in secret cabbage patches while wearing simple farming gear, which proves the horrifying rumors about them eating humans were completely twisted by history. That is when a solemn demon mother holding a tiny infant steps forward, revealing herself as the demon supreme who rules this domain, prompting Javier to whisper a quick warning to his master. The mother stands tall above her terrified children, while the little girl begs her leader to punish the bad humans who beat up her family. Lloyd and Javier sweat profusely and try to offer a quick apology, but the demon supreme cuts off their excuses with a gentle smile, leaving our noble completely frozen in shock. She comforts the weeping children with quiet grace and invites the 2 intruders inside her fortress to talk like civilized adults. Lloyd looks around in awe as they step through the gates, entering the grand dark hall of the demon castle, where they take a seat across from the demon leader. She points toward a massive stone monument in the hall, showing them the terrifying statue of Kratos, the ancient demon supreme from thousands of years ago. She explains their ancient history with a sad voice, while Lloyd rapidly calculates their severe food shortages and potential trade routes. She confesses that ever since Kratos ordered them to cease all human attacks, they have lived peacefully within the ice barrier, begging the hero from another world to dispel the barrier and save her dying people before the barren earth starves them completely. Our greedy noble covers his mouth with a sinister sinister scheming grin, knowing he is no selfless hero but a businessman who wants a trade empire, pointing forward as he enthusiastically agrees to build their new trade road and free them all. Holding his hand over his face, Lloyd startles the demon supreme with his sheer greed, before giving her a confident smirk to discuss business. He asks about her abilities, and the horned leader explains that her power allows her to see the future actions of anyone she looks at, a skill that Kratos anciently used as a glorified weather forecast for farming. Realizing how broken this foresight skill is, Lloyd excitedly asks how far into the future she can look, and she reveals that if she focuses without blinking for 5 minutes, she can peer a full 24 hours ahead, which is exactly what Lloyd needs to predict and stop sudden deadly accidents caused by the fate phenomenon. In exchange for her aid in saving his allies, she demands he free her people from their icy prison, proposing to send a young representative to confirm that the outside world is truly safe. She introduces Lila, a little demon girl who is deathly afraid of humans, and when Lloyd attempts to offer a friendly welcome with his horrifying scammer smile, the poor child wails in absolute horror. As Lloyd lies on the ground completely defeated by his own hideous face, Javier steps in with his handsome knightly charm, gently comforting the blushing girl until she finally feels safe. While they prepare to depart, the demon supreme shares Lila's heartbreaking past, recalling how the child once peeked through the trees at a human settlement, watching a family share a cozy meal through a window. Wanting to make friends, Lila gathered a basket overflowing with fresh vegetables to offer them as a gift, only for the locals to spot her and scream in terror, as an enraged mob raised axes and torches to hunt her down. She fled through the snow in pure desperation, weeping as humans chased her like a monster simply because of what she was. Hearing this tragic history, Lloyd remarks that it is a depressingly familiar tale of human ignorance, before bringing the little girl to his territory where massive green orcs are flexing and working peacefully, showing the wide-eyed child that monsters and humans coexist without any blood spilled. Glowing purple skeletons cheer wildly for Lloyd holding love signs, and our boy casually tells them to quiet down and get back to work, leaving the demon leaders staring in total shock at the bizarre paradise he has created. Lloyd and Javier stroll back into the estate. Our boy is completely confused by why everyone is wearing their finest clothes, only to be reminded that there is a massive wedding ceremony scheduled for today, which he had totally forgotten about in all the recent chaos. Little Lila peeks out nervously at the crowd, bracing herself for the inevitable hostility, clutching the curtain like a lifeline while the old human villagers step forward, staring down the newly arrived demon refugees and pointing directly at the obvious horns on their heads. The demon matriarch admits their identity right away, expecting the absolute worst from these humans, and the bearded elder gives a calm grunt, acknowledging the truth without a single care in the world, before instantly pivoting to a trivial argument about praying mantises as he walks away. Naturally, the whole village is far too busy prepping food and celebrating Lloyd's return to care about race wars, leaving the demon elders completely stunned, especially when the local estate kids run right up to the new arrivals and excitedly ask the shy demon girl if she wants to play soccer. They even turn to Lloyd to ask for his permission first, which triggers a wave of painful memories for Lila, recalling how human children used to corner her, making her feel like an unwanted monster just for having horns, watching in horror as another child approached her back then, screaming insults and driving her away with hatred, leaving her traumatized for years. Her elder had gently held her hand back then, trying to offer comfort and warmth in a world that hated them, reminding her that kindness still mattered, and now seeing that hand extended in genuine friendship by normal estate kids. As they drag her into their games without a second thought, the demon elders realize Lloyd really built a place where their kind can live without fear. When Lila accidentally shows off her terrifying demon strength, shattering a stone structure during play, debris flies everywhere, and she freezes, thinking she blew her only chance at peace. Instead, the kids cheer in absolute awe at how cool she is. Tears of joy well up in her eyes, and seeing her people finally safe and accepted, the demon matriarch kneels before Lloyd, formally asking him to become their leader and pass down the mantle of Demon King. Our boy barely has time to process the absurd request before a blinding eruption of pink magical energy detonates around him, engulfing him completely in the coronation process. The system pops up to declare that he has officially inherited the throne from Artanis V, awakening the legendary power of the Demon King inside his body, sprouting demonic wings and glowing horns right out of his head. Lloyd completely panics over his monster transformation, while Javier stands behind him watching with total deadpan stoicism, as if this is just another Tuesday on the estate. The surrounding crowd looks at his demon wings and casually assumes he was always a demon lord, which sends Lloyd into a frantic rant about how on Earth they saw him before this moment. The former demon queen Artanis tries to apologize, claiming she is unworthy of serving under him, until Lloyd realizes that absolute demonic authority means every single demon must obey his orders, even if those orders are pure construction labor. With that terrifying epiphany locked in, he happily presides over the wedding between the former human monster and his bride, watching the demon guests celebrate in pure joy, noting with relief that his own horns seem to toggle on and off at will. The newlyweds share a sweet moment together, while Javier remembers how the old servants of the fallen Frontera house were once sold into slavery, making this newfound peace and prosperity feel all the more earned. Lloyd tells Javier it is time to wrap things up quickly, calling upon his magical dragon transportation, as the demon tribe gathers their belongings to officially move into the Frontera territory. Deep beneath the old Demon King castle, they present him with their sacred ancestral artifact, Tibo Nihuk, a glowing slime core responsible for maintaining the realm's protective barrier. Lloyd marvels at the dragon-level magical effects, flashing a massive scheming smirk as he accepts the gift, addressing his new demon subjects in the snowy courtyard. The demons smile warmly at their new ruler, completely oblivious to the calculation happening inside his head. As Lloyd evaluates their physical stats, Artanis watches him attentively, while Lloyd calculates that demons barely need to eat, possess extreme endurance, and even the weakest demon has the raw strength of an orc, breaking into a terrifying scammer laugh as he vows not to let let a single drop of this manpower go to waste. The horrified demon elders tremble in shock, wondering if Artanis lied when she said he had a warm heart, though one demon wisely rationalizes that he is the demon king after all. Up in the rugged cliffside demon realm, where snowy mountains tower over precarious wooden houses, Lloyd and Javier stand above the crowd as our boy decides it is time to establish dominance. He poses dramatically on the ledge, shouting his transformation command at the top of his lungs, covering his face for dramatic effect, as his eyes flash into demonic red slits. Bathed in a chaotic red aura, he fully summons his demon king form, wings spread wide over the cliff edge, smiling maliciously with a glowing pink crystal embedded straight in his forehead. Problem is, Javier looks at this entire theatrical performance with profound disgust, sweating with pure secondhand embarrassment as he begs Lloyd to never do that again, leaving Demon Lloyd utterly baffled by why his cool entrance failed to land. He tries to argue that a dramatic villain monologue builds proper atmosphere, while Artanis stands nearby staring at the floor in equal embarrassment. Artanis flatly agrees with Javier, which causes Lloyd to scream that he refuses to abandon the theatrical performance, turning back to address the massive crowd of demons gathered below. He demands a booming cheer of allegiance from his new army, only for the diverse crowd to offer nothing but complete awkward silence. Confused, Lloyd asks Artanis if demons are usually this unresponsive, and Artanis sighs, explaining that demons are not naturally obedient creatures. By nature, they refuse to submit to words or fancy titles. Behind her, Lee refused to limit to words or fancy titles. Behind her looms the legendary spirit of past demon masters. As a purple-haired demon warrior watches Lloyd from the back with obvious doubt, Lloyd strokes his chin in deep thought, asking how a demon king is actually supposed to earn their absolute respect. Artanis reveals that according to ancient demon tradition, the only acceptable path is an official duel, a duel that tests exceptional intuition, swift judgment, light-speed reactions, and the ultimate ability to see through an opponent's mind. Artanis stares with deadly seriousness, while Lloyd processes this terrifying martial expectation. Sweat drips down his face under the pressure, until a devious, scheming smile begins to form across his mouth. He steps right up to the cliff edge and formally proposes a duel to the whole crowd, promising that if he wins, they will happily serve on his construction crew without complaint. He proudly commands their absolute strongest warrior to step forward and face him. Heavy boots crunch in the snow as the sinister purple-haired demon champion accepts the challenge. Lloyd beams with total confidence, and the crowd suddenly erupts into rhythmic chants, shouting the sacred rules of the ancient duel, which echo down the Rocky Mountain slope. The chant spreads through all the workers, while a sympathetic demon begs someone to stop this madness before their new lord gets hurt. Young demon kids watch in tearful terror as the dark-haired champion approaches the arena to begin the sacred combat ritual, while onlookers brace themselves for bloodshed. Javier watches in utter disbelief as he realizes the sacred ancient duel is literally just a game of rock, paper, scissors. Take one out. The commentators explain that players must understand the deep elemental forces at play. Rock represents the hammer that shakes the earth, scissors represents the guillotine that slices the sky, and paper represents the cloth that wraps all creation. The hammer crushes the guillotine cuts the cloth, and the cloth neutralizes the hammer. Both warriors must throw two choices simultaneously, striking dynamic combat poses as they prepare. Both warriors must throw two choices simultaneously, striking dynamic combat poses as they prepare, before shouting the command to take one out, withdrawing one weapon, and thrusting the final hand forward. The result of that final remaining gesture determines life or death. To an outsider, it sounds like absolute child's play, but between master warriors, it is a psychological battlefield that reveals true combat superiority. The two combatants clash with ferocious energy, shouting their calls in unison. Because both fighters possess high-level muscle control, they can predict an opponent's move through breathing and subtle twitches alone. The referee signals the start of the final round, and the champion charges forward throwing rock while Lloyd lunges back throwing paper. Analyzing the muscle distribution in Lloyd's hand, the champion switches to scissors at the last microsecond, realizing Lloyd did the exact same, setting up an inevitable draw. The champion assumes Lloyd misunderstood the advanced reading phase, until Lloyd unleashes his secret weapon. Our main character contorts his face into a scammer expression, so horrifying, demonic, and grotesque, that the demon champion's mind completely breaks in psychological terror. Monsters across the entire mountain scream in sheer panic, utterly traumatized by the sheer ugly malice emanating from Lloyd's grin. Flashing his hideous scammer face while holding the winning gesture, Lloyd asks him flat out which weapon he plans to take back. Overwhelmed by spiritual damage and pure mental shock, the purple-haired champion plummets straight down the rocky cliffside in total defeat. The demon onlookers stare in absolute horror, while Javier buries his face in his hands, exhausted by Lloyd's dirty psychological tricks. The crowd trembles at the absolute dominance of their new ruler, and the defeated champion grovels on the ground, begging for mercy. The entire demon tribe falls to their knees in complete submission before Lloyd. Spreading his massive demon wings over his broken subjects, Lloyd issues his very first royal decree as the true demon king. As Javier sighs in total exasperation, Lloyd orders the entire demon race to grab their tools and start carving thousands of stone stairs straight into the mountainside. As magic surges through the sky above their new mountain base, Lloyd rests alongside Javier and Artanis, reflecting on how saving everyone from impending tragedy once felt impossible. Whether it was heroic knights on the front line or his own noble family back home, he always assumed someone had to suffer, but now he wears that infamous this evil smirk because he finally has the ultimate cheat code, a live future-predicting security camera named Artanis. With her weather forecast ability predicting every twist of fate like a dragon overhead, the whole crew gathers around, completely stunned by how breathtaking the former Demon Queen is in person. Lloyd explains the plan to the team, making Artanis responsible for running daily fate checks on everyone. With the strategy locked in, our master contractor kicks off the project, assigning the engineering battalion to direct demon labor, putting Greg and Corgitas in charge of heavy machinery, and deploying muscular orc leaders for raw physical muscle. Even as eager orcs get shoved back into line, surveying the rugged terrain, the combined workforce of humans, demons, and monsters builds at terrifying speed, raising entire housing complexes in weeks, which leaves the proud demon candidate blushing from all the praise, embarrassed by how effortlessly her people excel at construction. As messenger birds fly overhead, Lloyd finishes mapping out the entire railroad ready to freeze time tomorrow once Artanis checks today's fates. Artanis locks her eyes onto the Count and Countess, staring intently, while the noble couple sweats with nervous tension. She concentrates deeper and deeper, starting with a confident smile, closing her eyes to read their future, only for the poor Count to sweat through his shirt. Suddenly, her expression shifts to pure distress, gasping under the heavy red light of her vision. As she covers her mouth in absolute horror, leaving the onlookers in complete shock, she clutches her head, stammering about their relationship, while the parents turn bright red and cover their faces in mortification. When the crew peeks inside, Artanis sits at the table trying to compose herself, hiding her blushing face while confirming their lives aren't in danger at all. They just have an extraordinarily energetic marital relationship behind closed doors. With that hilarious awkwardness out of the way, Lloyd addresses the cheering crowds, bringing together an unprecedented coalition of species, all marching toward the exact same goal of peaceful coexistence, naturally leaving out the nature-loving elves, since railroad building involves mass deforestation. With the green light given, Phase 2 begins immediately. Lloyd orders rebar production using Bangle's forge powers, smirking as logistics fall perfectly into place. Out in the snow, an ice dragon arrives, roaring open its jaws to deliver urgent status dispatches. Artanis V confirms that every single family member remains completely safe, verifying the report word for word. Over in the village square, human and demon kids play ball peacefully together, fulfilling the long-sought dream of the demon race. The system triggers immediately, unlocking the remaining demonic descendants and awarding Lloyd a sweet 100 bonus RP. Feeling like the happiest scammer alive in the snow, our boy raises his hand and commands time to freeze. A blinding wave of magic sweeps across the icy mountain peaks, suspending a frozen heart high in the stormy sky. Suddenly, Lloyd's eye widens in shock as his body collapses headfirst into the snowbank. He struggles to force himself up, realizing the surrounding temperature is plummeting far faster than calculated. His little blue slime apologizes profusely for the unexpected side effect, but Lloyd dismisses it, knowing the slime's power was the only reason freezing time was possible at all. He convinces himself he's still lucky, smiling through the frost, because the setup is supposed to be perfect. Except the extreme cold turns brutal, and a sudden raging blizzard erupts out of nowhere after time freezes. Agonizing chest pain strikes him down as his mana violently backfires. He realizes he urgently needs Javier to diffuse the swelling energy before his heart gives out. Looking up through the blinding whiteout, he spots a figure approaching through the storm and calls out Javier's name. He smiles faintly in relief, knowing Javier is the one person he can always rely on in a crisis. Unable to hold on any longer, his eyes close as darkness takes over, and our master engineer falls unconscious into the heavy snow, buried beneath the raging mountain storm. As his faithful red-haired knight pushes through the blizzard to save him, while heavy snow buries the base village, Bongle stands guard with a vein popping on its head, letting out a massive burp right over a mysterious hooded figure. Nearby, our blue-haired aide surveys the frozen wasteland, staying on high alert as the storm picks up, sensing that Lloyd's mana has gone completely unstable due to his freezing heart. He knows the main body is safe for now, but the massive magical force field surrounding them is no joke. Queen Alicia looks up into the swirling snow, demanding answers as the blue-haired knight kneels before her, explaining that Lloyd's time-freeze domain has trapped their entire group inside. He assures her there is no reason to panic, since time in the outside world is completely stopped, leaving the queen utterly speechless, wondering if Lloyd somehow turned into the Demon King overnight. Even with gargoyles hauling heavy supplies through the storm, the logistics continue without missing a single beat. Up on the mountain peaks, Alicia decides she isn't going to sit around sipping tea while the blizzard worsens, so she climbs straight up the slope to find him herself. Her aide senses two massive mana signatures meeting at the summit, smiling slyly to himself, because there's no need to play third wheel to royalty. Inside a secluded snowy cave sheltered from the freezing gale outside, our boy Lloyd finally blinks his eyes open, staring around in complete confusion before noticing a figure lying beside him. At first he thinks it is a random casualty, but then he recognizes the crimson hair. The actual queen of the realm is collapsed right in front of him. Outside, the mountain winds howl, and inside, Lloyd's brain goes into full crisis mode, because in his head, if he owes the queen a life debt, she's going to use it as leverage to make him build 3 more kingdoms for free. He tries to scramble away, but a sharp spike of pain stabs through his chest, leaving him groaning helplessly on the frozen floor. That's when a calm voice informs him that squirming around only makes the cold worse. The queen sits up in the gloom, cutting off his rehearsed formal greeting before he can even finish it. He drags his broken body forward on hands and knees as she orders him to hurry up, looking down at him with absolute authority, and patting the ground right in front of her. Lloyd stares at her, convinced he heard her wrong, asking if this is some kind of royal joke. Instead of answering, she points directly at her own lap, commanding him to rest his head right there. Our boy's brain completely short-circuits. He stammers out a confused question, but before he can protest, she grabs him by the hair and shoves his head straight down, pinning him to her lap like a stubborn child. She taps his chest with 2 fingers, flooding his core with warm golden magical energy. Lloyd feels his heart unfreezing, shocked to realize she's using the Astra hand core technique she picked up just by sparring with Javier. The woman is an absolute genius, circulating mana externally to amplify his failing core, and gently asking if he feels any better. When he stammers that he does, her face softens into a warm smile, which startles him even more. She leans in close, holding him firmly in place when he tries to squirm away, telling him to lie quiet and take his medicine, reminding him that he was the one who taught her how to be bold, while Lloyd's entire face turns bright red. When he nervously asks what she's doing here, she looks him in the eye and admits she came because she wanted to see him. As the healing energy continues to soothe his chest, Alicia gazes down at him thoughtfully, watching the question marks practically floating above his head. She chuckles that he's brilliant at engineering and tactics, yet utterly clueless when a woman gives him a direct proposal. Lloyd's heart skips a beat, realizing with horror that her earlier marriage proposal wasn't a corporate takeover scheme to steal his labor, but an actual confession. Before he can process that emotional bomb, a violent tremor rattles the cave, sending dust and stones tumbling down. Swirling blue energy bursts across the cave entrance, and instantly Lloyd's romantic confusion vanishes, replaced by an expression of pure, unadulterated evil. Alicia watches his face shift, knowing instantly that his scammer instincts have kicked in, because nobody gets away with causing artificial earthquakes that delay Lloyd's construction schedule without paying back 10 times the financial damage. Across the frozen mountain peaks, a massive blue wind vortex begins to swirl, as the Ice Spirit King of Vantara emerges from the blizzard, gazing across his snowy domain with rising anger, watching in disbelief as a group of demons marches through his territory. Nearby, a massive dragon-shaped ice vortex carves through the landscape, glowing with icy energy where Lloyd and Javier stand side by side in the freezing air. Javier looks completely exhausted, coldly giving the order to clear the way and unleashing a devastating wave of aura magic that detonates against the cliffside in a massive explosion, leaving both of them grinning like menace villains in the smoke. The Ice Spirit King screams in pure fury, asking what on earth these mortals think they are doing. Down below, Lloyd and his demonic workforce are busy chopping trees, excavating mountain rock with heavy machinery and pickaxes, trampling all over the Spirit King's sacred mountain, without a care in the world. He commands his spirit guards to fan out and locate Lloyd immediately, summoning a violent freezing gale to freeze them where they stand. Naturally, Lloyd just shouts at his crew to pause work and clear the extra snow out of the way. The Spirit King expects the workers to fall into utter despair, but the laborers actually start laughing in the middle of the storm. Demons and humans climb on top of giant snow piles, turning the Arctic blizzard into a massive snowball fight. The Spirit King's jaw drops in utter shock, watching an orc roar with excitement, while workers debate whether demons even feel the cold in the first place. They even assemble a terrifyingly sinister snowman right on the tracks, cheering as their combined mana keeps everyone warm and energized. Realizing weather manipulation won't stop this construction crew, the Spirit King narrows his eyes, spotting the snowy cave entrance where the leader is resting. He fires a concentrated beam of ice magic straight into the opening, blasting snow and rock into the air and forcing Lloyd and Queen Alicia to walk outside to greet him. Lloyd looks up at the gigantic entity hovering above them as the Spirit King threatens to shred them to pieces with razor-sharp winds. Alicia points out that summoning a storm of this scale means their opponent isn't a mortal mage, and Lloyd quickly puts the pieces together, realizing they're facing a Spirit King who can hide his presence and manipulate earthquakes. The massive blue entity boasts that no force on Earth can stop him, claiming that neither physical attacks nor magical aura can harm a spirit of nature, and that everything they throw at him will do nothing more than tickle. Instead of panicking, Lloyd lets out a theatrical scream of terror, pointing dramatically at the sky while Alicia kneels behind him, clutching her hair in utter disbelief at what Lloyd is about to do. He delivers a relentless logical breakdown of spiritual property rights, and the sheer absurdity of the argument hits the entity so hard that the Spirit King literally collapses face first into the snow with a loud plop. Lloyd lets out a low maniacal laugh, leaving the giant spirit looking up in shock and confusion, demanding to know how he was damaged when he's supposed to be immune to physical strikes. Lloyd smugly explains that it wasn't physical damage at all, but pure emotional and psychological warfare, leaving the spirit groaning in misery. As Lloyd marches over to finish the job, the Spirit King glares at him, asking if he's actually serious, and shouting that humans do nothing but ruin the natural world. He lashes out with an icy hand, but the strike hits Lloyd like a ball of cotton wool, doing absolutely zero damage and making Lloyd laugh even harder. The Spirit King mockingly boasts that Lloyd's magic is useless against him, until Alicia suddenly steps forward, preparing to unleash her terrifying dragon shriek magic. Lloyd's eyes widen in genuine horror as he begs her to stop, warning her that if he has to hear that cursed sound again, he'll lose his mind. He looks at her with teary, desperate eyes, leaving the queen stammering and blushing in utter embarrassment. Shaking off the awkwardness, she turns her focus back to the battle, as a massive surge of blue energy erupts across the snow. The Ice Spirit King gets caught in the magical discharge, roaring ferociously as he tries to draw power from the frozen landscape, declaring that the mountains and he are one and the same. His giant spirit form looms over the two of them, his icy eyes glowing with divine fury. Suddenly, the Spirit King pauses, feeling a terrifying aura rising below him, where Lloyd stands with the most scheming, villainous smile imaginable. The gems on the Spirit King's crown flash with alarm, as Lloyd unfolds glowing magical wings and lunges into the air, delivering a direct strike straight to the Spirit King's core, making the giant entity scream out in pained disbelief. As the spirit roars and thrushes around, Lloyd cackles maniacally with his mouth wide open, shouting for nature itself to kneel before humanity, while Queen Alicia watches him with a deeply tired expression, wondering what on earth she ever saw in a lunatic like him. Flying through the sky with his sword raised high, Lloyd swoops down on the Ice Spirit King, whose massive face twists in pained shock, wondering how a mortal blade can hurt a spirit. Our boy leaps through the air looking like an absolute demon, bringing his glowing sword down in a brutal arc, and striking the Spirit King straight on the head over and over again. The giant entity screams in agony as the relentless beating continues, begging him to stop before he gets completely destroyed. Lloyd mercilessly pummels the shrinking spirit onto the snow, ignoring its desperate apologies, finally pausing with a cold, terrifying glare. The spirit has shrunk down to the size of a teacup, pleading that there's nowhere left to hit, but Lloyd just inspects the edge of his blade, checking its sharpness with deadpan indifference, and whack, hits the tiny creature right on the head again. He keeps poking and prodding the miniature spirit on the ground, preparing to deliver another strike with intense focus, until Javier grabs him from behind, yelling at him to stop. Javier lectures Lloyd that violence isn't the answer to every problem, making Alicia instantly call him out for waiting until after Lloyd beat the spirit into pulp. Before stepping in, Javier waves her off dismissively, cradling the tiny battered blue spirit in his hands with a gentle expression, and telling Lloyd to back off. Alicia watches the whole routine, seeing right through their classic bad cop, good cop scam. The tiny spirit cries tears of gratitude, thanking Javier for saving his life, completely unaware that Javier's dark, scheming smirk mirrors Lloyd's own evil nature. The spirit's mind is now totally under their control, hooked line and sinker. Javier acts like the reasonable protector, asking the tiny spirit why he was disrupting their peaceful construction in the first place. The spirit whimpers that humans always destroy nature whenever they build, prompting Javier to offer a brilliant alternative. He asks what would happen if they actually enhanced and beautified the environment during the build. The spirit admits that if they do that, he has no objection at all, and Javier smiles sinisterly, knowing the trap is sprung. He preaches about humanity's responsibility to protect and upgrade nature, promising to make the Vantara Mountains even more stunning than before. Alicia watches in awe as Javier subdues the spirit without firing a single spell, wondering if Lloyd really intends to do extra labor just for the spirit's sake. Javier casually asks if the spirit can warm up the local mountain climate to help the flora grow, and the wearing crown spirit king eagerly agrees, promising to regulate the temperature. Alicia smiles softly, admitting she can never predict what these two are up to, as they stand together overlooking the massive mountain range. With the weather secured, step 1 begins as spirit magic blasts open passages through the solid rock, widening the mountain valleys for construction. Step 2 is setting up the mountain switchback railway system, designed by Sergeant Greg and Corgitas, using engineering blueprints from hell itself. Step 3 brings in the demonic workforce, where a horned demon girl smiles cheerfully, explaining that as long as they get full meals, earning an honest living is the most sacred task in demon culture. Demons swing heavy hammers and haul iron rails, working 10 times faster than normal human crews. They even transplant rare lowland flora along the railway tracks, turning the barren mountain into a blooming green corridor. Suddenly, Lloyd winces, clutching his chest in pain as his heart backfires again. Alicia rushes over in concern, noting the construction is taking a heavy toll on his health, suggesting he ask the Spirit King for direct help to speed things up. Lloyd firmly refuses, standing in the sunlight with his shovel, staring into the distance. She asks if he's really willing to risk his life for this, warning him that he could literally die. That's when Lloyd turns around with the wildest, most shamelessly greedy face in recorded history, and Alicia instantly realizes he isn't sacrificing himself for nature at all. He kneels before her in the grass, explaining that turning this mountain into a lush trade hub will make his barony the wealthiest transit center on the continent. He begs her for permission to build a small commercial facility on royal land, and Alicia looks down at him with a satisfied smirk, noting that his boundless greed has always benefited her kingdom anyway. Lloyd's eyes light up like starbursts as he imagines his massive retirement nest egg. Soon the first commercial train comes roaring down the mountain, and Lloyd yells for the switchback lever to be pulled. A heavy iron track switch slams down with a loud clang, locking the railway path into place as the train glides smoothly through the lush green mountain valley. Demons cheer from the station platforms, celebrating their new life, while the tiny blue Spirit King floats happily overhead in his new golden crown. Sitting on the edge of a high cliff looking over the completed trade route, Lloyd checks his system window, completely baffled why he just unlocked the title Pop Expert and the skill to Pop Expert and the skill to Pop anytime. He reviews his save points, realizing he now has over 1600 CP saved up for the upcoming restoration phenomenon of fate. As the sky glows bright over the mountains, a sudden surge of burning magical energy flares inside his chest, and Lloyd collapses on the ground, overwhelmed as his frozen mana core undergoes an explosive transformation. After his mana core literally explodes inside him, Lloyd wakes up groaning in a strange bed, feeling a warm glowing light on his chest, and looks up to see the royal princess herself, using healing magic to keep him alive. He immediately tries to apologize for his complete lack of manners, but she tells him to save his breath because he is far from healthy, ordering him to get dressed in his finest gear anyway for an upcoming ceremony. Naturally, the entire kingdom is outside cheering as the princess proudly announces that Lloyd has paved a path straight through the Vantara Mountains, effectively turning Magentano into the center of global commerce. To reward this insane achievement, she decides to bestow upon him the kingdom's sacred artifact, the Eye of Summer, which is a bit of a problem because his condition is tanking by the second, and the moment they conjure this pulsating magical heart, everything goes completely off the rails. Instead of a peaceful presentation, the blue winter spirits suddenly swarm the fiery heart, ignoring the fancy announcer, who is desperately trying to keep the crowd calm, while the magical artifact begins to overload, leaving our greedy developer pale and trembling, until he collapses face first onto the stone floor. Realizing they are in deep trouble, the princess draws her sword, screaming for someone to do something. Just as Javier drops down from the sky like a silver comet, the crowd lifts up in sheer panic. The princess braces herself for the impact, someone screams in terror, and they grab the ornate box containing the overflowing energy. She swings her glowing pink blade to deflect the blast, sending the crowd into a wild scramble, while a massive volatile orb of fire begins to swell, blinding everyone in the vicinity as the fiery fiery energy dominates the courtyard. Javier lunges directly into the light, aiming his sword at the bird-like magical entity. With cuts opening across his handsome face and magical explosions ripping the royal bridge apart, the princess supports Lloyd's heavy head, knowing his only chance of survival is to absorb the runaway power. So she begins channeling her own mana directly into his body. It works like a rapid charger as pink energy erupts from his hands, giving him command over the swirling inferno, while Javier continues to dance through the exploding flames, deflecting a massive fireball that descends toward the palace dome, forcing everyone to shield their eyes from the blinding blast. The impact shakes the entire courtyard, striking down with a violent surge of energy, sending a blurry silhouette tumbling away as the shockwave rolls over the massive palace towers and rattles the surrounding forest. The royal guards stand frozen by the massive shockwave. Some noble guy screams in pure terror, and Javier finally falls, dropping his sword from exhaustion, right next to Lloyd and the princess who are completely spent. But out of the smoke, the blue winter spirit wiggles forward, looking up at the floating magical embers, just as a cheerful orange spirit of summer appears. The two spirits begin to spin together in a tight circle, creating a swirling vortex of energy that concentrates into a single glowing orb, forming a brand new, fused heart of absolute power. Lloyd checks his system interface to find that the winter heart and the eye of summer have fused, and he immediately asks what this new core can do, wondering what will happen if he uses it to baptize Javier's abilities. The system tells him Javier will awaken as a true grandmaster who can literally slice through mountains, prompting our boy to break into his signature, terrifyingly evil smile. He practically knocks Javier flat in his excitement, crouching low as he prepares for his next grand scheme, before marching out onto the high balcony, gesturing grandly to the massive crowd below, declaring that Magena is now invincible and can easily defeat any enemy, even a massive dragon, screaming with absolute passion while Javier stands behind him, questioning his life choices. Far beyond the southern mountains of the Magena kingdom lies the snowy village of Veneto, where young Lunta proudly presents a fresh bouquet of wildflowers to her mother, getting a gentle head pat for her sweet gesture. Naturally, the moment is ruined when Chieftain Dolphin stumps into the room, bellowing that true warriors do not waste time making pretty things. He kicks the bouquet straight out of the child's hands, igniting an immediate argument with his wife, who dismisses his stubborn meathead logic as completely hopeless. To Dolphin, raw physical power is the only thing that actually protects their tribe in a hostile world, so he scolds Hlinta until the terrified kid breaks down, forcing the poor child into a brutal handstand punishment, demanding an hour of total submission before reaching for a giant barrel of beer. Behind all that toxic aggressive posturing, the chieftain is carrying a surprisingly heavy burden, muttering to himself about how his wife never smiles when she looks at him anymore, and how even his own child secretly hates his guts. He chugs straight from the bucket to drown out the guilt, convinced that enduring everyone's hatred is just part of his duty, because in his mind, kindness and warmth never saved anyone from starving, and lets out a guttural roar that shakes the entire room. As the sun sets over the frozen peaks, Dolphin rallies his tribe for their regular hunt, bellowing a furious battle cry and leading his wild warriors into the mountain pass. The troop marches in heavy formation across the deep snow, keeping a steady rhythmic stride through the blizzards, chanting the proud history of their exiled warrior ancestors, demanding tribute and shaking down poor porters for rations, bashing massive horned beasts just to put food on their tables, and dancing wildly under the lawless open sky. Every single man in this tribe carries a deep burning grudge, swearing that one day they will reclaim their ancestral homeland across the Frontera mountains. Historically, crossing those lethal cliffs meant certain death, with 70% of their ancestors perishing in the freezing snow, meaning an invasion was nothing more than a pipe dream. What these idiots don't realize until right now is that the kingdom of Magena just built a massive trade route straight through those exact mountains, complete with paved roads and bustling travel stations. Dolphin realizes the deadly natural barrier that kept them exiled for centuries is completely gone, meaning the path to pillaging the wealthy kingdom is suddenly wide open. A dangerous grin spreads across the chieftain's face as his aura surges, declaring to his tribe that the time for revenge has finally arrived. He rallies his torch-bearing horde to march across the newly paved road, expecting to slaughter defenseless settlers and raid rich trade caravans, only to stop cold when three figures casually walk out from the outpost building. The barbarians laugh amongst themselves, assuming these unarmored travelers came to negotiate, ready to slice off their heads without a second thought. That arrogant confidence vanishes in a split second when our boy Lloyd reveals his signature scammer face, unleashing a manic, demonic scream, so unhinged and terrifying that the battle-hardened invaders are left trembling in absolute horror. A tribeswoman desperately demands to know why they are approaching with drawn weapons, as Lloyd continues his blood-curdling screeching display, forcing the woman to fight for her life just to keep from passing out. Realizing this nightmare of a human makes every monster they have ever fought look completely gentle. Even the horned elven worker standing beside him looks like a harmless angel by comparison. Sweat pours down the invaders' faces as the psychological damage sets in, prompting one angry warrior to bark at his crew to stop trembling like cowards. He screams that a man of Veneto uses brute force instead of weak words, because strength is the only law their people respect. Invoking the furious spirit of their exiled ancestors, their giant champion launches himself into the air with a deafening roar, soaring high against the dark sky, only for Javier to instantly flatten him with a single flash of his glowing green blade. A moment later, Lloyd is sitting comfortably in a chair, while Javier stands guard, asking the defeated chieftain why he forced them to resort to violence when he considers himself a total lover of peace. The battered chieftain spits back that warriors of Veneto would rather die than submit to outsiders, but Lloyd casually reminds him that wiping out his entire tribe would take less than 5 seconds. When the stubborn barbarian refuses to listen and keeps screaming battle chants, Lloyd just sighs and tells Javier to untie the idiot and let him go home. Javier points out that letting aggressive invaders walk away guarantees they will return to cause endless trouble, suggesting it would be much safer to just lock the chieftain in a dungeon. Our civil engineer hero argues that a true lover of peace cannot use force to solve his problems, adding that these barbarians have families back home to feed, which only makes the surrounding surrounding tribespeople stare in utter confusion. Javier sighs, noting they will need a permanent standing garrison just to keep repelling these persistent idiots. That is when Lloyd's eyes light up with pure corporate greed, explaining that Queen Alicia was deeply worried about the massive security budget required for the continental trade route. Instead of paying soldiers to patrol the mountains, our greedy noble breaks into an unhinged villainous laugh as he prepares to turn these hostile barbarians into his new free labor force. Under the cover of a freezing winter night, Dolphin peeks out from the shadows of his terraced village, knowing their previous frontal attacks were an absolute disaster, so he convinces his men to launch a stealthy night ambush instead. They spot some local kids playing outside way past their bedtime, and a bearded raider sneaks up to grab one of them, while the other children watch in total panic as dark figures surround them. He tries to show off his absolute dominance by grabbing the kid's head, glowing with raw physical energy, only for the little horn kids to casually overpower them, leaving the raiders shaking in fear. They retreat to a dimly lit shack to lick their wounds, absolutely depressed that even the toddlers in this territory are complete monsters. But the stubborn chieftain screams that they will use any dirty trick to win. A sudden rumbling shake rattles the wooden table, and Dolphin walks home feeling completely drained, wondering if his poor starving daughter Linta has anything to eat. To his absolute shock, a massive roasted boar is served on the table, leaving the wary hunters staring in utter disbelief, until Dolphin demands to know who on earth caught this thing. His jaw drops when his wife proudly steps up, prompting him to yell that hunting is a man's job, while she should be doing chores, but she quickly snaps back that his rules don't apply when they are literally starving, leaving the proud chieftain completely speechless. The next day, a merchant carriage travels peacefully along the mountain road, and the desperate barbarians eagerly charge forward, rushing the wagon with their weapons drawn, surrounding the driver with absolute confidence, as Dolphin swings his blade to claim his prize. But the moment they open the carriage, he peeks behind the curtain only to freeze in pure panic, realizing he has walked straight into a trap and trying to pretend he has the wrong address. Two elite guards are already waiting inside with huge grins as Lloyd steps out with his classic blue hair, forcing the captured raiders to kneel while he explains that their plundering days are officially over. A shadowy figure watches the negotiation from the background, as Lloyd smiles and points a finger upward, gesturing toward the massive crates of fresh supplies in the back, holding up a finger to initiate his master plan. He throws a handful of shiny coins to the kneeling warriors, who instantly yell that their proud tribe cannot be bought with cheap money. Lloyd just closes his eyes and smiles, calmly handing them the coins anyway, placing the gold directly in Dolphin's hand, before immediately asking them to give the money right back to him. He explains that in exchange for those very coins, the entire carriage loaded with delicious food is now theirs, telling them to go enjoy a massive feast with their families tonight. The chieftain looks up in absolute confusion, sitting around the table with his family as they dig into the amazing meal, though in his head this whole transaction makes absolutely no sense. Determined to regain his honor, he vows to go hunting first thing in the morning, only to walk straight into a giant adorable hamster named Ppodong, leaving the hunters sweating in pure terror at the sight of this massive fluffy monster. Ppodong doesn't hesitate for a second, flattening them with a single swipe, sending the proud warriors flying through the air as Lloyd calmly strolls through the dust toward the wreckage. He stands over the groaning hunters with a cheerful smile, pointing out that hunting is hard work when the big prey can easily crush them. He kneels down to drop some fresh coins into their hands, explaining that a magical transaction is about to occur, and immediately demands the coins back in exchange for a massive pile of fresh meat. The hunters stare blankly at this bizarre system until one weary subordinate whispers to the chieftain, asking if they should just buy their food from the scary blue-haired man instead of getting beaten up daily. Dolphin slams his fist onto the table in anger, screaming that the pride of a Veneto warrior is not for sale, though his wife looks down with a quiet, relieved expression, knowing that for once, her husband and her children aren't getting hurt on bloody hunts. Dolphin catches her looking at him, and his eyes widen as he realizes the brutal truth of their situation. Before he knows it, he is sitting across the table from Lloyd, sweating profusely as he agrees to keep buying their rations with Magentana's currency, while our favorite scammer slides a document over and asks him to sign on the dotted line, revealing with a terrifyingly evil grin that they are now officially clients of Frontera Financing. As night falls over the territory, Lloyd watches his brand new business venture open its doors, where a sleek clerk with a stack of loan papers smiles like a wolf in a sheep pen, waiting to reel in their very first customer. When the target admits he cannot read a single word of the contract, the clerk eagerly offers to read it for him, laying out the terms of Frontera Financing with the kind of cheerful enthusiasm that usually precedes a disaster. He explains how early repayment is always allowed without any restrictions, glibly skipping over the criminal interest rate of 30% per month before offering special long-term options for anyone who wants to ruin their life even faster. What this absolute idiot does not realize is that missing a deadline comes with terrifying penalties. But since Dolphin cannot understand a single piece of the financial jargon anyway, he just nods along to the soothing sounds of easy money. He stares blankly at the signature line, muttering that he does not even know how to write his name, prompting the clerk to gently guide his hand to sign his own soul away. The instant a massive, heavy sack of gold hits the wooden table, the chieftain asks if this magic money can truly buy food and clothes for his entire starving tribe. Naturally, the clerk assures him he can buy whatever his heart desires without ever having to hunt, steal, or get hurt again. Dolphin quietly absorbs this life-changing revelation, thinking of how his people have suffered for so long, especially the weak ones who are constantly beaten down and criticized for their lack of hunting talent. He remembers the crushing shame of coming home empty-handed, and he sincerely thanks the clerk for saving his tribe, completely unaware that he has just walked into a financial meat grinder. Dolphin runs back to tell his people they are finally free from the brutal cycle of hunting, which instantly triggers a massive stampede of desperate villagers, all screaming that they want a piece of this magic loan too. They charge toward the office in a frantic herd, and within hours the entire tribe is clutching heavy bags of gold, rejoicing over their sudden wealth, while Lloyd watches them from the shadows, unleashing a laugh so deeply villainous and unhinged that it would make a demon king sweat. sweat. Even Javier is utterly disgusted, muttering that Lloyd has finally crossed a line this time, but our greedy noble fires back that he did not force anyone, arguing that they all came of their own free will. See, now that he mentions it, Javier cannot really argue with that logic, though the system itself decides to chime in, warning him about the sheer destructiveness of high-interest predatory loans. But Lloyd just smiles slyly, pointing out that since he is the one lending the money and not borrowing it, he has absolutely nothing to worry about. The craziest part is that while his bad deeds score begins to skyrocket, ticking up at a blinding speed that would terrify a normal person, Lloyd just sits comfortably in his dark office, surrounded by floating screens and enjoying the view. A month passes in the blink of an eye, and our predatory lender decides it is finally time to check his records and pay a little visit. He knocks cheerfully on the door of a rustic wooden cabin, prompting a muscular barbarian to open it, completely unaware of what is coming. Lloyd stands there with his folders, grinning like a tax collector who just found a jackpot, and reminds him that it is time to return the borrowed gold plus interest. When the man's wife hears exactly how much they owe under the 30% monthly rate, she screams in absolute horror, labeling him a filthy thief while Lloyd stands there, perfectly calm and enjoying the emotional meltdown he just caused. The woman is practically vibrating with stress, but before the argument can escalate, a sudden roar echoes from the forest as a pack of monsters charges toward the cabin. Lloyd screams in mock panic about the terrifying penalties of non-payment, letting the chaos unfold around them for a split second as the beasts smash into the village with brutal force, swinging their weapons and threatening to tear down the entire settlement. But instead of letting his valuable debtors get eaten, Lloyd has his elite construction crew step in, unleashing a blinding flash of magical engineering that hits the dilapidated shack, instantly rebuilding it into a flawless, leak-proof house with clean floors and reinforced walls. The stunned couple can only marvel at their beautiful new home, until Lloyd smiles like a sleep paralysis demon and asks how long they think it would take him to tear it all down again. The threat hits the woman like a physical blow, leaving her desperate to keep this beautiful new life at any cost. She begs Lloyd to lend them more money or give them more time, and when her husband hesitates, she sends him flying with a single punch, screaming that they will do whatever it takes to pay off their debt. With the hook successfully set, Lloyd asks if they are ready to abandon their old ways, explaining that those who cannot hunt no longer have to live in fear of starvation or exile. See, the old barbarian way of survival of the fittest is officially dead, and if they are willing to work on his massive construction sites, their physical labor will easily cover the interest. The wife eagerly agrees, dragging her husband by the hair, while Lloyd extends a warm, welcoming hand, inviting them both into the wonderful, high-interest world of modern civilization. Back in his luxurious office, Lloyd rests easy, knowing his plan is working flawlessly, and his good deeds score is secretly climbing, which means he might actually escape a one-way ticket to hell after all. But far away on a misty cliff, a mysterious cloaked figure stands looking down at the city, swearing that nobody will ever steal their precious slave, as a pink swordsman named Worthrod watches in silence. As the morning sun rises over the construction valley, a group of highly motivated barbarians stand ready for another hard day of work, each of them adjusting a perfectly knotted necktie and gripping a briefcase, with the kind of laser-focused intensity usually reserved for life-or-death battles. Suddenly, they swing those briefcases like heavy sledgehammers in perfect unison, shattering the ground with every downward strike as part of their daily corporate warm-up, while their orange-haired foreman unleashes a swing so unbelievably powerful that the sheer force of his scream rattles the entire cliffside. They chant about being proud warriors who repay their debts with sweat and easy money, though by the time the grueling afternoon shift rolls around, they are completely exhausted and desperate for a quick break. But the moment anyone even thinks about slacking off, Lloyd materializes right behind them with a demonic grin, asking if they would prefer to rest for eternity instead. Naturally, that motivational speech keeps them working hard until dusk, when they finally clock off and head home, swapping their briefcases for heavy bags of fresh groceries, and calling out to their families as they step into their cozy, warm cabins. A worker smiles happily at his wife, watching his son run over to show off a beautifully crafted pot with fresh flowers. The proud father hugs his boy tightly, praise flowing as freely as the tears of joy in his eyes, while his wife plants a loving kiss on his cheek, and they rest together in a gorgeous golden field, knowing that this peaceful, civilized life is infinitely better than freezing and starving in the wilderness. Even the neighbors are gossiping about how much their financial situation has improved, eager to sign up for Lloyd's labor program first thing tomorrow. But while his new workforce is thriving, Lloyd has much bigger problems on his mind, especially when he thinks about his past life as Kim Suho, and the sweet smell of the bakery his late parents used to run. Sadly, they left this world before they could ever see him succeed. But there is no time to drown in nostalgia, because the magical balance of the world is starting to unravel. He calls out for his trusty spectral dragon, Yang, who materializes as a massive, glowing phantom in the sky, as Lloyd and Javier sprint across the rocky terrain to deal with the latest crisis. See, the restoration phenomenon of fate is trying to force the original storyline back on track, manifesting as a terrifying glowing anomaly in the heavens and radiating a wave of intense, suffocating heat that threatens to cook them alive. Luckily, Lloyd has a secret weapon, pulling out a small, squishy blue creature called Tuvenhug, and squeezing it like a stress ball to trigger its cooling magic. The creature lets out a squeak as it releases a blinding flash of light, before streaking straight into the ocean like a mini torpedo, unleashing a violent splash upon impact, and whipping the water into a massive swirling vortex. A colossal column of spiraling blue waves rises high into the air, revealing a pink core that pulses with immense magical energy. The massive torrent dominates the entire horizon, and as the two of them watch the storm from the safety of the shore, Lloyd admits he is constantly calculating their next move. Javier merely sighs, knowing his master's terrifying brain never actually sleeps, especially with those bastards from hell, opening portals left and right, which would have ended in disaster if Lloyd had not secured the cooling beast. They stare intently ahead, as Lloyd explains that they must keep keep a close eye on the surroundings for any more temporal anomalies, since their only real solution is to use a special technique called the Demon King's Baptism. To do that, he summons Artanis, the fierce horned dragon ally, who immediately kneels in the grass to receive her lord's power. Magic swirls violently around them as Lloyd initiates the ritual to amplify her abilities. A bright pulsing sphere of elemental energy glows with blinding intensity, wrapping them both in spirals of pink light, which surges straight into Artanis' core. As her senses expand with newly awakened power, she grins widely with sharp, dangerous teeth, declaring that the power-up is absolutely perfect as she takes flight over the castle tower. With her enhanced sight, Lloyd tasked her with targeting all the major landmarks they have visited, from the Lloyd Habi Bridge to the Queen of Magena herself. But even with her upgraded vision, she admits she can only see as far as Frontera County, confirming her line of sight is still limited by the horizon. Suddenly, a massive beam of energy descends from the heavens with a deafening roar, and Artanis hovers amidst the blinding light, her dark wings spreading wide as she channels the raw elemental force from above. Lloyd looks up, feeling the immense weight of the situation, before a wicked, scheming grin slowly spreads across his face, while Javier stands in the background, looking deeply concerned about whatever chaotic plan his master is brewing. But with Artanis' brute force now fully on their side, the Dragon Alley has become an indispensable piece of their defense, prompting Javier to watch her with a hint of professional jealousy as they prepare for the next phase of the battle. Back in his bedroom, Lloyd sits alone in the quiet dark, unable to shake the growing dread that they are still running out of time, since he has not yet found a way to stop the relentless restoration phenomenon of fate. He realizes he needs to know how this story actually ends under the current flow, so he pulls up the system menu and decides to burn his hard-earned points on the fourth ending spoiler, confirming the purchase with a heavy heart. In an instant, his consciousness is pulled straight into a pitch-black void, where he tells himself that after everything he has survived, absolutely nothing can shock him anymore. But the moment the smoky vision begins to clear, his confidence is completely shattered, as he is confronted by a massive horde of bizarre, terrifying monsters, each of them radiating an aura of raw power far beyond anything his county defenses could handle. He panics, knowing these creatures never even appeared in the original novel, when suddenly, a blinding flash of light cuts through the darkness, unleashing a devastating shockwave that slices through the battlefield and hurls Javier through the air like a broken doll. Lloyd screams for his knight in absolute terror as a massive explosion tears through the landscape, and he begins to run blindly through the smoke, his mind racing as he tries to make sense of this nightmare. In his head, this makes absolutely no sense because a monster this powerful should not even exist. But as he reaches the edge of a smoking crater, he sees an imposing figure looming over his fallen protector. He stumbles through the burning wreckage, only to freeze in terror as the legendary King of Hell descends slowly from the sky, looking down at them with cold, mocking amusement. The ancient deity sneers, admitting he is slightly impressed that a mere mortal, like Javier, actually managed to scratch him. But as the injured knight struggles to grip the earth and desperately tries to force his broken body back onto his feet, the god simply watches him with utter disdain. He laughs at their pathetic struggle to survive, raising a hand over the defenseless swordsman, before unleashing an apocalyptic blast of crimson energy that completely engulfs the ground. Lloyd can only watch in paralyzed horror as the villain steps directly onto the chest of his fallen knight, crushing whatever little life is left in him. Javier struggles to keep his fading consciousness alive, his silver hair stained with ash as he weakly opens his eyes one last time, only for the King of Hell to congratulate him on a good fight, before coldly telling him to rest in peace, leaving Lloyd staring in absolute wide-eyed disbelief. The worst part is when the system interface flashes a blood-red warning, declaring that the protagonist has died and docked him a life. As a terrifying crimson aura begins to wrap around him, Lloyd watches in helpless horror, his breath catching in his throat, as he is left completely alone to face the ultimate evil. Knowing he stands absolutely zero chance, he immediately drops to his knees and surrenders, weeping bitter tears of absolute defeat, and bowing his head low to beg for forgiveness. He pleads desperately with the god to spare his miserable life, prompting the King of Hell to look down at him with a mixture of confusion and disappointment, asking why he is acting so pathetic. The god looks out over the desolate burning wasteland, as Lloyd lies defeated and utterly broken on the ground, before calmly telling him that he did absolutely nothing wrong. But as Lloyd reaches out with a trembling hand begging him to stop, he is suddenly cast out, falling endlessly through a turbulent reddish space, until he finds himself floating alone in the dark void once again. The silence stretches out, and he realizes with a jolt of panic that the spoiler isn't ending, meaning he should have been returned to reality by now. He looks down in absolute shock, his eyes wide with pure unadulterated terror, as he sees his own blue-skinned soul bound tightly by heavy leather straps. He is suspended high in a massive fiery chamber, where the King of Hell sits comfortably on a throne below. Realizing this is not a dream or a mere spoiler anymore, Lloyd screams in absolute fury at the god, demanding to know if he is indeed the final villain who has been pulling the strings all along. As the vision space opens before him, Lloyd steps into the future timeline alongside Javier, expecting another straightforward catastrophe he can fix with concrete, while Javier keeps his usual stoic silence. Suddenly, a storm of magic tears through the sky, a dragon made of raw energy plunging straight toward a glowing vortex, and an explosive burst of divine fire consumes the landscape. A thin beam of power descends into the depths, guiding Lloyd deeper into the vision, past giant skull formations resting in the volcanic abyss, until they arrive at an otherworldly library, where a man sits calmly behind a desk. The atmosphere shifts instantly, because those red eyes behind the spectacles belong to none other than the King of Hell. Standing before the supreme ruler of the underworld, our boy Lloyd tries to play it cool, arguing that even hell and the human realm have strict binding laws governing souls. What he doesn't count on is the ruler dropping a cosmic bomb right on his head, explaining that Lloyd's entire life has become an unprecedented legal problem. See, by saving millions of people and building endless infrastructure, Lloyd has accumulated so much divine merit that the instant he dies, his soul automatically belongs to heaven. Naturally, the king of hell finds this unacceptable, praising Lloyd's terrifying intellect and nerve, before declaring flat out, "I want you." Lloyd immediately deflects, asking if the age gap between them isn't a bit too wide, but the ancient ruler just chuckles at the insult, pointing out the cruel irony of Lloyd's success. Because everyone in this world has found a better, happier life through Lloyd's work, his merit bank is overflowing, meaning the only way hell can claim him is to murder him right now, before he builds anything else that saves another soul. The craziest part is that Hell's King admits this without a trace of shame, leaving Lloyd to ask point blank if he intends to assassinate him early. Knowing the dimensional boundaries exist for a reason, Lloyd presses him on how a demon king could ever cross over into the mortal world, only for the glasses-wearing bastard to smile, warning Lloyd that from here on out, he will be fighting against an inevitable, total collapse, where everything he built is ripped away. He asks what meaning a doomed life could possibly hold, that Lloyd struggles so hard to protect it, expecting the greedy noble to break, but Lloyd fires back that the struggle itself is what gives his life meaning. The demon king offers a chilling cheer for his resolve, and the vision instantly fractures into rapid flashes of the apocalyptic future, showing winged entities soaring above clouds, a desperate rescue in a crimson-tinted void, and warriors drowning beneath dark waters. Then the vision narrows down to the real nightmare, a massive sealed gate looming over a subterranean abyss, where a long suspension bridge spans across the red mist, and a sudden flash of light blinds the scene. An ornate structure crashes down into the cavern, and an assassin with glowing pink blades leaps down toward Queen Alicia. The attacker laughs like a lunatic while swinging glowing weapons through the dark, forcing Alicia to dodge by a hair's breadth, the blade missing her throat by inches, as the assassin lunges again with suicidal speed, screaming in pure rage. Dark crimson energy swirls around the cavern, a demonic aura towering above the battlefield, and Alicia realizes too late what she is facing. Green energy erupts as the poison seeps into her body, the ancient Maleficarum curse taking hold, far stronger and more virulent than the version she fought off before. Stumbling across a tangled red wasteland, her veins blackening under the corrupting mana, she tries to purge the curse, only to realize it is systematically driving her mad. In her dying moments, she whispers through the agony, refusing to break down, as a heavy boot steps into the glowing pool of blood. Because even in the darkest vision of fate, a man carries her broken body out of the dark, holding the line against the end of the world. Snapping back to the present under the midnight sky, Lloyd rushes to the bedside, where Queen Alicia lies in critical condition, groaning in agonizing pain as the poison eats through her circuits. Our boy isn't acting out of pure noble virtue here, because in his mind, keeping the queen alive is the single most important prerequisite for his lifelong dream of living as a wealthy, lazy, freeloading noble. If she dies, his peaceful retirement plan goes up in smoke, so he asks Artanis if there is any way to track the shadowy assassin. The demon scholar clarifies that the curse hides deep within the blood, identifying it as Maleficarum, ancient dark sorcery left behind by an evil deity, which corrupts the host's internal mana from the inside out. Refusing to let his future tax-funded pension die in a bed, Lloyd demands to know how to purge the corruption, and Artanis lays out the absurdly specific biological rule. See, if foreign mana forces its way in, the curse panics and burrows deeper, meaning purification requires mana from someone the queen unconditionally trusts and loves. Lloyd immediately starts sweating bullets, wondering if he's supposed to set up a speed dating event for a dying monarch. Then he looks at Javier and has a brilliant realization, convinced that since Javier is the handsome hero of the original novel, the queen obviously trusts Javier's mana above anyone else. Of course, when it comes to romance, our genius engineer is the biggest fool alive, completely unaware that the person Alicia actually trusts with her life is him. Gripping her hand tight, Lloyd injects his own mana into her system, and finds himself diving straight into a war zone inside her mindscape. Cursed mana orbs swarm him like angry hornets, and Lloyd quickly calculates the math, realizing it takes one full orb of his hard-earned energy just to erase a single piece of dark corruption. As Alicia rides in agony on the bed, her consciousness is trapped in a terrifying nightmare, where her younger self runs barefoot through a dark forest, chased by massive crimson roots crawling across the earth. She swings her sword in desperation, but a thick vine snaps around her neck, dragging her down while she screams for help. The nightmare tightens its grip, swallowing her in a sea of twisting tendrils. No matter how fiercely she fights back, pulled down into the dark abyss, she prepares to be consumed by the curse, slashing blindly at the encroaching dark, as massive tendrils thrash through her mind, shattering the ground beneath her feet. Cornered with nowhere left to run, she reaches her absolute limit, dodging one final volley of tendrils, only to be slammed onto the ground, bound tight by thick fleshy vines. The fleshy barrier seals completely around her, locking her inside a suffocating tomb, where she can only peek through a tiny crack in the wall, waiting for the inevitable end. Suddenly, two massive hands grab the edges of the barrier, and with a furious roar, Lloyd begins ripping the fleshy wall apart, counting down as he tears through the curse's core. Clearing out the dark vines with sheer force of will, he reaches straight into the nightmare, scooping up her terrified soul into his arms. When the dust settles, Lloyd sits quietly by the bedside, still clutching her hand as the black veins recede from her skin. Exhausted beyond belief after burning through his entire mana pool, he collapses against the mattress under the moonlight. Watching the two of them sleep side by side, Artanis smiles quietly, knowing Alicia's mana has finally recognized its true life partner. The next morning, royal guards patrol the palace hallways, getting increasingly uneasy when multiple calls to the queen's bedchamber go completely unanswered. Suspecting a high-level assassin snuck past their perimeter during the night, they decide they cannot wait any longer, drawing their weapons as they stack up against the doors and kick the heavy entrance wide open. What they expect is a crime scene, but what they actually actually fine, leaves the entire guard unit screaming in absolute terror. Because lying in the royal bed, snuggled up beneath warm blankets, is our boy Lloyd, sleeping like a peaceful baby beside the ruler of the kingdom. Before Lloyd can even rub the sleep out of his eyes, guards tackle him to the floor and tie him up like a Christmas turkey, dragging him straight out into the public courtyard. Within minutes, they have him bound to a wooden cross over a raging fire, as Lloyd screams in sheer desperation, while an angry mob hurls insults and demands he burn for dishonoring the queen. Looking out over the crowd of furious citizens, Lloyd spots Javier off in the distance, smiling like an absolute idiot while watching his master roast. Lloyd desperately prays for Artanis or anyone to step in, screaming internally at his allies for standing around, wondering why Artanis is just watching from the sidelines, and cursing the fact that despite having a grandmaster and a demon king on his payroll, nobody ever bothers to worry about his safety when he's about to be executed. Right as the flames lick at his boots, a sharp voice cuts through the square, as Queen Alicia arrives, demanding to know where Sir Lloyd has been taken. Lloyd yells at the top of his lungs to catch her attention, pointing out his current location on the stake, leaving Alicia horrified at how fast her guards went to public execution. After shutting down the mob and releasing him, the scene shifts to the grand throne room, where Lloyd kneels before the court to explain why he was in her bedroom. In his head, Lloyd is frantically spinning excuses, trying to figure out a diplomatic lie to save face. He prepares to claim she was simply taken ill, but before he can finish his thought, Alicia stuns the entire assembly by holding up her hand and revealing the severe vascular scarring left by the curse. The court gasps in horror at the sight, realizing the queen was battling a lethal condition in secret as the dark magical march pulse under her skin. Seeing her put everything out in the open, Alicia addresses her ministers, stating her recovery is in progress, and Lloyd quickly seizes the opportunity, promising the entire nobility a complete recovery within roughly 1 month. Bowing respectfully, he confirms he can guarantee those results, explaining that the treatment requires daily, continuous mana purification. To prove it isn't an excuse, Alicia winces as a sudden surge of pained mana hits her, and she commands Lloyd to step forward and begin treatment immediately. Walking up the steps of the dais, Lloyd looks at her scarred hand, taking both her hands gently in his own, as a brilliant blue magical aura erupts around them, filling the throne room with raw purifying energy. The corrupt marks on her arm instantly fade under his touch, leaving palace guards stumbling back in awe at the undeniable divine magic. With the proof right before their eyes, Alicia stands tall, declaring to the room that Lloyd Frontera is the only person alive capable of saving her life. Lloyd smugly pats himself on the back, thinking he just executed a brilliant cover story, until an elderly minister steps forward, stuttering nervously. The minister points out that under the strict laws and ancient customs of Magena, no unmarried man can reside in the queen's private chambers for 30 consecutive days. Whispers immediately ripple through the court as the implications hit the room, but Alicia silences the crowd with a single authoritative command to disperse. Reaching out, she takes Lloyd's hand to lead him down the hallway, leaving our boy flustered as he asks what the minister meant about those ancient customs. Alicia squeezes his hand tight, whispering with a triumphant smirk, "I got you good." Lloyd's face turns completely red as the reality sets in, while outside the palace, news spreads through the kingdom like wildfire. The citizens whisper in excitement over the royal announcement, realizing that by staying in her chambers for a month, Lloyd is legally bound to marry the queen. Our greedy noble wanted a comfortable life, freeloading off the state, and now he just accidentally checkmated himself into becoming the king. To keep Queen Alicia from collapsing under her magical curse, our boy Lloyd is stuck locked in her private quarters, forced into non-stop hand-holding, sitting across from her around the clock while diving deep into her spirit space to do the heavy lifting. Inside her mind, he goes on an absolute rampage against the dark parasites, unleashing a massive barrage of blue energy beams, only to get caught off guard when one little spirit actually dodges his attack. That tiny slip opens the floodgates to absolute nightmare fuel, as hundreds of grotesque spirit entities swarm down from above, sending Lloyd into a full-blown screaming panic in the real world, while the queen calmly handles official court business right next to him, completely unbothered by his dramatic meltdowns. Meanwhile, the monsters inside start viciously devouring one another, growing into massive leviathans that swallow the smaller spirits whole, all while Alicia nonchalantly reviews state budget proposals handed over by her ministers. As the magical chaos continues to erupt in the dark void of her soul, Lloyd detonates another massive shockwave to clear the field, forcing himself to maintain concentration while her officials keep blabbering about taxes. Once the immediate wave dies down, things get uncomfortably quiet in the room, and Alicia decides it is time to start teasing her future husband. She playfully asks if he really enjoys holding her hand this much, which instantly sends Lloyd into a sweating, stammering mess as he desperately tries to claim it as purely medical. Naturally, she twists the knife by asking if he actually hates holding it, trapping our poor guy in a mental corner where he stumbles over his own words until he finally cracks and admits that yes, he likes holding her hand. With a smirk that proves she has him right where she wants him, she points out that breaking grip only slows down the treatment, sliding her fingers down his arm to introduce her solution. The problem is her solution is complete overkill, pulling out a sturdy strip of red cloth and wrapping it tightly around her own wrist. She orders him to grab the other end so they can pull together, and as Lloyd nervously starts counting down, they yank the knot firm, physically binding their wrists together. She leans in close to remind him there is no escaping now, leaving our greedy scammer completely flushed and defenseless. What this idiot does not realize is that every single move she makes is calculated, relentlessly backing him into a corner until royal law legally forces him to become her husband. In his head, Lloyd tries to rationalize the whole situation, telling himself it is purely a political power move on her part. Of course, a monarch would want someone as brilliant and capable as him by her side, because any leader would jump at the chance to exploit an engineering genius. But then the horror sets in when he realizes being prince consort means working 16-hour days as an overworked royal bureaucrat. Before a terrifying thought crosses his mind about whether she might actually have real feelings for him, he shakes his head to clear the nonsense and tells himself to focus on the task at hand, looking down at the red cloth tying them together, before diving back into the magical darkness to cleanse her magic pathways. See, the real nightmare is that because they are tethered together, he has to follow her through her absurd non-stop monarch schedule, which includes dodging live arrow barrages during military drills, screaming for his life as explosive spells detonate around them, and eating dirt on the battlefield, leaving him completely broken on the floor. When it is time for official audiences, royal aides literally drag his limp body across the carpet, propping him up beside the throne while trade delegation petitions get signed, with Lloyd hanging off her arm like an overcooked noodle. From there, it is straight to public speeches where he gets blasted by magic backdrops, standing tied to her side while she addresses thousands of citizens, followed immediately by intense physical training sessions and late-night document reviews that go on until the early morning hours. By nightfall, our main character looks like a walking corpse, and even inside the royal bathhouse, there's zero relief. Lloyd collapses onto the tiles next to her tub, begging her to cut down on her insane workload, only for Alicia to admit that as much as she wants to slow down, she simply cannot. Even in bed, the work never truly stops, and when he urges her to take a single day off to rest, she explains that if the ruler rests, the people suffer, so she must carry the burden alone. She shuts down any further argument, forcing him to briefly untie the cloth just so he can swap into clean clothes, and as he loosens his wrist, he looks at this fierce woman who works herself to the point of exhaustion every single day. He realizes she is far too sharp and dedicated to be outwitted by cheap tricks, so if he wants to survive this month without becoming a broken bureaucrat, he needs a much bigger, much bolder play. He turns to her by the window and asks permission to say something incredibly presumptuous, pitch perfect in his audacity, claiming he could perform the duties of a monarch far better than her. When she opens her eyes in complete shock, Lloyd calmly suggests that if he were king, he could streamline her entire empire with modern civil engineering efficiency. Naturally, after watching Queen Alicia work herself into the dirt, Lloyd has the audacity to claim he could run the entire kingdom far more efficiently than her, casually explaining that he's been observing her daily routine from the sidelines while she stares at him in dead silence, an angry vein popping on her forehead because she was the one dragging his exhausted body around the whole time. Even as he lies there looking completely unbothered, while the queen bristles with growing irritation, our favorite scammer flashes his signature ugly grin and claims that all her royal administrative duties basically look the same anyway, which earns him a violent punch straight to the face, sending him crashing to the carpet while gasping for air. Pinned to the floor, Lloyd instantly takes back every word, declaring that he is far too weak and helpless to work better than her, before pivoting to bargain for his life, begging her to let him perform a king's duties for just 3 minutes. Surprisingly, Alicia agrees to the deal, dragging him by the leg across the room and setting an hourglass down to start the countdown. In her head, she thinks this is going to be a hilarious joke, where she watches him instantly crumble, but the second the challenge begins, Lloyd transforms into an absolute tyrant, looming over her with an aura so terrifying that he demands she bow her head this instant. Naturally, Alicia screams in pure fury at his audacity, and the two of them end up in an explosive shouting match, locking eyes in an intense struggle for dominance that completely rattles the room. Sweating profusely with his heart racing, Lloyd doubles down on his command, causing the queen to tremble with white-knuckled rage as she tries to glare him down. But even while lying spent on his back, Lloyd drops a cold, unrelenting royal order for her to kneel, leaving her so overwhelmed by his sheer logical authority that she actually drops to the floor before him, looking down at her like a true sovereign. While she screams in utter frustration, he matches her rage with an exaggerated roar of his own, before laying out the brutal reality of what leadership actually costs. He breaks down the burden of royalty with somber precision, reminding her that a sovereign can never take their eyes off the kingdom, because the moment a ruler hesitates or burns out, the entire nation collapses under the weight of their failure. His words hit her with the weight of absolute truth, proving that he understands the nightmare of her daily life better than anyone else. Alicia gazes forward in quiet realization, entirely moved by his unexpected wisdom, and officially bows her head to pledge obedience to his command. Lloyd wipes his sweat in deep relief. Gasher isn't to pledge obedience to his command. Lloyd wipes his sweat in deep relief, glad she isn't a stubborn workaholic who refuses to budge, and immediately abuses his temporary royal power to decree a massive budget increase for Count Frontera's territory. But right as he tries to steamroll her objections, he notices the queen pointing at the hourglass, calmly informing him that his 3 minutes are up. Our boy panics in pure terror, and Alicia delivers a swift beatdown that slams her humble servant straight into the floor. Looking down at his bruised body, she calls out his shameless greed, stepping on his head while reminding him that a mere subject should know his place. But as the beatdown ends under the soft moonlight, she realizes what he was actually trying to do for her, offering a soft smile as she admits this whole performance has only made her fall even deeper for him, leaving Lloyd lying crushed on the ground, completely unaware that his attempt to avoid royal romance backfired spectacularly. By the time morning bathes the grand palace in bright sunlight, the curse is officially broken, and Lloyd kneels before Queen Alicia as she stands fully restored to her elegant, radiant self. He congratulates her on a full recovery, while she gives him a gentle smile that seals their new understanding. But the moment he leaves, Lloyd internally loses his mind, realizing that marrying a workaholic queen dooms him to spend his life as slave number one. Determined to block this terrible future at the source, he heads straight toward a glowing underwater ritual site, resolved to consult the truth jewel for answers. Diving deep beneath the waves, he channels his magical power as he approaches the giant underwater crystal, expecting his usual system magic to handle it, only to grow confused when the jewel fails to respond properly. Sinking toward the massive stone barrier, his shock only deepens as he discovers a huge, alarming crack running straight through the wall. Nearby, a mysterious horned woman floats in the the water, staring in absolute horror as ancient underwater structures across the seafloor begin collapsing all at once. While a massive blue dragon carves crater after crater into the landscape, our boy Lloyd is already losing his mind in pure panic, watching his giant hamster summon Ppodong try to swat away catastrophe like an oversized nuisance. Cut to the Layodabi bridge where a horned demon shows up to pick a fight, forcing entire cities into pitch-black evacuations under burning magic trails, while a colossal Gigatitan tears through Port City Cremo like a wrecking ball with no brakes. Luckily, the Mermaid Kingdom brings out their entire aquatic army behind a glowing pink-haired elf, positioning spear-wielding soldiers above the front line, and together they manage to halt the monster's rampage before it wipes out the port. Lloyd takes a breather on the bridge with his stoic knight Javier, sweating bullets as he calculates the sheer volume of disasters popping up across the kingdom, knowing that every fixed crisis just triggers another one somewhere else. From there, we jump straight to Frontera County, where site foremen are screaming at construction crews to finish apartment insulation before jumping on road repairs. As two women watch the sprawling construction site, Lloyd's mother, Marbella Frontera, strolls through the busy workplace with her companions, thinking warmly about her overworked sleepy head of a son. She spots the main estate building at sunset, which immediately puts a horned gate guard on high alert, raising their weapons to block her way at the entrance, only for Marbella to dismiss them with one calm, terrifying gesture. Naturally, things blow up in a massive shockwave of chaos, sending workers scrambling out of the impact zone, while Marbella casually chats with her companion in the middle of the mess, walking along the open path like she owns the place. Meanwhile, Javier and his horned ally cut through enemy ranks with blinding beams of light, fighting side by side to clean up the stray attackers, while Marbella, surrounded by flames, complains about all these annoying flies buzzing around her. Javier rushes over toward the commotion, where a character hangs out a window cheering like a maniac, and Marbella, holding a fireball, threatens to burn up anyone who dares talk back, re-establishing absolute authority before anyone can complain. As the dust settles and dusk approaches, a shovel bites deep into the dirt, where Lloyd and his work crew are physically digging out a hillside against the setting sun. Javier watches him from a distance with growing concern, seeing the lord of the county doing heavy labor alongside common workers. Smiling weary through the mud and sweat, Javier asks him flat out about the underwater truth jewel, wondering if there is any real way to stop the fate restoration phenomenon, the cosmic force that keeps destruction back onto the world. Looking Lloyd dead in the eye, Javier asks if he plans on physically stopping every crisis by hand for the rest of his life, and Lloyd answers yes without a second of hesitation. Javier sighs, unable to believe how fast he answered, and asks if there's really nothing he can do to help. Lloyd stands with his shovel and smiles gently at his knight, explaining that he likes Javier quite a bit and feels he's already received far too much loyalty to ask for more. Javier closes his eyes in soft resignation, knowing that if this were something Sword Aura could fix, Lloyd would have tricked him into doing it already. Left alone on the quiet hillside, Lloyd calculates the impending war between dragons, hell, and heaven, knowing that if the king of hell descends, the damage will be worse than a species war, so he has to stop it himself. That's when Verkiz approaches him with deep concern in his eyes, warning that they won't survive the coming invasion at this rate, and begging Lloyd to tell him how to fix at least one of their massive problems. Verkiz asks specifically about stopping the restoration phenomenon of fate, expecting a brilliant engineering scheme from the man who solves everything, only for Lloyd to smile knowingly, leaving Verkiz staring back in tense silence. As Lloyd's face turns grim, the problem is that changing fate isn't a simple construction project, and the weight of what it costs hits Lloyd like a physical strike. Seeing him pull away, Verkiz looks deeply troubled, his voice rising in frustration, desperately shouting at Lloyd not to carry this burden by himself. "We need to face it together," Verkiz yells, asking if they aren't supposed to be friends. "Who's your friend, you arrogant bastard?" Lloyd screams right back. The workers down below freeze in absolute shock, watching the fiery exchange unfold on the hill, as Verkiz lowers his head and quietly apologizes for overstepping. Lloyd shoulders his shovel and walks away into the sunset without another word, glancing back one last time at the man who called him a friend, haunted by the terrifying truth that to break the world's fate, either Verkiz or Lloyd has to die. Naturally, Lloyd ends up staring down a massive ancient pyramid that looks like it's about to crumble into dust, realizing this giant heap of ruins is constructed from materials that don't even exist in the world anymore. Since standard reconstruction is completely off the table, he runs the numbers through his system interface, scanning the entire structure to find a loophole that doesn't involve the whole thing collapsing on his head. His first instinct is to force the stone together with compression, but that immediately threatens to shatter the block, so he decides to slowly feed his own mana into the gaps instead, hoping it will bind the ancient fragments, which actually starts working, though it's going to take a painful amount of time to seal the damage. But of course, the system just loves throwing a wrench in his plans and warns that structural changes might break its operations. The problem is, this delicate manual repair job is something only two people in this entire world can actually pull off. In his head, he knows he has to keep Javier close if they're going to survive what's coming, even if the silver-haired knight is still fuming about him keeping secrets. And honestly, Javier has every right to blow up at him, considering Lloyd has been running himself ragged trying to solve the fate of the entire world by himself. The knight is clearly carrying a heavy burden of his own, while our greedy noble quietly slips away down the dark hallway to nurse his wounds. See, Lloyd's soul is currently screaming in absolute agony because of the constant backlash from resisting fate, leaving him curled up on the cold floor wondering why his spiritual body hurts this damn much. Javier finds him and lets him hear it, venting his absolute frustration at his master's suicidal self-reliance. But our boy just offers a tired grin, remembering that in the original novel, Javier was always the glorious hero meant to save the day. He's convinced that if he can just throw a wrench into this stupid fate restoration phenomenon, he can focus on grinding merit points before the king of hell arrives, which is the only way to rewrite the tragic ending and save everyone's skin. So he hits the system confirm button, accepting the pain of the truth, which leaves him staring at the harsh reality of what it takes to break the loop. He realizes that keeping secrets secrets from his night is no longer an option, especially since Javier is the anchor of this world's entire narrative. Later that night, Lloyd stares out at the dark horizon, knowing that telling the truth is going to change everything, when a sudden knock on his door breaks the quiet. Javier steps inside, ready to finally get some straight answers about what's going on, and Lloyd realizes there's no more running away from this conversation. Naturally, Lloyd feels a bit embarrassed to bring up the cosmic fate of the universe, especially when he has to explain how he knows the future. The knight stands there in complete silence, trying to process the absurd claims of world endings and system prompts. But our boy clears his throat and dives straight into the deepest secrets of the original story. He explains how the Jewel of Truth revealed the mechanism behind this whole mess, laying out the cold facts of who they were originally meant to be. Lloyd explains that Javier was the original protagonist of this entire fantasy world, a hero from another timeline who carried the weight of the heavens on his shoulders, which means their current reality is basically built around his survival. The vision of that original fate starts playing out in Lloyd's mind, showing the tragic price of being a savior, where the silver-haired swordsman drew his blade against impossible odds, leaving his friends watching in absolute horror as the battle took a devastating turn. The red-haired protagonist could only watch in terror, as a cold voice commanded them to take his merits and survive. In that original ending, Javier was impaled from behind by a brutal blade, shattering the hope of everyone who followed him. The crimson-haired hero screamed in agonizing despair, scrambling desperately to save his dying companion while everything fell apart around them. But Javier just used the last of his fading power to cut through the enemy's energy, offering a gentle, bloody smile while asking him to take good care of the world. He passed the torch of the protagonist to his grieving friend, unleashing a massive blue energy blast that cleared the field before his sword flew through the air as his body collapsed. The blade embedded itself deep into the wooden floor, leaving the survivor drowning in a sea of blue sparks, kneeling before the weapon of the knight who had sacrificed everything for him. The absolute torment of that moment was enough to shatter any man's sanity, screaming in pure, unadulterated emotional agony that echoed through the empty halls. Back in the present, Lloyd looks out into the quiet night with his knight, who finally understands why his master is constantly acting like an absolute madman to change fate. Javier looks at him, realizing the sheer depth of what Lloyd has been carrying, and our greedy noble looks back with his classic smug face and flatly tells him, "I absolutely can let you die." Far across the dark crimson hellscape of the underworld, a dramatic demon knight named Gigatitan introduces himself as captain of the guard, recalling the terrible day when Lloyd and Javier first wreaked havoc in his realm, a humiliating defeat that left Gigatitan burning with absolute rage. See, after being ambushed in his own kitchen and grabbed like a helpless child by the intruding duo, this arrogant skeleton had convinced himself that victory belonged to those who enjoyed the battlefield, only to get his head smashed in total disbelief. Back then, he complained about cheating while fleeing down the halls, riding alongside his skeletal buddies who mocked every poor soul they encountered, until a strange swirl of pink magic suddenly engulfed him, marking him for a grand transformation and swearing that revenge would eventually be his. Naturally, things didn't go according to plan, because the moment he charged forward in glory, a terrifying red demon devoured his spectral form whole, while Lloyd brutally cracked him across the head with a shovel. Even as a newly evolved super hell knight, Gigatitan cursed the singer of hell for interfering, glowing with newfound dark magic, and riding his fiery steed into the deep dungeon passages, chasing the crimson-haired intruder down, swinging his massive pink energy blade with everything he had, only to get slammed into the dirt by a devastating counterstrike, leaving him sprawling across the floor, completely destroyed once again. Honestly, the poor guy cried bitter tears on the cold ground, and spent the next several months training like a lunatic, just to endure the torment, until fate's magical summoning ritual finally calls him back to the human world. Wreathed in crackling lightning, he swears to crush Javier and Lloyd once and for all, as black magic pulses across the fortress, overriding every rule of logic. The thing is, Lloyd and Javier are already watching the ritual activate without a summoner, and Javier questions how high-level black magic can possibly run without sacrificing life force. Lloyd casually points out that a sudden plague of wild rodents recently infested the nearby town, grinning like an absolute villain as he realizes the system is draining those pests to fuel the spell, right before a massive pink explosion detonates in front of them, and Gigatitan bursts through the smoke with a dramatic evil laugh, declaring that payback time has finally arrived. What this idiot doesn't count on is that Lloyd is standing right in front of him, leaving the demon completely flabbergasted at how fast his grand entry was ruined, while Lloyd offers nothing but total deadpan indifference. And when the demon screams for him to prepare to die, Lloyd puts on the most sarcastic, fake panicked expression in human history. Before Gigatitan can even process the disrespect, Javier draws his sword and clashes with him, delivering a brutal strike that sends the armored demon flying across the dirt. Face down in the mud, the demon lies crushed, wondering how his months of hellish training meant nothing, as Lloyd steps forward with a terrifyingly dark smile, announcing it is time to relieve some stress. Gigatitan realizes the sheer insanity of the two monsters looming over him, knowing these humans enjoy violence far more than any demon in hell ever could, while Lloyd kneels down and fake apologizes with a mocking smile, wiping away mock tears as he asks what they should do with him next, which makes Javier yell at Lloyd to stop acting like a violent dopamine junkie. Lloyd puts on a warm, comforting smile as the demon trembles in absolute terror, while Lloyd and Javier dish out another comedic beating, ignoring his plays. After giving him a thorough thrashing, Lloyd kneels down, looking deeply apologetic, and pulls out a stack of paperwork with a cheerful grin. The demon tries to scramble backward, so Lloyd asks to review his official employment contract, only for Gigatitan to reveal that demons don't use contracts, sending Lloyd into complete, wide-eyed shock. Lloyd covers his mouth in utter disbelief, horrified that a worker is operating without a written agreement, and desperately asks how much salary he gets paid for all this combat service, only for the demon to tilt his head, having never heard the word salary before. When Lloyd realizes his income is absolute zero, he digs deeper into his working conditions, discovering there are no days off, no hazard pay, and non-stop shifts, screaming screaming in pure outrage at the absolute Adollard's management. Our civil engineer actually bursts into dramatic tears, cursing the king of hell for being a tyrannical, abusive boss, which makes the demon reflect on his miserable existence for the very first time. Lloyd asks what he means, and the demon lies back in the desolate dirt, realizing he works himself to death for zero compensation, muttering the word exploitation like a profound enlightenment, questioning every life choice that brought him to this point, as his entire worldview crumbles around him. Seeing the existential crisis he just caused, Lloyd gently taps the skeleton on the head, telling him to just forget he ever heard it, patting him like a troubled union worker. But Gialeximus is already fully radicalized, recalling how his predecessor was devoured without remorse after sacrificing everything for a summon call, raging about how they were dragged into endless forced labor for an ungrateful realm, clutching his chest dramatically as he declares that his fallen comrade lives on inside his heart, and screaming that he and Lloyd will put a stop to this systemic exploitation together. The demon goes wild with revolutionary zeal, while Lloyd stands tall like a corporate labor lawyer, demanding that the next demon show him their employment contract. As Lloyd's pet dragon glides through the sky above, Lloyd forces his newly recruited demon employee to review the communication clause in his contract, making the horned demon sweat nervously over the strict penalties for lying, worrying about what happens when his former master finds out he betrayed him, because the king of hell will arrive on Earth soon and will show no mercy. Lloyd sits down directly across from the demon, getting uncomfortably close to interrogate him, letting a heavy, agonizing silence stretch between them as the demon tries to hold out under the psychological pressure until Lloyd breaks into a sinister smirk, asking if the demon is starting to panic, glaring right back into his soul and predicting exactly when the real invasion begins. When Javier steps in and pressures him further, the demon loses his mind, dodging around while screaming about how communication is impossible, overwhelmed by absolute dread, as Javier swings his sword to enforce compliance, prompting Lloyd to complain that his new employee has officially gone crazy. Realizing the contractual penalty for non-cooperation is worse than death, the demon cracks under pressure and blabbers that the king of hell will be summoned during an upcoming solar eclipse. So Lloyd leans in with his sword drawn, eagerly asking what kind of sacrifice fuels the ritual, only to learn that the portal requires a massive harvest of human fear. While Lloyd and Javier process the strategic intelligence, the demon realizes with terror that signing a contract with Lloyd was far worse than selling his soul to Satan. Exhausted from mental interrogation, Lloyd takes a breath while the demon worries about the apocalyptic army approaching, explaining that souls absorbed by the ancient evil god's flesh and the depths of hell, trapped in a horrific web of dark magic, will spawn monstrous entities known as fragments of the evil god. Javier immediately asks if these terrifying abominations have any weakness, as a strange holy artifact crackles with divine energy nearby, cracking open to reveal its sacred contents. While Lloyd slumps against the wall, utterly drained by the ordeal, Javier stoically analyzes the threat, listening to the exact divine element needed to weaken the monsters. Watching Lloyd walk away, the angel Raphael wonders if Lloyd's obsessed contract writing was just a lingering shred of human conscience or pure liability protection, until Lloyd turns around with a mischievous grin and suggests they go stock up on holy water. At the grand cathedral in town, Raphael sits nervously in his holy vestments, while Gialeximus sits on the opposite end of the couch trembling in fear. An absurd pin-drop silence fills the room between the angel and the demon, until Gialeximus awkwardly bows and introduces himself as the friendly neighborhood Hell Knight, profusely apologizing for all the trouble he caused during his previous invasions. The red demon sheepishly explains that swearing and attacking was just part of his old job description, asking the angel for mutual understanding since they were both just low-level employees following orders. Raphael actually feels a deep wave of empathy, agreeing that being thrust into this world without good pay or guidance is miserable for everyone, making Gialeximus sigh in massive relief, surprised to find that an angel could be so surprisingly kind and relatable. Before Raphael nods in shared understanding, bridging centuries of racial enmity, the angel and the demon hold hands on the couch in a beautiful moment of working-class solidarity. That's when Lloyd walks in and chuckles at how quickly the holy angel and the demon bonded over workplace trauma. Lloyd explains that the upcoming hell invasion is actually an unsanctioned, rogue operation by the king of hell himself, which leaves Raphael appalled at the sheer atrocity being planned. Sitting down to finalize their defense strategy, Raphael resolves to report this unprovoked invasion directly to the heavenly realm, confident that Archangel Gabriel will send a strongly worded warning letter to hell. Lloyd gives him a look of absolute skepticism, knowing that a strongly worded letter won't stop an army of hellish abominations, sighing heavily as he realizes he cannot count on divine bureaucracy for help. Instead, Lloyd asks Raphael to shed some holy tears so they can use angel tears to weaken the fragments of the evil god. Raphael listens carefully, confirming that angel tears do indeed severely weaken evil god monsters, but sadly explains that angels rarely cry and no one has seen an angel shed a single tear in thousands of years. Naturally, Lloyd grins like a madman and announces that making an angel cry is his absolute specialty, and immediately scoops up a handful of dirt and throws it directly into Raphael's face. As the poor angel screams in agony while rubbing his burning eyes, Lloyd tackles him to the floor and holds him down to harvest the tears, leaving Gialeximus watching in absolute horror at his new boss. High above the clouds, a celestial palace floats peacefully among the stars, unaware that its stressed-out heavenly clerk is on a desperate phone call, reporting a sudden breach of territory to a blonde worker down on Earth, who turns out to be none other than the Archangel Raphael in disguise, listening intently as the clerk warns him that his soft-hearted nature, while not technically a mistake, might be leaving him exposed, which is an understatement because he is currently hiding out in a dirty barn. The disguised angel sighs heavily, trying to figure out his next move in this absurd mortal world, knowing he has to warn Lloyd before everything everything goes completely sideways. But before he can even take a step, a sudden scuffle breaks out, as Javier lunges forward with his fingers poised like deadly spears, demanding the angel cooperate and stop closing his eyes, though Raphael understandably struggles to remain calm when the resident muscle is actively trying to blind him, grappling him like a rowdy bar patron. Luckily, Lloyd rushes in to break up the madness, yelling at his knight for using such brute force methods and jokingly warning him he will end up as the chief administrator of hell, leaving Javier to stand there in tense silence, internally questioning when he became so corrupted by his master's questionable morals, while Lloyd gently checks if the terrified angel is still in one piece. The relieved clerk gasps that a poke from a swordmaster would have permanently blinded him, prompting Javier to sink further into a deep, remorseful reflection about his dulled moral compass, only for Lloyd to accidentally jab the angel directly in the eye while trying to adjust his glasses. Javier can only watch in absolute horror. The poor celestial writhes on the floor. He groans in agony, complaining that his eyes are so desensitized to pain that he cannot even squeeze out a single tear. Realizing physical torture is a bust, they pivot to a much more terrifying weapon, concluding that the only way to get those divine tears is to make him laugh until he cries. Naturally, Lloyd's comedy reservoir is completely dry, leaving him to desperately dig through his memories for the absolute worst dad jokes his college professors used to tell, which leads him to ask a sudden, bizarre riddle, forcing the confused angel to guess why sitting in a chair makes a person sleepy. As the poor target stammeringly suggests it has something to do with posture, Lloyd drops the punchline with an incredibly intense, blushing face, explaining that it is because they were seated. The silence that follows is deafening. He stands there awkwardly explaining the terrible pun. Then the absolute absurdity of the joke hits Raphael's brain like a physical blow, causing him to slam his hand down in a fit of hysterical, uncontrollable laughter, which catches Lloyd completely off guard, while Javier wonders if his master has truly lost his mind. Tears of pure unbridled joy begin to spray from the laughing angel's eyes, and Lloyd dives forward to catch the glowing liquid in a jar, marveling at the fact that a logical person actually got broken by such a stupid pun. With the divine fluid safely harvested, our master scammer immediately organizes his standby teams, bragging that he has figured out the exact pattern of the fate resetting phenomenon, which will allow him to minimize his personal travel and focus on key locations, while also contemplating the concept of heavenly merit points he learned about from Raphael. The problem is, his current cleanup efforts do not count as true good deeds, leaving that path temporarily blocked, so he decides to check on the unconscious man recuperating in bed, who lies perfectly still and silent, save for a sudden, barely noticeable twitch, before slipping back into his deep sleep. Lloyd taking a step back, clicking his tongue in annoyance, as he holds the glowing pitcher of holy water, wondering how they are going to deal with the incoming fragments of the evil god, his face twisting into a characteristically devious grin, as he looks out over the brightly lit city at night, deep in thought. He recalls the angel's advice that concentrated tears can destroy the fragments, but since they have a limited supply, diluting a single drop into an entire lake to create holy water is the much more efficient route, allowing their forces to easily weaken and destroy the pieces before taking on the King of Hell directly, which prompts him to summon the system window to view the final ending spoiler, waiting impatiently for the full moon to rise, before eagerly tapping the confirmation button to see his guaranteed victory. But as the prediction unfolds, Lloyd's eyes widen in absolute horror, revealing a desolate, smoky wasteland where three familiar figures stand defeated, proving that despite all his meticulous planning, the tragic ending has not changed at all, as the red-haired warrior realizes their struggles were entirely in vain, clutching her chest because the King of Hell has been secretly watching their every single move, ruining his master plan before it even started, leaving nothing but ruin and despair in his wake. Lloyd stands frozen in the dark, windy night, the terrifying weight of this revelation pressing down on him, resolving right then and there that he refuses to accept defeat, realizing that somewhere, a mysterious watcher is tracking him on a screen, which means he simply has to orchestrate his entire counteroffensive completely out of sight, while his real-world counterpart watches with a deadly serious expression. Back in his dimly lit office, Lloyd stares at his open laptop with a grin that could terrify a demon, hatching a scheme so incredibly unhinged that even the universe itself seems to shudder, as he boots up a direct communication line to the high heavens, ready to exploit the most bureaucratic loophole in existence, knowing that if they want to play by the rules, he can play them like a fiddle. Naturally, up in the glowing golden spires of the celestial realm, the angels are completely oblivious to the chaos about to hit their servers, while downstairs, a mortal lies awake pondering the terrifying scale of the impending demonic invasion. Lloyd dials the celestial customer service line, threatening to file a massive formal petition that would grind heaven's operations to a halt, laughing like a classic cartoon villain at the sheer audacity of his own blackmail, while the elderly heavenly manager on the other end dismisses it as a childish bluff, confident a good man would never cause such a crisis. The problem is Lloyd is not a normal good man, and he immediately spams their system with a video of a cute calico cat, completely clogging their divine processing memory with squishy paws and fluffy tails, cooing mockingly into the receiver to keep the operator distracted as the adorable kitten rolls around on screen. He barks at them to pay close attention to this national emergency, which completely breaks the celestial security monitors, sending the administrators into a full-blown panic. With the divine complaint department officially crashed, the system is forced to grant him a 5-minute block of total privacy, allowing Lloyd to sprint down to Javier with a glowing magical vessel, yelling that they have exactly 5 minutes of blind spot from the King of Hell's surveillance. Our silver-haired knight is left holding the glowing jar in sheer bewilderment, as Lloyd passionately orders him to dump the concentrated tears directly into Lake Capua to mass-produce holy water, before rushing off to draft the Count and Countess into his emergency construction brigade. Meanwhile, the celestial server is still struggling with the fluffy invader, as Lloyd gets back on the line to check his work, only to freeze in absolute disbelief, as the elderly manager happily updates him that the tiny kitten has now grown into a delightfully chubby cat, prompting Lloyd to slam the receiver down in pure frustration at celestial incompetence, quickly clicking back to his real-time monitors to ensure their movements remain completely hidden, with absolute, razor-sharp focus directing his next moves. The celestial palace remains a distant, shining beacon, while down on Earth, a sudden surge of magical energy ripples through the frozen landscape as Javier reaches up to touch the massive underwater barrier, working frantically alongside his master to secure the perimeter, finally completing the high-speed repairs, which leaves the massive structure glowing with purified holy energy. Standing by the edge of the swirling water, Javier questions if they have done enough, knowing the dark gaze of hell is about to turn back on them, as Lloyd dives deep into the lake, reaching out toward the central core of the ancient magic, wondering if he should consult the truth jewel right now. The catch is, asking it a question at this stage might shatter the unstable artifact beyond repair, meaning they will have to rely entirely on the rapid-fire preparations they made during those golden 5 minutes. As he floats in front of the colossal glowing crystal, Javier watches from the rocky ledge, as Lloyd finally breaks the surface of the water, reminding his master that they still have not solved the ultimate mystery. Lloyd tells him to hold his horses, explaining that they have set up enough traps to avoid relying on the jewel completely, while back in the dark shadows, a sinister watcher works on a laptop, chuckling that he is very curious to see what the mortal has prepared, his malicious grin spouting absolute trouble, while the sleeping body in the bedroom remains a tense, ticking time bomb. Suddenly, a wave of terrifying, forgotten memories flashes through his mind, bringing back chaotic memories of shadowy figures clashing in a violent storm, of falling defeated onto a cold floor, and of being bound and dragged down into the dark, watery depths. The realization jolts him straight back to reality. He lies there trembling alone in the massive bed. Javier is trying to untangle the cosmic mystery of this world, wondering how deep their current troubles actually run, realizing that the cosmic forces of fate are actively hunting Lloyd's life. In his head, the pieces finally begin to connect, recalling that the original Lloyd's soul was dragged to hell because his body was destined to die. But when Kim Suho hijacked the shell, he broke that fatal cycle, meaning the universe's correction mechanism has been trying to murder him ever since, which leads him to a stunning conclusion. If the demonic invasion is just another attempt by fate to balance the books, then stopping the restoration phenomenon will save the entire world. Down in the town square, a strange fortune-teller babble chants his credentials, promising absolute truth for a price, which only makes the local villagers laugh, joking that if their greedy young master actually possessed a pure heart, angel wings would have sprouted from his back already, as they carry heavy construction supplies and chat about how they are just a workforce to help him make money. Javier listens quietly to their cynical chatter, though the commoners are quick to clarify that they are still deeply grateful to Lloyd for treating them like actual human beings, rather than livestock, laughing off the permanent social barrier that separates the nobility from the working class, while Lloyd himself remains quiet on a bridge above, getting a front-row seat to his own terrible reputation. The problem is, Javier knows the deep hidden truth, convinced that beneath all that loud money-hungry posturing, his master genuinely cherishes the people of this land, which is proven a second later when a sudden blinding flash of magical energy erupts from the depths of the lake, as a massive pillar of pure blue light shoots straight out of the ancient crystalline structure, exploding across the night sky in a brilliant display, catching the attention of the startled townsfolk, who look out of their windows in absolute awe. The brilliant glow illuminates every corner of the barony, carrying a resounding magical broadcast from the truth jewel that declares to every single citizen that Lloyd Frontera sincerely cherishes them all. The crowd is completely dumbfounded by this unexpected confession, as the message of their lord's secret affection echoes through the streets, forcing even the most cynical workers to process this unbelievable revelation, realizing that only someone with an incredibly deep and powerful mana pool could have activated the legendary jewel from the bottom of the lake. Javier confronts the glowing core of the ancient magic, receiving the final cryptic guidance on how to save their world, as the fading echo of the jewel's voice implores him to stop the impending correction of history and protect their home, unleashing a massive wave of residual energy that sweeps through the deep water, sending their little bird spirit companion into a frantic, flapping panic, as Javier braces himself against the rising undercurrents, struggling to maintain his footing in the churning depths, knowing that the terrifying force of cosmic correction is already closing in on them, while a massive shadow glides silently across the surface, and the surrounding water begins to boil with unstable power. Suddenly, Lloyd lunges forward with his trusty shovel in hand, gripping the shaft with absolute terrifying determination, as he unleashes a powerful strike that cuts clean through the water, charging headfirst into the raging torrent, which sweeps away a lurking aquatic beast in a single fluid motion. Javier, realizing the colossal, cracking crystal structure is finally at its limit as the entire underwater cavern begins to shift around him, and he plunges straight down into the abyssal darkness, while our favorite giant hamster Ppodong spins wildly through the rushing currents, leaving Lloyd to be propelled forward by the sheer momentum of the water. He dives deep to rescue his tumbling summon, as Ppodong collides with a massive underwater boulder, shattering it to pieces, before recovering her footing and darting through the channels, striking the lake bed with incredible force, which triggers a massive explosion of shattered ice and stone, nearly blowing Javier back. The two of them regroup amidst the swirling underwater debris, as Lloyd swims up to his knight, threateningly pointing his shovel to demand Javier explain what the hell he was thinking down there, prompting Javier to calmly explain the situation, while Lloyd lowers his weapon, leaving them to have a very serious discussion in the middle of a collapsing lake bed. Javier explains that since they cannot stop the cosmic correction permanently, their best option is to delay it as much as humanly possible, which prompts Lloyd to eagerly ask if there is an actual mechanism to pull it off, only to learn that they must sacrifice one of their greatest historical interventions and restore it to its tragic original state, specifically by destroying the highly valuable truth jewel to buy themselves a single month month of peaceful preparation. While Marbella worries about the coming darkness, her husband Arcos quietly steps into the room, comforting his wife as the reality of the coming invasion sinks in, honestly admitting that even a baron is terrified when the king of hell is the one knocking on your door. But before they can drown in their own dread, a messenger bursts in to deliver Lloyd's latest absolute nightmare of a blueprint, laying out a defensive strategy so unhinged that it sounds like a declaration of war against their own property. Naturally, the kid wants to blow up one entire side of Lake Capio to flood the estate, which sounds like insurance fraud until you realize he has Javier out there, literally turning the entire lake into holy water, aiming to drown the underworld invaders in a massive baptism of high-pressure liquid divine judgment. The messenger confirms this is indeed their actual plan, which sends Arcos straight into a financial panic, as the nightmare of losing all his hard-earned reconstruction projects hits him, calculating the sheer cost of rebuilding a drowned barony. Yet, despite the looming devastation, Arcos chooses to trust his son, leaving the messenger unable to comprehend this level of parental faith, even while Marbella quietly weeps for the safety of her boy, fearing the kind of monsters he is going up against. But her husband holds her tight, knowing their boy never loses. From there we jump straight to Lloyd's secret workshop, where he wipes sweat off his brow. Exhausted, he stands before a massive gelatinous slime creature, which is so impressive that his visiting draconic business partner is left completely speechless, prompting Lloyd to snap at him for having so little faith in his skills. After all, our boy has been practicing this magic every single day without fail, finally mastering the craft through sheer relentless repetition. Of course, Lloyd reminds him this isn't a charity project, and immediately pitches another one of his famous win-win contracts. The dragon reviews the terms with extreme skepticism, giggling at how desperate the human situation actually is. Since Lloyd is casually asking to rent out a great dragon's lair as an emergency evacuation shelter, the dragon laughs it off as a massive risk. But Lloyd is prepared to offer the ultimate bribe, promising to set him up on a blind date with a beautiful female dragon, which gets an immediate, deadpan deal. Honestly, even the dragon is embarrassed by how fast he folded for a shot at romance, leaving Lloyd to wonder why a creature this powerful won't just join the actual fight. But the catch is that dragons are strictly forbidden from meddling in mortal wars, a cosmic rule that even the great Dragon King insisted on when he met Lloyd and took a strange liking to him. The young dragon still doesn't get why his king favored our scammer, but as they finish their business, the realization of Lloyd's terrifying social networking skills drops like a lead weight, while Lloyd is already busy celebrating his latest successful exploitation. Standing off to the side, Javier is completely exhausted by these negotiations, and silently follows his master back to the estate, knowing they still have to break the news of the impending doom to the common folk. Instead of stressing, Lloyd lets out a manic laugh, which makes Javier seriously question his master's sanity, as our boy tries to figure out how to announce an apocalypse without causing a riot. But the moment they approach the local labor force, they discover the workers are already preparing to evacuate, leaving Lloyd completely blindsided by their readiness. Problem is, none of the able-bodied men are actually running away, revealing that they heard about the King of Hell's invasion from Count Magentano and Angel Raphael, and have chosen to stay and fight alongside their favorite greedy noble. They refuse to run, standing ready to die for the man who gave them jobs and heated floors. This level of loyalty hits Lloyd like a freight train, knowing the sheer scale of destruction they're about to face when the underworld forces crash into their homeland. But learning that his people are refusing to abandon him makes Lloyd's resolve harden, steeled by the realization that they aren't just defending land, but their entire future. The enemy wants to drag Lloyd to hell as an eternal slave, using his unmatched engineering genius to build underworld fortresses, but his allies, from human knights to green-skinned warriors, refuse to let their boss be kidnapped by a glorified demon. Reclaiming his absolute confidence, Lloyd raises his glowing sword, leading a charging army of laborers, soldiers, and mythical allies, unleashing a massive deafening battle cry that the entire estate and everyone in it belongs strictly to him. While the sky begins to tear apart with ominous flashes of raw magic, our greedy noble wonders what the hell is coming next, watching the heavens split open as an intense blazing orb of energy takes shape, with Javier silently stepping up behind him to monitor the incoming disaster. But before the world ends, there is always paperwork to finish, which is why Lloyd is spent burning the midnight whale at his desk, right until Sir Byron interrupts to report that the civilian evacuation is finally wrapping up. Naturally, the head knight tries to play the hero, declaring his intent to stay and fight to the bitter end, but Lloyd immediately shuts down the dramatic suicide pact, calmly reminding him to keep his head, before asking who among them has the actual engineering experience to rebuild their territory once the dust settles. Since Byron is the only qualified manager left, Lloyd orders him to lead the refugees, leaving the proud veteran completely speechless, though he still insists that a head knight absolutely must participate in the county's battles. So, in a brilliant move of tactical bureaucracy, Byron turns around and officially hands his title over to Javier, meaning our elite silver-haired swordsman is now the highest-ranking shield of the Frontera estate. Meanwhile, the remaining mages are pushing themselves to the absolute limit, trying to maintain the glowing portal, gasping for breath as their mana reserves run completely dry, while tearful families say their heart-wrenching goodbyes. One woman is weeping openly at the thought of leaving her partner behind, but he just smiles and promises he isn't going anywhere, trying to calm her down by joking that this whole demonic invasion is basically just a paid vacation. With a final burst of magical rays, the citizens vanish into the teleportation gate, leaving only the combatants behind, all of them bracing for the literal hell that is about to rain down. But the funniest part is that up in the high heavens, a certain angel with a halo is completely blindsided, screaming that he had absolutely no idea the King of Hell was launching a full-scale invasion. Back on Earth, a white-haired demon scout plummets out of the sky, landing right in front of Lloyd with an urgent update, reporting that they have discovered dozens of animal corpses drained of every single drop of blood. This immediately sours Lloyd's mood, as he realizes the enemy is up to something highly sinister, picturing the dark, bloody magic that is currently creeping through the eastern woods. The problem is that harvesting fear from wild beasts doesn't make any sense, until Lloyd remembers the exact summoning rules explained by his captive skull-faced demon, who had detailed how the ritual requires massive amounts of terror during the solar eclipse. Since the King of Hell can't harvest any fear from the iron-willed Frontera army, he has to look elsewhere, which Javier confidently points out is because every single soldier here is ready to fight and win. But Lloyd is still running the math in his head and feeling skeptical, knowing the elven archers are likely terrified, the green-skinned orcs are only here out of debt and honor, and the human soldiers are facing down literal monsters. He genuinely wonders why these people would risk their lives and conquer their fears just for a greedy jerk like him. Javier asks him flat out if he's actually narcissistic enough to believe they are fighting for him, deadpanning that this massive ego is the exact reason women find him completely repulsive. Instead of starting a massive screaming match, Lloyd actually takes the hit, realizing his knight is right, because the people aren't fighting for Lloyd, they are fighting for the clean paved streets he built, the clean water and hygienic facilities keeping their families safe from plague, and the abundance of high-paying jobs that save them from starvation. Every single person on this estate, from the hands pulling the heavy levers to the engineers maintaining the massive defensive structures, is fiercely fighting for the peaceful life they earned. The elves brace themselves with deadly determination, the orcs roar with pride, the construction crew grips their tools like weapons, and the human knights raise their blades with absolute resolve. Even the giant hamster summons are ready to defend their home, huddling together in a massive, fluffy line of defense, while the administrative staff keep documenting the prep work under the dim lanterns of their offices as the storm clouds gather. Down on the front lines, some human workers ask their demon colleagues if they will turn on them when the King of Hell arrives, but the helmeted demon quickly shuts that down, saying, "Working in Frontera is way more reasonable right now, and I'm not losing this job." With even the underworld's workforce unionized under Lloyd's legendary benefits, the defenders stand tall as a red-winged beast sweeps across the sky, while the monstrous vanguard of hell roars from the nearby cliffs. And as they prepare to clash, Lloyd evaluates his magnificent stubborn army, feeling incredibly confident as he wonders how the King of Hell expects to find any fear in a territory this well paid. The hooded vanguard bursts through the crimson sky atop his fiery bird, grinning like a lunatic as he announces he has come to destroy the estate. Naturally, Lloyd just flashed his signature scammer smirk, mocking the guy as a complete moron who should have put more effort into his life if he was so jealous. The cultist winces for a second under the insult, before breaking into a psychotic cackle, unleashing a massive stampede of blood-red beasts that charges straight across the plain toward the front line. The orc vanguard watches the horde approach without flinching, while the elven archers draw their bowstrings with cold focus, and Lloyd calmly evaluates the battlefield from behind the ranks. What this fanatic did not count on was that Javier could easily wipe out this entire horde single-handedly, and not a single defender in the county is feeling an ounce of fear. But as Lloyd watches the beast rush forward, something feels off, prompting him to activate his blood eyes to see through the magical aura. The enemy cultist recoils in sudden shock, sweating in sheer terror as he realizes he has been exposed. See, Lloyd sees right through the dart trap instantly, screaming at the top of his lungs for no one to attack the beasts. The cultists sent these creatures not to slaughter the defenders, but to be slaughtered, knowing that as the beasts get butchered, their own death panic will generate the fear energy required for the ritual. Panicking, the cultist lashes out with shadow tendrils, snagging Lloyd and flinging him through the air, but our boy screams out an urgent command mid-fall, ordering Javier to pierce the earth itself. Javier leaps high and leaps the sky with glowing celestial wings, focusing his aura into the blade, and drives his sword deep into the ground, triggering a catastrophic shockwave that detonates the terrain. Stone pillars and jagged debris launch high into the air, carving a massive crater straight across the front line, trapping the charging monsters in deep fissures, and disabling the tiger beasts without shedding a single drop of blood. The crimson monsters tumble helplessly down the newly formed ravines, where the county's forces surround the pit edges. Our giant adorable hamster Ppodong steps of his cute crew, gleefully trapping the remaining beasts in dirt mounds, while the cultist tries to scramble away in desperation. Dark tendrils whip out and drag the horned cultist backwards, slamming him hard against the rocky ground. A heavy iron shovel slams into the dirt right beside his head, as Lloyd kneels down staring at his defeated enemy with utter contempt. He asks the coward what he plans to do now, as the cultist screams in humiliating rage, bound tight by constricting shadow bindings. Lloyd admits he's genuinely disgusted, stating that even in the modern world he came from he has never met anyone this twisted. He raises his shovel to finish off the villain, thinking this entire war will be over in one strike, until a sudden system notification flashes in his vision, causing him to freeze in deep confusion. The system warns that the saved population metric is falling, and the scenario ends with either Lloyd or Javier dying. Lloyd stares at the bound cultist in horror, realizing the trap is not over yet. Before Lloyd can react, the cultist grits his teeth in agony, groaning as dark magic consumes his body from within, sacrificing his own life to trigger a forbidden suicidal spell, screaming out his dark master's name as he perishes. Lloyd recoils as a blinding pink magic explosion erupts, shattering the surrounding area and opening a spectral jaw in the sky. Because the caster died, all the bloodbound beasts across the crater begin dying as well. As thousands of monsters realize death is upon them, their sudden death panic explodes into pure terror, scaring the local wildlife and fueling the dark spell. The dying beasts roar in frantic horror, releasing a massive surge of fear energy that coalesces into spectral tiger phantoms. A massive ocean of fear pours out from the battlefield, and Lloyd looks up in utter horror as a colossal purple pillar of terror energy surges into the crimson sun. He realizes the enemy designed this failsafe from the very beginning, funneling the panic of dying beasts directly into the ritual skull. Javier instantly charges forward with a glowing aura blade, unleashing a devastating energy slash at the floating artifact, only for the skull to swallow the attack whole and glow with dark power. Javier freezes in shock as his strike fails, while the ritual skull shines with blinding purple light, leaving Lloyd standing on the ruined battlefield as Hell's portal opens wide. With the bloodbound cultist triggering his own sacrifice, unholy energy surges through the residual magic, summoning true fragments of the evil god right before their eyes. The sky bleeds a deep red above the estate, opening a massive dimensional rift, and as the apocalyptic wasteland beyond comes into full view, Lloyd instantly recognizes the terrifying location from his novel memories. Realizing Hell itself has just unsealed its front doors, a nightmare entity begins forcing its way through the portal, leaving the defenders frozen in disbelief, though Javier instinctively adjusts his grip on his sword, watching as the beast pushes through the burning tear, descending slowly over the kingdom, its massive appendages crashing down toward the earth. It lets out a deafening roar that rattles the countryside, signaling an army of grotesque creatures to spill out behind it. And while any normal commander would order a desperate frontline clash, our greedy engineer is running the numbers in his head, remembering the brutal spoiler details of how this war originally ended. In the novel's bad timeline, countless armies clashed in this exact dimensional storm, hoping to hold back the tide through sheer brute force, only to be wiped out entirely when the true ruler of Hell stepped onto the field. The worst part is that even if they somehow survive these initial monster waves, the King of Hell himself is a monster so ridiculously broken that even a Grandmaster Knight couldn't hope to match him in open combat, leaving the entire human world at his mercy. Naturally, the bad timeline ended in complete surrender, with humanity forced onto their knees before the Demon Lord. In that dark vision, Javier was forced to ask for the Demon King's dark baptism, begging to exchange his humanity just to save what remained, while the cultist leader watched with sinister satisfaction, enjoying the sight of noble heroes breaking. Lloyd himself had to offer his own life up on the ground, formally surrendering his estate, hoping the demon horde would take him and spare his people. Javier screamed out in agony at his master's sacrifice, unable to stop the tragedy unfolding before them, as the mastermind laughed over their corpses, relishing the total defeat of humanity, and leaving the land drenched in eternal resentment. The unholy energy absorbed every drop of despair, sealing the realm in absolute ruin. So our boy Lloyd snaps back to reality and throws that terrible vision straight into the trash, twisting his face into the scariest, most manic scammer grin you've ever seen, and leaps forward with his shovel, shouting that nobody gets to ask questions or object. Javier doesn't hesitate for even a single second, turning around to sprint across the field right alongside Lloyd, screaming at the fleeing villagers to run straight toward the central plaza at full speed. He orders Lord Raphael and Artanis to cover the rear, drawing the entire flying horde away from the borders and deep into the city streets. The glasses-wearing mastermind watches the retreat with smug amusement, wondering what an improvised decoy operation in the plaza could possibly accomplish against an army capable of crushing whole buildings in seconds. What he doesn't count on is that Lloyd's allies don't need a detailed brief to follow him blindly, as Ppodong chiming in gives them the signal to hold position, slashing down the airborne beasts right in the tight alleyways. A massive cloud of winged creatures plunges from above, prompting Lloyd to scream at the top of his lungs to slow them down, and his allies answer by unleashing radiant energy slashes across the sky. The enemy tries to manipulate dark threads to intercept them, but Javier charges straight through the middle with glowing blue aura, forcing the cultist leader to admit the sheer coordination is impressive. Realizing these people are executing a high-stakes tactical gamble on pure trust alone, the villain admires Kim Suho's terrifying ability to command loyalty, smiling wickedly as he sends another heavy beast into the fray. The giant one-eyed creature powers of a corrupt beam, only to get slammed directly by a counterattack, and as more grotesque entities lunge forward through the smoke, explosions light up the dark skyline like fireworks, raining fiery debris over the ruined streets. Lloyd stands firm in the middle of the chaos, gripping his shovel like a holy weapon, screaming Javier's name to set up the decisive turn, just as a horned demon unleashes a wave of unholy pink energy directly at the knight. The mastermind leans back to watch the spectacle unfold, curious to see if Javier can survive the Demon King's baptism when his back is against the wall. Lloyd roars out aggressive directions from the ground, sending Javier leaping skyward with his sword drawn, plunging straight into the thick swarm of floating monstrosities. His blade ignites with brilliant aura across the dark clouds, pushing his body past every human limit as he cuts through the sky, unleashing a giant green energy vortex that shreds everything in reach. He slices through massive wing horrors one after another, clearing a path through the monster-filled heavens, while down on the streets, Lloyd's construction crew scrambles into position. The workers confirm the heavy equipment is locked in place, just as a gigantic leviathan opens its jaw to swallow Javier whole. Our long-suffering knight dodges a sweeping blade arm by inches, retaliating with a ferocious downward slash that splits the creature's helm. He catches sight of even more serpentine beasts swirling above, clashing his glowing steel directly against their armored scales in mid-air. He grabs hold of an organic stalk to stabilize his position, driving his sword down into the beast with full force, only for a giant multi-armed monster to hammer him backward across the sky. He deflects a lethal follow-up strike with an upward arc, grinning through the exhaustion as he holds the entire army in place. Even his blood drips down his forehead from the extreme strain. He notices the horde regrouping for a synchronized push, swinging his aura standard in wide sweeps to keep their attention locked on him. That's when Lloyd shouts up from the rooftop for him to fall back immediately, giving Javier the cue to dive down toward the ground just in time. A sudden rainbow blast streaks through the sky above the city, and Javier lands safely right beside his shovel-wielding master. The entire defensive unit stands assembled in the broad paved street, with the Dragon Girl and Lloyd standing at the front of the line. Lloyd gives the cold commands to fire, and an operator on the rooftop triggers a heavy multi-barrel missile launcher. A massive salvo of artillery rockets erupts into the air, passing right over the flying monsters and heading far into the distance. The glasses-wearing villain looks up in complete confusion, wondering why they're shooting at empty space, until the missile slammed directly into the snow-capped mountain peaks miles away. The sudden realization hits him like a brick, as massive high-explosive detonations shatter the mountain crest, releasing a blinding surge of blue divine power. See, what the bad guys didn't know is that while everyone was distracted, Lloyd had spent days secretly converting the entire mountain lake into a massive holy water reservoir, and blowing the dam releases a catastrophic tsunami of blessed water down the valley. Our greedy engineer watches from the rooftop with satisfaction, as the roaring torrent washes away every fragment of unholy magic in its path. The Dragon Girl steps up to complete the containment, striking the earth with absolute force to crack the bedrock, funneling the holy surge directly into the city's pre-built drainage channels, sweeping the entire monster horde away in a giant holy flash flood. Lloyd pulls a weary face as he looks over the flooded streets, remembering how much effort went into building these structures in the first place. Though the old couple living nearby is safe and sound behind their reinforced walls, the water demolishes the temporary wooden scaffolding, leaving the crew in shock at the sheer destructive power of hydraulic engineering. The torrent tears through the outer fences and stone paths, bursting cleanly out through the main drainage pipes into the fields, completely clearing the urban sector of unholy corruption. Lloyd lets out a heavy sigh over the repair bills he'll have to pay, and Javier nods along, knowing his boss is already calculating the labor costs. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts from the center of the floodwaters, as a giant multi-eyed boss creature emerges from the holy lake, glaring down with burning rage at the man who ruined its invasion. A dark orb hovers above its head, radiating residual dark magic, and the shadowy behemoth looms over the flooded buildings with a terrible hiss. Lloyd and the Dragon Girl sprint across the stone walkways toward it, and our engineer screams at full volume as he channels his power into his shovel, unleashing a massive beam of destructive mana straight into the monster's chest. A colossal explosion rocks the city as the blast connects, exposing the creature's inner ribs and shattering its core, sending the gigantic beast crashing dead onto the flooded paved road. With the boss destroyed, Lloyd looks out over the battlefield, where his defenders stand tall with shields raised and whirs out orders to clean up the remaining stragglers. Elite squads of elves and heavy infantries immediately join the chaotic brawl, unleashing explosive fire magic to shatter the invading monster forces. Massive blue aura fists and protective magical shields rain down from the sky, locking the demonic beast in a brutal battle of attrition. While the heavy vanguard thrust their spears forward behind the glowing barriers, our elite warriors leap into the fray, wielding massive glowing swords. Even the goblins join the chaos, swinging heavy axes and dodging a terrifying barrage of glowing insect swarms, while everyone else scrambles for cover. To turn the tide, a majestic blue spiritual dragon sweeps across the battlefield, firing concentrated energy blasts that make the horned demons scream in absolute agony. The combat is pure unadulterated chaos as summons and warriors execute coordinated strikes, slicing deep cuts through massive monsters, left and right. They even pull out their famous Mount Waplum Blossom tag team formation, alongside Ppodong, turning the entire urban battlefield into a chaotic meat grinder. While the battle rages, the mysterious man in the suit floats gracefully from the sky, casually checking his energy reserves and letting out a highly sinister grin. See, this creepy bastard is deeply obsessed with Lloyd, recognizing him as a man with the power to easily conquer the mortal world, but who instead chooses to use his gifts to protect those around him. In his twisted head, this unrequited love makes perfect sense, even though our silver-haired knight Javier is looking highly disgusted by the entire monologue. While the boss smiles, the white-haired demon suddenly descends with razor-sharp claws, clashing with intense red magical energy against our defenders. The boss easily dodges their swift attacks with a manic, crazed look on his face, while floating casually in the dark air. When a defender is suddenly bound by glowing red ribbons, Javier leaps in with his cyan aura sword, clashing desperately against the dark energy vortex. The arrogant boss watches with absolute disdain, easily parrying their high-speed aerial strikes while flying in massive arcs through the dark sky. He unleashes violent red energy tendrils that lash out across the battlefield, forcing the defenders to struggle just to dodge the deadly swipes. The elite force retaliates with a massive dark energy sphere from above, aiming a glowing blue blade straight into the magical vortex to break his defense. Bright blue beams of energy shoot outward in a spectacular explosion, illuminating the boss's face as he is thrown backward by the intense shockwave. The concentrated energy strike hits him straight in the chest, sending him crashing down through expanding magical rings. Lloyd watches the unfolding chaos with a highly focused expression, realizing the flow of battle is going completely differently from the novel's original spoilers, as the boss screams in distress. As the dust clears from the massive crater, our heroes charge down to finish him off once and for all, but to their absolute shock, the bottom of the crater is completely empty, and the boss has vanished. Before anyone can react, a massive destructive beam of light shoots down from the sky, causing a terrifyingly violent explosion that shatters the rocky ground below. The smug boss reappears in the sky, clenching his fist and landing with a heavy boot to crush the earth, while Lloyd screams out in despair. Even as his allies lie unconscious, Javier stands ready to protect his master, while the confident villain casually adjusts his collar, staring down at them. Meanwhile, back in Korea, Lloyd's old construction buddy Go Kyung is sitting by a heavy drill wondering if Suho Kim is eating well or if he needs to buy him some meat. Right in the middle of a burning battlefield, our boy Lloyd steps up to a teal-haired demon officer with a scheming grin, telling the guy he has the strength of a true grandmaster even if he hasn't awakened yet, standing tall in his formal suit like a businessman closing a deal. Naturally, the demon demon lunges forward with a glowing blue energy blade, slashing down with enough force to shatter the ground beneath them. Problem is, Lloyd dodges the incoming strike like it was nothing, letting the massive shockwave tear through the empty air, and when the officer swings a second time, Lloyd steps directly into close quarters, absorbing the impact while pushing the demon back. Before the demon even understands what hit him, Lloyd grabs him by the collar, hoisting the giant commander up into the air with one hand, and slams him headfirst into the stone floor, triggering a massive explosion that sends debris flying across the field. He casually adjusts his tie after the chaos settles, standing over the crater like an unpaid landlord collecting rent, looking entirely pleased with how easy that was, and making a small gesture with his hand. He snaps his fingers under the red sky, muttering how nice it would have been if they could recruit all these demon cadre. That is when a colossal portal tears open high above the city, making the surrounding soldiers freeze in terror, as hell sends down another massive swarm of monsters through the tear, flooding the skyline with endless nightmare beasts, and threatening to drown the entire ruined realm in darkness. The allied forces watch the horde descend, but Queen Magena stands ready at the command line in her red cloak, refusing to let her front line fall, and keeping the kingdom army in tight formation. When a scout brings urgent news from the rear line, she realizes the water filling the local basin is actually pure holy water, and even as her advisors beg her to retreat, she turns the situation into an advantage, ordering the Kingdom Magic Division to launch a massive flood, washing over the terrain with holy currents as the mages unleash a grand typhoon spell, and a surging wall of water swallows the advancing demon ranks. Underneath the rising waves, aquatic monsters clash in total mayhem, while the royal mages give the signal to fire, raining magical projectiles down like severe weather as the demon forces scramble beneath the barrage, followed by an ornate signal arrow cutting through the dark and a volley of thousands of arrows raining upon the enemy. The battlefield devolves into absolute chaos, and right out of nowhere, a muscular mermaid ruler charges through the holy water, breaching the surface with a loud crash, complaining that nobody invited them to a fight this fun, which leaves Lloyd sweating as he remembers sending that royal request to Queen Magena, asking how on earth a mermaid army is fighting on dry land. The mermaid proudly flexes in the flooded water, leaving Lloyd completely dumbfounded that swimming through magic floodwaters counts as land combat, just as the Frontera unit and centaurs charge in with wild battle cries, cheering that they arrive to lend their strength, and drawing weapons to join the frontline push. Armies clash across the dark landscape in a desperate struggle, and Lloyd sets his eyes on the far horizon, where the enemy elite commanders stand atop a desolate cliff, screaming with full voice to clear a path, running straight across the water surface with his trusted shovel in hand, and mounting his giant bird summon to cut through the sky. He flies straight into the central crater, declaring a final duel between the two of them, as a massive dragon beast charges an overwhelming energy beam, firing a brilliant blue laser across the sky and illuminating the clouds in glowing spheres of magic. The demon lord notes that time is rapidly running out, tightening his grip as the spatial barrier cracks, pointing toward the dark horizon, where a glowing red orb concentrates ultimate power, and the blue dragon weaves beneath his gesture. A swordsman unleashes a blinding blue slash, targeting the masked opponent with the green gem, catching the enemy off guard with sheer speed and driving the energy blade down in a lethal strike as the light beam pierces the heavens. The suited demon lord presses forward with ruthless force, coughing up blood when a heavy counterattack hits his torso, and red energy erupts from his back in a devastating shockwave. The blue-haired warrior charges straight through the explosion, striking the opponent across the neck with an intense impact flash, as both sides clash wildly on the rocky terrain, lunging forward in an all-out battle for survival. Lloyd shouts with absolute determination that this time, he will not fail, colliding with his foe to create a massive dark shockwave, and declaring to the sky that he will force the King of Hell to kneel first. While the battlefield burns in chaotic ruin, Lloyd rides atop his giant excavator hamster Ppodong, watching Javier frantically parry a devastating blow from their dark opponent, because the suited King of Hell himself is leading the charge, unleashing a massive strike that rattles the knight to his core. What this suited menace does not count on is Lloyd's sheer stubbornness, as the devil looms over a battered, kneeling Javier, forcing Lloyd to realize his ultimate meat shield is about to be demolished, diving straight through the fiery explosions below, just as the devil delivers a brutal punch directly into Javier's chest, causing the proud knight to scream in pure agony, and desperately trade blows in a high-speed struggle. The blade pierces Lloyd's chest. With their leader down, Javier lunges forward with a glowing blue sword, slashing with every ounce of his remaining strength, trailing pure particle energy in a final desperate charge, aiming to take the devil's head off in one clean swing. But the suited bastard is thoroughly unimpressed, unleashing a violent red explosion of energy to counter the strike, muttering how it is a genuine pity that such a talent has to die today, as he charges a lethal crimson orb at Javier's face. Javier screams in defiance against the overwhelming power, gritting his teeth as the impact rattles his bones, clashing head-on with the devil in close-quarters combat, until the devil reaches out with a palm full of dark magical energy. Javier collapses onto the dirt. He lies there broken and bleeding, while the devil gloats through his glasses like a victorious businessman. A brutal fist connects with Javier's head, but Lloyd refuses to stay down and leaps through the air with his shovel, screaming as he launches his final, desperate skill, hoping to create even a momentary opening as the devil unleashes a massive wave of red magic to meet him. The power gap is massive. Lloyd crashes down in a bloody heap, while the villain manipulates dark rings of energy with smug amusement, mocking our boy for not even having the breath to sing a proper song. What this arrogant bastard forgets, however, is that Lloyd still has a cheat code left in his pocket, as Javier summons a brilliant blue aura, focusing every single scrap of his remaining life force. A colossal beam of blue energy erupts from the ground, tearing through the rocky terrain like a lightsaber, as Lloyd lies battered and broken amidst the magical fallout, while the blue light strikes the devil's shoulder. The arrogant villain flinches in pain. From there we see a dark-haired man with a beard looking back, leaving Javier staring in absolute sweaty disbelief, as a red-haired warrior struggles to rise from the dirt, while a menacing hand reaches out to claim another victim. Bodies fly fly through the air, the devil watches them fall with cold contempt. As the broken warriors tumble toward the ruined earth below, the silver-haired knight falls to a chaotic vortex of magic, as brilliant blue energy blasts through the ranks of armored figures, and a desperate red-haired knight rushes forward to drag him to safety. The surviving troops look up at the sky in pure terror, as a scarred, white-haired warrior steps into the light, unleashing a colossal, sky-piercing pillar of pure energy, channeling the sheer force of a god into the heavens, as the pink magical energy swirls around him like a violent storm, blowing houses and bodies away in a massive shockwave. The red-haired warrior crouches amidst the desolate, burning ruins, while the smug villain looks down with an insufferable grin, but our battered heroes can only smile back with absolute defiance, staring directly into the swirling vortex as they prepare to do this all over again. As a massive glowing red orb of apocalyptic energy swells over the city, Javier channels every ounce of his remaining aura into a desperate beam of light, straining against the crushing pressure of a world-ending threat, while the human coalition forces continue their bloody, chaotic struggle below. The suited devil is not interested in a war of attrition, leaving Lloyd to slowly limp across the desolate, glowing red ruins, offering a classic, shameless Lloyd-style deal to release the devil from hell, which immediately catches the dark businessman's full attention. The villain clenches his fist in cold calculation, as a massive shockwave of crimson energy washes over the silent skyline, leaving the entire city silhouetted against a bleeding sky. Our battered greedy noble is coughing up blood and running on fumes, collapsing onto his knees while a female warrior tries to support his weight, as the devil admits he fully believes in Lloyd's capability to set him free. The catch is the devil refuses to spare the innocent villagers, suggesting they will just reincarnate anyway, so their deaths do not really matter. As Javier lies completely unresponsive on the shattered ground nearby, the villain tries to seal the deal by asking Lloyd a simple question, demanding to know the exact number of human lives he has saved during his time here, which completely freezes our protagonist in his tracks. As the sheer weight of every single life he protected flashes through his mind, the devil looks down with a mocking, victorious sneer, while an ally tries desperately to patch up Javier's mortal wounds. But what the suited bastard fails to realize is that Lloyd Frontera does not abandon his people. The negotiation is instantly dead. A violent eruption of crimson magic splits the earth, as the red-haired warrior screams for Javier to wake up. Gritting his teeth through the blinding agony, the silver-haired knight forces his shattered body to move, summoning a blinding arc of blue energy, unleashing a raw, throat-shredding scream of pure fury, as a massive magical explosion tears the battlefield apart. A brilliant beam of light pierces straight through the darkness, detonating against the rocky terrain in a deafening blast, shaking the wooden arena where the final standoff is taking place. The devil's polite businessman facade completely shatters, exposing a face of absolute bare-teeth psychotic rage, as he screams into the heavens, unleashing a colossal wave of destructive red energy, blasting our heroes backward into a storm of flying stone, declaring that his patience has officially run dry, and that he will personally grind this entire world to dust. A literal rain of massive burning meteors begins to fall upon the city as the two mortal enemies stand walloped in a final silent standoff. The devil warns Lloyd never to underestimate the sheer power of hell, but our boy simply stares back with cold, unwavering focus. The situation is completely hopeless, leaving his loyal summons Ppodong and Diga looking down in deep sorrow, until a glorious blue dragon apparition manifests in the burning sky. The ancient dragon's presence fills their tiny souls, sparking a sudden, desperate surge of hope in their hearts, as Lloyd prepares to activate his final forbidden trump card, willing to sacrifice everything to protect the home he built. As the system begins to process the command, releasing an absolute deluge of divine blue light, triggering the strongest skill in the entire world. Brilliant digital runes float majestically over the ruined town, as Ppodong bursts into tears of pure affection, turning toward the glowing blue warmth of the system, hugging the divine energy tight with every ounce of his tiny hamster soul, as a sky full of glowing stars begins to rain down on the battlefield. This is the ultimate power of his summon's love, surging straight into Lloyd's battered body, shrouding him in an impenetrable armor of divine blue light as the burning meteors bounce harmlessly off the protective barrier. He focuses the colossal energy into his fist, swinging his arm forward to shatter the surrounding darkness, leaving the suited bastard with absolutely nowhere to run. His boot slams down. Lloyd walks forward with slow, terrifying purpose, cracking the stone beneath his feet with every step, silently locking his target in a promise of absolute violence, ready to show this demon exactly what happens when you threaten his workers. We kick off with a sudden, peaceful memory of a quiet rural landscape, where a confused companion gets blindsided by a bizarre theological question, because our boy Lloyd suddenly decides to ask if angels and demons are actually just physical life forms or spiritual anomalies. Naturally, Lloyd leans on his shovel to explain his own theory that angels are just regular folks who got lucky with a cosmic promotion, which prompts the angel Raphael to clarify that their reincarnation is predetermined by the laws of the universe, meaning the king of hell and the archangel are basically playing the exact same game. And speaking of that giant red idiot, we snap right back to the present where Lloyd is currently throwing hands with the devil himself, landing a brutal fist right into the monster's face. Honestly, this isn't even a neat magical duel anymore, but a dirty, desperate brawl in a desolate wasteland, with Lloyd gritting his teeth and swinging like a madman, colliding against the devil in a wave of destructive energy. Red smoke and explosive pressure fill the air, leaving both of them bloody, screaming, and tearing each other apart. But Lloyd doesn't back down for a second, driving another heavy punch forward, even as a massive red storm begins to swallow the entire mountain range. The sheer force makes the devil howl in agonizing pain, before a massive downward strike triggers a blinding explosion. As the dust settles, we see our protagonist battered and crawling on the ground, flashing back to a memory of digging graves under a quiet sunset, where his companion watches him work and asks why he always chooses the most dangerous path. Lloyd just scoffs at the very idea of self-sacrifice, smiling like a true scammer, anymore, because dying for a noble cause is way too stupid for a businessman like him. Back in reality, the devil stares in complete disbelief, seeing Lloyd grit his teeth and force his broken body to stand. Red lightning crackles behind them as the devil starts to panic, throwing a massive punch to put the stubborn human down. The King of Hell screams that Lloyd is being a massive idiot, landing a heavy blow that sends shockwaves of red energy through the air. He bellows that Lloyd's divine buff is going to run out in seconds, leaving him and his friends to die in agony. But as the devil boasts about his imminent victory, Lloyd simply clenches his fist in silent rage, grabbing the devil's arm to drag him into a brutal wrestling match. He hurls the giant monster backward through the air, sending him crashing down with a pathetic groan. Battered and bleeding, Lloyd realizes there's one thing he forgot to ask, forcing his bloodshot eyes open through sheer excruciating pain, gritting his teeth to block out the exhaustion. Forcing his bloodshot eyes open through sheer excruciating pain, he swings his fist with everything he has left, preparing a final desperate punch, while a massive swirling magical portal opens up in the sky above. The pressure is so intense that shattered rocks begin to float, as the two figures trade furious blows in silhouette. A massive shockwave ripples across the battlefield, turning the landscape into a zero-gravity storm of debris, while they keep trading hits under the swirling vortex. Down below, Javier runs forward desperately, trying to reach them before it's too late. The problem is Lloyd's borrowed power is going to vanish in exactly 20 seconds, which seems like a guaranteed death sentence. But Javier knows his master never gambles on his 0% chance. High above, the final clash begins under crackling lightning, as they violently slam their heads together in a desperate struggle. The devil grimaces as Lloyd grabs him by the hair, dragging him toward the dark portal. Suddenly we flash back to a quiet discussion in a sunlit workshop where a blonde artisan and her companions are debating plans, realizing they need to prepare for the worst. The conversation is dead serious as they realize the terrifying weight of what Lloyd is planning to do. He looks down, knowing he has to sacrifice his own safety to save them all. Back in the present, a massive surge of magic erupts from the cliffside, as Lloyd clenches his teeth in pure, unfiltered rage, while the devil lies battered on the ground, unable to move. A glowing cosmic portal opens right beneath them, making the King of Hell scream in absolute terror. Lloyd strikes him one last time and grins through the blood, declaring, "Let's go, you bastard. I'll retire you from hell." The devil reacts in complete shock, screaming as a massive hand of energy reaches out to grab him. He's thrown backward into the vortex, as the celestial portal releases a blinding beam of cosmic energy. The devil tries to claw his way back, grabbing Lloyd's clothes in a desperate panic, but Lloyd just glares back with an enraged, terrifying face. Looking up at the swirling abyss that's about to swallow them both, the devil screams that he's a complete lunatic. Lloyd just laughs and asks why he's so surprised, before unleashing a massive, final attack to drag them both into the void. As the sky splits open above the ruined battlefield, the devil howls in absolute agony, unable to comprehend how a mere human is dragging him to the grave. He looks up at the swirling cosmic vortex in sheer panic, screaming as the gravitational pull begins to tear his physical form apart. But Lloyd doesn't let go, keeping a death grip on the monster, while a massive rift in space opens wide, striking the ground with a final surge of blinding blue energy. Down on the field, his companions watch in horror, realizing exactly what our crazy noble is sacrificing to save them. Up in the vortex, the devil continues to scream, his eyes wide with a sudden terrifying realization. In his head, it makes absolutely no sense that a weak human strength could overpower a god. But then he realizes what Lloyd is actually doing. Our boy isn't just fighting, he is focusing all his remaining energy to force them both into the rift, prompting the desperate devil to mock him for distributing his strength so recklessly. He lands a brutal counterblow that shakes Lloyd's entire frame, but Lloyd just takes the hit and spits out blood, violently locking the monster in a final savage wrestling match. They trade devastating strikes as they plummet, falling deeper into the endless celestial abyss. The devil reaches out, trying to find anything to halt his descent, but his massive body contorts helplessly as Lloyd lands a spinning punch that sends a massive shockwave through the void. Tangled together, they continue their violent plunge, sinking past the boundaries of the mortal realm. By now, the King of Hell has completely lost his mind, screaming for Lloyd to let him go, begging like a pathetic coward as the darkness starts to consume them. But Lloyd just smiles back with his signature, bone-chilling scammer grin. As a massive cosmic beam strikes from the center of the rift, the devil's eyes widen in absolute terror, falling helplessly through the glowing red abyss. He realizes he's completely beaten, as Lloyd tells him it's finally time for the extra to make his exit. Looking back one last time toward the opening of the portal, Lloyd screams for Javier to take good care of the world, leaving his silver-haired knight shouting in utter despair as the portal snaps shut and swallows our favorite civil engineer whole. Javier falls to his knees, reaching desperately toward the empty sky, where the magical storm slowly dissolves into nothingness. The battlefield falls completely silent, leaving the gathered orcs, the elves, and all the laborers staring at the empty space where their savior used to be. A heavy, agonizing grief settles over the crowd as the knights, the soldiers, and everyone he saved stand together, looking out over a silent golden horizon. But before we can even finish crying for our hero, we cut straight to a comically miserable Lloyd, kneeling in despair, caught in a sudden blinding flash of blue energy that completely overwhelms his vision, leaving him blinking against a harsh white light. See, instead of waking up in a fantasy heaven, he is staring at a cheap fluorescent light fixture, lying in a small, cramped, and incredibly messy room. His eyes snap open in sudden, agonizing realization as he grabs his phone and stares at the screen. Yes, folks, our legendary estate developer is officially back on Earth as Kim Suho, sitting on the edge of his bed in complete disbelief. He slowly pulls back his blankets, stepping through the creaking door of his tiny apartment and walking out onto the cold floor. He wanders down the dark, noisy city streets of modern Korea as cars and buses speed past him in a blur. None of this feels real after everything he's been through, leaving him to stare up at the towering, glowing skyscrapers, wondering if his incredible adventure was nothing more than a beautiful dream. Back in the fantasy world, a dark reddish sunset hangs over a ruined landscape where Javier and his companions walk through the shattered remains of the city, trying to process the sudden, devastating loss of their master. Javier stands silently overlooking the ruins, his silver hair catching the fading light of the dying sun, while the survivors stand in quiet shock, kneeling in front of the empty battlefield. Even the proudest warriors are left exhausted and solemn, staring blankly into the distance, wondering how they are supposed to move forward from here. It is a pathetic, empty wasteland, where a weary knight can only lean on his shovel under the burning sky. Meanwhile, back in modern Korea, our boy Suho is sitting on a crowded bus, clutching his backpack with a blank, hollow expression. As he stares out the window at the passing city, he remembers the sweat and dirt of digging trenches, which makes the blaring advertisement for an English language academy sound like a cruel joke. Even the elegant model on the screen guarantees top scores. But as the bus screeches to a halt, Suho steps off into the bright sunlight, walking down a peaceful, tree-lined path, lost in his own thoughts. He catches a glimpse of a round cloud in the sky, reminding him of adorable hamster summons and the chaotic animal friends he left behind. Eventually, he arrives at a large memorial building under a golden sunset. Standing before the photographs of his late mother and father, he smiles softly, whispering to them that he went on an absolutely incredible adventure where he made an insane amount of money, helped countless innocent people, and fought against the literal forces of darkness. He stands in silence for a moment, reaching out to touch their memorial plaques with trembling hands, when he suddenly spots a strange distortion in the glass. He freezes in complete and utter shock, his eyes widening as bright blue digital pixels materialize around him, flashing a message that they saw everything he accomplished. The glowing silhouettes of his parents appear in the air, smiling warmly before dissolving into a soft digital light. Suho cries out, reaching desperately toward the fading glow, as his own body begins to emit the same bright blue energy. He collapses to the ground as they vanish, tears streaming down his face. When the spectral figures reach out for one final, reassuring fist bump, they smile gently before completely fading away, leaving Suho weeping on the floor. He bites his lip to hold back his tears, trying to control the overwhelming grief, before a small, determined smile breaks through his crying. He reaches out to tap the spectral fist, touching the fading blue light as it wraps around his body. Meanwhile, back in the fantasy world, a heavy hammer strikes the ground at a massive construction site, where Greg is yelling out orders with rolls of blueprint in his hands. He assures the worried elf that the royal palace is sending all the steel and cement they need, since they now have enough resources to rebuild 10 whole cities. Even our giant hamster summon Ppodong is working tirelessly on a pile of rocks, as laborers and orcs shout coordinate instructions across the busy roads. The muscular orcs happily push heavy rock carts, while a young horned girl holds a giant shovel high like a symbol of hope. In the center of it all, a blonde woman sits at her desk reviewing stacks of official documents while writing with a swift quill. Her chief engineer looks absolutely exhausted, prompting her to warn him not to overwork himself. He just laughs it off, asking what the two masterminds handling the hellish workloads of hell would say to that. Naturally, he is talking about our silver-haired knight Javier, who has been working himself to the bone for the past 6 months. Every single day, the survivors dream of the gates opening and their lost hero returning, knowing that Javier made a solemn, unbroken promise. The blonde woman looks out the window with hope in her eyes, as a hooded Javier stands on the edge of a massive cliff, looking over the valley, fully resolved to bring Lloyd back home. Deep in the heart of the royal palace, the court is in absolute uproar over Julian's wild suggestion that they need to find the legendary Dragon King, since he and Lloyd once borrowed that massive beast's power to cross over to another world. Naturally, Queen Alicia listens with intense focus, knowing that begging the ancient dragon is their absolute only hope of bringing their favorite scammer back home. Julian admits it is only a slim possibility that Lloyd actually returned to his original homeland, but Alicia is not about to sit around and wait, demanding a full report of everything that happened up to this point, which sparks a massive royal investigation. She remains completely calm as she commands her subjects to dig up every single piece of history they have, sending the entire kingdom into a frantic research frenzy. Scholars immediately hit the archives to analyze ancient texts, hoping to find any clue regarding the old heroes, while scouts fly across the land and locate a distant village where legends of a dragon's past still linger. Unfortunately, the original pass was destroyed long ago, leaving them to search for the mysterious creator, while far away in the freezing north, a heavy banner snaps under the weight of the snow, whipping wildly through the bitter winter. It crashes down onto the cobblestones as the villagers struggle to clear the frozen streets, unaware that a solitary figure is moving through the blizzard. Standing on the edge of a snowy cliff, our silver-haired knight Javier stares into the freezing abyss, his heavy cloak shielding him from the howling storm, determined to find the hidden path. Suddenly, a massive rift of light begins to tear through the snowy haze, making him stop in his tracks, as a glowing gateway opens right before him. Meanwhile, back in the modern world, Kim Suho is living his mundane daily life as a corporate salaryman, straightening his tie in a sleek office restroom, while trying to shake off the persistent memories of his life as Lloyd. In his head, that fantasy world was just a crazy fever dream, but as he adjusts his suit, he cannot help but feel a lingering sense of emptiness. Later that evening, his boss pours him a drink to celebrate his massive promotion, congratulating him on becoming the new team leader of the business division. But despite his corporate success, Suho sits there looking completely gloomy, earning some gentle teasing from his colleague about how his brooding attitude is probably why he is still single. As he walks home through the crowded city streets, clutching his bag and scrolling through his phone, he receives a sudden message from his old friend, which completely catches him off guard. A few minutes later, they are sitting at a high-end restaurant where Suho finally treats his buddy to some premium marbled beef, fulfilling a promise he made long ago. His friend is absolutely thrilled by the luxury treatment, asking if his new corporate salary is really that high, while Suho just smiles peacefully, knowing how much his buddy supported him when he had absolutely nothing. The friend laughs and accuses him of sweet-talking just to steal another slice of meat, before eagerly asking where he has been and how he managed to turn his life drive around. Suho looks down thoughtfully and decides to share a story about a highly unusual dream he had, sparking his friend's curiosity. He passionately describes his wild adventures as a noble developer, gesturing wildly over the sizzling grill as he explains how he built massive concrete structures and managed entire fantasy estates. The story gets progressively crazier as Suho recounts how he fought giant monsters, while the restaurant clock ticks away late into the night. He even brags about his final epic confrontation with the deity, explaining with a manic grin how he kicked that bastard straight into the gate of reincarnation. His friend listens in absolute silence, making Suho pause and scratch his head in embarrassment, wondering if he went a little too far with the details. He laughs it off as a silly fantasy, but his friend leans in close with a dead serious expression, asking point blank, that wasn't just a dream, was it? Suho is completely stunned by the intense question, trying to convince himself that none of it was real, but his friend refuses to let it go. He reminds Suho of all the times he called out for a knight named Javier in his sleep, causing Suho's eyes to widen in sheer panic. Suho desperately tries to laugh it off, stammering that a magical knight cannot possibly exist in our world, but his friend just looks at him with pure sincerity, knowing that Suho is lying to himself. He asks if Suho really thinks a legendary hero like Javier would just sit back and do nothing, while his beloved master is stuck living a mundane corporate life. That question hits Suho like a freight train, forcing him to confront the painful reality of the bonds he left behind. His friend stretches back with a smug grin, confident that their story is far from over, while Suho stares in silence, his mind racing with wild possibilities. And of course, he is completely right to worry, because at that very moment, a cloaked figure steps into a grand shimmering temple, unveiling himself as Javier, who has finally tracked down the lazy, silver-haired Dragon King. Deep within his sanctuary nestled high in the Green Mountains, the legendary Dragon King lies completely relaxed on a luxurious couch, surrounded by mountains of golden treasure, looking thoroughly annoyed to have his peace interrupted by a mortal. The lazy dragon deity complains about how exhausting it is to deal with humans, but Javier stands his ground with an absolute stone-cold expression, explaining that since Lloyd was a trusted comrade, he had to do whatever it took to track him down. The Dragon King sighs, muttering that it is a shame Lloyd is gone, as Javier clutches his head in deep frustration, refusing to accept that their journey is over. He begs the ancient creature for a way to cross the dimensional boundary, knowing that the world Lloyd came from must be reachable somehow, and asks if there is even a tiny sliver of a chance. The dragon stares at him in silence, before pointing his finger to summon a faint spark of magical light, which swirls around the room and begins to open a green portal. The lazy beast rolls over, wanting nothing more than to go back to sleep, but he still tosses Javier a small shimmering star-shaped pendant, which acts as a dimensional key. Javier looks at the tiny artifact in disbelief, while the dragon grumpily tells him to take it and leave, since he has not been able to get a proper night's sleep with all this shouting. With deep gratitude, our loyal knight bows intensely before stepping straight into the swirling gateway. The magical energy erupts across the cosmos, targeting the glowing peninsula of South Korea on the planet below. Suddenly, amidst the flashing headlights of Seoul's bustling night traffic, a blinding red flash of light descends from the sky, knocking nearby pedestrians to the ground in sheer confusion. Javier is thrown violently through the air, crashing heavily against a metal rack in a dark alleyway. He sits up, sweating and completely disoriented, trying to process the bizarre metal beasts and flashing lights of this alien world. Realizing he cannot stay in the open, he quickly pulls a cap over his head and blends into the massive crowd of busy commuters, his sharp eyes darting around the overwhelming cityscape. He wanders aimlessly through the sunset-lit streets, eventually retreating into a quiet, narrow alleyway to escape the noise. He slumps against the wall, looking completely lost, knowing that he is searching for a man named Kim Suho. But as he watches happy families and dog walkers pass by in the park, the brutal reality of his situation begins to set in. He sits alone and dejected under the dim glow of a street lamp, fully realizing that he does not even know what Kim Suho looks like in this world. He closes his eyes in deep sorrow, wondering how he could have been so incredibly foolish, as he tightly clutches his foreign clothes and stares at the useless magical pendant in his hands. He admits to himself that there was never any real plan and that he has absolutely no idea what to do next. Sweat and tears drip down his face as he silently cries out, asking what kind of idiot protagonist acts like this, knowing that if Lloyd were here, he would have instantly figured out a brilliant scheme. His eyes well up with heavy tears as he looks out at the sprawling city skyline bathed in the golden sunset. Suddenly, a memory of Lloyd's words flashes through his mind, reminding him of a promise that if they were ever separated, they should meet at the tallest tower. His determination instantly reunites as he looks up at the massive illuminated tower piercing the dark clouds. Javier takes off sprinting through the narrow alleys, rushing up a flight of stone stairs at absolute full speed, breathing heavily but refusing to slow down for even a single second. He reaches the plaza beneath the towering green light, just as Kim Suho is walking nearby, thinking about his family's debts. The plaza is absolutely packed with shouting vendors and bustling crowds, creating a chaotic wall of noise. Javier looks around frantically, his heart pounding in his chest, while Suho walks past a row of food stalls, completely unaware of the miracle happening just feet away. Suddenly, a rude pedestrian shoves his way through the crowd, causing Suho to turn around in mild annoyance, only to freeze in absolute stunned silence. Amidst the sea of happy, normal tourists enjoying their night, a familiar, glowing presence seems to cut straight through the darkness. People in the crowd turn to look in confusion, as a wave of magical energy gently ripples outward. Suho stares blankly at the silver-haired figure standing before him, while Javier slowly raises his head, looking completely exhausted. The idle chatter of the tourists fades into background noise, as Javier, covered in sweat, looks directly at him, his breathing ragged. Suho's voice trembles as he whispers Javier's name, unable to comprehend how his loyal knight is actually standing here. Javier stares back with a tense, emotional expression, as the shimmering stars watch watch over their impossible reunion, letting a peaceful, soft silence finally settle over them. Back in the fantasy kingdom, the sunny afternoon sky is clear, marking the anniversary of the day the Frontera estate was nearly ruined. But instead of mourning, the villagers are throwing a massive rowdy festival to celebrate their recovery, raising their glasses as Ppodong, the giant beaver summon, floats happily in the sky. The demon folk join in the cheer, giggling about how the big guy used to be so gloomy and quiet, while Ppodong admits he originally wanted to hide away from the world forever. Luckily, the warmth of the estate changed his mind, as Torres and the construction crew get absolutely wasted on premium alcohol, and goblins blast festive music on their instruments. The party reaches a wild peak, until the estate sculptors proudly present their latest masterpiece, unveiling a hideously exaggerated stone monument of Lloyd's iconic scammer face. The crowd is absolutely horrified by the grotesque sight, gasps of sheer shock echoing through the plaza, as they realize it perfectly captures their master's terrifying aura. The rival artists immediately bow in absolute defeat, admitting they cannot match such terrifying realism, while Julian watches the chaotic celebration from a quiet hill. Lady Sarajard approaches him, wondering why he is hiding in the woods instead of partying. As Julian explains, he was just wondering if Queen Alicia would make an appearance this year. Despite the heavy state affairs, he admits he probably underestimated her incredible willpower, just as the sound of a royal carriage echoes through the valley, rolling in to join the festivities. But as the moon rises over the castle towers, the focus shifts entirely back to the modern world, where two long-lost comrades stand face to face. Suho is still struggling to process the impossible reality before him, as Javier takes a firm step forward on the wooden deck, cutting straight through the gathered crowd. Our silver-haired knight drops to one knee on the hard ground and announces that he has come to escort his master back home. Suho's colleague stares with his jaw on the floor, thinking this guy looks exactly like a legendary fantasy illustration, while Suho silently panics, realizing his silly jokes have somehow brought a real-life knight to Korea. His friend's face is a picture of absolute strained disbelief, struggling to comprehend that someone actually crossed dimensions just to find Suho. Suho looks down at his loyal companion, his heart heavy with a mixture of joy and deep insecurity. He quietly explains that this modern city is the place where he was born and raised, and that he no longer possesses any of the cheat-like construction abilities he had in the novel's world. But Javier quickly cuts him off, firmly explaining that he is completely misunderstanding the situation, because what everyone in Frontera truly wants is not his powers, but him. Suho's eyes widen in surprise, the profound words touching him deeply, as he clenches his fist in silent contemplation. He mutters that he felt so strong and capable in that other world, whereas here, he is just a regular guy, wondering if returning is his only chance to feel like a person of strength again. But then he hesitates, worrying that escaping to the fantasy world is just running away from his real life. Suddenly, Javier steps in and lands a solid, friendly chop right to Suho's back, knocking the wind out of him, while Suho desperately yells for his knight to calm down and not attack his modern buddy. His friend just laughs it off, sharing that even though he couldn't study well like Suho, he worked hard and realized he wasn't running away either, encouraging Suho to keep searching for the world where he truly fits and where he can find his own unique blazing passion. Under the quiet night sky, a ceremonial lantern is raised as a grand proclamation begins, and a massive crowd gathers for what looks like a royal wedding, but is actually a bittersweet farewell, with the officiant loudly reciting the ancient sacred laws of the kingdom. According to the decree, anyone who dares enter the queen's private chambers is betrothed to her, meaning Queen Alicia must now take a husband, and she has resolved to name our notoriously greedy protagonist, Lloyd Frontera, as her royal consort. She speaks her acceptance of this heavy duty as the priest continues reading the ancient vows binding the prestigious Frontera family to the royal bloodline. Even in this highly stressful situation, she remains absolute rock solid and composed, knowing this ceremony is a bittersweet tribute, marked by a ceremonial shovel covered in vibrant flowers, which is honestly the most fitting wedding decoration Lloyd could ever ask for. The crowd watches with solemn, tearful eyes, fearing this celebration might be their final farewell to her, while the queen stands prepared to shoulder the entire burden of her kingdom alone. Everyone from local townspeople to elite knights has gathered, including our giant fluffy excavator Ppodong, who looks like his favorite toy was just ran over by a truck, alongside Lloyd's other bizarre demonic construction workers standing quietly in the crowd. An aerial view shows the sheer scale of the ceremony as the officiant calls for the royal consort's response, but Alicia knows she is running out of time, carrying herself with a quiet, fading strength that everyone in the crowd can feel. The beautifully decorated railings cast soft shadows as the crowd shares a silent, heavy moment of grief, waiting for a miracle that seems impossible. With the ceremonial vows finally complete, she prepares to make her exit, heading down the stone steps to meet her people, prompting Count Frontera to fall to his knees, desperately begging her to stay with them just a little longer, but she gently tells him to stop being so formal. As she glances at the beautiful festive decorations, fully aware of the grim fate waiting for her once the festival ends, she reassures him that simply watching them live strong, resilient lives is enough to bring her satisfaction. And when she mentions attending next year's festival, the Count has to break the devastating truth, softly telling her that this festival will be her last. But right when things are looking incredibly bleak, a figure begins cutting through the crowded festival grounds with absolute urgency. As they march down the lantern-lit stone path, the heavy silence of the morning crowd begins to shatter, with people starting to shout out in pure desperation. The solemn atmosphere completely evaporates as a familiar young man in a heavy brown coat stands tall, drawing the shocked attention of every single attendee. The Frontera family can barely process what they are seeing, their grief instantly turning into complete, wide-eyed disbelief. She turns to see what the massive commotion is about, as the entire crowd parts to make way for the newcomers. She turns slowly in her white wedding gown, beholding her runaway husband Lloyd, standing right there with a very clean-cut Javier standing right by his side. The two of them stand together under the fading sunset, and even though Lloyd looks deeply troubled by how frail she has become, Alicia gently reaches her hand out toward him. The moment she reaches out and touches him, our usually shameless protagonist protagonist is completely thrown off his game, unable to process this rare, genuine moment of affection. She looks down at him with an expression of pure, unbothered warmth, sending his nervous system into absolute overdrive. She playfully reaches out and hands him the bridal bouquet, leaving him sweating bullets under her teasing gaze. To her, Lloyd is the only man who ever made her fall in love, always managing to appear in her life exactly when she wanted to see him most. And just like now, he has returned right on cue, softly asking him if he came back for his own safety. Lloyd can barely believe she's still worrying about him, before his expression hardens into pure, unyielding resolve. Ready to change her fate no matter what it takes, Lloyd thrusts his fist high into the air, unleashing a massive shockwave of magical energy that detonates across the sky. The surrounding guards watch with tears of pure relief in their eyes, while humans and orcs alike break out into emotional cheers. Even our dramatic beavers summoned Ppodong starts weeping rivers of joy, as the rest of the Frontera crew readies themselves to support whatever stunt Lloyd is pulling, and the entire crowd erupts into a massive, deafening roar. Suddenly, a glowing blue system interface flashes right in front of his face, sparking a sudden, brilliant realization in his eyes. Vibrant blue energy begins swirling violently around his legs, digitizing his body as his long-lost engineering powers fully reawaken. A grand notification declares the true status of the world they reside in, leaving Lloyd staring up as his entire view of this fantasy world is completely shattered. Dozens of small magical creatures scatter in a frenzy, but our boy just smiles joyfully as he feels his full connection to the land return. Above them, the sky splits open as a massive blue dragon manifests, roaring into the heavens to announce that the greatest estate developer is officially back in business. His summons lose their absolute minds in a wild celebration, screaming in joy as the giant beaver cheers at the top of its lungs. The magical beasts tumble playfully through the warm blue light, while Lloyd sweeps Alicia right off her feet, pulling her into a tight embrace that leaves him completely red-faced and flustered. They share a beautiful dance while their giant fluffy summons watch over them, and Alicia rests her head against his chest, finally finding the peace she deserves. But of course, Lloyd immediately ruins the romantic tension by mumbling something about potatoes, prompting a deadpan Javier to ask why his heart is beating so fast if it's just the carbs. Our romantically illiterate hero stammers nervously, leaving Javier to sigh in deep disappointment at his master's utter lack of game. Lloyd sweats like he's dating the queen's entire security detail, while Javier dramatically acts out a passionate confession, just to show him how it's actually done. Alicia just smiles warmly at their ridiculous banter, reminding Lloyd that he has one final greeting left, bracing himself to face the music with the people who raised him. While Alicia rests peacefully nearby, Lloyd's parents watch him with deep concern, with the crushing weight of his lies finally catching up to him. He can barely find the words to speak, as he finally gathers the courage to confess that he has been deceiving them, fully expecting them to hate him for stealing their son's life. Surprisingly, his parents don't pull away at all, comforting him with a warmth that brings tears to his eyes. In his mind, he had always feared their reaction, half expecting them to look at him like some kind of terrifying imposter, but their unconditional love washes away all of his lingering guilt, as the starlight arcs across the beautiful night sky, and Lloyd throws his arms around them, crying out to his mother and father in pure gratitude. But naturally, because this is Lloyd's life, the tender moment is instantly ruined by a massive green monster crashing down, prompting our boy to make a spectacularly heroic landing, charging forward with his trusty construction book in hand, while Alicia stands beside him, fully prepared to take on whatever chaos comes next.